psychologist Su Yu discovered that he had become a ghost in the world of Naruto. An immortal being, incapable of combat, imperceptible, and devoid of taste. An incarnation of the impure world reincarnation. His singular obsession was to truly live again. Beep, strong emotional distortion detected. Rescue mission initiated. Mission 1. The Twilight of Uchiha. Clue 1. Soothe his dear friend Uchiha Kakashi to obtain the kaleidoscope of trust. Clue 2. Halt Danzo's genocide route plan. Clue 3. Teach a psychological lesson titled Love and Peace to the young Fugaku. Mission 2. The Crossroads of the Three Ninjas. Challenge. Enlighten the eternally obsessed Orochimaru to understand the essence of living. Chapter 1. The most useless forbidden technique in history? The air was cold and damp, imbued with the scent of earth and stone, penetrating the nostrils. Senju Tobirama stood at the center of a grand formation, his silver hair glinting with a metallic sheen under the dim candlelight. His breathing was steady, yet his heartbeat echoed like war drums. Beneath him, intricate black runes extended like living creatures, enveloping the entire underground laboratory, ultimately converging upon a pitch-black coffin before him. Each line was soaked in forbidden power, radiating a disquieting chakra pulse. This was the culmination of his life's work, impure world reincarnation, a technique that transcended the boundaries of life and death, manipulating souls. After countless bloody experiments and refinements, today marked the moment of its true perfection. His aspiration was not mere resurrection, but to create an ultimate weapon, one that was absolutely loyal, possessed all the strength of its former life, immortal and perfectly controllable, a piece to intimidate the 5 great nations and bring peace to Konoha. Inside the coffin lay a meticulously chosen sacrifice, a powerful ninja who had distinguished himself in battle, yet tragically perished. His soul's strength and physical prowess made him the ideal experimental material. Senju Tobirama clasped his hands together, forming the final seal. Rise. His deep voice resonated within the vast stone chamber, imbued with undeniable authority. Suddenly, the formation illuminated, the black runes appearing to be infused with life, emitting a faint glow. Enormous chakra surged along the lines, rushing toward the central coffin. Gray dust and debris began to flake off the coffin's surface, a medium connecting life and death. The coffin emitted a dull, creaking sound, as if straining under the weight of the ritual. Senju Tobirama's crimson eyes fixated intently on the coffin lid. He could sense a powerful soul being forcibly drawn back into the world, imprisoned within this earthen vessel. Success! The technique was flawless. Next came the moment of witnessing the birth of his weapon. With a thunderous crash, the heavy coffin lid shot upward, slamming down violently and kicking up a cloud of dust. Senju Tobirama stepped forward, his gaze sharp. He was prepared with the control talisman. As soon as the figure emerged, he would apply the talisman to obliterate any remnants of consciousness, rendering it a mere puppet. One that obeyed his every command. As the dust gradually settled, a hand rested upon the edge of the coffin. It was clean, with long fingers and neatly trimmed nails, devoid of any scars or calluses typical of a ninja. Senju Tobirama frowned. Something was amiss. Slowly, a figure emerged from the shadowy coffin. Not the battle-hardened ninja he had envisioned, nor a legendary powerhouse renowned in tales. Instead, it was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in oddly styled white attire, his short black hair somewhat disheveled, with a few strands sticking up. Rubbing his eyes, the young man yawned and looked around in a daze. His gaze swept across the grim stone walls, flickering candlelight, and the bizarre black runes on the floor. Finally, his eyes landed on Senju Tobirama. In those dark eyes, there was neither fear nor anger, only a bewildered confusion that suggested he had just awakened from sleep. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Senju Tobirama's well-prepared words and responses were caught in his throat. He had envisioned countless scenarios. The summoned soul might rage at being disturbed from slumber, rejoice at rebirth, or collapse under the weight of reality. Yet he had never anticipated this scene before him. The young man seemed as if he had just risen from his own bed. Senju Tobirama's mind raced, attempting to analyze this bizarre situation. The technique was correct. The sacrifice was appropriate. The flow and feedback of chakra were flawless. So, where had the problem arisen? Who was this soul? Just as Senju Tobirama fell into a state of serious vigilance, the young man finally began to awaken fully. He moved his body, attempting to rise from the coffin, but his limbs felt stiff from lying too long. He glanced down at the dark box he was in, then looked up at the blue-armored man with a serious expression before him. Then he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from sleep, yet surprisingly polite. "Excuse me, may I ask?" The young man awkwardly rubbed his stomach, which audibly growled in protest. "Is there something to eat? I'm starving." Senju Tobirama's expression froze at that moment. A crack appeared in his famously stern and cold demeanor. What? Hungry, a being composed of earth and soul, a reincarnated dead entity that theoretically had no need for sustenance, was asking him for food? Absurd. Senju Tobirama's gaze turned icy. He hesitated no longer. Regardless of what this being was, he would not allow any unforeseen occurrences beyond his control. With a flash, he appeared before the young man like a specter. Suyu barely had time to register the movement before the white-haired man was suddenly close, his ruby eyes glimmering with unrestrained malice and vigilance. A yellow paper inscribed with strange symbols was pinched between two fingers, rapidly pressed against Suyu's forehead. Instinctively, Suyu attempted to evade, but his body failed to respond in time. The cold paper adhered perfectly to his brow. Senju Tobirama scoffed inwardly. It was over. Once the talisman took effect, this inexplicable soul would be thoroughly. Yet, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Nothing transpired. The expected signs of soul deprivation and consciousness erasure did not materialize at all. Suyu merely blinked, looking at him with an expression of innocent confusion. The talisman, once held in such high anticipation, was now like a mere sticky note, lazily clinging to his forehead, even threatening to fall off as he blinked. Suyu reached up and carefully peeled the yellow paper from his forehead, examining it closely. Is this some sort of welcoming ceremony? Or perhaps a meal ticket? Senju Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply. His body momentarily stiffened in utter shock. Ineffective. The technique he had personally developed to obliterate the consciousness of an impure world reincarnation had failed. How could this be possible? In an unprecedented situation, the Second Hokage, renowned for his calm decisiveness, found himself for the first time sensing that events were spiraling beyond his control. Senju Tobirama did not hesitate to retreat, his hands swiftly forming seals. With his low command, the walls, ceiling, and the sole exit of the underground laboratory were instantly adorned with a multitude of intricate black symbols. Iron chains shot forth from the walls, completely sealing the space. It was as if they had been entirely isolated. Suyu was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, nearly dropping the ticket to survival in his grasp. Gazing at the ominous black runes glimmering on the walls, and then at the white-haired man who appeared to be on high alert, he gradually realized the situation was decidedly awry. He was not dreaming. Lowering his gaze, he pinched his thigh with force, in no sensation of pain. Only a strange feeling, akin to touching the earth, that did not belong to his own body. Undying and unyielding reanimation body. A chilling piece of information abruptly surfaced in his mind. Suyu was momentarily stunned. Reanimation? That term felt eerily familiar. He looked up, bewildered, once more the white-haired man, with the silver hair, blue armor covering half his face, the leaf symbol on his forehead protector, and those legendary red eyes. A name struck through his chaotic memories like lightning. Senju Tobirama, the Second Hokage, master of forbidden techniques. One of the founders of Kanagacore. Was he in the world of Naruto, and had he become a thing summoned through reanimation? Suyu's mind was a blank slate. He recalled being a psychological counselor, having died at his computer from overwork, his last thought being about the new Japanese ramen shop that had opened downstairs. How had he awakened in a ninja scene and become a product of legendary forbidden techniques? Who are you? Tobirama's icy inquiry shattered Suyu's thoughts. Every ounce of chakra in his body was on high alert, as if poised to strike with deadly force at any moment. Suyu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Should he confess to being a traveler from another world? That his soul had inadvertently connected to his Wi-Fi signal post-mortem? Such an admission would surely lead to immediate dissection. He observed the stern and icy countenance of Tobirama, and his instinct for survival prompted him to remain silent. Seeing his reticence, Tobirama's gaze grew more intense. He sensed no trace of chakra from this young man before him. None whatsoever, that he appeared to be an utterly ordinary person. Yet how could an ordinary individual withstand his sealing technique? This contradiction was monumental. Answer me. Tobirama's voice weighed heavier, an invisible pressure enveloping Suyu. Your soul does not belong to any ninja I know. You are not the target of my summoning. Reveal your origins, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you on the spot. Eliminate? Suyu's heart sank. Though an inexplicable term of undying and unyielding had surfaced in his mind, he had no desire to verify its authenticity firsthand. He forced a smile that he hoped conveyed harmlessness and sincerity. Brother, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. My name is Suyu, and I am an ordinary person. I do not know why I am here. I awoke in this box. His explanation was feeble. Tobirama clearly did not trust a word of it. Ordinary person? He scoffed, a hint of derision flashing in his red eyes. No ordinary person could emerge unscathed from my sealing technique. That he moved closer, his overwhelming presence making it difficult for Suyu to breathe. Your soul is unique. It does not belong to this world. No, more precisely, it does not belong to the Pure Land. Tobirama's gaze was sharp, as if intending to pierce through Suyu's very essence. Thus, I shall ask you one last time. What precisely are you? Chapter 2. The Hokage's Pressure Test. What? Suyu repeated the term, his brows slightly raised. The white-haired man before him, Senju Tobirama, exuded an oppressive force that felt undeniably real. The aura of a formidable being who had traversed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, mingling with the authority of a superior, thickened the air around them. Yet strangely, he felt no fear that it was akin to watching an ultra-high-definition 4D film. One knew the monsters on screen were vividly real, but could not harm the viewer seated in their chair. His body, his soul, seemed to be shielded by an invisible barrier separate from the rules of this world. Tobirama offered no further opportunity for explanation. He adhered to the principle that threats must be extinguished at their inception. Since you refuse to speak, I shall ascertain the truth myself. His voice was as cold as ice. The moment his words fell, Tobirama's hands formed seals with such speed that they left an afterimage. Inu, Tatsu, Tori, Su, Hitsuji. With just a few fundamental seals, the chakra within the stone chamber was instantaneously activated. Water release. Water, severing wave, a low command echoed. Tobirama inhaled sharply, his chest swelling slightly, before unleashing a slender, highly compressed line of water toward Suyu. This was no ordinary water. It sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, its edges glowing white from the extreme speed and pressure. It resembled an indomitable blade, capable of effortlessly cleaving through steel. Suyu's pupils dilated. He wanted to evade, yet his body failed to respond. That lethal line of water shot forth toward his chest with irresistible speed. Thud! There was no piercing as he had imagined. An gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood. The high-pressure water blade, upon contact with Suyu's body, struck what felt like an invisible barrier. All kinetic energy, all cutting force, was instantaneously absorbed and dissipated into nothingness. The fierce water stream lost its sharp form, transforming into a robust yet gentle column of water that cascaded over Suyu, thoroughly soaking his peculiar white attire. The water flowed down his body, pooling at the edge of the coffin he sat in, dripping rhythmically onto the ground. Suyu blinked, glancing down at his drenched chest. A warm sensation enveloped him. In fact, it was rather pleasant. It felt akin to standing beneath a shower head with particularly strong water pressure. Tobirama's hands remained in their final formation, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his crimson gaze. Water, severing wave. It was an A-rank water release technique he had developed, aimed at achieving extreme penetrative and cutting power, capable of slaying foes clad in heavy armor with a single strike. Yet now, this technique had undeniably struck its target. The result was a refreshing shower. Tobirama's gaze was locked on Suyu with unwavering intensity. There were no signs of chakra defense. An jutsu had been employed to counter. Not a single fluctuation of energy was detectable. His technique had simply failed if he had struck a phantom in the void, yet the individual sat before him, soaked through. This absurd phenomenon shattered Tobirama's established understanding more than summoning a misplaced soul ever could. Suyu lifted his gaze, meeting the dazed expression of the Second Hokage, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Is there anything else? This force is rather invigorating. The muscles in Senju Tobirama's face twitched ever so slightly. He withdrew his hand, a solemn expression clouding his gaze. Physical attacks proved futile. Or rather, conventional ninjutsu was ineffective against him. Then, seal. He formed hand signs once more, this time striking his palms together fiercely before his chest. With a rustling sound, the black symbols that constituted the impure world reincarnation technique sprang back to life upon the ground. Dozens of black chains, forged from pure chakra, erupted from the earth like serpents with life, hissing as they darted towards Suyu within the coffin. The diamond lock. Although it was not the original technique of the Uzumaki clan, it was a high-level sealing jutsu developed by Senju Tobirama after analyzing its principles. It was potent enough to suppress chakra at the level of tailed beasts. Suyu felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and he found himself tightly ensnared by these black chains. The chains constricted around his limbs and torso, emanating an ominous glow, as powerful sealing forces surged through the links, attempting to invade his body and subdue his spirit. Bound and immobile, Suyu could sense the immense power coursing through those chains. Yet, the thing within him remained unresponsive. He felt akin to an insulator. Regardless of the external voltage applied, his interior remained secure. How does it feel? Senju Tobirama's voice was deep as he meticulously observed every nuance of Suyu's reaction, searching for a flaw. Suyu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from the bindings, shifted slightly. The chakra chains, capable of restraining colossal beasts, creaked against him, yet they could tighten no further. "It's a bit tight," Suyu replied honestly. "And this position is rather uncomfortable." Senju Tobirama's heart sank gradually. The essence of the diamond lock lay in its sealing. The bindings were merely superficial. Yet now, aside from effectively restraining the opponent, as if with ropes, the crucial sealing effect had vanished without a trace, failing to stir even a ripple. His lifetime of study had become a series of farcical failures in the presence of this enigmatic man. Water release. Ineffective sealing techniques. Ineffective. What of directly interfering through Jinjutsu? Senju Tobirama slowly raised his gaze, his crimson eyes locking with Suyu's, and the A.I. art and O hand signs were necessary. For someone of his caliber, a mere glance was sufficient to ensnare the weak-willed in an irretrievable illusion. An invisible force of mental energy traversed the spatial divide, piercing towards Suyu's brain. His vision should have warped. His hearing should have become chaotic. His senses would be stripped away, and his will dragged into the nightmare he had constructed. However, nothing transpired. Suyu continued to regard him with clear, curious eyes. Would have been an illusion potent enough to shatter a Jonin's mind, now felt like a mere whisper of a breeze. Suyu hesitated, addressing him. "Are your eyes uncomfortable? Your blinking seems rather rapid." Ugh, a suppressed, muffled sound escaped Senju Tobirama's throat. It was not blood. It was exasperation. For the first time, a complex expression of mingled anger and helplessness surfaced on his eternally stoic face. Water release. Ineffective sealing techniques. Ineffective mental interference. Ineffective ninjutsu and jinjutsu. The two pillars of the ninja system had been rendered utterly laughable before this unknown man. Thus, only one last possibility remained. Taijutsu, the purest, most primal form of destruction, reliant solely on physical strength. Senju Tobirama's gaze underwent a complete transformation. What had once been vigilance and curiosity now distilled into unadulterated murderous intent. He no longer sought to understand. He simply wished to erase this man, who had upended his perceptions and insulted his intellect, from the physical realm entirely. With a rustling sound, the chakra chains binding Suyu did not dissipate. On the contrary, under Senju Tobirama's will, they suddenly tightened. The iron-like chains dug deeply into Suyu's limbs, securing him firmly in place, rendering him utterly immobile. This was no longer a sealing technique, but pure restraint. Senju Tobirama did not even form hand signs. His body sank slightly, muscles in his legs tensing, as the stone floor beneath him cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. In the next instant, he vanished. No sound. No premonition in Suyu's vision. The figure of the white-haired man evaporated into thin air, at a profound sense of impending doom. One that sent shivers through his very soul surged toward him from the front. Chapter 3. Is the test over? Can we eat now? His mind was unable to react in time, and his body could not execute any evasive maneuvers. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted within the enclosed stone chamber. The figure of Senju Tobirama reappeared before Suyu. His right fist, delivered with unerring precision, struck firmly against Suyu's chest. The force behind that punch was sufficient to flatten a small mountain. In that fleeting moment, Suyu's body became motionless. He lowered his head, his gaze fixated on the fist pressed against his chest. He felt no pain, only a sensation akin to fragmentation radiating from the point of contact throughout his entire being. A crack appeared at his chest, centered around Tobirama's fist. Not a tear of flesh, but rather a mark reminiscent of shattered clay or stone. The fissures rapidly spread, crawling up his neck, across his cheeks, and along his limbs. Tobirama slowly retracted his fist, his indifferent gaze surveying his handiwork. Before him, Suyu's body began to disintegrate, not in a spray of blood and flesh, but rather transforming into countless minuscule, glimmering particles of dust and soil that cascaded downward. His head, torso, and limbs dissolved in this process, vanishing. In a mere 2 seconds, the living man had completely turned into an unremarkable pile of dust, accumulating within the confines of a black coffin. Only the oddly styled white garments succumbed to gravity, collapsing softly. It was over. Tobirama stared at the mound of dust. The agitation and frustration stemming from the disruption of his understanding began to dissipate. Indeed, no matter how peculiar the soul, as long as the vessel constituting its existence is utterly destroyed, everything comes to an end. This erroneous summoning, though impervious to ninjutsu and jinjutsu, was ultimately still a body of impure reincarnation, composed of dust and offerings. Once returned to its original form, it posed no threat. Tobirama's taut nerves finally began to relax. However, in that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The dust lying quietly in the coffin stirred without warning, as if manipulated by an invisible hand. All the particles began to tremble slightly. Then, defying the laws of physics, they slowly floated upward. They converged in midair, swirling to form a small gray tornado. Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply. The heart he had just set at ease suddenly raced. The dust whirlwind was visibly coalescing, reshaping itself. First, the feet, then the calves, thighs, and torso. Countless particles of dust, akin to living building blocks, assembled with precision to reconstruct the outline of a human form. The textures of skin, muscle, and bone rapidly reformed within the gray dust. Finally, the head emerged, features clear, black hair regrowing. In the span of 3 breaths, a whole and undamaged Suyu stood once more within the coffin. He even maintained the posture of looking down at his chest, as if the cataclysmic disintegration had merely been a fleeting illusion. He raised his hand, curiously patting his chest, feeling the solidness beneath. Then, he lifted his gaze to the now utterly frozen expression of Tobirama and inquired, somewhat perplexed, that felt rather strange. It was as if all the building blocks within me had fallen apart and then been reassembled. Was that part of the test? Tobirama did not respond. He merely stared intently at Suyu, his ruby-like eyes swirling with turbulent emotions. Enough. Conventional methods had become utterly meaningless. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, the 3 pillars of the ninja system had all failed before this man. Tobirama slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, all emotions had faded, leaving only a determination akin to burning bridges behind. He had one last move left, the most perilous of techniques, a technique he had never employed against anyone, and one he believed should never be used. A direct assault on the soul. I did not wish to resort to this. His voice turned ethereal, as if emanating from a distant paradise. But your existence has exceeded my limits of tolerance. As the creator of this forbidden technique, I am duty-bound to eradicate this uncontrollable creation. The air within the underground laboratory suddenly became eerily silent. Even the flickering candle flames stood still. An indescribable tremor, emanating from the depths of the soul, enveloped the entire space. This was not the oppression of chakra, but rather a pressure from a higher dimension, directly affecting the soul itself. Tobirama raised both hands, his fingers intertwining in an exceedingly bizarre manner, twisting in a way unknown to any established hand seals. As he moved his fingers, his silver hair stirred without wind, and a ghostly blue flame ignited within his crimson eyes. This was the cost of burning the soul. Soul burial. He expended all his strength to utter 2 weighty syllables. Buzz. There was no light, no sound. Suyu felt as though everything around him had vanished. The cold stone chamber, the flickering candlelight, the entire world of the white-haired man faded into a void of gray. An overwhelming, irresistible drowsiness surged from the depths of his consciousness, as though he had stayed awake for an entire month, his body and mind at their limits, yearning to fall asleep immediately and never awaken. His eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Was this soul attack? It didn't seem so terrible. Just a bit drowsy. At the very last moment, as consciousness was on the brink of being consumed by darkness, Suyu let out a long, drowsy yawn. Then, with a hint of hoarseness and a muffled tone, he softly asked, "Is the test over? If so, could I please have something to eat? I'm really starving." Boom. It was as if something had shattered completely within Tobirama's mind. The burning blue flames in his eyes extinguished instantaneously. His pallid face, rendered ghostly pale from executing the forbidden technique, remained rigid as he stared at the young man bound by black chains, who seemed on the verge of sleep. Hungry? Tobirama's voice trembled for the first time. His ultimate attack, the most powerful technique fueled by the sacrifice of his own soul, had resulted in a mere, "I'm hungry." He maintained his hand seal, becoming a statue, frozen in place. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed him, an unimaginable powerlessness that washed over him like a tide. Bang! The chakra chains binding Suyu dissipated into black smoke as their wielder lost focus. Suyu regained his freedom, shaking his slightly numb arms as he stood from the dark coffin. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the expression of the second Hokage, now utterly frozen, and decided to take the initiative to break the awkward silence. Tobirama-sama?" he called out tentatively. Tobirama did not respond, still immersed in his feelings of defeat. "Hokage-sama? Second Hokage? Big brother with white hair?" Just as Suyu pondered what other titles to use, a sudden knock echoed from the sole exit of the stone chamber. "Knock! Knock! Knock!" Tobirama-sensei, a young, respectful, yet somewhat anxious voice called out. "Are you in there? The appointed time has arrived." That voice pierced the frozen atmosphere of the chamber like a needle. Tobirama snapped back to reality. He cast a fleeting glance at the shimmering sealing technique inscribed upon the wall, then turned his attention to Suyu, who stood innocently beside the coffin, his stomach audibly grumbling. Silence enveloped the room, an extended stillness. Ultimately, he arrived at an exceedingly difficult decision. He raised his hand and formed a simple release seal. The multitude of black runes adorning the walls and ceiling dimmed rapidly until their glow was entirely extinguished. The stone door leading to the outside clanked as its iron chains retracted into the wall. Senju Tobirama turned around and spoke in an exceedingly weary tone. "Come in, Hiruzen." With a creak, the heavy stone door slowly swung open. A young figure clad in the standard jonin vest of Konohagakure appeared at the threshold. He had short black hair, a gentle visage, yet a stubble of bluish hair adorned his chin, and a simple pair of goggles rested upon his nose. It was none other than the youthful Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon entering the stone chamber, his gaze immediately fell upon the rare sight of his teacher's face, etched with fatigue and resignation. His heart tightened. "Teacher, you..." Before he could finish, his eyes drifted past Senju Tobirama, landing on another individual standing in the center of the laboratory, a strangely attired young man in white, seated at the edge of the Edo Tensei coffin, bore an expression that conveyed utter confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? And when is it time to eat?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth slightly agape, he pondered. "What is the meaning of this? Has my teacher's forbidden technique experiment succeeded? Yet why does the summoned powerhouse appear more harmless than a mere apprentice from the ramen shop at the village's entrance? Moreover, why can he sense no chakra emanating from this young man? Unlike Senju Tobirama, who exhibited a wariness befitting a grave threat, Hiruzen's eyes reflected an insatiable curiosity. His gaze flitted between Tobirama, Suyu, and the empty coffin. He yearned to inquire, yet he understood that this was not the moment. Meanwhile, Suyu was equally intrigued by the newly emerged figure. The future third Hokage, ninjutsu professor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared far more amiable than expected. Just as this trio stood in a peculiar standoff, an untimely rumble erupted from Suyu's stomach. The sound echoed through the silent stone chamber with startling clarity. "Suyu," Tobirama began, his expression darkening. Slowly, he turned around. The crimson hue of his eyes, devoid of prior malice and vigilance, now bore only fatigue. "Hiruzen." "Yes, teacher." Hiruzen promptly replied, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. "From today onwards, this place shall be deemed a high-level forbidden zone. No one is to approach without my command." "Understood." Additionally, Tobirama paused, his gaze sweeping over Suyu, who looked at him with anticipation. "Prepare a meal and send it over." "Yes." Hiruzen's response carried a hint of hesitation, yet he asked no further questions. The teacher's orders were absolute. He cast one last deep glance at the enigmatic young man in white before bowing and exiting the stone chamber. The heavy door rumbled shut once more. With a flick of his wrist, Tobirama summoned the sealing chains that had just retracted into the wall, and this time, they ensnared the entire exit of the stone chamber, sealing it tightly along with the walls and floor. Having completed this task, he did not spare Suyu another glance, turning instead to delve deeper into the laboratory, his form vanishing into the shadows. Once again, the space was left with Suyu alone, accompanied solely by the black coffin. Suyu scratched his head, pondering whether the situation had stabilized for the time being. Though still confined, at least his life was no longer in peril. Moreover, there was food to eat. The ensuing days fell into a strange tranquility. Suyu was kept under soft confinement in this underground laboratory, a realm devoid of day and night, illuminated only by the eternal candle flames casting a flickering, amber light upon the walls. Each day, Hiruzen Sarutobi punctually delivered 3 meals. The food was plentiful, featuring grilled fish, rice balls, and even his longed-for Ichiraku ramen. Suyu lifted the bowl and took a hearty sip of the rich broth. His initial excitement and anticipation waned rapidly, leaving behind an unshakable sense of confusion and emptiness. It bore no flavor, no taste whatsoever. He could detect the overpowering aroma and marvel at the enticing hues. Yet, once the food entered his mouth, it transformed into nothingness. The delectable broth, the tender chashu, the chewy noodles, became mere phantoms, passing through him without leaving a trace of taste. A profound sense of loss engulfed him, akin to being submerged in frigid seawater. He looked down at his hands, composed of dust. Yes, he was merely an Edo Tensei body, a puppet formed of earth and soul. An observer. He could see, hear, smell, and even touch this world. Yet he could never truly savor it, feel it, or integrate into it. This harsh reality struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. He set down his chopsticks. The bowl of ramen he had yearned for instantly lost its appeal in his eyes. "What is it, Mr. Suyu?" Hiruzen Sarutobi noted the change in his demeanor and inquired with concern. "Is it unpalatable?" Suyu lifted his head, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, laced with a hint of bitter self-mockery. "No, it's wonderful. I just suddenly realized that it seems I lack the qualification to taste fine cuisine." This obsession, akin to a rampant vine, swiftly coiled around his heart. He must truly come alive, with a body of flesh and blood, not merely this cold assemblage of dust. He desired to taste the flavor of this ramen himself. For this goal, he could wait. He would wait for the child with the Rinnegan to grow, for the war that would engulf the entire ninja world, for the ultimate ninjutsu capable of reversing life and death, the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. When that self-proclaimed god finally resurrected all the villagers of Kanahagakure who had perished in the war, he too would be granted the chance to revive completely. Thus, Suyu steeled himself for the long wait, biding his time for the unfolding of the narrative. Days trickled by as Suyu remained confined in the underground laboratory. Apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Senju Tobirama was his only visitor. The second Hokage would come daily, lingering for an hour or two. He spoke not a word. Most often, he simply sat at the opposite end of the laboratory, silently observing Suyu with those red eyes, as if studying an incomprehensible object. Occasionally, he would inscribe new techniques upon the walls, attempting to analyze the peculiar attributes that lay beyond the realm of rules within Suyu. All such efforts, without exception, ended in failure. Suyu found himself immeasurably bored. The monotony of this isolated existence felt akin to a form of torture, especially as a former therapist accustomed to receiving 7 or 8 patients daily, overwhelmed by the influx of information. Consequently, he turned his sole visitor into his object of study. He began to observe Senju Tobirama, his furrowed brows, the unconscious clenching of his fists, the flicker of irritation that crossed his gaze when it fell upon the sealing techniques. Observing the occasional glimpse of profound weariness concealed beneath his icy exterior, the instinctual reflex of a psychologist was triggered. Here was a quintessential patient, burdened with excessive pressure and post-traumatic stress disorder, a formidable figure, invincible yet profoundly isolated, understood by none. Today, Senju Tobirama made his entrance once more. As usual, he sat on the stone bench in the corner, his gaze placidly fixed upon Suyu. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Suyu resolved to shatter it. "Tobirama-sama," he began, his voice resonating clearly within the cavernous stone chamber. Tobirama did not lift his eyelids, as if he were oblivious to Suyu's presence. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Finally, Tobirama's gaze flickered, coldly meeting Suyu's. Your dark circles are more pronounced than yesterday. Suyu's tone was calm, reminiscent of an objective observation. Moreover, when you sit, your left shoulder habitually sinks slightly, indicating that your mind remains in a perpetual state of vigilance, preventing your muscles from fully relaxing. Tobirama's expression grew frigid. What do you understand? Not much, Suyu replied, meeting his gaze with unflinching resolve. But I know that you are weary, not physically, but emotionally. Tobirama remained silent, yet a barely perceptible disruption surfaced in his breathing. Suyu recognized he had struck a chord. He continued with an analysis devoid of personal emotion. You carry too much, not merely the weight of this village, but also the shadow of your brother. Those words struck like an invisible lightning bolt, penetrating the depths of Tobirama's heart. He abruptly raised his head, and for the first time, genuine, unmasked astonishment shone in his crimson eyes. Brother Hashirama, the man who had forged an era yet left an unending trail of idealistic troubles. This was a territory he had never dared to disclose. You have continually sought to rectify his idealism. Suyu pressed on without allowing any chance for rebuttal. He aspired to construct peace through love and trust, while you have opted to maintain it through rules and order. Your establishment of the Umbu, the Ninja Academy, and various regulations serve merely as patches for his overly naive vision. This pressure arises from both your reverence for your brother and your acute awareness of reality. It renders your existence heavier than anyone else's. Tobirama fell into silence as Suyu unveiled a truth he had never analyzed so clearly, hidden deep within his soul. And the Uchiha. Suyu launched a second bombshell. Your wariness towards them transcends mere political considerations. At a deeper level, it is rooted in fear. Tobirama's body tensed instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? This was the first time in days he had directed a low growl at Suyu. I speak no nonsense. Suyu maintained his serene expression. You have witnessed firsthand the extreme emotional power of the Uchiha clan. Their love is profound, but the hatred it transforms into is terrifying. It is an amplification of emotion. Each evolution of the Sharingan is accompanied by immense psychological trauma. You have seen the uncontrollable nature of this power, hence your fear. You wish to confine it within the cage of regulation. Your establishment of the Konoha police force serves not only as a tool, but also as a means of isolation. What you dread is the emergence of a second Uchiha Madara. Silence engulfed the stone chamber, as Tobirama refrained from countering. Each word from Suyu was akin to a precise scalpel, slicing through the layers of his disguise and exposing his core anxieties to the air. This was no mere insight. It was an almost uncanny ability to penetrate the human heart. You have witnessed far too much death, the brutality of war, the sacrifice of comrades, the departure of brothers. Suyu's voice softened, taking on a hint of professional terminology. From a psychological perspective, this constitutes severe vicarious trauma. You have shouldered the safety of the entire village alone. Your development of forbidden techniques and establishment of order are attempts to prevent the recurrence of tragedy. This is a defensive mechanism, yet it is excessively draining your spirit, leading you to harbor the worst possible expectations and preventing you from truly trusting anyone. Suyu. For the first time, the name resonated in Tobirama's mind, disentangling itself from associations of monstrosity and mere product. He gazed at the young man before him, whose eyes were clear, sincere, and devoid of malice. Suyu articulated his conclusion with utmost sincerity. Tobirama-sama, what you require is not more forbidden techniques to arm your village. What you need is an emotional receptacle, a person to whom you can speak. After speaking, Suyu offered a gentle smile to the now utterly astounded Second Hokage. Tobirama stared intently at him, and after a lengthy silence, he said nothing. He stood up, not retreating into the inner stone chamber as usual, but instead strode directly towards the sealed door. He unfastened the seal, pushed the door open, and exited without looking back. The stone door did not close again. The seal did not reactivate. A beam of light streamed in from the doorway, casting a long, bright trail within the dim laboratory. Chapter 5. Who are you indeed? The light from outside illuminated Suyu's calm smile. He refrained from rushing out, knowing that any impulsive action might rekindle Tobirama's wariness. Suyu was acutely aware that while his previous words had struck a chord within Tobirama, they also uncovered a perilous issue. He knew too much about Hashirama, about the Uchiha clan, about the political landscape of Konoha. Such information was not typical for an ordinary reincarnated being. Indeed, while Suyu pondered how to navigate the situation, Tobirama's figure reappeared at the doorway, his expression darker than before. The dangerous glint reignited in his crimson eyes. Who are you, truly? Tobirama's voice was soft, yet laced with suppressed malice. An ordinary reincarnated individual could not possibly possess such knowledge of secrets. He stepped into the stone chamber, each step heavy with intent. Regarding my brother's idealism, the evolution mechanism of the Uchiha's Sharingan. The true purpose of the Konoha police force, these are all top secrets of Konoha. Tobirama halted before Tsuyu, merely an arm's length away, his murderous intent palpable. Speak. Who exactly are you? The temperature in the stone chamber plummeted. Tsuyu could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Tobirama. Yet he remained composed. As a psychologist, he had encountered many such situations, angry clients, agitated patients, even those who wished to harm him. He understood that maintaining calm was paramount. I have stated before that I am a psychologist, Tsuyu replied steadily, his voice unwavering despite Tobirama's threat. The role of a psychologist is to observe, analyze, and comprehend the human psyche. I do not need prior knowledge of your secrets. I merely need to observe. Tobirama's gaze turned even colder. Observe? With mere observation, you can discern the political landscape of Konoha? With mere observation, you can grasp my true thoughts regarding the Uchiha clan? That is simply impossible. Tsuyu gently shook his head. Master Tobirama, you underestimate the capabilities of a professional psychological analyst. He raised his hand, pointing towards the center of Tobirama Senju's brow. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, your brow has been furrowed. This indicates that you have long been in a state of contemplation and worry. As the leader of a village, the only thing that could cause you such concern is the safety of the entire village. Tobirama Senju remained silent. Yet a flicker of uncertainty appeared in his gaze. Tsuyu continued, you have employed various ninjutsu and sealing techniques against me, but when those failed, you resorted to the most primal form of taijutsu. This demonstrates that you are an exceedingly rational individual, capable of adjusting your strategy according to the circumstances. However, you have also retained those sealing techniques that have proven ineffective, and even during our dialogue, your eyes unconsciously dart towards the runes on the wall. This behavioral pattern reveals your inner sense of insecurity. Tobirama's breathing became somewhat rapid. You are accustomed to solving problems through rules and systems, as evidenced by your method of detaining me. You did not choose to eliminate me directly, but instead opted for observation and study. This suggests that you believe every problem has a systematic solution. Tsuyu's voice grew increasingly calm and persuasive. As for your brother's idealism, that is even simpler. You possess a distinctly correcter temperament. You have a tendency to bear the burdens of others' mistakes and to shoulder the consequences of their naivety. The only person capable of instilling such psychological burdens upon you in this world is one, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, your brother. Tobirama's body trembled slightly. The sensation of being thoroughly seen through unsettled him, a ninja renowned for his rationality and composure. And what of the Uchiha? How do you know my true thoughts about them? His voice grew hoarse. Tsuyu paused for a moment. This was the most perilous question. The mechanism of the Uchiha's Sharingan evolution could not be concluded merely through observation. However, I have encountered Uchiha Madara, Tsuyu spoke slowly. This statement caused Tobirama's pupils to abruptly constrict. What? Before I was summoned, my soul wandered in a certain realm. There, I met a man of the Uchiha clan. He had long black hair, Sharingan, and an overwhelming air of indifference. He told me his name was Uchiha Madara. Tobirama's breath completely halted. Madara, the man who co-founded Konoha with his brother and later betrayed it, the legendary ninja who was personally defeated by Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Impossible. Tobirama's voice trembled. Madara is dead. He died by my brother's hand. The souls of the deceased indeed travel to certain realms. Tsuyu's tone was earnest. In that place, we conversed. He revealed many secrets about the Sharingan and the history of the Uchiha clan. He said that the Uchiha's power stems from pain, from loss. The deeper the love, the more intense the hatred when lost. Such hatred directly influences the evolution of the Sharingan. Tobirama stared intently at Tsuyu. These words were indeed something Madara might say. Moreover, the description of the Sharingan's evolution mechanism aligned perfectly with his observations. What else did he say? Tobirama's voice was soft, yet Tsuyu could detect the tension within it. He remarked that you are a clever man. Tsuyu looked into Tobirama's eyes. He stated that while everyone else was blinded by Hashirama's idealism, you were the only one to see the reality. You understood that mere love and trust cannot sustain peace. There must be systems, there must be strength. Tobirama's expression grew exceedingly complex. This was indeed a thought aligned with Uchiha Madara's beliefs. That man had never believed in idealism. He only trusted in power. He held you in high regard, so you continued. He said that had it been you rather than Hashirama, who became the first Hokage, perhaps the outcome would have been different. This statement shattered the last remnants of Tobirama's doubt, for such a notion was unmistakably in line with Madara's style. That man had always scorned Hashirama's idealism. If he truly had encountered Tsuyu in death and uttered such words, it would be entirely plausible. Tobirama slowly relaxed his body, his murderous intent gradually dissipating. I see. His voice regained its composure. You obtained this information from Madara. Tsuyu nodded. The realm of the deceased holds many secrets unknown to the living. What Uchiha Madara shared with me encompasses far more than this. Tobirama took a deep breath and inquired. Did you encounter my brother in the realm of the deceased? Tsuyu shrugged. Regrettably, I am quite curious about Lord Hashirama, but I did not meet him. Tobirama gazed deeply at Tsuyu, then turned towards the laboratory wall. He raised his hand and made several strokes on a few key seals. With a swish, all the sealing runes dimmed instantly. The chains that locked the entrance slowly retracted into the wall. From now on, you are free. Tobirama's silhouette appeared somewhat fatigued. However, there is one condition. Tsuyu raised an eyebrow. What condition? Tobirama turned, speaking with an extremely serious tone. Tell me what else Uchiha Madara said. I need to know what that man is still pondering in death. Tsuyu observed the yearning in Tobirama's eyes and secretly sighed with relief. The crisis had been temporarily averted. So, Master Tobirama, Tsuyu displayed a relaxed smile. What kind of identity do you intend to bestow upon me? A resurrected psychological consultant cannot remain in an underground laboratory indefinitely, can he? Tobirama remained silent for a moment before making a decision that surprised even himself. Chapter 6. The Psychological Consultant of Konoha. 3 days later, in Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before his desk, holding a freshly drafted appointment letter, his expression complex. Sensei, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? His voice bore evident concern. To appoint an individual of unknown origins as the village's psychological consultant? And to grant him such high authority? Tobirama Senju sat in the Hokage's seat, his expression impassive as he gazed out at the village of Konoha. Hiruzen, sometimes the most dangerous enemy can also be the most valuable ally. Tsuyu is a unique individual. His abilities may well surpass those of any ninjutsu. Hiruzen furrowed his brow in confusion. Terrifying? Sensei, I have met him. He appears to pose no threat. I cannot even sense his chakra. Tobirama turned his head, casting a meaningful glance at his disciple. Hiruzen, what do you believe makes a person truly terrifying? Is it a powerful being capable of destroying a mountain? Or a wise one who can see through the hearts of men? Hiruzen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know. It is the latter. Tobirama's voice was light, yet imbued with profound insight. To destroy a mountain only alters the landscape, but to penetrate a person's innermost being can transform the entire world. He rose and approached the window. So you made me question myself in less than an hour. He brought to light issues I had never confronted before. This ability, if wielded against adversaries. Senju Tobirama did not finish his thought, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen comprehended his intent. A person capable of discerning the human heart is indeed more formidable than any ninja. How should I arrange his position? Sarutobi inquired. Assign him an independent office on the 3rd floor of the Hokage building, Tobirama replied calmly. Let him serve as a psychological consultant to provide mental health support for the village's shinobi. His rank will be set as Special Jonin. Aside from top-secret missions, he will have access to most village information. Sarutobi gasped softly. The privileges of a Special Jonin are quite significant within Konohagakure. Typically, only those who have made substantial contributions or possess extraordinary strength are afforded such status. Master, will this not arouse suspicion among others? Indeed, Tobirama nodded. However, I need to observe him. I must ascertain what secrets he harbors. Placing him in the open is safer than concealing him in the shadows. Sarutobi considered this and found it reasonable. Certainly, it would be more prudent to grant Tsuyu a formal identity for easier oversight than to allow him to operate clandestinely. I will make the arrangements immediately. Wait. Tobirama halted him. There is one more matter. Starting today, you are to meet with Tsuyu for a psychological consultation once a week. Sarutobi was taken aback. What? Master? Why must I attend? Because you need to, Tobirama replied earnestly. As my disciple, you may one day assume the role of Hokage. The pressures of that position are far greater than you can imagine. If you do not learn to manage this stress, you may repeat my mistakes. Observing the fatigue etched on his teacher's face, Sarutobi felt a stirring within him. Could it be that Lord Tobirama, whom he revered as omnipotent, also felt the weight of pressure? I understand, Master, he nodded solemnly. I will follow your guidance. Tobirama offered a faint smile, a sight Sarutobi had never witnessed before on his teacher's face. Go now. Remember, do not disclose Tsuyu's true origins to anyone. To the outside world. He is merely a newly recruited psychological expert. With the appointment letter in hand, Sarutobi departed the office. Tobirama resumed his seat in the Hokage chair, gazing at the mountain of paperwork before him, surprisingly feeling no irritation for the first time. Perhaps Tsuyu was indeed correct. He truly required someone to confide in. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Hokage building, in a freshly arranged office, Tsuyu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling Konohagakure with mixed emotions. Just 3 days prior, he had been a prisoner confined in an underground laboratory. Now, he found himself appointed as the village's psychological consultant. This sudden shift in identity felt surreal, yet he understood that the real challenge was just beginning. Tobirama had granted him this position not out of benevolence, but to better monitor him. Under such scrutiny, Tsuyu must deftly conceal his secrets while simultaneously preparing for future plans. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Come in. Tsuyu turned to see Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping inside. Mr. Tsuyu, congratulations on officially becoming a member of Konohagakure. Sarutobi wore a polite smile. Yet Tsuyu could discern the vigilance in his eyes. Thank you, Tsuyu nodded. However, I would prefer to be addressed as Dr. Tsu, as a psychological consultant is indeed a type of doctor. Sarutobi hesitated, then acquiesced. Very well, Dr. Tsu. He handed over a document. Tsuyu took it and quickly scanned its contents. The job description was straightforward, providing psychological support for the village's shinobi. Yet, a line at the bottom caught his attention: special consultation subjects, Hokage, and designated personnel. Tsuyu lifted his gaze to Sarutobi. What does this special consultation entail? Sarutobi's expression shifted slightly. It means that, in addition to ordinary shinobi, you will also provide psychological consultations for the Hokage and other important figures he designates. Tsuyu understood then. Tobirama was indeed prepared to undergo his treatment. This presented both an opportunity and a challenge. The opportunity lay in the possibility of gaining deeper insights into Tobirama, even influencing his decisions. The challenge resided in the necessity of maintaining the secrecy of his true identity. I see, Tsuyu nodded. When do we commence? This afternoon, the Hokage wishes to have his first formal psychological consultation with you. Sarutobi's tone carried an unusual undertone. Additionally, starting next week, I will also seek your counsel regularly. Tsuyu raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Tobirama intended not only to receive treatment himself, but also to ensure his disciples' participation. This was indeed a wise decision. As the future third Hokage, Sarutobi needed to learn how to navigate the psychological pressures of his role. No problem, Tsuyu smiled professionally. I look forward to my formal meeting with the Hokage. Sarutobi nodded and prepared to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he paused and turned back to Tsuyu. Dr. Tsu, I have a question. What is it? Can you truly see into the depths of a person's heart? Sarutobi's gaze was earnest. Tsuyu fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Mr. Hiruzen, what do you believe constitutes the heart? Is it the deepest secrets hidden within? Or perhaps the truths that one is reluctant to acknowledge? Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback. I do not know. In truth, the human heart is quite simple. Tsuyu stepped closer. Everyone harbors fears, desires, and vulnerabilities they refuse to confront. My role is merely to assist them in acknowledging these aspects. Just as with you. Tsuyu locked eyes with Sarutobi. What is your greatest fear at this moment? Sarutobi's body stiffened slightly. Tsuyu's piercing gaze made him feel as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare. He hesitated, words escaping him. You fear that you may not be capable of fulfilling the duties of Hokage. Tsuyu's voice was soft, yet each word struck deep within Sarutobi's heart. You fear disappointing your mentor's expectations and the trust of the village. You worry that your abilities may fall short, leaving the village unprotected. This fear compels you to overexert yourself, constantly striving to prove your worth. Yet, simultaneously, this pressure renders you overly cautious, paralyzed by the fear of making mistakes and hesitant to make necessary decisions. Sarutobi's complexion turned pale. Suyu's words had struck at the very core of his deepest fears, those he had never voiced to anyone, not even to himself. How do you know this? His voice trembled. Suyu did not respond directly, but gently placed a hand on his shoulder. This is the essence of a psychological consultant's work. We do not uncover secrets. We merely assist individuals in recognizing their true selves. Sarutobi gazed deeply at Suyu, then swiftly exited the office. Suyu gazed at the hurried, retreating figure, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Excellent. The establishment of a first impression was remarkably successful. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has developed an intuitive understanding of his capabilities. This will enhance his persuasiveness when confronting Senju Tobirama. Suyu returned to the window, observing the village of Konoha outside. This place would serve as the starting point of his new life, as well as a springboard for achieving his ultimate goal, resurrection. True resurrection. He must savor the taste of that bowl of ramen. Chapter 7. The malice of Shimura Danzo. The streets of Konoha were alive with vibrancy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. While the air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat and the sweet scent of dango from nearby shops. From a distance, the spirited shouts of youths training could be heard, mingling with the sharp sounds of shuriken clashing. Suyu walked among the crowd, not adorned in his white robe, but instead dressed in a simple, deep blue outfit, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary villager. Each step he took was deliberate and measured, his gaze sweeping over familiar sights. The sign of Ichiraku Ramen had yet to be hung, yet a small noodle shop in its place wafted a subtle fragrance of bone broth. The flower shop of the Yamashiro family occupied the street corner, where several women in aprons were tending to the blossoms. In the Nara family's apothecary, a drowsy man yawned, seemingly indifferent to the business around him. Everything felt both strange and familiar, as if he were watching a meticulously crafted film. Finally stepping from the audience into the frame. This sensation was peculiar. Suyu sensed a pair of watchful eyes trailing him, neither too close nor too far. Neither hurried nor slow, like a persistent shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Suyu's mouth. He did not turn around nor attempt to shake off this tale. He understood that this was Tobirama's surveillance, a silent warning. You are free, yet still under my watchful gaze. Suyu turned into a narrow alley. The sunlight was obscured by the eaves on either side, casting a dim light. He halted, positioning himself with his back to the alley's entrance. The footsteps behind him ceased as well, and a silence lingered for several moments. Suddenly, Suyu spoke, his voice quiet yet resonant within the confined passage. Mr. Hiruzen, don't you find it tiring, trailing behind me all this time? The shadows at the alley's mouth shifted slightly, as Hiruzen stepped forth from the darkness. His expression was awkward, yet laced with vigilance. Dr. Su, the Hokage has ordered me to ensure your safety. It was a very official excuse. Safety? Suyu turned, a playful smile gracing his features. In this village, aside from the Hokage, who could possibly threaten me? Hiruzen fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Tobirama had indeed not disclosed the true purpose behind monitoring Suyu. Yet Hiruzen could surmise it. His teacher did not trust this man, one who had appeared out of thin air, yet could effortlessly perceive the depths of one's heart. Dr. Su, please don't put me in a difficult position. Hiruzen's tone was sincere. I am merely following orders. I understand. Suyu nodded, walking past him and re-entering the sunlight. However, next time, you might consider keeping a greater distance. Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, and followed suit, maintaining a wider gap this time. For the next 2 days, Suyu behaved like a true visitor, exploring every nook and cranny of Konoha. He lingered before the memorial stone, gazing at the unfamiliar names inscribed upon it. He stood outside the ninja academy, listening to children reciting the ninja code. He even took an interest in observing a preliminary round of the Chunin selection. He feigned curiosity about everything, like a country bumpkin striving to integrate into this bustling village. Meanwhile, Hiruzen shadowed him like a dutiful bodyguard, his nerves taut. The more Suyu feigned harmlessness, the more acute Hiruzen's internal vigilance became. For he had personally experienced the piercing gaze that lay hidden behind that gentle facade, capable of penetrating one's very soul. This stark contrast placed an unprecedented weight upon Hiruzen's shoulders. He began to doubt whether each of Suyu's pauses and glances bore some profound meaning beyond his comprehension. By the end of 2 days, Hiruzen felt more fatigued than if he had executed 3 consecutive A-rank missions. This unusual state did not escape the notice of his comrades. At the training ground, shurikens sliced through the air, striking the bullseye with precision. A boy with short black hair and a cross-shaped scar on his chin retracted his hand, his expression dark and sharp. Hiruzen, what have you been up to these past 2 days? Shimura Danzo's voice carried a hint of interrogation. Hiruzen paused slightly, his hands still engaged in sealing techniques. Nothing much. He preferred not to elaborate. This was the Hokage's order, and it required discretion. Nothing much. Danzo scoffed, stepping closer. Do you take me for a fool? You've been shadowing a stranger for days, neglecting even your daily training. Who is that person? Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Danzo. This is an order from the Hokage. You have no right to question it. An order from the Hokage? Danzo's gaze darkened. What kind of ordinary person could prompt the Hokage to personally command you, his most gifted disciple, to provide close protection? Hiruzen, you are too naive. Hiruzen's heart raced. What do you mean? I've looked into him. Danzo's tone was frigid. 3 days ago, he appeared out of nowhere at the Hokage Tower. The Hokage granted him the title of psychological consultant and special jonin privileges. A man of unknown origin, without any accomplishments, yet afforded such treatment. Don't you find that strange? Hiruzen remained silent, choosing to trust his teacher. There must be a reason behind the Hokage's actions. A reason? Danzo's lips curled into a mocking smile. The only possibility is that this man is highly dangerous. Dangerous enough that the Hokage cannot completely control him, thus placing him under your watchful eye. And you, Hiruzen, are the Hokage's eyes. Danzo stepped closer, fixing his gaze intensely upon Hiruzen. Tell me, what abilities does this man possess? Hiruzen felt a tremendous pressure. He understood Danzo's nature, suspicious and radical, willing to employ any means for the village's sake. Should he learn that Tsuyu could see through hearts, Danzo would undoubtedly regard him as the greatest threat, seeking to eliminate him at any cost. I don't know. Hiruzen chose to lie. I am merely following orders. Is that so? Danzo's eyes turned icy. He ceased pressing Hiruzen, but turned to leave. If you want to speak, I shall inquire myself. Hiruzen's heart raced. Danzo, don't do anything reckless. He attempted to intervene, but Danzo moved swiftly, disappearing into the distance of the training ground. Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably. By the banks of the South Hekawa in Konoha, Tsuyu sat on the grassy riverbank, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. Not far away lay the Uchiha clan's enclave, where he could see several ninjas clad in clothing emblazoned with the Fan clan emblem patrolling across the river. Their expressions were predominantly serious and vigilant, a defensive posture born of isolation. Tsuyu let out a sigh. The establishment of the Konoha police force by Senju Tobirama was indeed a brilliant move. It not only granted the Uchiha clan power and status, but also successfully isolated them from the core authority of the village. However, it simultaneously sowed the seeds of estrangement. While Tsuyu pondered these matters, 2 figures materialized behind him. One was the breathless Sarutobi Hizashi, and the other was the grim-faced Shimura Danzo. Are you Tsuyu? Danzo's voice bore no warmth. Tsuyu did not turn around. He continued to gaze at the river's surface. Is there something you need? His indifferent demeanor thoroughly infuriated Danzo. I am asking you a question. He lunged forward, attempting to grasp Tsuyu's shoulder, but his hand was halted in midair. Danzo, stop. Hizashi interposed himself between Tsuyu and Danzo, his expression grave. What do you intend to do? What do you intend to do? Danzo's rage shifted toward Hizashi. I wish to inquire, Hizashi, why do you protect this unidentified, dangerous individual? He is not a dangerous individual. Hizashi growled lowly. He is the psychological advisor personally appointed by the Hokage. Advisor? Danzo scoffed as if he had heard the greatest joke. An advisor who incites fear in the Hokage? Hizashi, your mind is clouded by idealism. Anything that poses a potential threat to Konoha must be eradicated at once. This is what our teacher taught us. The argument between the 2 youths shattered the tranquility by the riverbank. Not far away, a boy clad in Uchiha garb was drawn to the commotion and paused. He was of similar age to Danzo, yet his gaze was strikingly different. His eyes were clear and pure, akin to a still lake. Uchiha Kagami. His attention fell upon the man who had remained quietly seated on the grass, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Just then, the man finally spoke. Have you finished your quarrel? Tsuyu slowly rose, brushing off the grass clippings from his attire. He turned around, for the first time meeting Danzo's eyes directly. You are Danzo, are you not? Danzo's brow furrowed tightly. And what of it? Your gaze is filled with suspicion and aggression. Tsuyu's tone was calm, as if analyzing a case. You habitually interpret others' actions through the lens of the worst malice, believing this to be the most effective means of self-protection and safeguarding the village. Danzo's pupils contracted slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? I speak no nonsense. Suyu's gaze seemed to penetrate Danzo's skin, peering directly into his soul. You are anxious. You fear being left behind, afraid of being outshone by your comrade, Sarutobi Hizashi. You envy the greater trust he receives from your teacher, envious of the secrets he has access to that you do not. Thus, you are desperate to prove yourself, to demonstrate that you are more decisive, more perceptive, and more capable of discerning so-called threats. Am I correct? Boom. These words struck Danzo's heart like a heavy hammer, and his complexion turned ashen. The dark emotions hidden deep within him, which he himself was reluctant to acknowledge, were laid bare by this man with startling ease. How is this possible? You. Danzo's voice trembled with shock and fury. He felt as though he had been stripped bare and cast into a crowd, all his inadequacies and ugliness exposed. Shut your mouth. He roared, his chakra surging wildly. I will kill you. He drew a short blade from his waist, its lethal intent aimed at Suyu's heart. Danzo. Hizashi gasped in horror, rushing forward to intervene. Yet Suyu remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. Not a trace of fear graced his countenance. He merely observed the frenzied Danzo with quiet composure. Then, he glanced over Danzo's and Hizashi's shoulders towards the Uchiha youth who had been silently observing the entire scene. Their eyes met. Suyu's gaze was calm and profound, while Uchiha Kagami's eyes were clear and curious. In that moment, the cold glint of the blade and the shouts of his companions seemed to fade into a silent backdrop. Chapter 8. Witness of the Uchiha the Blade. Imbued with a chilling aura, advanced towards Suyu's throat. Danzo's face contorted grotesquely. His sinister eyes now filled solely with the madness and destructive desire that had erupted from beneath his facade. He sought to eliminate this man, the one who had seen through him like a specter. Danzo, stand down. Hizashi's furious shout rang out almost simultaneously as he transformed into a blur, exerting all his strength to seize Danzo's wrist. The clash of metal against bone resonated with a dull thud. The tip of the blade halted within an inch of Suyu's neck, its sharpness causing the air to quiver slightly. Yet, throughout it all, Suyu did not so much as blink. He did not even acknowledge the imminent threat of death mere inches away nor the intense conflict brewing between the two future leaders of Konoha beside him. He slightly turned his body, as if entirely dismissing Danzo's presence, his gaze steadily flowing past that frenzied face toward a great tree in the distance. Uchiha Kagami stood there quietly, having initially sensed something amiss between Hizashi and Danzo, but never predicting he would witness such a heart-stopping scene. When Suyu's gaze fell upon him, Kagami's heart raced. What kind of expression was that? Calm, indifferent, even tinged with a hint of inquiry? As if the confrontation, capable of altering the hierarchy of Konoha, was merely a theatrical performance in his eyes. And he, Uchiha Kagami, was not a mere spectator, but rather a pivotal character on stage, invited to make a choice. Let go of me. Hizashi. Danzo's wrist throbbed painfully, yet he continued to struggle wildly, growling like a beast. This unknown individual was a menace to the village. He must be eliminated now. Calm yourself. Hizashi held him firmly, veins bulging on his forehead. Gazing into the eyes of his former comrade, aflame with jealousy and rage, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and disappointment swell within him. Mr. Suyu is the advisor appointed by the Hokage himself. What are you doing now? Do you intend to defy the Hokage's orders? The Hokage has also been deceived by him. Danzo screamed, spitting as he spoke. He can see through people's hearts. This ability is more terrifying than any jutsu. If he remains, there will be no secrets left in all of Konoha. Hizashi, you are too naive. Sometimes, for the sake of the village, extreme measures must be taken. For the village? Or for your pitiful pride? Hizashi's retort caused Danzo's body to stiffen abruptly. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle Hizashi would voice such a sharp statement. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, the atmosphere thick with tension, a gentle yet firm voice emerged. Danzo, enough. Uchiha Kagami stepped forth from behind the tree. Each step he took was steady, his gaze clear and resolute. Locking eyes with the nearly frenzied Danzo. Kagami. Danzo's pupils narrowed slightly upon seeing him. I witnessed everything. Your accusations against Mr. Suyu, his analysis of you, and the entire process of you drawing your blade. His gaze shifted to the knife held tightly by Hizashi, shaking his head gently. Regardless of who Mr. Suyu may be, He is currently the advisor appointed by the Hokage. To draw a blade against the village's advisor simply because your inner self has been exposed is the true act that undermines the foundation of the village. The words struck like a bucket of ice water poured over Danzo's head. He gasped violently, the madness in his eyes dimming, replaced by a profound sense of humiliation from betrayal. His closest friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had turned against him for the sake of an outsider. His fellow disciple of Tobirama, Uchiha Kagami, had unjustly accused him. Why? Why did everyone side with that enigmatic individual? You have all been deceived. Danzo's voice was hoarse, tinged with despair. Seeing Danzo appear somewhat calmer, Hiruzen loosened his grip slightly and spoke in a low voice. Danzo, sheath your blade and come with me to meet the Hokage. You need to explain yourself. Danzo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Tsuyu. Meanwhile, Tsuyu finally withdrew his attention from Uchiha Kagami, casting a glance at Danzo, who was subdued by Hiruzen, his expression akin to observing a petulant child. Then, he performed an unexpected action. He stepped forward leisurely, passing by Danzo's side as if the dagger that had just sought his life were nothing more than a harmless twig. Approaching Uchiha Kagami, a lazy smile graced his face. Greetings, Mr. Uchiha Kagami. Tsuyu's tone was reminiscent of someone just becoming acquainted. I am Tsuyu, the village's psychological consultant. I apologize for the scene you just witnessed. Uchiha Kagami gazed at the man before him, whose pallid skin contrasted with his remarkably clear eyes, feeling an overwhelming impact. Faced with a death threat, Tsuyu remained unfazed, expertly dissecting Danzo's psyche, and could still greet him so nonchalantly afterward. What manner of being was this man? Mr. Tsuyu, Uchiha Kagami steadied himself and bowed slightly. I must apologize for my companion's rudeness. Oh, there's no need for that. Tsuyu waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He's just a young man with a fiery temper. It's understandable. A minor psychological issue, a bit of counseling should suffice. His words were softly spoken, yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Hiruzen nearly choked at Tsuyu's casual remark. A minor psychological issue? Danzo had just been driven to murderous intent. To you, it's merely a minor problem? Meanwhile, the anger of Danzo, who had just been doused by Kagami's words, flared back to life. He felt as though his lungs would explode, his entire body trembling. This was no longer provocation. It was a blatant humiliation. Just as Danzo was about to erupt again, a cold, authoritative voice, devoid of emotion, swept over the scene like a winter chill. Have you had enough? Senju Tobirama had appeared without warning. He stood there silently, exuding no malice. Yet the pressure emanating from him was enough to tighten the bodies of Hiruzen and Kagami, compelling them to bow instinctively. Master, Hokage-sama. Danzo's body stiffened. His gaze fixated on his teacher, his lips moving yet no words emerged. Tobirama's indifferent gaze swept across everyone. He first assessed Danzo, who was restrained by Hiruzen, the tip of the blade nearly pointing at Tsuyu, and a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. Then, his attention shifted to the conflicted Uchiha Kagami. Finally, his gaze settled on Tsuyu, who had maintained an air of indifference throughout. Tsuyu, Tobirama's tone revealed no hint of emotion. It appears your work is not progressing smoothly. Tsuyu shrugged, feigning innocence. It's unavoidable. There are always a few patients who harbor strong resistance to treatment. In my field, we refer to it as resistance. A common phenomenon. A bit of conversation will remedy it. He nearly mentioned that a few more sessions of electrotherapy would suffice. Tobirama, Hiruzen, Kagami. Only Danzo felt as if his head were aflame. A patient? Resistance? This scoundrel. Tobirama disregarded Tsuyu's ramblings and fixed his attention back on his two disciples. Danzo, Hiruzen, you both will accompany me back to the Hokage office. His tone was unequivocal. Yes. Hiruzen immediately complied, tightening his grip to forcibly wrench the dagger from Danzo's hand. Danzo's face shifted from pale to flushed, ultimately succumbing to a despondent droop of his arm. He realized he had lost utterly today. Not only had he failed to probe Tsuyu's depths, but he had also exposed his most disgraceful side before everyone, including his teacher. Tobirama cast one last glance at Uchiha Kagami and said lightly, Kagami, you should leave as well. You are forbidden from mentioning today's events to anyone. Yes, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Kagami replied respectfully. With that, Tobirama turned and departed, never once casting another glance at Tsuyu. Hiruzen led the disheartened Danzo away, glancing back at Tsuyu with a complex expression filled with apology, helplessness, and a hint of deep-seated wariness. Soon, only Tsuyu and Uchiha Kagami remained by the Naka River. A gentle breeze rustled the willow branches along the bank, creating an atmosphere of subtly charged silence. Tsuyu stretched languidly, breaking the silence. "Ah, truly, such a lovely walk has been marred," he complained lightly, then turned to Uchiha Kagami with a smile. "Mr. Kagami, thank you for your assistance earlier." Uchiha Kagami snapped back to reality, hastily responding, "No, I merely stated what needed to be said." However, Mr. Tsuyu, Yuhi wished to inquire if he truly felt no fear, considering that was Danzo's full-force strike. Tsuyu, perceiving his thoughts, shrugged. "What is there to fear? He cannot kill me. But you, did you not fear offending him by stepping forward? I have heard that Danzo holds grudges." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami displayed a gentle yet resolute smile. "I trust my judgment, as well as Hokage-sama's assessment." He paused, gazing at Tsuyu, his eyes filled with sincerity and curiosity. "Moreover, I believe that the Tsuyu who could utter those words is far from the so-called menace that Danzo described." He referred to Tsuyu's dissection of Danzo's psyche, which not only shattered Danzo but also profoundly impacted Uchiha Kagami, who had never witnessed someone so adeptly peel away the layers of a powerful ninja's heart with words. "Oh." Tsuyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And what do you perceive me to be?" Uchiha Kagami pondered earnestly for a moment before slowly responding, "I do not know. Yet, I feel that, Mr. Tsuyu, you resemble a witness standing at a higher vantage point, observing all of us." Tsuyu paused at this characterization. "A witness?" He glanced down at his own attire, reminiscent of the reanimation jutsu, and considered his ultimate goal of waiting for Nagato to provide sustenance, inwardly scoffing. "Brother, you overestimate me greatly. I am no witness. I am merely someone awaiting a meal." However, this Uchiha Kagami was indeed intriguing. Deserving of his reputation as a mentor to Shursui, and one of the few within the Uchiha clan who truly understood the will of fire. Perhaps his goodwill could be harnessed to establish a constructive partnership. With this in mind, Tsuyu wore an even more amiable smile. "A witness, you say? An interesting description." He regarded Uchiha Kagami with an invitation. "If you have the time, I would like to treat you to a cup of tea, albeit the flavorless kind from my office. Perhaps we can engage in a deeper discussion about the human heart." Uchiha Kagami's eyes instantly brightened. Chapter 9. The Judgment and Rift of Tobirama Senju. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, an oppressive atmosphere lingered. Tobirama Senju sat in the main seat, his expression as somber as a placid lake, his piercing crimson gaze betraying no hint of emotion. Yet it was this very tranquility that sent shivers down the spines of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who stood below him. Tsuyu remained outside, as Tobirama evidently intended to address internal matters first. "Speak," Tobirama finally uttered, his voice low yet resonant, striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the two men before him. "Who shall begin? Danzo, will it be you? Or Hiruzen, shall you take the lead?" Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi stepped forward, bowing his head. "Master, the fault lies with me. I failed to supervise Danzo adequately and did not prevent him from acting disrespectfully towards advisor Tsuyu. I accept any punishment you deem fit." He shouldered the entire blame. However, Tobirama did not spare him a glance, his attention fixed solely on Danzo. "Danzo, I inquired about the events that transpired, not for you to listen to Hiruzen's self-reproach." Danzo's body tensed as he raised his gaze to meet Tobirama's icy stare, his heart instinctively tightening. He understood that any attempt at evasion before his master would be futile. "Master," his voice emerged hoarsely, "it was I who sought out Tsuyu." Gritting his teeth, he recounted the events in their entirety, from his suspicions regarding Tsuyu to his confrontation with Hiruzen that ended in refusal, leading to his own provocative encounter by the Nange River, culminating in his furious draw of a blade against Tsuyu. Throughout the recounting, he refrained from embellishing the tale or justifying his actions, simply stating the facts. For he knew that both Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami were witnesses. Deceit was not an option. More importantly, deep within, he clung to the belief that he had done no wrong. "This is how it transpired," Danzo concluded, straightening his posture. "Master, I deem Tsuyu exceedingly dangerous. His origins are shrouded in mystery, yet he possesses the uncanny ability to see through the hearts of men. Today he sees through me. Tomorrow he shall see through all of Konoha's ninjas. Our thoughts, our wills, will hold no secrets before him. He poses a threat more terrifying than any foreign spy. I implore you, reconsider his appointment." His plea was earnest, tinged with a fervor bordering on obsession. Sarutobi Hiruzen, listening nearby, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Danzo would cling to his convictions even at this juncture. Danzo, you. Hiruzen, let him speak, Tobirama interjected, raising a hand to halt Hiruzen. His gaze remained unyielding as he regarded Danzo, slowly posing the question, so you believe your actions were for the sake of the village? Indeed, Danzo replied without hesitation. For the village, you may disregard my orders? For the village, you may draw a blade against an advisor appointed by the Hokage? That is because he enough. Tobirama interrupted, a hint of disappointment and coldness seeping into his voice. Danzo, you have let me down tremendously. Danzo's body jolted at the words. I am disappointed not in your suspicion of Suyu. Tobirama continued, rising and pacing the room. Indeed, Suyu's origins warrant scrutiny, and his abilities are undeniably strange. It is only natural to remain vigilant. My appointment of him, placing him in the open, serves as both a means of observation and a test. He halted before Danzo, looking down upon him. What disheartens me is your approach to the matter, foolish, impulsive, devoid of method. You may doubt him, you could have reported to me, providing your evidence and analysis. But what did you do? You sought him out in secret, provoking him with inept words. And then, Tobirama's tone intensified. He laid bare your every pretense. Your jealousy, your anxiety, your ambition were exposed before Hiruzen and Kagami. You acted like a child, throwing a tantrum when denied candy. Enraged to the point of drawing your weapon. Shimura Danzo, is this your measure? Is this how you guard the village? The final words were a sharp reprimand. Danzo's face turned ashen, devoid of color. Each of Tobirama's words struck like daggers, piercing him at his most vulnerable. His prideful depth and resolve crumbled before Suyu, now chastised as foolish and childish by the very mentor he revered. For a ninja, the foremost virtue is the mastery of one's emotions. An uncontrolled ninja on the battlefield is often the first to perish. And you, Tobirama's voice regained its icy demeanor. Today, not only did you lose control of your emotions, but you also revealed the darkest recesses of your heart. What did Suyu see? He witnessed a Shimura Danzo easily provoked and manipulated. What did Hiruzen and Kagami observe? They beheld a comrade driven to madness by jealousy and ambition. Not only did you fail to probe Suyu's true nature, but you also rendered yourself a complete farce, a weakness to be exploited. You tell me, what have you truly done for the village? You merely indulged your pitiable, desperate desire for validation. Danzo's body began to tremble slightly, his teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his gums, yet he could muster no retort. For Tobirama spoke only the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood silently, his heart heavy. He felt a profound shame for Danzo and mourned the once close friendship that had deteriorated to this point. He understood that from this day forth, a rift had emerged between them. Tobirama gazed upon Danzo, whose countenance had turned to that of ash, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes before being swiftly concealed beneath a veneer of ice. Shimura Danzo, he declared, effective immediately. You are relieved of your duties as the deputy leader of the elite team, and all missions are suspended. You must remain at home, reflecting upon your actions until you comprehend what it truly means to act for the village, at which point you may return to see me. This punishment was undeniably severe. For an elite ninja in the ascendant, eager to make his mark, it was akin to being cast into the shadows. Danzo abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with shock and resentment. Master, this is an order, Tobirama said, granting him no opportunity for rebuttal. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his gaze equally stern. And you, Hiruzen? Yes, Hiruzen responded, a chill running through him. As the captain, you failed to restrain your team member. As a friend, you did not intervene when he strayed from the path. Tobirama's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Your heart is too soft. Weakness towards comrades is a betrayal of the village. The will of the Hokage must embody both the warmth of the sun and the resolve to incinerate all shadows. Do you comprehend? Hiruzen lowered his head, solemnly replying, Yes, master, I understand. He recognized that his mentor was imparting wisdom. The future Hokage must possess more than mere compassion. You may both leave. Tobirama waved his hand, returning to his chair and closing his eyes, seemingly unwilling to utter another word. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exited the office in silence, walking side by side down the corridor without a word exchanged between them. Upon reaching the door, Sarutobi halted, turning back to the expressionless Danzo, his lips moving as if he wished to speak. Danzo, There is no need to speak, Hiruzen, Danzo interrupted. His voice hoarse and cold. You are right, and I am wrong. You are destined to be the future Hokage, while I am merely a failure, blinded by jealousy. His tone was steeped in self-mockery and a profound sense of alienation. Hiruzen's heart sank. He understood that some things, once shattered, could never be mended. Danzo did not cast him another glance, passing by him with a determined stride, his figure vanishing at the corridor's end, an image of utter solitude and desolation. Inside the office, silence enveloped the air. Konoha's second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, opened his eyes and addressed the empty doorway. Come in. The door creaked open, and Tsuyu strolled in, yawning languidly, exuding an air of ennui. Ah, esteemed second lord, has the family meeting concluded? He casually inquired. Tobirama, unperturbed by the jest, regarded him with his profound crimson gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Tsuyu, what manner of being are you? Tsuyu nonchalantly pulled a chair towards him, sprawling in a relaxed manner and crossing his legs. Me? I am merely a psychological consultant, he replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. Presenting himself as a harmless, peace-loving mascot dedicated to providing mental health services to the ninja community. Tobirama let out a scoff. Harmless? The weapons you wield today are sharper than any jutsu. With mere words, you utterly obliterated the will and dignity of an elite jonin. That is not entirely accurate. Tsuyu interjected, shaking his finger. I wielded no weapons. I merely stated some facts. His mental defenses were too fragile, breaking at the slightest touch. Which is hardly my fault. You deliberately guided him, Tobirama asserted. I merely offered him a chance to confront his reflection. It was he who feared the person staring back. Tsuyu chuckled. Ultimately, it was never I who could defeat Shimura Danzo. It was his own inner darkness that led to his downfall. Tobirama fell silent, compelled to acknowledge the truth in Tsuyu's words. Danzo's failure stemmed from within himself. Tsuyu had merely excavated the source. Such power, Tobirama's voice was grave, must be controlled. Tsuyu, upon hearing this, laughed. Second lord, here you go again. As I have mentioned, my abilities are ineffective against those with unwavering hearts and steely wills. They are suited only for those plagued by inner demons and contradictions. He paused, his tone shifting, almost conspiratorial. Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply. He scrutinized the lazy smile upon Tsuyu's face, feeling an intense urge to pry open the man's mind and uncover its secrets. Spy? Tobirama's voice betrayed no emotion, yet the temperature in the office dropped, revealing his inner turmoil. He had not anticipated Tsuyu would so boldly utter that term. Indeed, a spy. Tsuyu leaned back, reclining into his chair with an almost absurd level of relaxation. Consider the type of individual who embodies the traits I just described. Someone lurking within a hostile village. They must don a mask daily, uttering insincere words and engaging in disingenuous acts. Their mind is inevitably rife with conflicts. On one hand, they must remain loyal to their village and mission. On the other, to avoid exposure, they must feign loyalty to Konoha, Tsuyu elaborated. This prolonged cognitive dissonance renders their psychological state exceedingly unstable, like an overinflated balloon. It may appear intact until a mere pinprick causes an explosive collapse. He gestured dramatically, mimicking an explosion, his expression as carefree as if discussing the weather. Tobirama's sharp gaze bore into him, as though attempting to see through his very being. Is this also part of your psychological analysis? Of course. Tsuyu nodded with conviction. This is known as spy psychological profiling, a complex discipline. However, it may be slightly beyond your current understanding. Tobirama felt an impulse to unleash a water-style jutsu to calm Tsuyu's exuberance. Suppressing his irritation, he spoke coldly. Theoretical discussions are devoid of meaning. Since you can articulate such concepts, you must possess practical applications. Consider this a challenge, Tsuyu interpreted, recognizing Tobirama sought concrete, verifiable information. Very well, Tsuyu straightened, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Do you believe the village's counterintelligence system is flawless? With sensory barriers, umbu surveillance, and polygraph interrogation techniques aplenty? Yet, these methods share a common flaw. What flaw? Tobirama inquired instinctively. They all focus on behavior and chakra, Tsuyu pointed out incisively. A skilled spy can perfectly mimic another's behavioral patterns, even altering their chakra fluctuations through secret techniques. However, there is one thing they cannot change, their subconscious. Tsuyu lightly tapped his temple. A person's subconscious reveals itself through myriad subtle, involuntary details, an eye glance, a micro-expression, an unconscious gesture, or even habitual word choices. Ordinary observers may overlook these nuances, yet to a trained psychologist, they are pieces of information, fragments of a puzzle. When assembled, they can unveil the most genuine thoughts concealed within. Tobirama listened in silence, his expression unyielding, though his gaze grew increasingly solemn. What Suyu described was territory he had never traversed, a technique that bypassed all ninjutsu and conventional reconnaissance, delving straight into the heart of human nature. As you mentioned, this sounds rather esoteric. Tobirama spoke slowly, his tone laced with scrutiny. How can I trust that your methodology is genuinely effective? Simple. Suyu snapped his fingers. Provide me with a dossier on the village's elite jonin. You need not disclose their names. Just ensure it includes detailed mission reports, records of rewards and punishments, and assessments of their daily behavior. I can create a psychological profile of that individual solely from the written records. I can ascertain their personality, strengths, weaknesses, and even potential hidden traumas or risks lurking within, he stated confidently, exuding an air of unwavering assurance. Tobirama regarded him intently, not immediately consenting nor refusing. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing down at the now tranquil Konoha. The incident at Nanjechuan had cast a stone into the lake. Though the surface appeared calm, ripples continued to spread beneath. Danzo's loss revealed the fragility of his disciples' hearts. With one Shimura Danzo fallen, were there not others within the village who harbored similar vulnerabilities? Those who had endured the brutalities of war, did they not conceal unspoken traumas and distortions within? Such queries had rarely occupied his thoughts before. To him, ninjas were mere weapons, to obey commands and possess sufficient sharpness. The intricacies of a weapon's psyche were irrelevant. Yet, Suyu's emergence and his formidable insight made Tobirama acutely aware for the first time that the human heart could be the most powerful yet fragile weapon of all. If Suyu's assertions were indeed accurate, and if his methods could truly identify those unstable elements or even unmask flawlessly disguised spies, the strategic implications for Konoha would rival that of an S-rank forbidden technique. Turning back to Suyu, Tobirama's expression was a complex blend of contemplation and resolve. Indeed, you are more dangerous and useful than I anticipated. He made his decision. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. He retrieved a moderately thick dossier from a mountain of paperwork and tossed it before Suyu. This is the file of a particular elite jonin, codenamed Hawk. It contains all records from their graduation from the Ninja Academy to the present. I require a psychological profile report within a day. Suyu picked up the dossier and casually flipped through its contents. The documents were densely packed with various task details, ranging from D to A ranks, richly illustrated and remarkably thorough. Without a hint of hesitation, Suyu closed the dossier, rose, and prepared to depart, mentioning that the report would be placed on your desk by tomorrow morning. Oh, and as a token of gratitude, my office's tea leaves are in need of replenishment. Although I cannot discern their flavor, their aroma is still delightful. After speaking, he did not await a response from Tobirama and exited the office with a nonchalant stride. Watching his languid silhouette vanish at the door, Senju Tobirama resumed his seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk. The document he had handed to Suyu was far from an ordinary file. Codename Xiao. This distinguished jonin was an elite member of Konoha's Umbu and one of Tobirama's most trusted subordinates. His demeanor was composed, his task completion rate remarkably high, and his resolve unyielding, earning him the moniker Shield of the Umbu. However, he was also a pawn orchestrated by Tobirama, a perfect benchmark to assess Suyu's capabilities. Should Suyu's analysis prove to be vague and ambiguous, it would indicate that his abilities were merely a facade. Conversely, if he could truly penetrate the steel-like will of Xiao, Tobirama's gaze deepened with contemplation. The following morning, upon entering his office, Tobirama immediately spotted the report composed on standard Konoha stationery. Approaching the desk, he picked it up. The report was concise, spanning only 2 pages, with clear handwriting that bore an inexplicable casualness. Psychological Profile Report on Codename Xiao, Reporter, Konoha's Chief Psychological Advisor, self-proclaimed. Suyu. Upon seeing this heading, Tobirama's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He suppressed the urge to scoff and continued reading. 1. Surface Personality Analysis. Xiao exhibits a personality that typifies the guardian archetype. He possesses a profound sense of responsibility, selfless dedication, and unwavering adherence to rules and order. His loyalty to the village and the Hokage is unquestionable, bordering on the level of faith. In the execution of tasks, he demonstrates extraordinary calmness and decisiveness, making him a flawless executor of commands. At this juncture, Tobirama nodded slightly. This assessment aligned almost perfectly with his own evaluation of Xiao. It was precise, but still within the realm of the ordinary. An experienced commander could derive similar conclusions from a task report. He continued to read. 2. Deep-seated motivations and core needs. Zhao's fundamental motivation does not stem from an understanding of the grand concepts of the will of fire, but rather from a more primal emotion, atonement. All his actions are driven by a profound sense of indebtedness that resides deep within his psyche. This sense of indebtedness fuels his ironclad will and represents his greatest psychological vulnerability. Tobirama's pupils constricted in shock. Atonement? Indebtedness? He pressed onward. 3. Potential risk assessment. 1. Self-destructive tendencies. Given that his behavior is predicated on atonement, Xiao subconsciously opts for the most perilous and death-defying methods when executing high-pressure missions. He is not devoid of fear, but rather, on a subconscious level, he perceives death as the ultimate redemption. Recommendation: avoid assigning him to long-term high-risk covert missions alone, otherwise, his spirit will swiftly be depleted. 2. Emotional triggers. The records indicate that Zhao's family perished during the early years of conflict. This concept of family represents the most tender and untouchable aspect of his psyche. Should a scenario arise during a mission involving the protection of families or innocent children, his judgment may be severely impaired, leading him to act contrary to mission priorities. 3. Absolute loyalty. His loyalty is directed toward the symbolic figure of the Hokage rather than any individual. This loyalty, while pure, is also exceedingly perilous. If he perceives any actions by the current Hokage as a betrayal of the Hokage's symbol he venerates, he will unhesitatingly turn against the current Hokage. In his logic, there exists no gray area, it is black or white. Conclusion: a powerful, reliable, yet profoundly fragile tool. Psychological intervention is advised to assist him in processing his early traumas. Otherwise, this sharpest of shields may one day shatter from within. P.S. This task is mentally taxing. Next time, higher compensation is warranted. Tobirama's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the report. He lifted his gaze to the window, his eyes brimming with tumultuous waves of emotion. Suyu had accurately discerned everything. Regarding Zhao's past, a narrative classified as S-rank secret, only he possessed the knowledge. Zhao's family had been eradicated by Konoha's higher-ups due to a false intelligence report, with only the young Xiao surviving. When the truth eventually surfaced, the village compensated him but buried the reality. He carried the heavy burden of vengeance and complex emotions toward the village, becoming the most loyal member of the Umbu. He was not serving the village. He was seeking atonement for his family's sins. And Suyu had unraveled this truth through a mere cold dossier. This was beyond insight. It was sorcery. Summon him at once. Tobirama commanded gravely. An Umbu member appeared before him in an instant. Have Suyu come to see me immediately. Yes. After the Umbu vanished, Tobirama slammed the report down onto the desk with force. He stared at the final remark about requiring higher compensation, realizing for the first time what it meant to face a genuine predicament. This Suyu possessed weapons far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Chapter 11. Danzo's Conspiracy and Unexpected Developments. Shimura Danzo had been suspended. This news spread quietly like a gust of wind among the upper echelons of Konoha. For the vast majority of ninjas, it was merely an ordinary personnel shift within the higher ranks, insignificant in nature. However, for those privy to the underlying circumstances, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami, it was undoubtedly a seismic upheaval. Danzo had confined himself within his home for 3 consecutive days without venturing outside. In the dimly lit room, no lights were turned on. Only a sliver of light filtered through the window's crevice, illuminating the dust particles swirling in the air. Danzo sat in this gloom, expressionless, his gaze vacant. Tobirama's words echoed in his mind like an incantation. Foolish, impulsive, utterly chaotic. Like a child who wails and rolls on the ground when deprived of candy. You have made yourself a complete laughingstock. Each word pierced his heart like needles. He was unwilling to accept this. Why? Why did Hiruzen receive the teacher's unwavering trust and expectations, while he, having only been slightly more radical, was reprimanded so thoroughly? Why did that man named Tsuyu, a mysterious figure of unknown origins, sit high atop the Hokage building, critiquing everyone, while he, who was willing to sacrifice everything for the village, was subjected to punishment here? He could not acquiesce. Jealousy, anger, humiliation, an array of negative emotions slithered through his mind like venomous serpents, gnawing at his very essence. He could not let this go unchallenged. Confronting Tsuyu directly was no longer feasible. The teacher's warning resonated in his ears. He could not repeat the same mistakes. If he could not approach openly, then he would do so covertly. A plan began to take shape in his darkened mind. He could not kill Tsuyu. That monster was a reincarnation body, impervious to death. What he needed to do was unveil his true nature. Danzo did not believe that Tsuyu was entirely devoid of weaknesses, nor did he accept that he was merely an advisor incapable of physical prowess. The ability to see into the hearts of others was, in itself, a formidable power. He intended to force Tsuyu to employ this power or compel him to reveal a more terrifying, inhuman side. As long as Tsuyu exhibited any threatening or abnormal behavior in the public eye, he would have ample reason to approach the Hokage again and unite with others in the village to isolate this destabilizing factor completely, even to the point of sealing him away. Yes, sealing. Since he could not be killed, let him suffer eternal humiliation. With this thought, the flames of obsession and madness reignited in Danzo's eyes. He began to secretly orchestrate his plans through the forces he had cultivated over the years in the shadows. He required a stage, one that was sufficiently grand, conspicuous, and natural. Days later, an expansive area to the west of the Hidden Leaf Village was undergoing extensive civil engineering. In response to the increasingly tense situation, Senju Tobirama had ordered the fortification of the village's defenses, constructing new watchtowers and trap zones. A multitude of ninjas and civilian laborers were bustling about, with dust swirling and excitement in the air. It was during this time that Tsuyu casually strolled into the scene, feeling somewhat vexed. Ever since he submitted the psychological profile report on the owl, Tobirama's gaze towards him had grown increasingly unsettling, filled with a mix of wariness, curiosity, and a desire to dissect him for study, which made Tsuyu feel quite uncomfortable. Moreover, Tobirama had begun to assign him tasks with increasing intensity. Today, he was to analyze the psychological stability of a certain Umbu unit, and tomorrow, assess the task compatibility of another team. Dubbed as a consultant, in reality, he was being utilized as a living psychological scanner. Tsuyu protested vehemently, demanding a raise in remuneration to be compensated with a lifetime free voucher for a bowl of ramen. However, Tobirama dismissed him with a curt "get lost." Feeling dejected, Tsuyu decided to take a stroll, bask in the sun, and observe how the villagers of this era engaged in infrastructure development. A group of modestly dressed workers was laboriously pulling on a massive rope, attempting to hoist a boulder weighing several tons onto the newly constructed wall. A chunin was commanding the operation, shouting slogans. Tsuyu found a small hillock that wouldn't obstruct anyone and settled down comfortably, quietly critiquing the scene before him. Truly, the efficiency was appalling. In his homeland, such a task would have been completed with a few cranes. Why rely on manpower? Oh wait, they had earth-release ninjas. Indeed. He spotted two ninjas beneath the boulder, hands forming seals, pressing against the ground. The solid earth transformed into a marshy softness, facilitating the movement of the boulder. The fusion of earth release and construction was quite innovative. If only they could develop a water release concrete mixing technique and a fire release quick-drying method. Wouldn't their construction speed soar? Tsuyu's thoughts began to drift uncontrollably. He was entirely oblivious to the pair of sinister eyes nearby, fixated on him through binoculars from a makeshift watchtower. A cold smirk crept across Danzo's lips. He had arrived. This lazy fellow indeed gravitated towards populated areas. He glanced at his trusted subordinate and signaled with a glance. The ninja understood immediately and departed silently. At the construction site, the hoisting operation reached a critical juncture. The boulder had been raised to over 10 meters in height, directly above the freshly laid foundation. The commanding chunin shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. Prepare to lower. 3, 2. Just as he was about to shout one, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the thick rope, thicker than an adult's thigh, inexplicably snapped in two. What? The rope broke. Scatter! Panic erupted among the crowd, screams of terror resounding. The boulder, freed from all restraint, plummeted with catastrophic force toward the ground. Its target was none other than the very hillock where Tsuyu sat. This was no coincidence. "Mr. Tsuyu, danger!" A familiar voice cried out as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who happened to be patrolling the area that day, rushed into view. Seeing this scene, his heart raced. Without a moment's thought, he prepared to use body flicker technique to save him. However, it was too late. The boulder's descent was too swift. From the moment the rope snapped to its impact on Tsuyu, the entire process took less than a second. Everyone witnessing the event held their breath in horror, as if they could already envision the gruesome scene of the lazy man being pulverized into a bloody pulp. Yet, at this critical moment, Tsuyu, seated on the hillock, leisurely lifted his head. He gazed at the rapidly approaching boulder, his expression devoid of panic, even stifling a yawn. "Oh dear," he muttered softly. "Why is it so difficult to enjoy a little sun?" Then, amidst the horrified stares of onlookers, he remained utterly motionless. He didn't even intend to stand up, simply watching as the boulder descended upon him. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, shaking the very earth. Dust billowed upwards, obscuring everyone's view. No. Hiruzen's anguished roar was drowned out by the cacophony. It was over. Everything was over. Meanwhile, from the distant watchtower, Danzo's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. He fixated on the cloud of dust, urging, "Quick, show me. Reveal what you truly are. Will you emerge unscathed, or become a broken, need-to-be-repaired reincarnated corpse? Regardless of the outcome, your secrets shall be laid bare under the sun." Chapter 12. The Mightiest Shield. Online humor. Dust filled the air, and the entire world seemed to be trapped in a bag of gray powder, violently shaken. Boom! The deafening explosion tore through the air, causing the earth to shudder violently. Everyone was thrown off balance by the shockwave, with several nearby civilian laborers fainting from the impact. No. Hiruzen's furious shout was swallowed by the din. His body transformed into an afterimage as he activated the body flicker technique, yet ultimately arrived too late. He watched helplessly as the mountain-like boulder descended with an irresistible force, accurately striking the figure lounging casually below. It was over. This thought flashed through Hiruzen's mind. Meanwhile, Danzo's body trembled slightly with excitement from the watchtower. He nearly crushed the binoculars in his grip, his eyes glued to the area shrouded in dust, not blinking. It was done, regardless of the outcome. His objective had been achieved. As the dust began to slowly dissipate, the gray curtain enveloping everything was gently torn apart by the wind. At that moment, everyone's breath hung, suspended in the air. Hiruzen stood frozen, fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. He dared not look, yet felt compelled to. A massive crater had formed where the small hillock once stood, its edges littered with countless shattered stones, the largest no bigger than a human head. Yet, in the center of the crater, there was nothing. Only a fine, shimmering dust floated gently in the breeze. This dust possessed an indescribable quality. Neither ordinary soil nor stone powder, but rather something akin to a substance deconstructed to its utmost limits. "Mr. Tsuyu." Hiruzen's voice trembled, nearly inaudible. He knew that a reincarnated body could reform, but witnessing this scene made his heart tighten painfully. The dust lingered in the air for a few seconds before beginning to spin in a rhythmic manner. Initially slow, almost imperceptible spirals, they gradually accelerated and intensified. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "What is that?" "The dust is moving." The twinkling particles of dust began to drift purposefully out of the pit, not scattered by the wind, but moving with intent. They traversed the panicked crowd and the scattered construction materials. Gliding towards a relatively quiet corner at the edge of the construction site, there stood a solitary old tree, beneath which lay a smooth stone. The dust gathered around the stone, slowly and methodically reassembling itself. First, a vague human silhouette emerged, followed by more defined facial features. Next, the texture of clothing appeared, culminating in a pair of eyes that always bore a languid expression. The entire process unfolded over approximately 3 minutes. As the last particle of dust settled into place, Tsuyu manifested entirely upon the stone in the shade of the tree. He maintained the exact same seated posture as before, with even the creases of his clothing perfectly intact. The sole distinction was his change of location, moving from a small earthen mound in the center of the construction site to the shaded corner at the edge. Tsuyu exhaled softly and stretched leisurely. Finally, it was quieter. His voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, imbued with a languorous tone as if he had just awakened. "How is this possible?" A trembling ninja pointed at Tsuyu, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a complete thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at the reappearing Tsuyu, his mind a blank slate. He had witnessed the demonstration of the Edo Tensei's reunion process by Master Tobirama, yet he had never seen such a serene reconstruction. Typically, the reassembly of ordinary Edo Tensei bodies was accompanied by agonizing struggles and chaotic chakra fluctuations. However, Tsuyu's reunion resembled an elegant performance of art. Each particle of dust knew its destination, and every cell returned to its place in perfect sequence. There was no pain, no struggle, not even any excess chakra fluctuations. It was as if he had always belonged there. On the lookout tower, Shimura Danzo's expression turned exceedingly grim. His plan had succeeded halfway. Tsuyu had indeed revealed his identity as an Edo Tensei. Yet the other half was utterly unexpected. This unflustered manner of reassembly not only failed to render Tsuyu terrifying, but instead made him appear even more enigmatic. What was worse, however, was Tsuyu's choice of reunion site, not in place, but in a safer, more comfortable corner. What did that imply? It suggested that at the moment of his destruction, his consciousness remained clear, still capable of thought and choice. This exceeded Danzo's understanding of the Edo Tensei technique. The murmurs among the workers at the construction site began to swell. Is he truly human? But why does he exude no malice? He appears so calm. Was that stone merely a coincidence? Listening to these discussions, Tsuyu furrowed his brow slightly. He stood up from the stone and brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire. Everyone, disperse, he said. His voice was soft, yet inexplicably soothing. It was merely a minor incident. There's nothing to see. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rushed over. Tsuyu-sensei, wait. Worry and guilt were etched on Hiruzen's face. Was that truly just an accident? Tsuyu paused, glancing back at him. In his eyes flickered an almost imperceptible depth of meaning. What do you think? He replied, his tone still languid, yet laden with implication. Hiruzen, in this world, true accidents are exceedingly rare. Most events that appear coincidental bear the marks of human intervention. It is merely that some traces are too faint, and some individuals are too astute, rendering them undetectable to the average person. As he spoke, Tsuyu's gaze inadvertently swept towards the distant lookout tower. That glance was fleeting, almost negligible, yet Hiruzen caught it. Following Tsuyu's line of sight, he caught sight of a hurried figure retreating atop the tower. Danzo. Hiruzen's pupils constricted instantaneously. Although the distance was great, he was too familiar with the form of his classmate. That fleeting figure was undoubtedly Danzo. In Danzo's appearance, there could not possibly be a coincidence. Tsuyu-sensei, Hiruzen's voice took on a grave tone. Are you suggesting that the ropes rupture earlier? I said nothing. Tsuyu interjected, waving his hand to cut him off. I am but an ordinary advisor, uninterested in dangerous conjectures. After all, suspecting one's comrades can be quite burdensome. I simply wish to find a quiet place to continue enjoying my afternoon. With that, he turned to leave, his pace still leisurely. However, Hiruzen discerned a deeper meaning in Tsuyu's words. Tsuyu did not directly accuse Danzo, yet he had laid all the clues bare. The peculiar timing of the rope's rupture, Danzo's suspicious presence atop the lookout tower, this was more than sufficient. Hiruzen's fists gradually clenched. If it truly were Danzo, if he had indeed orchestrated such an incident out of personal vendetta, then he had irrevocably crossed a line. At the construction site, others continued to discuss the miraculous scene that had just unfolded. Yet Tsuyu had already walked far away, and their attention gradually waned. For ordinary villagers, the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei felt too distant. They were more concerned about whether today's progress on the project would be affected. Atop the lookout tower, Shimura Danzo pressed himself against the wall, gasping for breath. That brief glance from Tsuyu had sent shivers down his spine. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, he had distinctly perceived the depth of meaning within that gaze. Tsuyu knew. He understood that this was no accident. He knew who was manipulating things from behind the scenes. Yet what was more terrifying was his choice to remain silent. He did not expose the truth on the spot, did not raise an accusatory voice, nor did he display the slightest hint of anger. Instead, he subtly implied all the truths to Hiruzen. This method was far more terrifying than direct retaliation, as it rendered Danzo unable to refute or justify his actions. Damn it, Danzo muttered under his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had initially believed that once Tsuyu revealed his inhuman side, he could incite the villagers' fear and subsequently isolate this monster. But it now appeared he had entirely underestimated Tsuyu's capabilities. If Sarutobi Hiruzen truly began to suspect him, if this matter reached Master Tobirama's ears, Danzo dared not continue that thought. He could only watch helplessly as Suyu's figure faded into the distance, his heart a tempest of rage and fear. Meanwhile, Suyu had reached the village's edge. A clear stream meandered nearby, accompanied by several weeping willows. He settled beneath the largest willow, leaning against the trunk and closing his eyes. What a nuisance, he murmured softly to himself. I had hoped to quietly blend in until the plot commenced. Yet there are always those who won't allow me my peace. The earlier destruction had brought him no pain. The Edo Tensei body, composed of chakra, could naturally reassemble after being physically dismantled. However, he did not wish to reveal this fact under the public's gaze, not out of fear, but rather due to the trouble it would incite. Some would be frightened, others curious, and some would seek to exploit the situation. In such a case, his tranquil days would be irrevocably disrupted. Yet, it seemed that, in hindsight, this outcome was not entirely unfavorable. At least Danzo's petty scheme had been effortlessly unraveled. Furthermore, that clever lad Hiruzen had likely already pieced together some insights. Next, we shall observe your handling of the situation, the future third generation. Suyu opened his eyes, gazing at his reflection in the stream. The visage mirrored in the water still bore that languid expression, yet deep within his eyes flickered a certain elusive brilliance. Danzo perceived him as a threat, intent on eliminating him. Tobirama regarded him merely as a tool, seeking to exploit him. In truth, he was merely an ordinary person desiring resurrection, yearning to savor the taste of ramen. Chapter 13. Irreparable fractures. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was even colder than before. Senju Tobirama sat in the main seat, his expression inscrutable, but within his crimson eyes, it seemed glaciers were fracturing. Before him stood three individuals, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Suyu. Suyu had been summoned by Tobirama's Umbu, ostensibly as a victim of the incident, required to cooperate with the investigation. Hiruzen's countenance was grim as he held a report detailing that the rope suspending the massive stone had been severed by a unique wind release technique. The incision was exceedingly subtle. It would have gone unnoticed without meticulous examination. In contrast, Danzo hung his head, silent as a lifeless statue. Danzo, Tobirama finally spoke. His voice calm, yet beneath it lay the tremors of an impending eruption. Do you have anything to say? Danzo's body shifted slightly as he slowly raised his head, meeting Tobirama's gaze. The fervor and resentment that had previously animated his eyes were now replaced by a desolate grayness. No, he uttered. At this juncture, any defense would be futile. He recognized his defeat, utterly and irrevocably. Tobirama regarded his demeanor, disappointment nearly spilling from his gaze. I offered you an opportunity, he stated, weariness threading his tone. My intention was for you to reflect, to understand what it truly means to act in the village's best interest. True strength lies not in ruthless cunning, but in the mastery of one's emotions and desires. Yet your actions have demonstrated that you absorbed nothing. Instead of reflecting, you escalated your transgressions, employing increasingly vile and foolish methods to challenge my limits and jeopardize the village's stability. You orchestrated accidents at the construction site, attempting to frame others, even endangering innocent civilians and shinobi. Shimura Danzo, your conduct has long since diverged from that of a Konoha ninja. You have strayed into the path of darkness. The words path of darkness struck Danzo like a heavy hammer upon his heart, causing his body to tremble violently, his lips paling. I did not, he instinctively protested. I merely sought to unveil his true nature. I never intended to harm others. You never considered it? Hiruzen could no longer contain himself, his anger propelling him to hurl the report onto the floor. If that stone had deviated even slightly, it would have crushed those civilian laborers. If Mr. Suyu did not possess exceptional abilities, he would have been obliterated in what you term an accident. Is this what you call not considering? Hiruzen, Danzo spun towards him, his eyes bloodshot. You do not comprehend. That man is the greatest threat. His very existence erodes Konoha. Everything I have done is for the protection of the village. To protect the village, you think it justifies your reckless behavior? Hiruzen shouted. Your protection subjects your comrades, your friends, to your schemes and suspicions? Danzo awakened. You are no longer acting for the village. You are merely pursuing your own twisted obsession. Their argument escalated, laden with intensity and anguish. This was no longer a clash of ideals. It was a complete rupture. Once the closest of friends, the most synchronized of comrades. They had shared each other's backs on the battlefield. Now, only suspicion, rage, and an unfathomable chasm remained between them. Suyu observed silently from the sidelines. a mere spectator to this fracture destined to be etched into Konoha's dark history. He understood that from this moment forth, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the light and dark of Konoha's future, would irrevocably part ways, with no possibility of return. He, too, was the final straw that broke the camel's back of their friendship. Alas, what a transgression, he sighed inwardly without sincerity. I merely wished to quietly serve as a talisman. How did I become the catalyst for this familial drama? Silence. Tobirama's roar instantaneously silenced the entire office. His gaze swept from Hiruzen's furious countenance to Danzo's contorted face, before finally closing his eyes. After a protracted silence, he reopened them, all emotions drained away, leaving only the absolute rationality and decisiveness befitting the second Hokage. Shimura Danzo, he articulated deliberately, your actions have severely violated the village's laws and undermined Konoha's foundation. However, considering your past contributions and your father's sacrifices for the village, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Danzo's heart raced, rising to his throat. Effective immediately, you are no longer a member of the Sarutobi team. I will establish a new department, one that exists in the shadows. This department shall be responsible for managing the village's filth, executing those dark tasks that cannot be documented. It bears no name, no official structure. Its members will relinquish their personal identities, emotions, and everything else, existing solely as roots to protect the great tree that is Konoha. Each word from Tobirama carried an undeniable weight. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. Teacher, you mean? He grasped a terrible possibility. Tobirama ignored him, fixing his cold gaze upon Danzo. Shimura Danzo, do you wish to become the leader of this buried root? You will possess the power you desire to do what you deem correct. But the price is that you will forever dwell in darkness, your achievements unknown, your existence a blight upon Konoha. Do you accept? This was a choice, one leading to endless darkness, yet also to immeasurable power. For Danzo at this moment, it was akin to the most potent poison, yet also the sole antidote. The position of Hokage was now entirely out of reach, devoid of any hope. Abandoned by the light, he would embrace the darkness. Danzo's breathing quickened as he gazed at his teacher, at those eyes which offered him one last chance. The desolate gray within his own eyes gradually transformed into a deeper, more terrifying blackness. He knelt on one knee, bowing his proud head. I accept. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Hiruzen painfully closed his eyes, knowing he had irrevocably lost his friend, the one known as Shimura Danzo. From this day forth, before him would stand the king of Konoha's shadows, the leader of the roots. Tsuyu watched in astonishment. Good heavens, I am witnessing the birth of the roots. Tobirama truly was a formidable individual. He recognized that although Danzo's blade was crooked and sinister, it was sufficiently sharp, rather than discarding him. It was better to find a place for him to strike down those unworthy foes lurking in the shadows, employing poison against poison, confronting darkness with darkness. What a quintessential realist. Very well, Tobirama nodded. From now on, you shall handle those loose ends. I do not wish to hear any further rumors regarding this incident within the village. Understood. Danzo accepted the command, rising without casting another glance at anyone. Turning to exit the office. As he reached the doorway, he paused momentarily, tilting his head to cast a lingering glance at Tsuyu with his shadowed eyes. In that gaze, there was no trace of anger or resentment, only a chilling darkness akin to an unfathomable abyss. Subsequently, he turned away without a backward glance and departed. In the office, only Tobi, Hiruzen, and Tsuyu remained, the atmosphere still heavy with tension. Sensei, Tobi spoke up. From this day forth, you must learn to bear the burden alone. What you are to protect are the branches and sunlight of Konoha, while the darkness beneath will find its own place. Tobi's voice bore a barely perceptible fatigue. Go and reassure those at the construction site. This matter ends here. Yes, Hiruzen replied quietly, bowing his head before turning to leave. His silhouette seemed somewhat desolate. The expansive office was now left with only Senju Tobirama and Tsuyu. Tobirama rubbed his temples, the weight of the proceedings evidently exhausting him. You have seen it all, he stated to Tsuyu, his tone ambiguous, neither declarative nor inquisitive. I have, Tsuyu nodded. What a spectacular display of power. Lord Second, you truly are an adept leader who makes the most of resources. Tobirama snorted softly. You appear quite pleased? Not exactly pleased, merely finding it rather intriguing, Tsuyu shrugged. However, speaking of the victim here, shouldn't I receive some form of compensation? Tobirama raised an eyebrow. What sort of compensation do you seek? Suyu pondered, stroking his chin. Emotional damages, reputation damages, and not to mention my destroyed leisurely afternoon tea. Adding these up, a permanent VIP seat at Ichiraku Ramen wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Tobirama inhaled deeply, opting not to engage further with this eccentric individual. Get out. All right then. Suyu complied amiably, standing and making his way to the door. He turned back with a cheerful smile. By the way, Lord Second, I have a tea appointment with Uchiha Kagami tomorrow. That doesn't tea violate any rules, does it? Tobirama's brow furrowed. Uchiha Kagami. He recalled the words Kagami had spoken that day at the Nanga River. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. He was curious to see what this man, who had driven Danzo into the shadows and left Hiruzen exhausted, would concoct with the most distinctive member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 14. Afternoon tea with the Uchiha. The following afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Suyu arrived at the Uchiha clan settlement as agreed. It was his first time stepping into this place. Compared to other areas of the village, it was noticeably more orderly, yet eerily quiet. The houses lining the streets shared a uniform style, each adorned with the red and white fan emblem, showcasing the clan's pride and exclusivity. Few pedestrians traversed the road. Whenever an Uchiha clan member passed by and spotted the peculiarly dressed outsider, they cast wary and scrutinizing glances. TSK. This atmosphere feels as if I've entered a military-restricted zone, Suyu mused internally. No wonder they're isolated, with such an air of keep your distance. Who would want to engage with you? Uchiha Kagami was already waiting at his doorstep. Upon spotting Suyu, he promptly approached, a warm smile brightening the otherwise cold atmosphere. Welcome, Suyu-san. Apologies for the intrusion, Suyu acknowledged with a nod. Kagami's home was a quintessential Japanese courtyard, modest yet meticulously maintained, indicative of a host with a keen appreciation for life's finer details. The two sat facing each other beneath the corridor, a refined tea set placed before them. Kagami personally prepared a cup of tea for Suyu, the aroma wafting invitingly through the air. Please enjoy. This tea is a specialty of our Uchiha clan, known for its calming effects. Thank you. Suyu lifted the cup, feigning a thoughtful sniff before taking a delicate sip, ultimately displaying an expression of contentment. In truth, he could discern no flavor whatsoever. Yet his graceful demeanor elicited a sense of respect from Kagami, whose smile widened. Suyu-san, Kagami set down his cup, his expression growing serious. I have heard about Danzo. Has Tobirama-sensei truly established root? His information network appeared astute, clearly having connections among Konoha's upper echelons. Yes. Suyu replied nonchalantly, merely an obscure department, nothing of great significance. Kagami sighed softly, a flicker of concern in his gaze. What troubles me is not Danzo or root, he said earnestly, but the village itself. When light and darkness are so starkly divided, I fear that one day, the darkness may retaliate against the light. Suyu regarded him with mild surprise. This fellow perceived matters with remarkable clarity. He truly was the enlightened one of the Uchiha. Who can predict the future? Suyu replied, wishing to steer the conversation away from such a heavy topic. You didn't invite me here merely to discuss this, did you? Kagami nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of complexity. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Suyu-san, you possess the wisdom to see through the hearts of others. Thus, I seek your counsel on a question that has long troubled me and our Uchiha clan. Oh, Suyu's interest piqued. Do share. It concerns the rift. Kagami began slowly. Our Uchiha clan is one of the founding families of Konoha. We have shed blood for the village, sacrificing countless members. We established the Konoha police force, dedicating ourselves to maintaining peace and order. Yet, at some point, the perception of us changed. The villagers now regard us with a mixture of reverence and distance. They depend on our strength, yet they also fear it. Some in our clan have grown discontented and resentful, becoming increasingly radical, believing the village has wronged the Uchiha. This attitude, in turn, exacerbates the vigilance of others in the village toward us. It is an inescapable cycle. The more we strive to prove ourselves, the more isolated we become. The more isolated we are, the heavier our pride and resentment grow. Kagami's face was etched with profound helplessness and anguish. Suyu-san, can you tell me why this is? What has birthed this rift between us and the village? He posed the ultimate question that had plagued the Uchiha clan for decades. Suyu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. After Kagami finished speaking, he leisurely lifted his teacup and took another sip. Kagami, Suyu began, setting down the cup and gazing at him intently. What do you believe a label is? A label? Kagami blinked, momentarily puzzled by Suyu's sudden inquiry. Yes, a label, Suyu elaborated. For instance, when one mentions the Senju clan, what comes to mind? The first Hokage, the formidable wood release, the forest of the Senju, correct? Those are their labels. When one speaks of the Sarutobi clan, one thinks of mastery in various ninjutsu and being proficient in teaching. The Nara clan evokes thoughts of high intelligence and shadow imitation techniques. These are all labels. Now what about the Uchiha? Suyu's gaze sharpened. What do you think of? The Sharingan, potent ocular jutsu, a proud demeanor, or perhaps dangerous emotions? Kagami's body trembled slightly. Suyu continued. Labels serve as a means to simplify understanding of a group. They allow for quick comprehension, yet they also breed prejudice. When a label is repeatedly reinforced, it embeds itself in the consciousness, evolving into a stereotype. People no longer seek to understand each vibrant individual within this community. Instead, they simply define you through labels. This phenomenon is known in psychology as the labeling effect. Once the Uchiha clan is branded with labels such as powerful, arrogant, and dangerous, everything you do will be interpreted through this lens. When you diligently maintain the order of the village, they perceive it as a manifestation of your desire for power. When you excel in battle, they view it as a display of your prowess. If your clansmen express dissatisfaction, they will think, see, as expected. The Uchiha are a pack of ungrateful wolves. Every word from Suyu is like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the bloody reality of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami's face grew increasingly pale. How could this be? This is not the end. Suyu's voice was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible persuasiveness. The labeling effect is merely an external factor. The more terrifying reality lies within. When you are isolated and misunderstood by the world, what will you do? You will instinctively huddle together for warmth, relying more on your kin. You will continuously emphasize the pride of the Uchiha internally, using this as a means to combat external pressures. This leads to a more dangerous psychological phenomenon known as group polarization. In other words, a viewpoint within a closed group will be continually reinforced, ultimately becoming increasingly extreme and radical. Any moderate, rational voice will be drowned out by the fervor of the group. The voices of the radicals dissatisfied with the village will be amplified within the clan meetings, while those like you, who wish to coexist peacefully with the village, will be seen as weak or traitorous. Over time, the entire Uchiha clan will drift further down this radical path, until turning back is no longer an option. After finishing, Suyu lifted his teacup and drank the now cold tea in one gulp. The entire courtyard fell into a profound silence. Uchiha Kagami sat there, stunned as if struck by lightning. The terms labeling effect and group polarization, which he had never encountered before, sliced through the fog in his mind like two bolts of lightning. The questions he had struggled to comprehend, the endless cycle that had plagued him for half his life, were now laid bare by Suyu in a manner he could never have imagined. So this is how it is. The issue has never solely been the wariness of the outside world. It is also that they have, step by step, pushed themselves toward the precipice. Their pride has become the cage that confines them. Their unity has turned into a breeding ground for extremism. Thud. Uchiha Kagami suddenly fell to the ground, deeply bowing to Suyu, performing a full prostration. Mr. Suyu, his voice trembled with unparalleled admiration. Hearing your words today is worth more than 10 years of study. My mind has been opened. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of reverence. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. He quickly reached out to assist him. No. Uchiha Kagami insisted on remaining down, raising his head, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light, a light that signified finding direction and hope. Mr. Suyu, you are my mentor. Please tell me. Is there still hope for the Uchiha? What should we do? Chapter 15. The Seed of Breaking the Ice. Looking at Uchiha Kagami, who was prostrated on the ground with a devotion akin to a pilgrimage, Suyu felt slightly overwhelmed. My friend, your reaction is rather exaggerated, isn't it? I merely introduced you to two basic concepts in social psychology. How did it elevate to the level of mentorship? Is the spiritual life in your world so impoverished? Clearing his throat, he said, Come on, get up, and let us have a proper conversation. Suyu adopted an air of profundity, forcibly pulling Kagami up. Kneeling down is not the attitude for solving problems. Yes, I have been disrespectful, Uchiha Kagami replied as he sat up straight, his posture far more respectful than before. Akin to a student attentively listening in class, Suyu gazed into his shining eyes, filled with a thirst for knowledge, and sighed internally. It seemed that without offering him some guidance, he wouldn't be able to leave today. Well, saving the Uchiha does sound like a rather challenging topic. Having more friends means more paths. Nurturing a good relationship with the future conscience of the Uchiha can only be beneficial. With that thought, Tsuyu cleared his throat and began. To resolve the issue, one must first understand its root cause. Do you grasp what I just conveyed? Yes, I understand. Uchiha Kagami responded immediately. There is the external challenge of the labeling effect and the internal concern of group polarization. Both are interrelated, forming a vicious cycle that ultimately leads to an insurmountable chasm between us Uchiha and the village. Indeed, you are teachable, Tsuyu nodded in satisfaction. Since the root of the problem has been identified, finding a solution should not be overly difficult. Uchiha Kagami's breathing quickened, and he leaned forward, listening intently. To break this deadlock, the effort cannot solely rest on one side. It is unrealistic to expect the villagers to eliminate their stereotypes of you in a short time. Tsuyu said slowly, therefore, the breakthrough must come from within the Uchiha. From within us? Kagami inquired, somewhat puzzled. Yes. Tsuyu extended a finger. The first thing you must do is actively remove the labels affixed to yourselves. Remove the labels? Exactly. You have been labeled as proud, exclusionary, and mysterious. Thus, you must act contrary to these labels. Do you understand? Uchiha Kagami frowned in thought, and after a moment, a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. You mean we should become humble, open, and transparent? Smart. Tsuyu regarded him approvingly. However, mere slogans are insufficient. You must take concrete actions. Furthermore, avoid grandiose narratives that lack substance, such as the Uchiha will always be the Uchiha of Konoha. No one will believe such statements, no matter how many times they are repeated. Start small and create subtle changes. Observing the bewildered Kagami, Tsuyu decided to provide some practical examples. Let me give you a few suggestions. First, starting with the next generation of ninjas, you can propose within the clan that all Uchiha Genin, upon graduating, must be assigned to teams that include members from other clans. It must not be allowed for 3 Uchiha to form a single team. Uchiha Kagami trembled. This was a perspective he had never considered. The Uchiha had always been accustomed to forming internal teams, believing this maximized the synergy of the Sharingan. Yet, this also exacerbated their estrangement from the outside world. Let the children execute missions alongside their non-Uchiha peers from a young age, experiencing life and death together, sharing joys and sorrows. Tsuyu's voice carried a unique guiding quality. When a child's best friend is from the Hyuga clan, and their most trusted teammate is from the Aburame clan, will they still view the Uchiha as special and isolated? When ninjas from other villages see Uchiha members activating their Sharingan to protect their comrades from the Inuzuka clan, will they still perceive you as cold-hearted? Uchiha Kagami's eyes sparkled brighter. He seemed to see a new door slowly opening before him. Second, regarding the Konoha police force, Tsuyu continued. I understand this is a source of pride for your clan, a power bestowed upon you by the Second Hokage. However, this power is also a double-edged sword, placing you in opposition to other villagers as the enforcers and the enforced. You could advocate for a reform, such as establishing a joint patrol system. Each month, select a portion of individuals from other clans, like the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, to join the daily patrols of the police force. In name, it is a collaboration, but in essence, it is an opportunity for more people to witness your working state firsthand. Let them observe how the Uchiha ninjas resolve neighborhood disputes, apprehend thieves, and vigilantly safeguard the tranquility of the village during the late hours of night. When they become personally involved, the rumors of Uchiha's bullying will naturally dissipate. Is this feasible? Uchiha Kagami hesitated, noting that the police force is our foundation, and that allowing outsiders to intervene might concern the elders of our clan. Note my wording. It is a collaboration, not an intervention, Tsuyu corrected. The initiative remains in your hands. This is a gesture, a demonstration of openness. Moreover, do you believe that the Nara clan, with their intelligence, would fail to perceive the goodwill behind your actions? They will only conclude that the Uchiha have finally awakened, willing to lower themselves and work alongside everyone to build the village. Kagami's breath became heavy as his mind raced, assessing the feasibility of these suggestions. The more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became. These recommendations, though seemingly minor, precisely struck at the heart of the issues. They did not infringe upon the core interests of the Uchiha, yet could fundamentally dismantle the invisible wall, bit by bit. There is also a third point, the most crucial one. Suyu's expression turned serious as he looked at him. Kagami, you must remember not to place all your hopes on a single individual. A shiver ran through Uchiha Kagami. I understand that you Uchiha, or rather the entire shinobi world, harbor a hero worship complex. There is always a desire for a savior, an extraordinary genius to change everything. But the power of one person is limited. They may be overwhelmed by adoration, consumed by jealousy, or crumble under pressure. To pin the fate of an entire clan on one person's shoulders is, in itself, a gamble with high stakes. Suyu's words were pointed, alluding to the future Shursui and Itachi. Although Kagami was unaware of this now, Suyu aimed to plant a seed within him early on. What you need to do is not to seek or cultivate a savior, but to influence more individuals, to enable more Uchiha like yourself to comprehend and embrace your ideas. You must make harmonious coexistence with the village an undeniable force within the Uchiha. One Uchiha Kagami may be suppressed by the radicals, but what of 10 or 100 Uchiha Kagamis? When you unite as one, your voices will truly be heard, and you will be capable of altering the fate of this clan. After Suyu finished speaking, he picked up his teacup, only to find it empty. He set it down and quietly regarded Uchiha Kagami, refraining from uttering another word. He had conveyed all that needed to be said. The rest depended on Kagami's own insight and execution. Uchiha Kagami sat there, lost in thought, his inner turmoil a tempest. The path Suyu had painted for him was one he had never envisaged, a difficult, lengthy journey infused with hope. It began with the young, breaking down barriers. It engaged power, showcasing openness. It united internally, gathering strength. This was not merely a series of suggestions. It constituted a comprehensive, systematic, executable plan to break the ice. After a long while, Uchiha Kagami exhaled deeply, as if expelling the confusion and uncertainty that had plagued him for years. He rose once more and bowed deeply to Suyu. This time, it was not a grand gesture of submission, but rather a sincere salute between equals. Mr. Suyu. He lifted his head, his eyes now devoid of confusion, replaced by a resolute determination akin to stone. I understand. Thank you for planting this seed of change within our Uchiha. From this day forth, I shall dedicate my life to this endeavor. His voice rang strong and resolute. Suyu observed him, aware that this seed had taken root. As for what kind of tree it would grow into in the future, and whether it would alter the course of certain tragedies, that remained to be seen. Chapter 16. The psychological profile of the Hokage upon exiting Uchiha Kagami's residence. Suyu felt akin to someone who had just completed a public lecture, his throat parched. Alas, being a life mentor is indeed exhausting. He stretched, murmuring to himself that being a mascot, basking in the sun and daydreaming, would be far more comfortable. He ambled towards the Hokage building, intending to return to his office for a brief respite. However, as soon as he stepped into the building, he was intercepted by a member of the Umbu. Advisor Suyu, the Hokage would like to see you. The Umbu's voice was devoid of emotion, as if it were pre-programmed. Again, Suyu's expression fell instantly. Can't I have a single peaceful day? Tell the Hokage that I have worked beyond capacity today. My mental energy is depleted, and I require a leave of absence. The Umbu, clearly unaccustomed to such situations, faltered momentarily. The Hokage said that there is a matter of utmost importance. Is there anything more important than my afternoon nap? Suyu waved his hand impatiently. All right, fine. I'll head over now. Though he complained, Suyu understood that Tobirama, that workaholic, would not summon him without a significant reason. He slowly made his way to the Hokage's office, too lazy to even knock, simply pushing the door open. Speak, Second Hokage. What complicated conundrum requires my expertise as a psychologist today? Inside the office, Senju Tobirama stood before a massive map of Konoha, his expression grave. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, he turned, his red eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. You arrived just in time. Tobirama disregarded Suyu's banter and got straight to the point. The psychological profile you prepared on Kyo was excellent. Oh, really? Suyu pulled up a chair and sat down. Then about my VIP ramen voucher. Be silent. Tobirama coldly interrupted. I have no time to discuss ramen. I need you to use your skills for something far more important. He picked up a thick stack of documents from the desk and tossed it towards Suyu. This is the personal files of all the elite jonin and core members of the Umbu. Suyu raised an eyebrow and glanced through one. Wow, you're laying all your cards on the table? Aren't you afraid I might sell these secrets to enemy nations for a lifetime supply of ramen? You won tea. Senju Tobirama asserted confidently, Because someone like you holds no interest in money or power. You are only intrigued by peculiar things, such as flavorful food. Tobirama did not voice the entire thought, but Suyu understood his implication. All right, you win. Suyu shrugged. What do you want me to do? Prepare a psychological profile for each of them? That would be a colossal workload. I'll need extra compensation. I don't need you to do it for everyone. Tobirama stepped closer, leaning over the desk, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloping Suyu. I need you to help me establish a psychological profile system. A psychological profile? Suyu paused, as that term seemed familiar only to his own world. Precisely. Tobirama's voice was low and powerful, much like when you analyzed Kyo. I need you to analyze the character traits, behavior patterns, psychological weaknesses, and potential risks of each key individual through these cold written records. I need to ascertain who is truly resolute and worthy of trust, who harbors inner dangers requiring close observation, who possesses the qualities of a leader, and who is merely suited to be an executor. Even a glint of coldness flickered in Tobirama's eyes. I must know if there is a possibility that another Danzo hides among them. Suyu understood. Tobirama was evidently shaken by the events surrounding Danzo. He realized that a powerful ninja, if troubled internally, could wreak catastrophic havoc on the village. What he needed to do now was to conduct a thorough psychological assessment of the entire Konoha leadership using the external assistance of Suyu. Lord Second, your idea is quite audacious, Suyu remarked, stroking his chin with a look of intrigue. However, I must caution you that human hearts are capricious. The analysis I provide today may not hold true tomorrow. Psychological profiles can only serve as a reference and should not be regarded as the sole criteria for judgment. I understand. Tobirama straightened up. What I require is a reference, an additional perspective to aid my decision-making. He gazed at Suyu, his expression unusually earnest. This matter is of utmost importance to Konoha. I need your assistance. This marked the first time Senju Tobirama had ever used the phrase need assistance. Suyu looked at him, recognizing the sincerity behind his words. Very well, since you insist, it would be remiss of me to decline, he said, shrugging. However, given the considerable workload regarding compensation, there's a newly opened dumpling shop on East Street of the village. I shall arrange for them to deliver a fresh batch of 3 colored dumplings to you daily. Tobirama maintained a stoic expression. That sounds acceptable, he replied flatly. Suyu's eyes brightened instantly. Though he could not savor the taste, the sight and aroma were certainly enticing. The 3 colored dumplings appeared far more appetizing than plain water. Deal. He quickly agreed, eager to secure the arrangement before Tobirama changed his mind. Noticing Suyu's expression of having struck an incredible bargain, Tobirama's lips twitched slightly. He sometimes genuinely wondered if this fellow's mind was occupied solely with thoughts of food. Let us commence with a few anonymous profiles, Tobirama suggested, pulling out 3 relatively thin files and sliding them across the table towards Suyu. These individuals are all elite members of the village. Analyze them for me and let me see your skill. Certainly, Suyu replied as he picked up the first file. Engrossed in its contents as if reading an enthralling novel. Time passed, and the only sound in the office was the rustling of paper. Tobirama did not rush him. He simply observed Suyu in silence. After approximately half an hour, Suyu set down the first file. How did it go? Tobirama inquired. Quite intriguing. Suyu leaned back in his chair, lazily responding. This individual, codenamed Mountain Storm, is a quintessential perfectionist. His task reports are impeccable, with every detail meticulously addressed. His strengths lie in reliability and attention to detail, yet the downside is the immense pressure he places upon himself. Judging by the frequency of his A-rank missions and the increasingly brief personal summaries in his reports, his mental state is quite strained, akin to a string on the verge of snapping. I suspect he suffers from insomnia and anxiety in private. If this continues, within 6 months, he may either make a significant error in pursuit of perfection or completely break down. Suyu paused before adding, I recommend granting him an extended vacation to a serene location for fishing, or perhaps allowing him to serve as a temporary instructor at the Ninja Academy, teaching children how to throw shuriken to help him unwind. Tobirama's hand, poised with a pen, halted midair. He stared at Suyu, astonished. 4 Suyu's observations were almost identical to the secret surveillance report on Mountain Storm just submitted by the Umbu. Mountain Storm had recently exhibited several episodes of mental disorientation, even nearly injuring a comrade during training. Could Suyu truly derive such insights solely from reviewing files? And the second? Tobirama pressed, suppressing his internal tumult. Suyu picked up the second file, glancing at it briefly before wrinkling his nose. This red scorpion is afflicted with a hero syndrome. Hero syndrome? Tobirama furrowed his brow. Unfamiliar with the term. It refers to an individual with an insatiable desire for recognition, always yearning to be the savior, Su Yu elucidated. If you examine his task records, you'll find that in 8 out of 10 instances, he disregards orders and acts independently to rescue supposed endangered comrades. While the outcomes are often favorable, he poses a significant risk to the entire team. His core need is not to complete tasks, but to garner admiration and gratitude from others. Such a person possesses formidable abilities, but should never be made team captain, as he may jeopardize entire missions to fulfill his heroic dreams. The most suitable role for him would be as a lone operative or paired with a rational captain capable of keeping him in check. Tobirama's heart was once again shaken. Red Scorpion had been removed from his captaincy precisely due to disobedience, and he had assumed it was merely a manifestation of a rebellious nature, unaware that it stemmed from this so-called hero syndrome. Su Yu's analysis offered him a fresh perspective. Drawing a deep breath, Tobirama's gaze shifted to the final file, the most unusual of them all. And what of this last one? Su Yu picked up the third file, his expression shifting to one of perplexity for the first time. He meticulously reviewed the document 3 times from beginning to end, then lifted his gaze to meet Tobirama's, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lord Second, he began slowly. This individual, codenamed Wood Cicada, falls outside the realm of psychological issues. He is a traitor. Traitor? Tobirama's grip on his pen tightened. The air in the office seemed to freeze at that moment. He fixed a piercing gaze on Su Yu, his sharp red eyes ablaze with intensity. What grounds do you have to make such an assertion? His voice was frigid, laden with incredulity. The file on Wood Cicada was one he had deliberately included. Wood Cicada was a deep-cover spy from a Wagakure, codenamed Clay. He had disguised himself flawlessly, leaving no traces in terms of chakra, behavioral patterns, or interpersonal relations. Even the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan could not detect any anomalies within his psyche. Tobirama had only learned of Wood Cicada's existence through a chance interception of encrypted intelligence from a Wagakure, yet he had refrained from taking action, intending to use him as bait to lure out a larger target. He had presented the file to Su Yu merely to observe whether Su Yu's psychological analysis would falter in the presence of such a top-tier spy. He had envisioned numerous possible outcomes. Su Yu might assert that Wood Cicada's psyche was entirely sound, without any flaws, or perhaps describe him as having a complex and elusive personality. However, he never anticipated that Su Yu would so bluntly and confidently label him a traitor. This exceeded the bounds of psychological analysis. On what basis? Su Yu chuckled softly, spreading the file across the table and pointing to several sections. Simply put, look here. He indicated a task report regarding an assault mission against Kusagakure, where Wood Cicada's team was responsible for a feigned attack to draw the main force. The report indicated that during the feigned assault, a Doton technique employed by Wood Cicada inadvertently exposed the main team's concealed position, nearly resulting in mission failure. The post-mission review concluded that the battlefield conditions were complex, attributing the error to a miscalculation in technique. Now look here. He pointed to another record concerning a convoy escort mission that was ambushed by bandits. During the skirmish, Wood Cicada temporarily abandoned his defensive position to protect a frightened young girl, leading to the loss of vital supplies from the convoy. He even received verbal commendation from the daimyo of the Land of Fire for this seemingly humane act. Su Yu's finger traced along the document, identifying similar errors and displays of compassion that appeared at least 7 times throughout the file. Lord Second, do you not find this peculiar? Su Yu lifted his head, gazing at Tobirama, an elite jonin, often described as calm, reliable, and exceptionally efficient in task completion. Why would he repeatedly commit such elementary errors? Moreover, these blunders consistently inflicted moderate damage upon Konoha, yet were not severe enough to warrant stringent punishment. This was not merely a mistake, it was precision sabotage. As for the so-called compassion he exhibited, that was even more laughable. Su Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm. A true Konoha ninja would prioritize mission objectives above all else. Yet, Tobirama was incessantly crafting an image of a formidable ninja with a tender heart. He was not engaged in missions, but rather performing for all to witness. Tobirama fell silent. Su Yu's analysis was akin to a sharp scalpel, methodically peeling away the layers of Tobirama's flawless facade, exposing the sordid truth beneath. He had observed these details before, but never had he connected them in such a manner or interpreted them through the lens of motive. However, All of this remains mere conjecture. Tobirama's voice was still frigid. He was conducting a final probe, asserting that there was no direct evidence. Evidence? Suyu chuckled, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I certainly possess it. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Lord Second, have you ever contemplated the possibility that one's psychological state can be influenced by a more formidable mental force? Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply. Are you suggesting a form of mental jutsu? That is one way to interpret it. Suyu nodded. In the dossier concerning Tobirama, I discerned a faint, dissonant frequency. His behavioral patterns, seemingly seamless, were riddled with the marks of deliberate distortion. Much like a marionette, his actions appeared authentic. Yet an invisible string remained attached. I surmised that Tobirama is either under the long-term control of a potent genjutsu, or he himself wields such powers, deceiving you while subtly influencing those around him. Suyu's words stirred a tempest within Tobirama's heart. He recalled a keyword mentioned in the intercepted intelligence, the touch of the heart. It was an S-rank mental technique from a Wagakure, capable of silently infiltrating another's subconscious like vines, subtly altering their perception and judgment. This influence was so slight that even the subject remained oblivious, thus circumventing Konoha's extensive defenses. Remarkably, Suyu, an ordinary individual with no understanding of chakra, had sensed the existence of this technique. His unique soul, or rather his psychological knowledge from another world, acted as a natural dispeller, rendering him immune to all mental assaults and enabling him to perceive their presence with clarity. An undeniably vital strategic asset. Tobirama's mind conjured the assessment he had once made of Suyu. In retrospect, he had grossly underestimated Suyu's worth. Just then, the office door was thrust open. An ANBU member, donned in a mask, rushed in, kneeling on one knee, urgency evident in his tone. Lord Hokage, an urgent report from the borders. The land of wind, the land of earth, and the land of lightning are simultaneously increasing their troop presence at the borders of the land of fire. The scale is unprecedented. Our border patrols are under simultaneous attack from all three directions. War is upon us. This news struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the office. Tobirama's expression morphed into an icy glare. He sprang to his feet, an aura of terrifying bloodlust emanating from him. Has it finally arrived? He approached the vast map, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the arrows representing enemy nations. Konoha instantly shifted from a facade of peace to a state of war. Alarms blared throughout the village. Countless ninjas emerged from every corner, their expressions solemn, beginning to assemble. The air was thick with tension and an ominous atmosphere. Seated in his chair, Suyu observed the myriad youthful and mature faces outside the window, listening to the flurry of urgent commands, and silently sighed. The first great ninja war. It has indeed arrived. This mascot, who merely wished to live off the spoils and await resurrection, was ultimately ensnared in this maelstrom engulfing the entire ninja world. After issuing a series of directives, Tobirama abruptly turned, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Suyu. With war erupting and internal instability, a spy lurking within the core departments could wreak untold havoc. Tobirama regarded Suyu, his eyes filled with resolve. Suyu. His voice bore an unprecedented gravity. I require your assistance. Chapter 18. The Hokage's War tasked Tobirama's statement, I require your assistance, fell like a stone into the already tense atmosphere of the office, sending ripples cascading through the air. Outside, the alarms blared, the clamor of ninjas assembling resonated, and the heaviness of an impending storm loomed. Yet, within the confines of this office, the epicenter of Konoha's supreme authority, time seemed to slow. Suyu maintained his languid posture, yet his mind traversed various scenarios. Assistance? How can I help? Do you wish to send me to the battlefield? Don't jest. In this frail body, I can only serve as a target for infinite resurrection, unable to even accurately throw a shuriken. Or perhaps, shall I continue analyzing files? During wartime, that task is quite suitable, stable, devoid of exposure to wind and sun. He observed Tobirama, who, after a brief issuance of commands, had wholly transitioned into a war-ready demeanor. This was not the meticulousness of a scientist nor the authority of a statesman, but rather the aura of a beast emerging from a mountain of corpses, poised to tear apart enemies. How can I assist? Suyu inquired, his tone unwavering, as if the impending storm sweeping across the ninja world was merely a commonplace thunderstorm outside. Tobirama did not respond immediately. He approached Suyu, his crimson eyes reflecting Suyu's unflappable visage. Tobirama. He enunciated the code name, his voice lowered, each syllable striking the ground like a hammer. With the onset of war, he resembled a bomb nestled beside our heart, poised to detonate at any moment. Your analysis has illuminated his most perilous aspect, not his destruction, but his disguise. Tobirama did not conceal his admiration, yet now was not the time for such discussions. He can deceive the secrets of the Uchiha clan, fooling all eyes. But before you, his ruse is trivial. Suyu understood. Indeed, this was due to the spy. In times of peace, such spies serve as bait for larger catches. Yet once war erupts, that bait may transform into incisive teeth capable of severing the line. A single erroneous intelligence report or the disclosure of a key figure's coordinates could precipitate the collapse of an entire battlefield. So, you wish for me to unearth him? Suyu queried. No. Tobirama shook his head, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. Directly exposing him would be a waste. Since he is the most crucial pawn of a Wagakure, we must extract his maximum value. Suyu comprehended immediately. This was to employ a counterintelligence strategy, utilizing Tobirama as a conduit to convey false intelligence to a Wagakure, luring them into a trap meticulously laid by Konoha. This was a standard operation in the realm of intelligence warfare, yet the challenge lay in making the fabricated information appear more credible than the truth. This necessitated profound psychological insight into both Tobirama himself and the intelligence apparatus behind a Wagakure. You wish for me to assist in crafting false intelligence? Suyu probed tentatively. Not merely crafting. The gaze of Tobirama Senju was intense. I need you to consider the perspective of the Hidden Stone Village and that of the Wood Cicada. What type of intelligence would they most desire? What information would align most closely with their understanding of Konoha? What details would compel them to bite the bait without hesitation? I want you to become the invisible thread hovering above the Wood Cicada's head, manipulating the war decisions of the Hidden Stone Village through him. Suyu felt a twitch in his eyelids. Goodness, the Second Hokage is truly formidable. Not only does he seek to take lives, but he also aims to undermine the enemy's psyche. This is no simple act of deception. He intends to weaponize the opponent's intelligence system against them. This task sounds rather troublesome. Suyu sighed, leaning back and adopting an expression of profound difficulty. He genuinely found it burdensome, as this implies a deep engagement in the war, demanding considerable mental exertion. It stood in stark contrast to his planned leisurely existence. Tobirama discerned his thoughts. This fellow always had to pay a price when seeking something from him. Your advisory office can be relocated to the top floor of the Hokage building, where the view is best and sunlight most abundant, Tobirama proposed as his first condition. Suyu's eyes brightened slightly. Sunbathing was one of the few pleasures he could enjoy in this tasteless world. The top floor meant unobstructed sunlight all day long. Moreover, you will have direct access to all task files below a rank in the village without needing my approval, Tobirama added, presenting another bargaining chip. This indicated a greater level of information authority. Through these files, Suyu could gain a clearer understanding of the world's intricacies, aiding him in avoiding risks or seeking clues for resurrection. And what else? Suyu pressed for more. Tobirama's lips twitched slightly. This fellow certainly did not shy away from taking advantage. After the war, I will personally lead a team to the land of the whirlpools to engage with the Uzumaki clan regarding sealing techniques, and I will allow you to audit the proceedings. Upon hearing this condition, Suyu's heart raced. The Uzumaki clan. Sealing techniques. This was one of the most elite skills in the Naruto world. Although he could not use it himself, understanding its principles would greatly aid his comprehension of the world's power dynamics and the essence of his own existence as a reincarnated being. More importantly, he was aware that later on, the land of the whirlpools would be annihilated, and Kushina would come to Konoha to establish connections with the Uzumaki clan in advance. There were too many advantages to be gained. Deal. Suyu immediately straightened up, his expression turning serious. Lord Second, please give your orders. For Konoha, I would not hesitate to face death 1,000 times. The rapid transformation of his demeanor left the surrounding Umbu in stunned silence. Tobirama had long ceased to expect any integrity from him, directly ignoring his grandiose speech and turning to face the map. Now, I need you to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the Wood Cicada's psychological state immediately, including his current level of panic, his sense of luck, and the actions he is most likely to take. Tobirama's voice returned to its cold, efficient tone. Understood. Suyu stood up and approached the desk, picking up the dossier once more. However, I require a completely quiet and undisturbed place. Additionally, prepare a complete set of paper and pens for me. Take him to the House of Hearts. Tobirama ordered the Umbu beside him. Yes, the Umbu stepped forward, respectfully gesturing for Suyu to proceed, their attitude having shifted entirely. Previously, Suyu was merely an intriguing advisor. Now, in their eyes, he was a special entity appointed by the Second Hokage during wartime, capable of influencing the course of battle. Lord Second, I have a small suggestion. Suyu suddenly turned back before leaving. Speak. The war has begun, and death is inevitable. While medical ninjas can treat physical injuries, what about the wounds of the heart? Suyu looked at Tobirama. For a ninja who had experienced near-death situations, witnessing comrades torn apart before their eyes, even if they returned alive, their hearts would have died once already. Such wounds are invisible and intangible, yet if left unaddressed, they can be more lethal than any physical injury. They can lead to hesitation, fear, and even collapse. An elite jonin might find themselves incapable of executing even a C-rank jutsu at a critical moment due to this. Tobirama furrowed his brow. He was well aware of this situation, known in the ninja world as post-war syndrome. Yet the prevailing view was that it reflected a lack of will and cowardice. Those who endure would become stronger, while those who could not would be eliminated. What do you propose? I suggest establishing a dedicated space, a psychological clinic. Suyu articulated his thoughts. A place where ninjas returning from the battlefield with mental health issues could speak, vent, and be understood. I will take responsibility for helping them untangle their inner conflicts. This would enable them to return to the battlefield more swiftly and prevent more exceptional ninjas from falling due to psychological issues. Suyu was paving the way for his future. Presenting this proposal now, under the pretext of war, was most opportune. Furthermore, he genuinely felt it was necessary. Observing the youthful faces outside, he did not wish for too many of them to ruin their lives due to PTSD. The office fell silent. A psychological clinic? What is that? Tobirama gazed at Suyu, his eyes filled with scrutiny. This fellow always managed to conjure up unheard-of ideas that, upon reflection, made perfect sense. This matter can be discussed after we resolve the wood cicada issue. Tobirama did not immediately agree, but did not dismiss the idea either. For now, the focus must be on addressing the most pressing threat. Understood. Suyu nodded and followed the Umbu out. He knew that this seed had already been sown. As long as he demonstrated sufficient value in the future, the establishment of the psychological clinic would become a natural progression. My psychological clinic under the shadow of war is about to open, Suyu mused, his steps feeling a touch lighter. Chapter 19. Interrogation without torture. The House of Hearts is a rather unique place within Konoha's intelligence interrogation department. It does not share the dark, damp characteristics of other interrogation rooms, adorned with various gruesome instruments of torture. On the contrary, it is bright and clean, arranged like an ordinary reception room, even featuring a potted plant in the corner. This space is specifically designed for interrogating individuals of peculiar identities or those with formidable mental defenses, who are unsuitable for violent methods. The responsibility for this area typically falls to the top mind readers of the Yamenka clan. However, today, seated at the head of this room is an ordinary person completely ignorant of chakra. Suyu was quite pleased with the environment. It was quiet, well lit, and the furniture was comfortable. In front of him lay a dozen sheets of blank paper, and he held a pen in hand, writing swiftly. He was constructing a comprehensive psychological profile of the wood cicada. From the wood cicada's childhood experiences, performance in the ninja academy, reports from his time as a genin, to his interpersonal relationships, consumption habits, and hobbies, every piece of information gleaned from the files was pieced together by Suyu like a puzzle. He was not merely reviewing a dossier. He was deconstructing a living individual. The warmth he feigns is primarily to lower your guard. Yet, this pretense also reveals a weakness. Suyu remarked to the Umbu standing beside him as he wrote. He has an intense desire for recognition and fears isolation. This is a common flaw among spies. They live in lies and solitude for extended periods, craving a sense of belonging deep within their hearts more than anyone else. Thus, the perfect persona he crafted served as both his armor and his Achilles heel. The Umbu, though confused by the concepts, diligently took notes on every word. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Another Umbu entered and reported in a hushed tone. The Hokage has ordered the transfer of a prisoner from the Hidden Stone Village. Please demonstrate the interrogation for Lord Suyu. Suyu paused his writing and raised an eyebrow. Demonstration interrogation? It appears that the Second Hokage is eager to witness firsthand the efficacy of his psychological strategies in actual combat. Very well, let him enter, Suyu remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Soon, an Iwagakure ninja, tightly bound by chakra chains, was brought in. He appeared to be in his 30s, of average build and unremarkable appearance. The kind of person who would be lost in a crowd. However, his eyes were fierce, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, indicating that he was a tough nut to crack. The members of the Yamanaka clan had already attempted to extract information from him in vain. This individual had formidable mental barriers in place. Any forced extraction would result in his brain's self-destruction. The Yambu who brought the captive explained that conventional interrogation methods had proven ineffective, as he remained utterly silent. Understood. You all may leave now. Close the door behind you. I wish to speak with him privately, Suyu instructed, waving his hand dismissively. Lord Suyu, this is somewhat concerning, the Yambu hesitated. Leaving an unarmed individual alone with an enemy shinobi poses significant risks. Fear not. He cannot harm me, Suyu replied with a smile. Recalling the rumors of Suyu's invulnerability, the Yambu glanced at Tobirama's trusted aide, who nodded affirmatively, and then exited with the captive. In the room, only Suyu and the Iwagakure prisoner remained. The captive regarded Suyu with a gaze akin to that reserved for the dead. He believed that Konoha had exhausted its options, resorting to sending a feeble scholar to interrogate him. Suyu refrained from speaking immediately. He poured himself a glass of water and then poured another for the captive, placing it on the table before him. Thirsty are we? Though you cannot drink it. It is a matter of principle, Suyu said leisurely. The captive scoffed, turning his head away. My name is Suyu, the psychological consultant of Konoha. I am not an interrogator, so please do not be anxious, Suyu introduced himself. I am here not to extract information from you. I have long heard of the resilience of the ninjas from Iwagakure, and I hold great admiration for it. This statement momentarily stunned the captive. He had anticipated various threats and coercions, but he did not expect the opponent to flatter him right from the outset. I am merely curious about one matter. Suyu leaned slightly forward, as if engaging in a friendly conversation. Does your village possess a secret technique known as the touch of the heart? The captive's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing those 3 words. Suyu keenly noted this detail. Ah, it seems there is indeed such a technique, Suyu smiled. Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to extract the secrets of this ninjutsu from you. I simply wish to understand the sensations experienced by someone afflicted by it. Do they still perceive themselves as themselves? Or do they sense an additional voice within their mind? Are their decisions and judgments genuinely their own, or are they merely puppets, guided by an invisible thread? Every word from Suyu struck the captive's heart like a gentle hammer. His discourse was not mere interrogation rhetoric, but directly addressed the essence of Iwagakure's S-rank mental ninjutsu. Such knowledge was likely beyond the grasp of even the higher echelons of the village, let alone an ordinary prisoner. The captive's expression shifted, the ferocity and disdain vanished, replaced by profound shock and fear. Who are you? He rasped. I have already told you. I am a psychological consultant, so you spread his hands. I can hear the whispers of the heart. For instance, at this moment, I hear your thoughts. You wonder why I know about the touch of the heart, and whether I am a Konoha monster specializing in mental ninjutsu. You are also contemplating the well-being of your family back in the land of Earth. Is your child ready to attend the Ninja Academy this year? You are deeply concerned that your capture may endanger them. The captive's body began to tremble, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Suyu's words were spot on. He was not reading minds. The Yamanaka clan's techniques could not penetrate his defenses. This man was akin to a devil, unearthing the deepest fears buried within him. What do you want? I seek nothing malicious. Suyu maintained his gentle tone. I merely wish to assist you. Observe your current predicament. It is dire. Captured by Konoha, you face either death or a lifetime of imprisonment. Your family will bear the shame of having a failed captive among them. However, what if you were not merely captured, but instead, you offered us something of value? Suyu coaxed. What do you mean? For instance, if you were to provide me with details about the border defenses of Iwagakure, not core secrets, merely information regarding your camp's rotation schedules or patrol routes, trivial matters. Suyu spoke with nonchalance. That is treachery. The captive exclaimed passionately. No, this is not treachery. Suyu shook his head, adopting a relaxed demeanor. The term treachery is inaccurate in this context. He shifted into a more comfortable position, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Consider this. What is your current identity? The captive's throat constricted, and he remained silent. A prisoner, Suyu articulated blandly, as if stating a fact. A failed mission, captured alive by the enemy. Soon to be disposed of as a mere expendable asset. In a Wagakure's records, a red cross will soon mark your name. The mission log will read, sacrificed for the village. Quite an honor, is it not? Suyu smiled, devoid of mockery, only pure curiosity. But what is the reality? You will not die gloriously on the battlefield. Instead, you will perish in this very room. No one will know how you died, nor will anyone care. Your glory exists solely on paper. How will your children remember you? As a hero who died without distinction? And then what? Nothing. A vague, detail-less image of a hero. You cannot even boast to your comrades about the valiant battle in which you decapitated a high-ranking Konoha official, for you accomplished nothing. Each of Suyu's words functioned as a precise scalpel, stripping away the hard shell of loyalty and honor that the captive had encased himself in, revealing the bloody reality beneath. The captive's breathing grew heavy, his restrained body taut as stone. Do not be agitated. I am merely assisting you in untangling your logic. Suyu gestured dismissively. You see, your death holds no value for a Wagakure. To Konoha, you are simply a diminished adversary, and I am left with the tedious task of filling out processing reports. He pushed the glass of water toward the captive. Yet your life, on the other hand, could take on an entirely new significance. Suyu leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, imbuing it with a unique allure. Consider this, a spy infiltrating Konoha, ensnared, yet still devoted to your village, enduring the harshest of interrogations, compelled to divulge inconsequential falsehoods to protect core secrets, ultimately misguiding Konoha's war strategy and achieving resounding success for a Wagakure. Isn't that narrative far more thrilling than quietly perishing after capture? The captive's pupils dilated violently, as if struck by lightning, causing his entire being to tremble. Suyu was not depicting a traitor's survival, but rather the legend of an undercover hero. I did not betray my village, he murmured, as if trying to convince himself. Certainly not, Suyu immediately affirmed. You are merely adopting a different approach to fight for your village. A more astute and noble approach. Your family will take pride in you. Their unnamed hero who ventured deep into enemy territory. Your children will recount your story for generations. And all of this requires only. Suyu paused, pointing at the blank sheet of paper on the table. A draft of a story. For instance, details about your camp's rotation or patrol routes. Anything that can lend authenticity to your tale. You are crafting your own heroic epic using Konoha's resources. We are merely a backdrop in your story. How splendid it is. The room was engulfed in a profound silence. The captive lowered his head, his heavy breaths gradually subsiding, replaced by a hollow emptiness following the collapse of his once unshakable beliefs. His once proud iron will was twisted and reshaped before Suyu's words, transforming into a version of himself that he doubted even he could recognize. Outside the door, Senju Tobirama observed everything clearly through a specially designed surveillance crystal, remaining silent for a considerable time. The high-ranking members of the Umbu behind him dared not exhale. This man, Suyu, wielded not ninjutsu nor chakra, but the very essence of human hearts. This was far more terrifying and effective than any S-rank forbidden technique. Mark the records from earlier as S-class top secret. Tobirama finally managed to say, feeling a chill creep down his spine. Half an hour later, Suyu emerged from the House of Hearts, invigorated. The Rock Village Jonin captive, however, appeared utterly drained, slumped in his chair with vacant eyes. He had meticulously documented all non-core military deployments of the Rock Village near the borders of the Land of Fire, in a bid to secure the promised heroic narrative from Suyu. He even voluntarily provided details of several secret contact points established by the Rock Village in the Land of Grass. Task accomplished. Suyu handed a stack of written pages to the waiting confidant from Tobirama's Umbu at the door. This is the confession. Take it for verification. Oh, and remember to arrange for him to receive a valiant and defiant portrayal, as we agreed. One must honor their word. The Umbu member trembled slightly as he accepted the stack of papers. His gaze towards Suyu shifted from initial respect to profound awe, even tinged with a hint of fear. It was astonishingly swift and effortless. What the Mountain Clan and the Interrogation Corps had struggled for half a day to extract. This man had elicited in merely 30 minutes, with the captive willingly cooperating. Suyu. Tobirama's voice echoed from the end of the corridor as he approached, holding the psychological profile report on Mu-chan that Suyu had previously written, evidently having read it. Your demonstration was quite successful. Tobirama's tone was complex, a mixture of satisfaction and caution. Now, let us discuss serious matters regarding Muchan. The two returned to the Hokage's office. Before a massive map, Tobirama pointed to a mountainous area bordering the land of fire and the land of earth. According to our latest intelligence, an elite unit of the Rock Village, approximately 500 strong, has secretly assembled in this region. Their objective appears to be our forward supply base located here. This base is crucial. If destroyed, a substantial gap will emerge in our defenses along the western front. Tobirama regarded Tsuyu. At present, Muchan is unaware that we have discovered his identity. He will undoubtedly seek to transmit the specific location and defensive information of this supply base. What do you wish for me to do? Tsuyu inquired. I need you to devise an intelligence package, Tobirama replied, one that appears absolutely authentic, convincing the Rock Village without a shred of doubt, yet is, in reality, a deadly trap. Tsuyu approached the map, stroking his chin in contemplation. This indeed required a deft touch. If the information seemed too fabricated, the recipient would not believe it. If it appeared too genuine, it would fail to deceive. The balance must be impeccably struck. We must base this on our psychological analysis of Muchan, Tsuyu began. He is exceedingly arrogant and craves recognition, having disguised himself for so long. He must harbor a tremendous desire to prove himself. Therefore, the intelligence we provide must not be handed directly to him. It must be designed to make him believe he has acquired it through his own cleverness and daring. Oh, elaborate, Tobirama urged, intrigued. Here's what we can do. Tsuyu picked up a pen and circled several points on the map. First, we need to deliberately heighten the alert level around the supply base, creating the illusion that we are acutely aware of the impending danger and are on high alert. This will instill a sense of anxiety and excitement in Muchan. He will feel the task has become more difficult, yet he will be exhilarated by the prospect of achieving greater glory if he can secure intelligence under such circumstances. Next, we should orchestrate an unexpected event. Tsuyu's pen pointed to a small town adjacent to the base. For instance, a team responsible for transporting encrypted documents might encounter a bandit ambush while resting in this town on their way back to the base. During the skirmish, the encrypted document case could be inadvertently damaged, revealing a partial defensive blueprint, which Muchan, fortuitously passing by, would then discover. As Tobirama listened, his eyes brightened. The blueprint must be incomplete, Tsuyu emphasized. It should only depict a portion of the defense layout, highlighting areas that appear significant yet are, in truth, traps. For example, we could indicate the location of an arms depot at a false site, where we have already planted tons of explosive tags. Additionally, the blueprint should contain some unclear or bloodstained areas. This will enhance its authenticity and leave Muchan space to fill in the blanks. Once a person begins to speculate, they inevitably start to believe in their own imaginings. Finally, to render this ruse even more convincing, there must be casualties within that transport team. Moreover, after Muchan retrieves the blueprint, he should valiantly repel the bandits, safeguarding the remaining documents, thus earning commendation. Tsuyu concluded, looking at Tobirama. This way, the entire logic chain becomes coherent. In Muchan's eyes, he will perceive himself as having obtained a top secret, albeit incomplete, yet invaluable piece of intelligence through an extraordinary twist of fate, risking his life amidst the heightened vigilance of Konoha. He will take pride in his accomplishment and luck, utterly unaware of the veracity of this information. Meanwhile, the Rock Village, upon receiving such a detailed, story-rich, and sacrificial piece of intelligence, will find it 100-fold more credible than a mere fabrication. In the office, one could hear a pin drop. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Torian Kamaru, and Mito Minjo, all disciples of Tobirama, were present to listen. Their gazes towards Tsuyu had transformed entirely. If Tsuyu had previously displayed the ability to perceive human emotions, he was now revealing his aptitude for manipulating them. He was not merely crafting a simple plan, but rather orchestrating a sophisticated psychological script. Every character, prop, and plot point in this script precisely targeted the psychological vulnerabilities of the intended subject. After a lengthy silence, Tobirama approached Tsuyu and placed a hand on his shoulder. We shall proceed as you suggest. His voice held a subtle hint of unspoken admiration. Tsuyu, you are truly destined for this. Tsuyu internally scoffed. To hell with that notion. I was born to savor life, not to engage in these convoluted schemes. Were it not for my resurrection package and rooftop sunbathing, I would hardly concern myself with such matters. Your humility is commendable, Suyu replied with a modest smile, but this is merely a fundamental application of psychology. By the way, we must find reliable actors to portray the bandits. We cannot afford any blunders. Rest assured, Tobirama replied with a cold chuckle. I will enlist Root to handle it. They excel in such clandestine affairs. At the mention of Root, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened momentarily. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at him, but said nothing. He understood that Tobirama was subtly admonishing Danzo while also leveraging the unique capabilities of Root. The performance required a ruthless, inconspicuous style, and Root was perfectly suited for the task. The line involving Mu-chan was now firmly in Suyu's grasp. Now, he simply awaited the catch. Chapter 21. The Unhealable Wound. The plan progressed remarkably well. 3 days later, news arrived from the front lines that the valiant Mugen Shinin had heroically protected vital military supplies from a band of ruthless mountain bandits during a mission, earning commendation for his bravery. Concurrently, in the village of Awagakure, troops began mobilizing, targeting a misidentified supply-based location marked on a flawed map. Senju Tobirama was exceedingly pleased with this outcome, even publicly praising Suyu's intelligence and psychological warfare concepts during a high-level meeting, further elevating Suyu's status within the ranks of Konoha's leadership. However, Suyu felt little excitement. Most of his time was spent in his esteemed advisory office, basking in the sunlight while observing the bustling ninjas below, occasionally perusing the specially approved task files. Once the machinery of war was set in motion, it would not cease easily. With the arrival of victory reports came another wave of injured soldiers. The medical tent became unprecedentedly busy, filled with groans and the heavy scent of blood. That afternoon, Sarutobi Hizashi entered Suyu's office with a troubled expression. "Suyu, I have something to discuss with you," he said, appearing weary and deeply concerned. "Please, take a seat." Hizashi, Suyu gestured toward the chair opposite him. "You seem to be facing some trouble." Sighing, Hizashi settled into the chair. "It concerns Hatake Tsukumo." Hatake Tsukumo? The mention of this name sent a jolt through Suyu's heart. Oh, wait, at this point in time, he should be the future Konoha White Fang, Hatake Kakashi's father. Considering his age, the current Hatake Tsukumo must still be a teenage prodigy. What has happened to him? He is injured, Hizashi spoke heavily. In a recent skirmish, his squad was ambushed by elite forces from Kumogakure. To cover his comrades' retreat, he held off the enemy single-handedly for a full 10 minutes until reinforcements arrived. What an incredible talent, a true hero. Hizashi's voice carried unmistakable admiration, yet he continued. But he has also encountered a problem. His physical injuries have nearly healed thanks to the medical team's efforts, but Hizashi hesitated, searching for the right words. His mental state seems to have faltered. He has locked himself away in his room, refusing to see anyone. Sometimes, he suddenly screams, claiming the enemy is coming. The lower-ranked ninja delivering his meals reported that he often stares blankly at the wall for entire afternoons. Most critically, we attempted to get him to take up a kunai, but his hands trembled so violently that he could not grasp it. Pain etched across Hizashi's face. He is one of Konoha's most exceptional talents of this generation, a future pillar of our village. Yet in his current state, he is unfit for battle, even less capable than a mere apprentice ninja. The medical team has examined him and found no physical issues. His chakra flow is normal. They are at a loss. Some villagers are gossiping, claiming he has been frightened into cowardice. Hizashi's fists clenched. I know that is not true. I have seen his battle reports. Such feats could not be accomplished by a coward. Suyu listened quietly, aware that the symptoms pointed to a classic and severe case of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. In the world he hailed from, this psychological ailment had plagued countless soldiers. In this ninja realm, governed solely by the philosophy of willpower, such conditions would only be further misunderstood. Hizashi, what do you think happens to a container when it is filled with too much water? Suyu suddenly posed an unrelated question. It overflows or cracks, Hizashi replied, puzzled. Precisely, Suyu nodded. The human mind, or soul, is also a container. It can endure pressure, pain, and fear. However, if these elements are forced into the container in excess, beyond its limits, it will eventually break. During those 10 minutes, Hatake Tsukumo faced not mere training. He confronted life and death. Each second, he was at risk of being killed. His nerves were stretched to their breaking point. And during that time, his mental container was filled to the brim with fear, murderous intent, and the shadows of death. Now that the battle has ended, Those contents remained trapped within him, unexpressed. Through this simple metaphor, Suyu elucidated the origins of PTSD to Hisashi. Therefore, he is not weak. His container has simply cracked. That fissure represents the unhealable wound within his heart. Hisashi listened, dumbfounded. For the first time, he encountered an explanation that framed this affliction in such a manner. It was not a matter of insufficient willpower or cowardice, but rather a comprehensible injury. This perspective brought him considerable relief. Can this container be repaired? Hisashi asked eagerly. It can, Suyu affirmed, but it requires the right approach. Isolating him or reprimanding him will only exacerbate the fissure. What he needs is to empty the stagnant waters from his container. How? Find a safe space where he can articulate the fears, visions, and sounds haunting him. Allow him to vent. Help him understand that he is now safe and that the battle has concluded. Suyu explained, this is a gradual process that necessitates patience. Is merely talking sufficient? Hisashi remained skeptical. Sometimes, words possess a power greater than any jutsu, Suyu smiled. However, it cannot rely solely on my words. I require a proper venue, an official authorization. He looked at Hisashi, revealing his true intent. Do you recall the psychological clinic I previously mentioned to Lord Second? Now is the opportune moment to establish it. Let us consider Hatake Sakumo as our first patient. Hisashi's eyes sparkled with understanding. He realized that Suyu was not merely discussing the downfall of a genius. He was proposing a systematic solution, one capable of saving many ninjas like Hatake Sakumo. I understand. Hisashi sprang to his feet. I will seek out the Hokage immediately. This matter must be addressed. As Hisashi hurriedly departed, Suyu stretched lazily. Hatake Sakumo, the Konoha White Fang, was a tragic figure who would succumb to despair due to a misguided mission, leaving Kakashi with a lifetime of shadows. Now, with the war's premature onset, his tragedy seemed to unfold ahead of schedule. Yet this time, I am here, Suyu thought. Perhaps this mascot, who merely wished to coast through life, could indeed effect some change. At the very least, I hope to afford that future silver-haired boy a childhood unmarred by such heavy burdens. Chapter 22. The art of listening. Senju Tobirama's efficiency was astonishing. Within an hour of Sarutobi Hisashi bursting into the Hokage's office with Suyu's container theory, an order personally signed by the Second Hokage was issued. The directive was straightforward: to establish the Konoha Special Psychological Counseling Office, temporarily under the full authority of the Hokage advisor, Suyu. Its primary function would be to provide psychological support and recovery assistance to ninjas suffering from mental trauma due to the war. The location was designated in a relatively isolated courtyard adjacent to the main medical tent, which had previously stored infrequently used medical equipment and was now swiftly cleared and tidied. As the news spread, the entirety of Konoha buzzed with discussion. A psychological counseling office. What is that for? I heard it's for those who have been traumatized on the battlefield. Uft. Ninjas aren't that fragile. If there will isn't strong enough, they deserve to be eliminated. Indeed, in battle, death is inevitable. If one fears it, they shouldn't be a ninja. The majority of ninjas reacted with confusion, disdain, and even ridicule. In their deeply ingrained beliefs, mental fortitude was considered a given, and any psychological issues were synonymous with cowardice and shame. Suyu paid little heed to these discussions. The birth of any new concept inevitably invites skepticism and misunderstanding. What he needs to do is not engage in debates with everyone, but rather demonstrate the value of this counseling room through facts and results. The first patient of the counseling room is Hatake Shoma. When he was brought, somewhat forcefully, by Sarutobi Hisashi and his father, a similarly serious Hatake Jonin, to this small courtyard, he was in a state of tense vigilance. This boy, only about 14 or 15 years old, had a pale complexion, tightly pressed lips, and his once sharp eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Clad in an oversized hospital gown, his frail body gripped the hem of his clothing, knuckles turning white from the pressure. You all can leave. I need to speak with him alone, said Suyu, seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. Basking in the sun, he gestured to another stone bench beside him, instructing Hatake Shoma to sit. Sarutobi Hisashi, though concerned, nodded upon seeing Suyu's confident demeanor, leading Shoma's father out of the courtyard to wait at the entrance. In the courtyard, only Suyu and Hatake Shoma remained. Shoma did not sit. Instead, he stood like a startled animal, cautiously positioned at the furthest point from Suyu, leaning against the wall as if it could provide him with a semblance of safety. Suyu did not rush him. He simply closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun while humming a discordant tune. Time passed slowly. The courtyard was quiet, filled only with the rustling of leaves in the wind and Suyu's off-key humming. This profound silence and benign atmosphere seemed to ease Hatake Shoma's taut nerves. He no longer felt the oppressive sense of enemies lurking in the corners or murderous intent outside, as he had in the hospital. The man before him appeared weaker, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, resembling the ordinary villagers of the village. Do you know? I am actually quite afraid of death, Suyu suddenly spoke, still with his eyes closed. Hatake Shoma's body jolted, his gaze fixating on him warily. Indeed, Suyu continued, I am not particularly skilled. I simply wish to live a stable life. The thought of being stabbed one day terrifies me. This statement, coming from a consultant entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Hokage, seemed oddly misplaced, even somewhat ludicrous. Yet, Hatake Shoma did not laugh. He merely stared blankly at Suyu. Thus, I admire you. Suyu opened his eyes to meet Shoma's gaze, his expression earnest. You, alone, faced so many enemies and managed to hold out for 10 minutes. If it were me, I might have knelt in surrender within the first second. I do not wish to inquire about the details of your battle. I am simply curious. During those 10 minutes, were you afraid? Suyu posed a question that everyone else deliberately avoided. Afraid? This question acted as a key, unlocking the tightly shut door to Hatake Shoma's heart. His father had asked him if he was gravely injured. His comrades had inquired about the number of enemies he had slain. The medical ninja had questioned where he still felt pain. Yet, no one had ever asked him if he was afraid. Hatake Shoma's lips began to tremble, and his body shook violently. A flicker of emotion finally stirred in his hollow eyes. A dry syllable escaped his throat. Fear is normal. Suyu's tone was soft and gentle, as if he feared disturbing him. I am human, and so are you. Being human means experiencing fear, and that is not shameful. Hatake Shoma's voice was fragmented, emerging like a whisper through clenched teeth. The head of the field was right at my feet. His eyes were still open. The blade from the cloud barely missed my neck. Their cries of battle. I can still hear them. As he spoke, he curled up, squatting on the ground, hands clutching his head. He finally articulated the blood-soaked, horrifying images that had replayed relentlessly in his mind. Suyu did not interrupt him or offer comfort. He simply listened quietly. For a PTSD patient, what is most needed is not cheap sympathy or encouragement, but a safe outlet to express all their fears. Just listening is sufficient. Hatake Shoma's voice grew louder, evolving from murmurs into incoherent screams. He unleashed every detail, every fear, every despair from those 10 minutes. Tears and snot smeared his face, and he wept helplessly on the ground like a child. Outside, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shuma's father felt their hearts tighten upon hearing the cries, tempted several times to rush in. Yet, they ultimately restrained themselves, sensing that beneath the pain, there was also a sense of release in those cries. He wept for what felt like an eternity, until his voice became hoarse, until he was utterly exhausted. Hatake Shoma lay on the ground, body still trembling slightly, but the extreme tension and madness seemed to dissipate with his sobs. Suyu approached, crouching beside him, offering a clean handkerchief. Let it out, and you'll feel better, he said. You must pour out the dirty water in the container to allow for new things to enter. Hatake Shoma slowly lifted his head, though his tear-streaked face remained pale. The thick layers of fear and confusion in his eyes seemed to have thinned somewhat. He looked at Suyu, his lips moving, and with a hoarse voice. He uttered the first complete sentence since the incident. Thank you. Outside the courtyard, Sarutobi Hizashi, who had been observing through the door crack, sighed deeply in relief, his face displaying genuine admiration and joy. He recognized that Suyu had succeeded. The psychological counseling room had proven its worth. Chapter 23. The first encounter of the future three ninjas. The reputation of the Konoha Special Psychological Counseling Room began to change subtly due to Hatake Shoma's improvement. Although most ninjas remained skeptical, at least it was no longer regarded as a mere joke. Some who genuinely cared for their comrades began to privately discuss whether they could try that small courtyard if their teammates faced similar issues. Suyu welcomed this shift. He understood that changing perceptions requires time, and he had plenty of patience. Hatake Shoma became a regular visitor to the counseling room. Every afternoon, he would come by, sometimes merely sitting in the courtyard in a daze, and other times engaging in brief conversations with Suyu. Their discussions were not about significant matters, but rather mundane topics, like the pleasant weather or the mediocre taste of the lunch rice balls. Suyu never proactively broached the subjects of battle or trauma. He merely provided a safe and relaxed environment. He understood that psychological healing, much like the recovery of physical wounds, cannot be rushed. On one particular afternoon, Suyu was napping in a rocking chair in the courtyard when a commotion erupted outside the gate. "Hey, Orochimaru, don't walk so fast, wait for me," a robust boy's voice shouted. "Jiraiya, you're too loud," came another voice, somewhat feminine and laced with impatience. "Can you two be quiet? This is a medical class area. No loud noises allowed," a girl's voice added, sounding quite irritable. "You're the loudest one here, Tsunade," Jiraiya retorted, awakened by the noise. Suyu opened his eyes and sat up. He saw 3 young children peering curiously through the entrance. The leader was a white-haired boy with a crooked forehead protector, his face adorned with 2 streaks of red paint, looking both silly and energetic. He was none other than the future perverted sage, Jiraiya. Beside him stood a boy with long black hair and skin as pale as paper, his golden elongated pupils filled with curiosity. This was Orochimaru. Lastly, there was a girl with golden hair and twin ponytails, arms crossed, and glaring at Jiraiya, clearly Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. The future 3 ninjas had collectively appeared before him in this manner. So you scrutinized them. The 3 children, appearing to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, were still students at the ninja school. "Hey sir, who are you? What are you doing here?" Jiraiya, boldest among them, was the first to inquire. "Sir?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Do I really look that old? You see, you're always lying here basking in the sun, just like the old men at the village entrance. How could you not be a sir?" Jiraiya replied with conviction. Tsunade tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve and whispered, "Don't speak carelessly. I heard my grandfather say there's a very formidable advisor residing here." "Advisor? He doesn't even have chakra. What's so formidable about that?" Jiraiya scoffed, disbelief evident on his face. Orochimaru remained silent, his unique gaze fixed on Suyu, as if trying to peer into his very essence. He was intensely curious about this ordinary man, devoid of chakra, who could linger in the heart of Konoha. "Little ones, this isn't a place for you. Hurry back to your lessons." Suyu waved his hand, wishing to dismiss them. He had no interest in becoming a kindergarten teacher. "We came to visit the injured," Tsunade declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage, destined to be a great medical ninja. It is only right to care for our comrades." "Oh, and what did you see?" Suyu asked with interest. "We saw many people injured, bleeding a lot." Tsunade's voice softened, a flicker of compassion and fear crossing her youthful face. "Humph, what is there to be afraid of? Being a ninja means fighting and bleeding," Jiraiya declared, puffing out his chest. "I will become a great hero like the second Hokage, sending all enemies flying." Suyu regarded him with a smile. "Aspirations of heroism are commendable. However, before you learn to send all enemies flying, you should first master not being frightened into wetting your pants." "How do you know?" Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He recalled a few days prior during a practical lesson, where an upperclassman had frightened him with a jinjutsu, resulting in a rather embarrassing incident. He hadn't told a soul. Suyu merely smiled, offering no explanation. He had no idea. He simply found amusement in the stubbornness of the boy, inadvertently hitting the mark. He turned his gaze to Tsunade, still visibly unsettled by the bloody scene she had witnessed. "Are you afraid of blood?" Suyu inquired. Tsunade hesitated before defiantly shaking her head. "Of course not. I will be the strongest medical ninja." Becoming a medical ninja isn't about fearing blood. It's about saving those who bleed, Suyu spoke gently. "Fear arises because you care for life. That is a good thing. It indicates you possess a tender heart. Do not regard it as a weakness." Tsunade stood stunned. Her grandfather and teachers had always told her to be brave and overcome her fears. For the first time, someone told her that fear was not inherently negative. Finally, Suyu's attention shifted to the taciturn Orochimaru. "And you? What are you contemplating?" Orochimaru was taken aback by Suyu's sudden inquiry. His golden eyes met Suyu's as he slowly replied, "I am pondering why humans are so fragile. The body can be injured, can perish. The mind seems susceptible as well." He gestured toward the depths of the courtyard, to the room of Kakashi Hatake, much like himself, broken. This child's perceptiveness was remarkably acute. "Then what do you think should be done when something is broken?" Suyu countered. "Disassemble it, examine its structure, understand how it broke. Perhaps then, one might discover a method to repair it. It may even become more robust than before, never breaking again." Orochimaru's tone bore an intensity and calmness beyond his years. Tsuyu sighed inwardly. This individual had harbored such a profound obsession with immortality and the essence of life from a young age. Your thoughts are intriguing, Tsuyu nodded. However, I must caution you. Understanding why something breaks and ensuring it never breaks again are two distinct matters. The former is science, while the latter is mere delusion. Sometimes, it is precisely because things can break that life becomes precious. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, seemingly grappling with this revelation. Tsuyu's words planted a small seed within the minds of these three future legends. For Jiraiya, it was the acknowledgement that experiencing fear is a form of courage. For Tsunade, it signified that one must possess reverence to become a good healer. For Orochimaru, it served as a philosophical reminder regarding his future research direction. Very well. You may leave. Tsuyu reclined back into the rocking chair, signaling their dismissal. This time, the trio departed quietly, each lost in thought as they left the uniquely special courtyard. Tsuyu closed his eyes, pondering. Could this be considered an early intervention in the growth trajectory of the three legendary ninjas? I hope this minor butterfly effect does not veer the plot too far off course. My ramen set still relies on Nagato, after all. Chapter 24. A perfect victory. The assault by Iwagakure on the supply base at the front lines of Konoha ended in a devastating defeat. They had gathered 500 elite forces, driven by the secret intelligence painstakingly provided by Muko, and charged fiercely into the valley marked as an arms depot. Subsequently, they fell into traps laid by Senju Tobirama himself, containing enough explosive tags to obliterate half a mountain. The thunderous explosions reverberated for dozens of kilometers, reaching the Konoha encampment. The assaulting forces of Iwagakure lost nearly 70% of their number in the initial explosion. The remaining troops were then met with a fierce counterattack from the ambushers led by Sarutobi Hisashi, with only a handful managing to escape in disarray. This was a textbook ambush, a magnificent and overwhelming victory. The news returned to Konoha, sending the entire village into a fervor. In the early stages of the war, such a resounding triumph greatly uplifted everyone's spirits. Within the Hokage building, the higher-ups were equally jubilant. Well done, Hisashi. That crew from Iwagakure has suffered heavy losses. Senju Tobirama, seated at the head of the table, wore a smile, yet remained markedly more composed than the others. He understood that the key to this victory lay not in the battlefield skirmishes, but in the intelligence warfare preceding it. His gaze shifted to Tsuyu, who was languidly yawning in the corner. This victory does not belong to me, nor to anyone on the front lines. Senju Tobirama stood, his voice resonating throughout the conference room. The true credit goes to advisor Tsuyu, who devised our entire counterintelligence strategy. All eyes instantly focused on Tsuyu. There were expressions of astonishment, curiosity, and dawning comprehension. They had only known of the triumph at the front, unaware that the script for this victory had been penned by this seemingly unassuming man. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Tsuyu rose and humbly waved his hand. Lord Second, you overestimate me. I merely spoke a few words. It was the ninja brothers on the front lines who executed the plan and fought valiantly. I cannot claim the credit. His words provided some comfort to the commanding Jounins present. Regardless of the circumstances, Tsuyu's demeanor was proper, devoid of arrogance from his achievements. Credit is credit, fault is fault. Konoha is clear in its rewards and punishments. Tobirama waved his hand decisively. Advisor Tsuyu, for your unconventional intelligence tactics, you have earned an S-rank merit for the village. Specific rewards will be discussed post-war. Now, let us address the next matter. He turned to Tsuyu. What should we do about Muko? The trap had successfully detonated, and the utility of Muko as a piece on the chessboard seemed to have reached its conclusion. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Kill him. Such a traitor is a disaster waiting to happen. An aggressive Jounin declared immediately. Indeed, he has been exposed. After suffering such a significant loss, Iwagakure will surely suspect him. Keeping him is of no further use, another concurred. Sarutobi Hisashi frowned, remaining silent. Though he harbored a deep disdain for traitors, he had gradually begun to contemplate alternative solutions, thanks to several enlightening discussions with Tsuyu. All eyes turned to Tsuyu, eager to glean insights from this esteemed figure. He ambled to the map, gazing at the piece representing Muchan. Of course, eliminating him would be the simplest and most gratifying course of action, Tsuyu remarked, yet it would also be the most wasteful. Oh, how so? Tobirama inquired. Let us analyze the current mindset of Iwagakure, Tsuyu suggested, lightly tapping the map with his finger. They returned from a dismal defeat and were undoubtedly engaged in frantic internal scrutiny. They might suspect that there was an issue with their intelligence. However, would they cast suspicion upon Mu-chan? I believe the likelihood is minimal, Suyu asserted confidently, for the intelligence we provided him was impeccably sourced, complete with accidents, coincidences, and sacrifices. The intelligence department of a Wagakure would likely conclude that they were simply unfortunate or that Konoha possessed a more adept counterintelligence expert who had unraveled their plans and turned the tables. They would never fathom that we had treated Mu-chan as a mere conduit from the very beginning. Thus, in their eyes, Mu-chan bore no fault. Rather, he would be regarded as a commendable figure despite his failure, having secured genuine intelligence, with Konoha merely proving to be too cunning. Suyu's analysis plunged the attendees into deep contemplation. Indeed, the logic was irrefutable. Are you suggesting we keep him alive? Aizen asked. Not merely keep him. Suyu smiled, a glint of cunning in his expression. We must not only retain him, but also exonerate him of suspicion and even assist him in rising to power. What? The conference room erupted in astonishment. Helping a spy from an enemy village ascend? What kind of strategy is this? Lord Second, this is exceedingly perilous. Indeed. What if this backfires? Tobirama raised his hand, silencing the commotion. He looked at Suyu, urging him to elaborate. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead that can only convey false intelligence holds limited value. But what if we could leverage this lead to influence the internal dynamics of a Wagakure? Suyu proposed an enticing notion. We could continue utilizing Mu-chan, providing him with a blend of half-truths and fabrications. Allow him to accumulate a few minor accomplishments along the way. Gradually, his standing within a Wagakure's intelligence framework would rise, until one day, he becomes privy to core decision-making. At that juncture, should he convey even a single piece of intelligence to us, it could sway the course of a pivotal battle, potentially altering the very outcome of the war. Our objective is not to regard him as a disposable bomb, but to cultivate him into a lethal thorn embedded in the heart of our adversary. Upon concluding, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was captivated by Suyu's audacious, even reckless, plan. This was no longer merely a counterintelligence scheme. It had morphed into a strategic endeavor spanning years, if not longer, with its essence rooted in a precise understanding of human psychology and the prevailing circumstances. After a prolonged silence, Tobirama finally spoke, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. A remarkable notion of cultivating a thorn. He regarded Suyu as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Let us proceed with this. What had initially been a meeting to celebrate triumph and address treachery had, under Suyu's guidance, transformed into a high-level strategic seminar. Following this flawless victory, Suyu had elevated his status from an intriguing advisor to an indispensable strategist. Despite this, he quietly lamented, I feel utterly exhausted. When will my retirement truly commence? Chapter 25. The second path of the ninja. After over a month of continuous operation in Suyu's psychological counseling room, the condition of Kiki Shiboku had visibly improved. He no longer isolated himself in his quarters nor succumbed to panic attacks. He could engage in normal conversations, and a glimmer of youthful spirit had returned to his eyes. To the medical team, this transformation appeared miraculous. However, new challenges soon emerged. One day, Sarutobi Hizen and Kiki Shiboku's father sought Suyu once again, their expressions graver than before. Suyu, Shiboku is still struggling. Shiboku's father, a typically taciturn member of the Kiki clan, spoke with difficulty. We took him to the training grounds, but he cannot hold a blade. Hizen added, it's not a matter of physical strength. His hands are strong. Yet upon contact with a weapon, they tremble uncontrollably. We have tried kunai, shuriken, and even a katana, but his body seems to resist combat. Suyu was not surprised. This was a common aftereffect of PTSD. The traumatic memories had become deeply intertwined with concepts of battle and weaponry. The mere presence of a trigger would automatically elicit a stress response. In essence, he may no longer be able to become a combat ninja. Shiboku's father's voice was heavy with disappointment and despair. In the world of ninjas, particularly within the renowned Kiki clan, a ninja unable to wield a sword was akin to being rendered useless. His future, his honor, everything seemed to have come to an end. Shiboku himself had plunged into a new abyss of despair. Escaping the terrifying nightmares, he now found himself ensnared in self-doubt. Perceiving himself as a burden to his village and family, who says a ninja must engage in battle. Suyu observed the two men, speaking gently. Both were taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. If a ninja does not fight, can they still be called a ninja? Shiboku's father countered, clinging to a creed they had never questioned throughout their lives. Of course, Tsuyu rose and began to pace in the courtyard. Let me ask you this. Does constructing defensive fortifications for the village count as protecting it? Indeed, Hizen nodded. Does developing new ninjutsu and tactics constitute a contribution to the village? Certainly. Does deciphering enemy codes and analyzing their intelligence equate to combat? That too. Then, does nurturing the next generation of exceptional ninjas within the Ninja Academy, enabling them to better protect the village in the future, not represent a more strategic form of combat? Tsuyu halted, fixing his gaze upon them. Both fell silent. They had never contemplated the definition of a ninja from this perspective. In their world, a ninja was synonymous with power, missions, and combat prowess. The strongest ninja was deemed to be the one who could slay the most enemies on the battlefield. Shiboku had lost the ability to wield a sword, but his intellect remained intact. He faced an elite team from Kumogakure alone during that rearguard battle, enduring for 10 minutes. Tsuyu continued. In those 10 minutes, the practical experience he gained and his understanding of the combat styles and techniques of Kumogakure ninjas are insights that cannot be acquired through countless hours of practice on the training field. He survived. He is, in essence, a living textbook filled with invaluable experiences. Let him serve as a teaching assistant at the Ninja Academy, imparting his recent experiences to those about to graduate. He can instruct them on how to evade and counter against Kumogakure ninjas, and which ninjutsu to employ at what moment. Is this not a different means of safeguarding the future Konoha ninjas and minimizing their casualties? Tsuyu's words illuminated the minds of the two men, previously constrained by traditional beliefs. Indeed, a single individual's combat prowess is limited, but if his experiences can be transmitted to 10 or 100 future ninjas, his value is magnified tenfold or 100-fold. Is this feasible? Shiboku's father still harbored some hesitation, questioning whether a so-called failure should teach the hopes of tomorrow. He is not a failure. Tsuyu's tone turned serious. He is a survivor, a hero. He has carved a bloody path for those who come after him with his experiences. Your task is not to regard him as a broken tool, but to view him as a precious asset. As Sun Yu turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he expressed the necessity for either him or the support of the Hokage. It was imperative to pave a second path for those ninjas who had returned from the battlefield, their bodies and minds scarred. They needed to understand that even if they could no longer engage in combat, they remained invaluable assets to the village, and their worth would endure in a different form. Excitement flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. He was utterly captivated by Sun Yu's vision. This endeavor was not merely about finding a way for Shikomo. It was about introducing a novel possibility and humanistic care to the entire Konoha ninja system. It would fundamentally transform Konoha's approach toward the injured and veterans. I understand. Hiruzen nodded emphatically. Rest assured, Sun Yu, I will certainly discuss this with my teacher. We cannot allow any hero who has shed blood for this village to be abandoned due to their internal wounds. That afternoon, propelled by Hiruzen's fervent advocacy and the final decision of the Second Hokage, the Konoha Ninja Academy officially established a new position, practical experience instructor. The first to assume this role was none other than Hatake Shikomo. Though still somewhat awkward in his instructor's vest, Shikomo stood tall on the podium, gazing at the curious and adoring faces of his junior students. And for the first time in a long while, a spark reignited in his once dull eyes. He had found his new battlefield. Sun Yu watched this scene from the window of his office, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He realized that once again, he had inadvertently shifted the dynamics of this world. This second path he had carved for ninjas might, in the future, save many more. A small change could perhaps blossom into unexpected wonders. Chapter 26. Patience from the roots. Sun Yu's influence was subtly spreading among Konoha's upper ranks and some ordinary ninjas. The success of his counterintelligence strategy positioned him as a strategic advisor. The establishment of the Psychological Counseling Office and Shikomo's transition further solidified his authority in addressing the post-war trauma of ninjas. Naturally, all of this caught the attention of Shimura Danzo. Deep within the dark and damp depths of the Hokage building's root base, Danzo sat in his seat, his expression as grim as a stormy sky, listening to his subordinate's report. That summarizes all of Sun Yu's recent activities, reported a masked root ninja, kneeling respectfully. Psychological counseling? A second path for ninjas? Danzo scoffed disdainfully, his contempt palpable. Such naive and ludicrous notions. Ninjas are weapons. Once broken, they must be destroyed. There is no room for sentimentality. Both the Hokage and Hiruzen had been beguiled by that enigmatic individual. The village's spirit was being corroded by this weak ideology. His sense of crisis intensified. Sun Yu's existence and the principles he espoused were completely at odds with Danzo's belief in iron will and sacrifice. He perceived Sun Yu as a toxic weed, growing wildly in Konoha, and if not eradicated soon, it would inevitably undermine the very foundation of the village. However, he could not act directly. The previous incident with the boulder had left him with bitter lessons. The warning from Tobirama sensei still echoed in his ears, and Sun Yu's seemingly indestructible body rendered him powerless. If force will not suffice, then he would employ subtler means. A glint of malice flickered in Danzo's eyes. Yamanaka Kaze, he called, summoning a code name. Another root ninja stepped forward. Your mental resilience is the highest in the root. After undergoing the unconscious technique, your emotional fluctuations have been suppressed to a minimum. Danzo gazed at him. Now, I assign you a task. Please instruct me, leader. You are to visit that so-called psychological counseling office. Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk. Claim that you suffered a mental shock during a previous mission and require counseling. Your purpose is not to seek treatment, but to observe and analyze. I need to know precisely how Sun Yu influences people's hearts. Is it some form of genjutsu we are unaware of? Or perhaps a more advanced mental technique? You must masquerade as a true patient while meticulously recording every word he utters and every action he takes. Then, report back to me. Understood. Yamanaka Kaze accepted the order without hesitation. For him, the leader's command was paramount. The following day, Sun Yu's counseling office welcomed a new patient. He appeared quite young, in his early 20s, with an ordinary visage, yet his gaze was strikingly hollow, emanating an icy aura that discouraged approach. I have killed too many people on missions, he stated, sitting opposite Sun Yu, his tone devoid of inflection. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I see their faces. I cannot sleep. Sun Yu regarded him silently. This young man was indeed peculiar. While he spoke of a painful experience, his expression, posture, and breathing were as tranquil as still water. A person truly plagued by nightmares would never recount their trauma in such a manner. They would exhibit tension, avoidance, and involuntary anxious gestures. This individual resembled a programmed machine reciting lines. Interesting. Sun Yu immediately formed a judgment. This was not a genuine patient. This was a pretender. Moreover, his mental state was remarkable, not shattered like Shikomo's, but encased within a thick shell. All emotions were sealed within that layer. A root operative, perhaps? Danzo finally could not resist sending someone to probe me. Sun Yu maintained his composure, presenting a gentle and professional smile. Well, this situation is quite common. Could you elaborate on which mission left the most profound impression on you? He began his therapeutic inquiry. Yamanaka Kaze recounted a fabricated, gruesome mission to exterminate bandits, detailing it with vivid accuracy. Sun Yu listened attentively, occasionally nodding and posing guiding questions. When you swung your blade to sever the last one's head, what were you thinking? That the mission was accomplished, Kaze replied. Is that all? Did you not experience any other emotions? Perhaps relief? Or disgust? Sun Yu pressed further. No, Kaze's response remained mechanical. Is that so? Sun Yu chuckled softly. Yet, I sense you are not devoid of emotion. Rather, you have buried it, hidden away in a very deep, dark place. You do not even dare to confront it. Kaze's heart raced suddenly. I do not understand your meaning, he stated, his face expressionless. You do understand. Sun Yu's gaze seemed to penetrate his facade, delving into the sealed recesses of his heart. You fear those emotions, do you not? Because someone told you that emotions are weaknesses, superfluous. A qualified weapon requires no sentiment. For the first time, Kaze's breathing exhibited signs of disturbance. What was this person saying? How did he know? Who told you? Sun Yu's voice was soft, yet each word struck Kaze's defenses like a hammer. Your teacher? Or your leader? He sent you here to uncover my secrets. Yet he may not have realized that by sending you an incomplete product, to me, he was inadvertently revealing his own secrets. Leaning forward, Sun Yu lowered his voice. Go back and tell your master that using repression to forge a weapon is the most foolish method. For what is suppressed does not vanish. It merely festers and expands in the darkness. One day, when that shell can no longer contain them, they will retaliate against their master in the most ferocious manner. Shan Zhongfeng was utterly stunned. He felt completely transparent before this man. as if his disguises, his intentions, and even his training were laid bare for the other to see. For the first time, a crack appeared in that solid, unfeeling exterior. Let us conclude today's session here, Suyu said, reclining back in his chair, resuming his languid demeanor. Return tomorrow. I am rather intrigued to see if I can transform you, this weapon, back into a human. Shan Zhongfeng left in a daze, uncertain of how to report to Danzo. Meanwhile, Suyu watched his retreating figure, revealing a smile laden with meaning. Danzo, I have accepted this patient you sent me. It is opportune, as I am keen to investigate how your so-called root distorts human nature. Chapter 27. The final charge of the Hokage. The war between Konoha, Hyomogakure, and Iwagakure had reached a fever pitch. The front lines stretched long, with daily reports of casualties flooding in from the battlefield. The entirety of Konoha was shrouded in a tense and lethal atmosphere. Senju Tobirama, as the supreme commander, had gone several days without rest. He stood before a vast sand table, continuously maneuvering troops and issuing commands, striving to find that decisive opportunity within the tangled web of warfare. However, the situation was grim. The formidable team, led by the Second Hokage, consisting of the Gold and Silver brothers, wielded the chakra of the Nine Tails, rendering them almost invincible on the battlefield and inflicting immense losses upon Konoha. Tobirama recognized that conventional tactics could no longer alter the course of events. He had to take action himself. That night, the Hokage's office remained brightly lit. After finishing the last battle report, Tobirama dismissed everyone except Suyu. Suyu, join me for a drink, he said, retrieving a bottle of sake and 2 cups from the cabinet. This surprised Suyu. The Second Hokage, known for his rigor and self-discipline, rarely indulged in alcohol during work hours. Suyu understood the implications. The moment he had anticipated was finally upon him. This is unlike you, Lord Second, he remarked, accepting the cup and mimicking the gesture of drinking, despite being unable to savor the taste. Occasionally indulging is not without merit, Tobirama replied, a hint of weariness in his expression. This war is more arduous than I imagined, particularly with the Gold and Silver brothers and the troublesome artifacts of the Sage of 6 Paths they possess. Suyu remained silent, knowing that Tobirama's upcoming battle would involve him using himself as bait to allow the younger generation to retreat, ultimately leading to his own demise. Should he warn him? That thought flashed wildly through Suyu's mind. A single word from him, even the simplest suggestion that the Gold and Silver brothers had weaknesses or that their artifacts could be countered, would undoubtedly prompt Tobirama to devise an alternative strategy, potentially averting that fatal path. Yet, the image of the red-haired boy, Nagato, surfaced in his mind. If Tobirama were to survive, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not ascend to the position of 3rd Hokage so swiftly. The policies of Konoha and the dynamics of the ninja world would undergo significant transformations. The trajectories of the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi World Wars would also alter drastically. Would Nagato still endure the loss of his parents? Would Yahiko still perish? Would the Akatsuki organization ever come into existence? Most importantly, would the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, which could truly resurrect him, ever appear? Was it worth gambling the life of a living, trusted ally for an uncertain and tenuous hope of revival? Suyu found himself ensnared in an unprecedented inner turmoil. He had always believed he could remain detached, treating everything here as mere cinematic fiction. Yet, when faced with parting and death, he discovered he could not maintain such coldness. Senju Tobirama, who had initially regarded him as a dangerous experiment and later as a strategic weapon, had transformed, through their interactions, into a leader and partner deserving of respect. What are you pondering? Tobirama queried, noticing Suyu's distraction. Nothing, Suyu replied, inhaling deeply to suppress his internal struggles. Ultimately, he made that selfish decision, prioritizing his desire to return home, to once again savor the taste of Ichiraku ramen. Forgive me, Lord Second. I was merely contemplating that the war will eventually conclude. Indeed, it will, Tobirama mused, gazing out the window with distant eyes. But I may not witness it. He seemed to sense his impending fate. Tomorrow, I shall personally lead the charge against the Gold and Silver brothers. Tobirama turned to Suyu, his gaze intense. After I am gone, I need to entrust you with some matters. Speak, Suyu's heart sank. First, Hiruzen. Tobirama's tone carried a touch of warmth and concern befitting a mentor. That child possesses a kind heart and the will of fire, yet he can be soft-hearted and indecisive, especially concerning Danzo. After my death, he will become the 3rd Hokage. I hope you will be by his side, reminding him of my brother's teachings when he requires compassion and of my methods when he needs to be ruthless. Assist him in becoming a competent Hokage. I will, Suyu nodded gravely. Secondly, regarding your psychological counseling center, Tobirama continued. Initially, I deemed it a futile endeavor. Yet, I now comprehend its value. It is akin to any S-rank ninjutsu. It can fundamentally strengthen Konoha. I hope you will continue its operation, making it an integral part of our village. That is my duty. Finally, Tobirama produced a scroll from within his robes and handed it to Suyu. These are my research findings concerning the soul, spiritual energy, and your existence. Suyu accepted the scroll, feeling its chill. I have never fully grasped what you are, but I know you are a miracle. Tobirama's eyes sparkled with the light of a researcher. Perhaps you will find something useful within my failed theories to unravel your own mysteries. Open this scroll after the battle concludes. Senju Tobirama rose and approached the door. Suyu, he turned back for one last gaze, deeply regarding him. It has been fascinating to know you. With that, he opened the door and left without looking back. His silhouette, illuminated by the corridor lights, appeared resolute yet profoundly melancholic. Alone, Suyu sat in the office, gripping the scroll tightly. He understood that an era was drawing to a close, and as the sole witness, he could only watch helplessly as it unfolded. This feeling of powerlessness ignited a flicker of doubt regarding his previously idle plans for survival. Chapter 28. Tobirama's legacy and the third Hokage's confusion. The sky over Konoha was as ominous as if it might collapse. Rain mingled with sorrow, enveloping the entire village. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, along with the 6 elite shinobi he personally led, perished in battle while covering the retreat of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. When the news reached the village, Konoha fell into a profound silence, followed by an uncontrollable wave of grief. Suyu stood beneath the eaves of the counseling center, gazing at the rain-soaked bluestone slabs in the courtyard. He stood unprotected, allowing the cold raindrops to splash upon his body, reborn from the impure earth. Yet he felt no chill. This sensation mirrored his current state of mind, numb and hollow. He had anticipated this day, even rehearsed the outcome during his farewell with Tobirama. Yet, when the reality unfolded before him, the weight of a powerlessness named emotion pressed heavily upon his heart. I could have saved him, Suyu murmured to himself. Just a single word was needed, merely to inform Tobirama of the weaknesses of the Kinran and Jinran forces, or to suggest an alternative approach rather than opting for the most devastating form of self-sacrifice. But he did not. For the sake of a nebulous future where he might savor a bowl of hot ramen, he chose to remain a cold observer. Was it worth it? This question haunted him repeatedly, and the answer eluded him. Advisor Suyu, a voice, weary yet forcefully composed, emerged from behind. Turning, he beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage. The newly appointed third Hokage bore the remnants of sorrow upon his countenance, his bloodshot eyes revealing a prolonged sleeplessness. Accompanying him were the newly appointed advisors, Kurama Kokatsu and Mito Gate-in, both wearing solemn expressions. Third Hokage, Suyu nodded slightly, his tone measured. Hiruzen managed a bitter smile. Advisor Suyu, in private, please continue to call me Hiruzen as before. The title of Hokage carries too great a weight. He paused, inhaling deeply as if attempting to compress all his sorrow within. The arrangements for Tobirama-sensei's funeral have been made. The affairs of the village are chaotic, and I find myself at a loss as to where to begin. This was the reason he sought out Suyu. In the wake of Tobirama's death, the upper echelons of Konoha were engulfed in grief and turmoil, while Suyu, an outsider, had emerged as the most composed among them. Hiruzen needed that calmness now. Tobirama-sensei once told me that should I encounter matters beyond my judgment, I could seek your counsel. Hiruzen's tone was laden with trust. He regarded Suyu as a treasure of Konoha. Suyu remained silent for a moment, then stepped aside, inviting them into the shelter. Come in. The rain is heavy outside. Inside, he poured tea for them, though he himself could not partake. Hiruzen held the warm teacup, his hands trembling slightly. His gaze met Suyu's, filled with confusion and a plea for assistance. Advisor Suyu, the war is far from over, and both Cloud and Rock villages are watching us closely. Internally, the villagers are anxious. The loss of our leader has dealt a severe blow to morale. Can I truly guide Konoha forward? This future hero of the shinobi world was, at this moment, merely a young man recently bereaved of his mentor, reluctantly shouldering a heavy burden. His unease and self-doubt were palpable. Kurama Kokatsu furrowed his brow and interjected, "Hiruzen, this is not the time for despair. You are the chosen successor of our mentor. You must rally yourself." Mito gaped and echoed in agreement. "Indeed. Our immediate priority is to stabilize the situation and restore order to the village." They both spoke truthfully, yet their words felt like empty platitudes. Suyu disregarded their comments and fixed his gaze upon Hiruzen, calmly inquiring, "What were Tobirama-sama's final words to you?" Hiruzen paused, recollecting. Before retrieving a tightly wrapped scroll encased in oil paper from within his robes, extending it towards Suyu with both hands. "This is what he instructed me to deliver to you. He said it was one of his final entrustments and urged you to read it post-haste, or rather, now." Hiruzen added. "He insisted that you need it now more than ever." Suyu accepted the scroll, feeling its weight. In the presence of the three, he slowly unwrapped the oil paper, revealing a black scroll within. As he unfurled it, a torrent of complex and profound information surged into his mind through the techniques inscribed upon it. These were not mere words to be read with the eyes. They were impressions left upon the scroll by Tobirama's unparalleled understanding of the soul, comprehensible only to someone of Suyu's unique essence. To a being of uncommon nature, Suyu, when you read this letter, I shall likely no longer be amongst the living. Do not mourn for me. As Hokage, guarding the village and imparting the will of fire was a price I was prepared to pay long ago. I have dedicated my life to the study of forbidden techniques, and the impure world reincarnation is both my proudest and my most regrettable creation. It defies the boundaries of life and death, yet it has allowed me the fortune of encountering you. Your soul is extraordinary. It does not belong to this world, resilient, independent, impervious to any form of mental manipulation, and even unwelcoming to the Pure Land. I once endeavored to explore the essence of your soul, but ultimately relinquished that pursuit. For I recognize that your existence might represent an alternative possibility for Konoha. I cannot ascertain whether this possibility is good or ill, but I choose to place my faith in my disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in all that I have witnessed you do for Konoha. This scroll contains all my research on the essence of the soul, including the core method to unravel the secrets of impure world reincarnation. Yes, this technique is not without resolution. The connection between soul and body necessitates a medium known as a wedge. Your wedge is the core of this body. However, this wedge is not unbreakable. The latter part of the scroll outlines a theoretical technique of soul return, derived from your unique soul characteristics. This technique may enable you to escape the shackles of impure world reincarnation and return home. Yet, this is merely a theory, fraught with uncertainties and dangers, and may even lead to your utter dissolution. I do not know where your homeland lies, nor do I comprehend your tenacity in this pursuit. But I entrust the choice to you. Suyu, you are a wise individual. You understand the human heart far better than I. Hiruzen is compassionate, yet he may falter due to his attachments. I hope you will be by his side, reminding him when he must be as unyielding as iron, and when he may be gentle as water. Lastly, regarding the Uchiha, I confess to having always harbored reservations towards them. But caution does not equate to annihilation. My disciple, Uchiha Kagami, is a good child with the will of fire. Konoha requires the strength of the Uchiha, but must never allow that cursed power to become a hidden threat to the village. How to balance and guide this conundrum, I leave to Hiruzen and to you. Do not allow Danzo's darkness to consume Hiruzen's light. Senju Tobirama, Final Testament. The vast expanse of information settled within Suyu's mind, leaving him in contemplative silence. He had believed Tobirama merely regarded him as a useful tool, a distinctive advisor. He had never imagined that Tobirama had seen so deeply into his essence. Not only had he recognized the otherworldly nature of his soul, but he had also expended effort to devise a means for him to return home. This second Hokage, who had devoted his life to realism and iron-fisted policies, left him such a tender gift at the twilight of his existence. Suyu clutched the scroll, feeling an unfamiliar warmth in his otherwise cold fingers. He had always perceived his relationship with this world as transactional, exchanging information and psychological insights for a chance at ultimate resurrection. Yet, Tobirama's testament felt like a stone cast into the tranquil waters of his heart. Home, he whispered to himself. It dawned upon him that his greatest secret was no longer concealed before that man. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others watched as Suyu held the scroll, their expressions shifting in understanding, collectively refraining from interrupting. They were unaware of the scroll's contents, but its profound impact on Suyu was evidently significant. After a lengthy pause, Suyu lifted his gaze, meeting Hiruzen's eyes. His expression had transformed. No longer was it one of detached tranquility, but rather imbued with a newfound sense of responsibility. Hiruzen, Suyu spoke softly, yet his words invigorated all present. Yes, Advisor Suyu. Starting today, I shall fulfill my promise to Lord Tobirama. Suyu carefully stored the scroll beside him, the first task being to stabilize the war situation. The news of Lord Tobirama's death will be framed as a courageous sacrifice for the protection of the next generation, rather than a defeat at the hands of the enemy. With this as the foundation, I will promote this narrative to all the ninjas and villagers, transforming grief into a resolute determination to safeguard Konoha. The second task involves convening a high-level meeting to discuss post-war reconstruction and the arrangements for the Uchiha clan. Upon mentioning the Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew somewhat complex. Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate's expression also tightened. Suyu, is it too early to mention the Uchiha? Mito could not help but interject. The immediate priority is to address external threats. Suyu shook his head. It is not too early. Internal strife is always more perilous than external threats. His gaze swept over the three, finally resting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. In Lord Tobirama's last words, he mentioned the Uchiha, stating that Konoha requires their strength. This declaration served as a balm for Hiruzen, his eyes calming considerably. The teacher's final words are the highest directive. I understand, Hiruzen nodded gravely. I will arrange the meeting immediately. Suyu, I hope you will attend. Of course, Suyu replied, gazing out at the diminishing rain, silently muttering, Tobirama, you have left me with quite the dilemma. Yet this time, he did not contemplate evasion, for Tobirama had bestowed upon him an irresistible hope of returning home, alongside a profound trust. Chapter 29. The First Confrontation. The Uchiha's position in the Hokage building. The conference room was thick with tension. Seated around the round table were the most powerful figures in Konoha. The newly appointed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupied the main seat, flanked on his left by the two elder advisors, Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate. To his right, a position had been conspicuously left vacant, known to all for whom it was reserved. Shimura Danzo sat at the lower end of the elder's side, half of his face cloaked in shadow, emanating an air of forbidding coldness. His gaze occasionally darted toward the empty chair, revealing unmasked discontent and vigilance. Ever since Lord Tobirama's death, Hiruzen's ascent had seen Suyu's influence within the village grow substantially. Particularly concerning was Hiruzen's near compliance with Suyu. The notion of transforming sorrow into strength, of passing down the legacy of heroes. These ethereal slogans seemed absurdly weak to Danzo. A ninja should prioritize obedience and efficiency, devoid of unnecessary sentiment. Suyu was employing his twisted rhetoric to undermine the will of the Hokage, which Danzo could not tolerate. Hiruzen, everyone is here, can we begin? Danzo's voice, raspy and low, shattered the silence. Supplies at the front are scarce, we cannot afford to waste time here. Hiruzen glanced at the door. Let us wait a moment. Suyu has not yet arrived. Danzo scoffed. A mere advisor without a ninja rank. Is he truly more important than the frontline battles? Hiruzen, do not forget your own position. I have not forgotten. Hiruzen's tone hardened. Suyu's position was personally endorsed by Lord Tobirama. Danzo, are you questioning the teacher's decision? To invoke Tobirama was the most effective shield. Danzo's expression darkened, his silence rendering the room's atmosphere even colder. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. Suyu entered, clad in his usual simple attire, a calm and inscrutable expression adorning his face. He nodded to Hiruzen, then naturally approached the vacant seat. Apologies for my tardiness. Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. Hiruzen gestured for him to take a seat. The instant Suyu settled, nearly every gaze in the room converged upon him. Some curious, some scrutinizing, but most notably, Danzo's unmistakable hostility. Suyu appeared unfazed, meeting Danzo's gaze with composure, even offering a smile. This disregard incited a deeper fury within Danzo than any retort could. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Hiruzen rapped the table, redirecting attention. Today's meeting has two primary topics. Firstly, the ceasefire agreement with the Cloud Village. Secondly, the internal arrangements of the village post-war, particularly concerning the police force's functions. The first topic was quickly resolved. The Cloud Village, having lost its elite forces, was no longer in a position to continue fighting, and both sides were inclined toward a ceasefire. After some initial discussions regarding border delineations and reparations, a preliminary consensus was reached. The real crux, however, lay in the second topic, the police force. A captain from the Umbu frowned. Hokage-sama, the police force has always been managed by the Uchiha clan, responsible for maintaining order within the village. Is there an issue? Indeed, have they not performed admirably? Hiruzen glanced at Tsuyu, who offered an encouraging nod. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen continued, precisely because the war has concluded, we must reassess the village's internal structure. The police force wields excessive power, and its homogeneous composition is detrimental to the village's long-term development and unity. Upon these words, the conference room erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Everyone discerned the implication. The Hokage intended to take action against the Uchiha? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Danzo's eyes. Weakening the Uchiha? He wholeheartedly approved. Lord Tobirama had always been cautious of the Uchiha, and now Hiruzen seemed to finally grasp this necessity. A positive development. I concur with the Hokage's perspective, Danzo declared loudly. The Uchiha clan, with their police authority, has acted with arrogance, and the villagers harbor grievances. Moreover, the power of the Sharingan is excessively formidable. Allowing them to enforce law is inherently unjust. I propose we reorganize the police force, drawing personnel from various clans, and that the highest leadership of this force be directly overseen by the Hokage. Danzo's assertion resonated with many present. Konoha was established by the Senju and numerous ninja clans. Why should the Uchiha enjoy special privileges? Tsunade, Koharu, and Mito exchanged glances, clearly in agreement with Danzo's proposal. To them, this was indeed something Tobirama had long desired but had not had the opportunity to execute. Hiruzen's brow furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Danzo, aimed explicitly at usurping power. This was not the outcome he sought. His intention was merely to establish some checks and balances, not to escalate tensions. He looked to Tsuyu for assistance. Finally, Tsuyu spoke. I oppose. The simplicity of those 3 words plunged the conference room into silence. Once again, all eyes turned to the enigmatic advisor. Danzo's gaze sharpened like a knife. Tsuyu, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to allow the Uchiha to grow unchecked, posing a threat to the village's security? You, an outsider, what do you understand? Whether I understand or not is inconsequential, Tsuyu replied, his tone remaining even. What matters is whether Lord Tobirama understood. He invoked the Second Hokage once more. Why did he not disband the Uchiha's police force during his lifetime? Was it because he lacked the ability? No. It was because he recognized that the police force was originally established to integrate the Uchiha clan into the village, granting them honor and responsibility. Tsuyu surveyed the room, speaking slowly. Now that the war has just concluded, Konoha is in disarray. The Uchiha clan has also made significant sacrifices during the conflict. At this juncture, to withhold rewards and retract their honor and responsibilities, how would that reflect upon the Uchiha? How would it be perceived by the other clans who have shed blood for the village? Is this a proclamation that Konoha is a treacherous village, ungrateful and ready to sever ties? Such words resonate profoundly. Even some clan leaders who initially supported Danzo now exhibit contemplative expressions. Indeed, from an emotional standpoint, such actions are profoundly unethical. Danzo's countenance darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. Cunning words. He exclaimed, for the stability of the village, certain sacrifices are imperative. You are utterly unaware of the peril posed by the Uchiha. I confess my ignorance, Tsuyu acknowledged candidly. Thus, I propose we invite someone knowledgeable to share their insights. Who? Uchiha Kagami. Tsuyu uttered the name, causing a stir among the assembly. The suggestion of allowing a member of the Uchiha clan to partake in a high-level Konoha meeting that determines their fate was unprecedented. Absolutely not. Danzo banged his fist on the table, rising to his feet. This is an internal meeting of Konoha. Uchiha has no right to participate. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Advisor Tsuyu, this may violate protocol. Tsuyu smiled. Protocols are established by man. Moreover, if memory serves, Uchiha Kagami is the sole disciple of Lord Tobirama, correct? He embodies Lord Tobirama's will of fire and is the most trusted Uchiha in his eyes. Before his passing, Lord Tobirama specifically mentioned him to me. Pausing, Tsuyu dropped a bombshell. Lord Tobirama said to trust Uchiha Kagami as you would trust yourselves. This assertion, of course, was a half-truth. While Tobirama's will did reference Kagami, it certainly did not elevate him to such heights. Yet now, there were no witnesses to contradict it. Tobirama's last words hung over everyone like a sword of Damocles. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. Did his mentor truly hold Kagami in such high regard? Danzo was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, unable to muster a counterargument. To question Tsuyu was to doubt Hiruzen, and by extension, to challenge Tobirama's last wishes, a burden too heavy for him to bear. Since it is the will of my mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and made a decision. Let us summon Uchiha Kagami. He turned to Danzo, speaking deliberately. Danzo, I trust my mentor's judgment. I also trust my comrade, Uchiha Kagami. Danzo glared at Tsuyu with a penetrating gaze, as if he wished to devour him whole. He recognized that he had lost this round. This man, Tsuyu, was like a slippery eel, no matter how hard he tried to strike. He only ended up hitting air, leaving him frustrated. Though devoid of real power, he managed to reshape the entire power dynamic of Konoha with just a few words. Soon, clad in the uniform of the Uchiha police force, Uchiha Kagami entered the conference room, accompanied by a member of the ANBU. He appeared somewhat bewildered and anxious, and upon seeing the prominent figures seated at the round table, particularly Tsuyu, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Lord Hokage, you summon me? Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted him with a gentle smile. Kagami, please, have a seat. Today, we require your insights. He gestured to an empty chair beside him, which had originally belonged to the head of the ANBU. For the first time, Uchiha Kagami possessed a seat at the core of Konoha's power. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then at the smiling Tsuyu, and finally at the scowling Danzo. He sensed that something significant was about to change from this day forth. Chapter 30. The Uchiha clan's domain. The outcome of the meeting was a compromise, with Uchiha Kagami's participation and Tsuyu's guidance. Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately finalized the reform plan for the police force. The police force would remain under Uchiha's leadership, but 2 deputy positions would be added, filled by members of the Hyuga clan and the ANBU, serving as oversight and checks. Additionally, the scope of the force's law enforcement was clearly delineated. Sensitive cases involving disputes among clans would need to be reported to the Hokage, to be adjudicated jointly by the Elder Council and the Hokage. Danzo was far from satisfied with this outcome, yet found no substantial grounds for complaint, as it was the product of discussions among the Hokage, the advisory elder, and the Uchiha representative, leaving no procedural flaws. Uchiha Kagami accepted this arrangement with a complex mixture of emotions. Although some power had been ceded, the Uchiha status received formal acknowledgement from the Hokage, and he himself had unprecedentedly entered Konoha's decision-making circle. This represented an unparalleled opportunity for him and the entire Uchiha clan. After the meeting concluded, Uchiha Kagami lingered to seek out Tsuyu. Advisor Tsuyu, thank you for today. He bowed deeply. He understood that without Tsuyu's words and the invocation of his mentor's name, the meeting's direction would have been entirely different. Danzo's proposal was what most had anticipated. No need for thanks. It is the will of Lord Tobirama. Tsuyu accepted his gratitude with poise. He merely wished to prevent the village from fracturing due to internal strife. Did my mentor truly still care for us Uchiha at the end? Kagami's eyes glistened with emotion. He was aware of Tobirama's wariness towards the Uchiha, yet he never imagined he held such significance in his mentor's heart. Indeed, Tsuyu replied without a flicker of hesitation. He stated that you are the hope of the Uchiha and a bridge to Konoha. I must solidify this fabrication, Tsuyu thought, for Lord Tobirama would not rise to refute me. Uchiha Kagami trembled slightly, profoundly moved by these words. I will never betray the hopes of my mentor and the Hokage. Observing his fervent demeanor, Tsuyu sensed the moment was ripe. Kagami, do you have time? I wish to visit the Uchiha clan's domain, if it is convenient. Kagami paused, taken aback. While the Uchiha domain was not a forbidden place, due to the police force's presence and the clan's generally proud disposition, few outsiders would proactively visit, especially not someone of Tsuyu's esteemed status as an advisor to the Hokage. Of course, it would be our honor for you to come, Advisor Tsuyu. I will take you there at once. This was an extraordinary opportunity, allowing the highly trusted advisor of the Hokage to witness firsthand the Uchiha clan's loyalty to the village and to understand the true lives of the clan members was far more valuable than 100 words spoken in the meeting. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of many in Konoha, Advisor Tsuyu, accompanied by Uchiha Kagami, leisurely entered the Uchiha clan's domain. The Uchiha domain was expansive, characterized by an ancient and dignified architectural style, with the clan's emblem of the fan adorning the walls of every household. As the clan members spotted Uchiha Kagami, They greeted him respectfully. However, when they noticed Suyu beside him, their eyes filled with wariness and scrutiny. The innate pride and exclusivity of the clan were unmistakable. They are merely unaccustomed, Kagami explained, somewhat awkwardly. I understand, Suyu replied with a smile, unfazed. Every formidable clan possesses its own pride, and there is nothing amiss with that. His words comforted Uchiha Kagami considerably. The two arrived at a training ground, where a group of children were practicing shuriken throwing. Among them, a boy of about 7 or 8 stood out prominently. Every shuriken he threw struck the target with precision, his form impeccable, and his focus remarkable, far exceeding that of his peers. That is the clan leader's son, Fugaku, Uchiha Kagami introduced with a hint of admiration. He is a prodigy and will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Uchiha in the future. Suyu's gaze fell upon the boy named Fugaku, the future leader of the Uchiha clan, father to Itachi and Sasuke, the man caught between the village and his family, who ultimately chose a silent death. At this moment, he was merely a proud young boy, his sharp gaze reflecting an air of genius. Seemingly sensing Suyu's scrutiny, Uchiha Fugaku halted his training, turned his head, and frowned in inquiry. Upon noticing Suyu standing alongside Uncle Jing, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He had heard that this seemingly feeble man had aided the Uchiha during the meeting, but in Fugaku's view, the glory of the Uchiha required no charity or pity from anyone. Uncle Jing, Fugaku approached and bowed slightly, completely disregarding Suyu. Uchiha Jing frowned, about to admonish him. But Suyu interjected first, observing Fugaku with keen interest and asking, "Your diligence is commendable, but what motivates it?" Fugaku hesitated, seemingly taken aback that this outsider dared to speak to him. He lifted his chin and replied with an air of entitlement, "To become stronger. For the glory of the Uchiha." A textbook response, indeed. Is that so? Suyu smiled. Yet I can't help but feel that you are merely afraid of being outshone by others, terrified that your title of genius may be usurped. Fugaku's expression shifted instantaneously. You speak nonsense, he retorted, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Do I? Suyu's tone remained calm. Yet it struck Fugaku like a hammer to the heart. Every time you throw a shuriken, you subconsciously glance at those around you. If they miss the target, a slight smirk appears at the corner of your mouth. This is not the joy of improvement. Rather, it is the thrill of overpowering others. What you cherish is not glory, but rank. Fugaku's face flushed crimson, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. For Suyu spoke the truth. He indeed reveled in the admiration and jealousy of others, and could not tolerate being surpassed by anyone. Uchiha Jing stood by, utterly astonished. He had only perceived Fugaku's talent and determination, never considering the immense psychological burden this child bore. Carrying the Uchiha name and the hopes of the entire clan must be exhausting. Suyu's voice softened, laced with compassion. Fugaku bit his lip tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, but he fought to hold them back. A Uchiha man must not weep. The title of genius is both a halo and a shackle. Suyu continued, it compels you to run faster than others, yet it also instills a fear of stopping, of making a misstep. You dread the disappointment and ridicule of those around you should you falter. You do not fight for the glory of the Uchiha. You battle for the hollow title of Uchiha Fugaku, the genius. Child, this is too burdensome. With a sudden outburst, Fugaku could no longer contain himself. He sank to the ground, weeping openly. The children practicing nearby were taken aback, unsure of what had transpired. Uchiha Jing felt helpless, wanting to comfort him, but at a loss for words. Suyu simply observed, choosing not to intervene. He understood that sometimes shedding tears is the most effective form of healing. He had come to the Uchiha to plant a seed that would prevent the Uchiha from bearing all the pressure alone, transforming pride into a sense of community. And this seed would begin with the future clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. After a long while, Fugaku's cry subsided. He raised his head, eyes reddened, gazing at Suyu. His expression now devoid of disdain and wariness, replaced instead by a complex mix of emotions. What should I do? He asked softly. Suyu smiled, crouching to meet his gaze. It is simple. From this day forth, find joy in hitting the target with your shuriken for its own sake, rather than for the sake of outdoing others. Embrace the pleasure of growth, rather than being driven solely by the pressure to improve. With that, he stood and addressed the still-dazed Uchiha Jing. Let us depart. I wish to sample the delicacies of the Uchiha clan, as I have heard they are quite delightful. Uchiha Jing nodded, leading Suyu away. He cast a glance back at Fugaku, a storm of thoughts stirring within him. Who exactly was this Tsuyu? He seemed to possess an uncanny ability to peer into the hearts of others. Such a skill was far more formidable than the Sharingan. Chapter 31. Danzo's Dark Retaliation. The news of Tsuyu's visit to the Uchiha clan and his guidance of the prodigious youth, Uchiha Fugaku, spread rapidly among the higher echelons of Konoha, as if it had sprouted wings. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely smiled with quiet satisfaction. He increasingly believed that retaining Tsuyu was the wisest decision made by his predecessor. Tsuyu was mending the fractures within the village through a means that Hiruzen could not fully comprehend but found effective. However, this news reached the ears of Shimura Danzo, and its implications were entirely different. The base of Root was dark and damp. Danzo sat in his seat, listening to the reports from his subordinates, his expression grim. He went to the Uchiha clan and conversed at length with a mere child? Danzo's voice seethed with suppressed rage. Yes, Lord Danzo, the kneeling Root ninja replied, head bowed. According to intelligence, Uchiha Jing accompanied him throughout, and the Uchiha clan appeared very welcoming towards Tsuyu. Furthermore, the boy, Uchiha Fugaku, cried after speaking with him. Cried. Danzo furrowed his brows. Was he frightened? Or, neither, the ninja interjected. It appeared more as a release of pent-up emotion. Danzo's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Again. Once more, this incomprehensible, uncontrollable method. Tsuyu was like a specter, wielding words as weapons, silently infiltrating the hearts of others. First, it was Hitaki Tsukumo, then Hiruzen. And now even the Uchiha were beginning to be influenced by him. This was an exceedingly perilous signal for Danzo. What he sought was an empire of shinobi characterized by absolute obedience, efficient operation, and devoid of superfluous emotion. Everything Tsuyu did was in direct opposition to this ideal. He was awakening unnecessary humanity within the shinobi, rendering tools no longer pure. Hiruzen is growing increasingly muddled. Danzo spat, allowing such a dangerous individual to mingle with the Uchiha. The Uchiha, those cursed beings, only required supervision and utilization, when had they necessitated psychological guidance. He could no longer sit idly by. Confronting Tsuyu directly was unfeasible. That man was a vessel of Edo Tensei, impervious to death and deeply trusted by Hiruzen, leaving no opportunity for attack. Therefore, he would have to target what Tsuyu sought to protect, the Uchiha. Summon Yamashiro Kazuma, Danzo commanded coldly. Soon, the Root ninja who had been unmasked by Tsuyu's insight appeared before Danzo. His expression remained vacant, yet there was a barely perceptible ripple in his gaze. Lord Danzo, he addressed. Danzo scrutinized him, asking, what did you glean from your last attempt to probe Tsuyu? Yamashiro Kazuma hesitated before responding. He is formidable. He can see through hearts. My disguise was meaningless before him. Useless. Danzo reprimanded sharply. That is not what I wish to hear. I ask you, what are his weaknesses? What is his objective? I am uncertain. Yamashiro Kazuma shook his head, but he seems quite fixated on emotions. He warned me that repressing one's humanity will ultimately lead to backlash. Nonsense. Danzo scoffed. Emotions only bring weakness and betrayal. Shinobi do not require such things. He rose, pacing within the confines of the base. Since he sought to win over the Uchiha, Danzo resolved to strip away their value in being won over entirely. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. You, Yamashiro Kazuma. He halted, fixing his gaze on his subordinate. Your mission has failed. Yet Tsuyu appears quite interested in you, my ailing pawn. From today forth, continue to play your role. In the mountains, Yamashiro Wind hesitated momentarily. Shall we continue? Indeed. Tawanzo replied, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I want you to subtly disclose the secret technique for suppressing emotions to him. Let him believe he has unraveled the mysteries of the Root. Confused, Yamashiro Wind asked, Lord Tawanzo, is this not a bait? Tawanzo chuckled coldly. When he thinks he comprehends the Root sufficiently, that will be when he makes his mistake. Meanwhile, you have an even more crucial task. He leaned closer to Yamashiro Wind, speaking in a tone only they could hear. I want you to approach Uchiha Kagami through Tsuyu. Find a way to implant a particular ideology within the Uchiha clan. What ideology? A victimhood mentality. Tawanzo's voice dripped with malice, convinced them that the Hokage and the higher-ups' reforms are merely placations. In truth, Konoha has never genuinely trusted them. Their power has been diminished, their contributions overlooked. Make them feel aggrieved, feel injustice, feel rage. Yamashiro Wind's body trembled. This is actively inciting conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Suyu, who desires to be a peacemaker, will witness just how fragile his so-called communication truly is. Once the Uchiha's grievances reach a boiling point, they will inevitably act out. By then, even if Hizashi wishes to protect them, he will have no grounds to do so. It's a diabolical scheme, exploiting Suyu's goodwill to unleash the deepest malevolence, making him the unwitting catalyst for igniting the Uchiha's powder keg. Go. Toanzo waved his hand dismissively. Remember, you are a pitiable soul oppressed by the root, yearning to reclaim your emotions and empathizing with all injustices. Play your part well. Yamashiro Wind. Yes, Lord Toanzo. Yamashiro Wind vanished into the shadows. A few days later, in the psychological counseling room, Suyu observed Yamashiro Wind seated across from him. Somewhat surprised. You're back again? Suyu-sensei, Yamashiro Wind's address had changed, his voice sounding a bit hoarse. After I returned last time, I contemplated much. Your words have lingered in my mind. Oh, do share, Suyu said, intrigued. You mentioned that repressing humanity will ultimately backfire. Yamashiro Wind's fists clenched slightly. I believe I have begun to understand. Recently, I have felt a strange discomfort regarding certain matters in the village. What matters? The Uchiha. He raised his gaze to meet Suyu's eyes. I heard about what transpired in the meeting. I perceive the village's treatment of them as unjust. They have shed so much blood for the village. Why are they still met with suspicion and stripped of power? How does this differ from our status as mere tools of the root? As he spoke, a complex mixture of confusion, anger, and sympathy flickered in his eyes. Excellent performance. Suyu silently applauded him. Had Toanzo made a move so quickly? And such a clever one, using the Uchiha's own spear against them, attempting to employ me, a psychologist, to instill negative psychological suggestions in the Uchiha? Through an empathetic patient, he aimed to convey that the Uchiha is pitiable, while the village is excessively harsh. Hoping I would transmit this sympathy to Uchiha Kagami, thereby escalating the conflict? Quite intriguing. A smile appeared on Suyu's face, one that Yamashiro Wind found inscrutable. It's commendable that you can think this way, Suyu said gently. This indicates that your suppressed emotions are awakening. Empathy is one of the most precious aspects of humanity. Your perception of injustice towards the Uchiha stems from seeing your own reflection in them, correct? Yamashiro Wind nodded vigorously. His eyes filled with excitement at having found a kindred spirit. Yes, that is the feeling. Excellent. Suyu stood, patting him on the shoulder. Your progress in therapy today is remarkable. I have decided to assign you some homework. Homework? Yamashiro Wind blinked in surprise. Indeed, Suyu replied with a sly smile. Next week, the Uchiha police force will conduct a joint exercise with other families in the village, such as the Hyuga and Nara. This is aimed at promoting communication and dispelling barriers. I hope you, as my patient and assistant, will attend the event. Why? Because I want you to witness firsthand the Uchiha, whom you empathize with, and the communication I wish to establish. Suyu's tone was encouraging. Then, return and share your thoughts with me. This will greatly aid you in reclaiming your heart. A tumult of emotions surged within Yamashiro Wind. This was an unexpected variable outside Lord Toanzo's plan. He instructed me to influence the Uchiha through Suyu, yet Suyu now wants me, as his patient, to directly observe the integration between the Uchiha and the village. Gazing into Suyu's eyes, which seemed to pierce through all pretense, he suddenly felt a chill. Was he the player or merely a pawn? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Suyu inquired. No, I'm willing. Yamashiro Wind replied immediately. He had to go. He needed to uncover the true intentions behind Suyu's actions. Chapter 32. An exercise without victory or defeat. The third training ground of Konoha was unusually lively today. Young ninjas from the major clans of Konoha, Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamashiro, and others, gathered in unison. This was the inaugural family exchange exercise, personally ordered by the third Hokage, aimed at fostering understanding and cooperation among the clans to bridge the gaps created by war. On the viewing platform were high-ranking officials, including Sarutobi Hizashi, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Gatika. Suyu sat beside Sarutobi Hizashi, leisurely observing the scene below. Behind him stood Yamashiro Wind, his demeanor somewhat stiff. Suyu-sensei, your idea is truly commendable, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked, casting a genuine glance at the young individuals below, who, despite some distinctions, appeared harmonious. Gathering these spirited youngsters together for a few bouts is far more effective than holding 10 meetings. Among the youth, The complexities of interests are far fewer. Communicating in a manner they comprehend is sufficient. Indeed, Suyu replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on a few individuals in the crowd. Uchiha Kagami was conversing quietly with a clan elder from the Hyuga family. Although the atmosphere still bore traces of formality, at least they were standing together. Not far away, Uchiha Fugaku was surrounded by his peers, yet his proud expression seemed tempered with a newfound composure, no longer fixated solely on his own feat. Has Toanzo not arrived? Suyu casually inquired. Sarutobi Hizashi sighed. He has no interest in such activities. He deems them child's play, a waste of time. Is that so? Suyu smiled lightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He understood that Toanzo was not disinterested. Rather, he was waiting. He awaited the exercise to go awry. Anticipating a clash between the Uchiha's pride and the Hyuga's stubbornness, waiting for his pawn, Yamashiro Wind, to find an opportunity to stoke the flames. The exercise commenced swiftly, with the first match being the main event. Uchiha Fugaku faced off against a talented branch member of the Hyuga clan, one wielding the Sharingan, the other the Byakugan. The confrontation between the two major ocular clans of Konoha instantly captivated everyone's attention. The battle escalated rapidly, with Uchiha Fugaku's fire techniques being both magnificent and explosive, while his shuriken skills were nothing short of extraordinary. The Hyuga prodigy, utilizing gentle fist techniques and the Byakugan's insight, strategically countered, consistently predicting Fugaku's attacks and delivering precise retorts. That kid Fugaku is still too impatient, Uchiha Kagami observed with concern from the viewing platform. The children of the Hyuga clan possess a solid foundation in their skills. Elder Hyuga, sitting nearby, stroked his beard and offered his commentary. Suyu observed the battle unfolding before him and turned to Yamashiro Kaze behind him, inquiring, Kaze, what do you perceive? After a brief silence, Kaze spoke in a tone befitting a patient. I discern an inherent unfairness. The jutsu of the Uchiha clan is grand and powerful, yet it demands a substantial toll. In contrast, the gentle fist of the Hyuga specifically targets chakra points, rendering it highly effective against opponents. Furthermore, the Byakugan enables them to see through everything, establishing a disparity in this duel from the outset. His words were skillfully articulated. Rather than directly assigning blame, he approached the situation through the lens of jutsu countering, subtly suggesting that the confrontation itself was unjust, implying that the Uchiha were being unfairly targeted. Had Suyu been an easily swayed fool, he might have followed Kaze's line of thought, deepening his sympathy for the Uchiha. However, he merely smiled. You perceive only the countering of techniques, yet fail to recognize the will of the individuals involved. At that moment, the tide of the battle shifted. Uchiha Fugaku, after a powerful assault was thwarted, exposed a flaw that a Hyuga ninja seized upon, delivering a decisive 8 trigrams empty palm strike to his chest. Fugaku coughed up blood and knelt on one knee. Fugaku! The young Uchiha exclaimed in alarm. The Hyuga ninja pressed the advantage, aiming a palm strike at Fugaku's crown, intent on ending the conflict. Everyone assumed Fugaku was destined for defeat. On the spectator platform, Uchiha Kagami clenched his fist tightly. Just as the palm was about to descend, Fugaku, still kneeling, suddenly raised his head. In his eyes, the double Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, locking onto his opponent with fierce determination. Jinjutsu. The Hyuga ninja's body stiffened, his movements momentarily suspended. In that fleeting instant, Fugaku, enduring his pain, concentrated all his chakra into his hand and formed the necessary hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A flurry of flames erupted from his mouth, enveloping his opponent and sealing all avenues of retreat. The Hyuga ninja broke free from the Jinjutsu, yet found himself unable to evade, caught by the fiery aftermath and sent sprawling backward, his body charred. Fugaku, having expended his last ounce of strength, collapsed onto the ground. Both combatants were left battered and bruised. The referee paused for a moment before declaring, "This match ends in a draw." Medical ninjas rushed onto the field to carry both fighters away. Silence enveloped the training ground, soon broken by fervent discussions. What an extraordinary display. This battle yielded no victor, yet all witnessed the tenacity and strength of two prodigies. Did you see that? Suyu's voice whispered in Kaze's ear. Kaze's body stiffened. The scene he had anticipated, where the Uchiha fell victim to injustice and incited public outrage, never materialized. Instead, it was a draw that, while a loss, still bore honor. In the end, Fugaku chose not to concede nor succumb to rage upon being struck. Suyu's tone remained even. He contemplated how to leverage everything he possessed to achieve victory. He respected his adversary and honored the battle itself. Likewise, the Hyuga child, despite holding an undeniable advantage, exhibited no arrogance. He exerted his utmost effort. This was a contest deserving of respect. The perceived injustice held no weight against their indomitable wills. Suyu turned to Kaze, a glint of amusement in his gaze. Kaze, your ailment appears to stem from within. You habitually attribute all to injustice and oppression, for in doing so, you find solace in remaining stagnant, lamenting all. Your pity for the Uchiha is not born from genuine empathy, but rather from a desire to validate your worldview. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kaze's forehead. Suyu's words were like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the facade of his patient demeanor, piercing through the numbness wrought by Danzo's manipulation. Kaze opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, an unforeseen sight unfolded. Uchiha Fugaku, having received preliminary treatment from the medical ninjas, walked with the support of his family to the rest area of the Hyuga clan. Despite his pale complexion, he stood tall and offered a slight bow to his injured opponent. Your gentle fist is formidable. I do not feel unjustly defeated. The Hyuga prodigy was momentarily taken aback, but upon a signal from his elders, he rose and returned the gesture. Your fire style and jinjutsu are impressive as well. Next time, I shall not grant you the same opportunity. The two youths exchanged glances, each recognizing a flicker of mutual acknowledgement within the other's eyes. There was no hatred, no resentment. Only a shared respect between worthy opponents. On the spectator platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed with genuine joy. Uchiha Kagami and the elder of the Hyuga clan exchanged smiles, the previously palpable tension dissipating significantly. Kaze observed this scene, and deep within, a once solid barrier seemed to crack. He suddenly understood. Danzo's scheme had been flawed from the outset. Suyu did not seek to win over the Uchiha through sympathy. Instead, he employed respect, engaging in fair contests and sincere exchanges to dismantle the Uchiha's proud shell, encouraging them to genuinely desire integration into the greater Konoha family. This was a strategy far more potent and terrifying than any conspiracy. Suyu chose not to dwell on the self-doubt consuming Kaze behind him. He gazed at the youths below who were beginning to reconnect, and sighed softly. Danzo, you underestimate the human heart. Darkness can never triumph over sunlight. At least, not while the sun continues to shine. Chapter 33. Hemophobia and War Orphans. Time is the most merciless of sculptors and the most wondrous of painters. It etches the marks of hardship upon the faces of mankind and paints new rings upon the land of Konoha. In the blink of an eye, decades have slipped by. The smoke of the First Shinobi World War has long since dissipated, yet the era of peace remains fleeting. Frictions and conflicts arise continuously along the borders, ultimately evolving into the Second Great War that engulfs the entire shinobi world. The heroes of Konoha have changed time and again. The once youthful prodigies have matured into capable jonin. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, disciples of the Third Hokage, have carved out a resounding reputation on the battlefield, earning the title of the legendary Three Ninjas from Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village. This title is both an honor and a shackle. At the Konoha Wartime Hospital, the air is thick with the stench of blood mingled with antiseptics, accompanied by the pained groans of the injured, rendering the place akin to a hell on earth. Tsunade kneels before an operating table, trembling uncontrollably. Her hands are soaked in blood, her brother, Nawaki's blood. Just hours ago, he had become a genin, donning the necklace of the First Hokage, only to fall victim to an enemy trap during a mission obliterated beyond recognition. By the time he was transported to the hospital, he was barely clinging to life. As Konoha's foremost medical ninja, Tsunade exerted every ounce of her strength to wrest her brother from the clutches of death. Yet, she failed. Nawaki's body grew cold in her embrace. Why? Tsunade gazed blankly at her bloodied hands, her pupils dilating. These hands, which had saved countless lives, could not save her dearest brother. The vivid crimson in her vision expanded, swirling until it transformed into a vortex that consumed all. She could almost see the mangled bodies on the battlefield, hear the despairing wails echoing in her ears. Tsunade let out a piercing scream, abruptly pushing the surgical table aside, stumbling as she rushed outside. Lady Tsunade, stop her. The hospital descended into chaos. Kato, a young jonin and Tsunade's lover, immediately chased after her, only to be forcibly shoved aside by her immense strength. Like a headless fly, she dashed through the streets of Konoha, only collapsing in exhaustion before a secluded courtyard. This was the Special Psychological Counseling Office of Konoha. After all these years, it remained one of the most desolate departments in the village, yet it had become a final refuge for some. The gate creaked open. Tsuyu emerged. Observing Tsunade sprawled on the ground, exuding an aura of despair, and let out a soft sigh. The inevitable had come to pass. He did not offer her a hand, merely squatted beside her and spoke in a calm voice. Shungshu was a good child. Tsunade's body jolted, her bloodshot eyes locking onto Tsuyu's. How do you know? I heard, he replied, refraining from explaining the source of his foresight. It was said that he was exceptionally brave and had long dreamed of becoming Hokage. Upon mentioning Hokage, Tsunade could no longer contain her tears, and they cascaded down her cheeks. Yes, that fool, she choked. He took grandfather's necklace, swearing he would become Hokage to protect everyone. But he. She was unable to articulate her anguish, pounding the ground. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger. If my medical ninjutsu were more powerful. He wouldn't have died. I'm the one who killed him. She sank into profound guilt and self-reproach. Tsuyu offered no comfort, choosing instead to listen quietly. Once her sobs began to subside, he gently inquired, Tsunade, do you feel afraid when you see blood now? Does your hand tremble, making it impossible to gather chakra? Tsunade froze, instinctively glancing at her hands, which indeed trembled uncontrollably. Memories of the blinding red on the surgical table surged back, overwhelming her with nausea and dizziness. This is post-traumatic stress disorder, a perfectly normal psychological reaction, Tsuyu explained. You witnessed the tragic death of a loved one and have blamed yourself for it. Blood has become a trigger, evoking your painful memories. To protect you from enduring that agony again, your mind has chosen fear, distancing you from blood and healing. Is this a disease? Tsunade asked, bewildered. It is a mental ailment, Tsuyu affirmed with a nod. It is not a matter of your will being weak, nor have you become a coward. On the contrary, it is because you are too compassionate and care deeply for life. He gazed into Tsunade's eyes, speaking earnestly. One cannot become a top-tier doctor without feeling the weight of life's loss. Your pain stems from valuing each patient's life above your own. Shungshu's death was merely the final straw that broke you. His words flowed like a warm current into Tsunade's icy heart. Was it not my fault? Am I not weak? But what should I do? Tsunade asked helplessly. In my current state, I can't even hold a scalpel, let alone go to battle. I'm useless. You are not useless, Tsuyu shook his head. You simply need time and a different approach to confront your fears. He stood and extended his hand to her. Get up. Remaining here will not resolve your issues. Tsunade hesitated but eventually took his hand and rose to her feet. Follow me. Tsuyu led her through the courtyard to the back room. He pushed open a door. Inside were a dozen children. The eldest no more than 7 or 8, while the youngest was still learning to walk. Upon seeing Tsuyu, they all broke into joyful smiles and crowded around him. Uncle Tsuyu, you're back. Tsunade was taken aback. They are war orphans, Tsuyu spoke calmly. Their parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Some were ninjas, others civilians. The orphanage in the village is overwhelmed, so I've taken in a few here. A small boy with a scar on his face curiously looked at Tsunade, timidly asking, Sister, are you a ninja? You're so pretty. Tsunade gazed into the innocent eyes of these children, some of whom were nearly the same age as Shungshu. Her heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped by something. Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu need not be confined to the battlefield. Tsuyu's voice resonated in her ears. These children suffer from malnutrition due to war and bear hidden injuries. Some of them, having witnessed the death of loved ones, have also become afflicted, like you. They experience nightmares at night and struggle to speak. They, too, need saving. Tsuyu pointed to a corner where a girl sat alone, hugging her knees in silence. That child's name is Mikoto. Her parents were killed by ninjas from the Rain Village. Since that day, she hasn't spoken a word. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the girl named Mikoto. It was as if she saw a reflection of herself, one consumed by immense sorrow, with an inner world sealed off. Tsunade's lips moved. What can I do for them? You can examine their bodies and help them heal, Tsuyu replied with a smile. You can talk to them, tell them stories. You could even teach them the basics of medical knowledge, empowering them to protect themselves. You cannot bring back the late Shungshu, but you can save those who still live, those who could become the next Shungshu. Tsunade stood rooted, gazing at the room full of children. They were victims of war, shattered hopes, yet they were also vibrant lives, the seeds of the future. Her trembling hands seemed to find a purpose more meaningful than wielding a scalpel. Slowly, she approached the girl named Mikoto, mirroring Tsuyu's posture as she crouched down, using a softness of voice she had never possessed before, gently asking, "Hello. I am Tsunade. Would you like to talk with me?" Chapter 34. Jiraiya's prophesied child, while Tsunade remained in the counseling room, commencing her unconventional therapy. Another of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, found himself enveloped in unprecedented confusion. On Mount Myaboku, the prophecy of the child of prophecy uttered by the great sage Toad weighed heavily upon his heart. He, Jiraiya, was destined to become a mentor to a changemaker, and his disciple would determine the future of the ninja world, whether it would lead to peace or destruction. This responsibility was immense, so heavy that even this man, known for his wild spirit, found it hard to breathe. He began a frantic search for the so-called child of prophecy on the battlefield and during his travels. He encountered many people and witnessed many events. He saw the brutality of war and the yearning for peace among the people. Yet, the more he searched, the more lost he became. What kind of person could shoulder the future of the world? He thought of his teacher, the third Hokage. His teacher was great, yet he had failed to prevent war. He thought of his companion, Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a genius, but his indifference to life filled Jiraiya with dread. He also thought of Tsunade. Tsunade had a kind heart, but was shackled by emotions, even suffering from hemophobia. If even geniuses like them couldn't bear such a burden, could an unknown child truly do so? Filled with questions, Jiraiya returned to Konoha, only to hear a shocking piece of news. Tsunade, the fearless Tsunadeheim, was spending every day in Tsuyu's counseling room, taking care of dozens of war orphans. What a joke! Jiraiya's first reaction was disbelief. He rushed into the counseling room, only to be met by a scene that nearly caused his eyes to pop out. Tsunade was tenderly wiping the face of a sniffling little boy, her expression devoid of any impatience, instead radiating a divine glow he had never witnessed before. "Tsunade, you're not running a fever, are you?" Jiraiya stammered. Tsunade shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "You're the one with a fever. If you have nothing important to say, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy?" With that, she cradled the little boy and retreated to the backyard to bask in the sun. Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze until Tsuyu approached him, carrying a cup of tea. "Care for a cup? Or do you wish for me to examine your inner turmoil?" Tsuyu teased. Jiraiya snapped back to reality, raked his fingers through his white hair, and sat down, visibly agitated. "Tsuyu, what on earth did you do to Tsunade? She seems like a completely different person." "I did nothing at all," Tsuyu shrugged. "I merely provided her with a space to harbor her pain and to discover something more meaningful than the pain itself." "Something meaningful? Caring for children?" Jiraiya struggled to comprehend. "Saving lives, regardless of their magnitude, holds significance," Tsuyu stated. "Jiraiya, you seem troubled as well. Care to share? Perhaps this humble physician might prescribe you some solace." Jiraiya hesitated. The matter of the prophesied child was a closely guarded secret of Mount Myaboku, and he was uncertain whether to divulge it to an outsider. "Are you afraid I might reveal your secret?" Tsuyu seemed to read his thoughts. "Rest assured, confidentiality is a rule here. Of course, you may also choose not to regard me as a doctor, but rather as a mute post to vent your frustrations." Jiraiya gazed into Tsuyu's calm eyes and, almost instinctively, poured out his worries. Everything from the prophecy of the great sage to his confusion about the future and the search for the prophesied child. "Do you think I'm ridiculous?" Jiraiya lamented, scratching his head. "I've entrusted the world's peace to an ethereal prophecy. I don't even know where to find that child or what to teach him." Tsuyu listened quietly, refraining from mocking him, and instead posed a question. "Jiraiya, do you believe the prophecy chose that child, or did the child ultimately fulfill the prophecy?" Jiraiya was taken aback. "What difference does it make?" "A significant one," Tsuyu elucidated. "If it is the former, then your task is merely to find a born savior, someone inherently exceptional, altruistic, and unlike anyone else. All you need to do is locate him and wait for him to save the world." "But what if it is the latter?" Jiraiya pressed. "If it is the latter," Tsuyu's gaze deepened, "then it implies that the prophesied child may not be a specific individual. He could be an ordinary child, perhaps with many flaws. However, he possesses the potential to change the world. As his teacher, your responsibility lies not in finding him, but in shaping him. What you teach him, what you expose him to, and what you instill in him will ultimately determine the kind of person he becomes. He may emerge as a hero bringing peace or as a villain bent on destruction. Suyu's words struck Jiraiya like a lightning bolt, dispelling the fog in his mind. Indeed, the great sage spoke of guiding the changemaker, not merely finding one. The term guide implies proactivity. Your choices are more crucial than his innate gifts. Suyu continued, you do not need to seek a perfect savior. Instead, you must find a disciple you are willing to believe in and dedicate yourself to teaching. Then, with your love, trust, and perseverance, guide him along the right path. Whether he ultimately changes the world is his matter and the world's. Your task is to fulfill your role as a teacher without regret. Jiraiya sat there, motionless. For a long while, Suyu's words had completely overturned his previous understanding. He had been preoccupied with the kind of student he should seek, yet had never considered what kind of teacher he ought to be. Then what should I teach him? Jiraiya instinctively asked. Teach him love, not hate. Teach him understanding, not slaughter. Instill in him the perseverance to never give up and the gentleness to bear the burdens of others. Suyu envisioned the figure of a golden-haired youth. Most importantly, you must make him believe that mutual understanding among people is possible. This statement was the answer Jiraiya had sought his entire life. At that moment, hearing it from Suyu filled him with unprecedented shock. Mutual understanding among people, Jiraiya murmured, his eyes brightening. It was as if he had grasped something profound. Suyu. Jiraiya stood up and bowed deeply, his demeanor imbued with newfound solemnity. I understand now. Thank you. He was no longer lost. He knew what he had to do. He would write books, documenting his thoughts and his philosophy of perseverance, spreading them far and wide. He would travel, seeking that disciple worthy of his all, and devote his life to teaching him. Watching Jiraiya depart with a hearty laugh, Suyu lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, though he could not discern the flavor. Nagato, Naruto, your teacher has been properly awakened. If he misleads you in the future, it's no longer my concern. He set the teacup down and shifted his gaze toward another part of the courtyard. The issues surrounding Tsunade and Jiraiya seemed to have found their direction, so the most troublesome one among the three legendary ninjas should also be making an appearance. Sure enough, a chilling, raspy voice emerged from behind Suyu, laced with a serpentine hiss. What an impressive verbal jutsu you possess, Suyu. Orochimaru had silently emerged from the shadow of the eaves, his golden snake-like eyes shimmering with curiosity and a hint of greed. Even someone as simplistic as Jiraiya can be stirred to fervor by your words. I find myself increasingly intrigued by your intellect. Chapter 35. A Dangerous Inquiry with Orochimaru. Facing Orochimaru's unabashed gaze, which bore the essence of a scientist observing an experiment, Suyu remained remarkably composed. He didn't even turn to face him, merely stating, "You wish to study my mind? That's fine. But first, you must answer me a question." Orochimaru stepped out of the shadows with evident intrigue, his elongated form exuding an eerie suppleness. Oh, you dare to pose a question to me? How interesting. Speak, and if your inquiry satisfies me, I might allow you to live a while longer. His words dripped with absolute confidence and a disregard for life. To him, Suyu was merely an amusing, immortal specimen. My question is simple. Suyu turned to meet his inhuman golden-slit pupils. Orochimaru, are you afraid of death? The moment the question left his lips, the air seemed to freeze. Orochimaru's smile faltered, and a chilling aura of offense seeped from him. Are you provoking me? His voice dropped to a low, dangerous timbre. No. I am merely stating a fact. Suyu shook his head. Everything you do, your pathological pursuit of immortality, your obsessive research into forbidden techniques, fundamentally stems from your fear of the ultimate question, death. You have witnessed too much death, your parents, comrades lost in war, and those you perceive as insignificant enemies. You have seen the fragility of life, the vulnerability of individuals in the face of time. Thus, you have become afraid. Every word uttered by Suyu was akin to a precise scalpel, unveiling the layers of deception surrounding Orochimaru, piercing directly into the abyss of his innermost darkness. The so-called exploration of the essence of life you speak of is merely an excuse you have concocted to mask your fear. A true seeker of life's mysteries would revere it, observe it, and comprehend it, rather than attempting to dominate, alter, or conquer it as you do. You are not a scientist, Orochimaru. You are but a pitiful creature, terrified of death, hiding within the confines of your laboratory, yearning to construct a formidable shell of immortality around yourself. Silence. Orochimaru thundered, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupting, thickening the air in the courtyard. His neck elongated abruptly, resembling a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, closing the distance between himself and Su Yu, his face, brimming with murderous intent, nearly brushing against Su Yu's nose. You seek death. Yet, Su Yu's expression remained unchanged, not even a flicker of an eyelash. See, you are agitated, Su Yu remarked with a calm demeanor. I have struck a nerve, Haven Ti, angered by the truth. Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze fixated on Su Yu, sensing that this man before him was truly unafraid of death. No, to be more precise, he seemed impervious to it. This audacity rendered Orochimaru's murderous intent as ineffective as striking a mass of cotton, only serving to amplify his own agitation. Gradually, he retracted his outstretched neck, his frigid malice dissipating. You are unique, Su Yu. Orochimaru licked his lips, the murderous glint in his eyes giving way to a more profound desire for inquiry. Your soul, your thoughts, are incongruous with this world. I am curious. What exactly resides within your shell? Would you like to know? Su Yu smiled, then continued to answer my questions. What do you truly mean by immortality? Is it akin to my existence, a form that is undying yet devoid of taste, sensation, and warmth? Or is it like your reincarnation, perpetually changing vessels? Living like a parasite? Su Yu's inquiries grew increasingly incisive. Do you believe that by exchanging your body for one younger and more powerful, you attain immortality? No, that is not you. It is merely a new vessel, housing your antiquated, decaying, fear-ridden soul. You have forsaken your name, your body, and everything that constituted Orochimaru. What you have gained is not immortality, but rather a nameless spirit that relentlessly steals others' futures. Your pursuit is not the eternity of life. It is the eternity of the concept of Orochimaru. You fear being forgotten, fearing that your talents and knowledge will vanish with death. Ultimately, it is not death you fear, but rather oblivion. Orochimaru fell into profound silence. He stood rooted, his golden pupils flickering, evidently engaged in an internal struggle. Su Yu's words wielded a greater lethality than any ninjutsu. They did not assault Orochimaru's body, but rather obliterated the theoretical foundation of all his actions. He had always believed himself an explorer on the path to truth. Yet Su Yu revealed to him that he was merely a coward lost in the labyrinth of his own fears. What should I do? After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru rasped. He posed a question similar to those asked by Jiraiya and Tsunade. These three prodigies of the ninja world, before Su Yu, seemed to regress to the bewildered, helpless children they once were. I cannot provide you with an answer. Su Yu shook his head. Your path must be traversed by you alone. However, I can offer a suggestion. What suggestion? Cease your evasion. Begin to observe, Su Yu advised. Since you are so curious about life, why not truly observe it? Witness how a seed breaks through the soil. Observe how a butterfly emerges from its cocoon. Watch how those you deem mere mortals radiate a brilliance in their fleeting lives that surpasses your notion of immortality. Su Yu gestured towards the backyard. Go and see Tsunade. She has lost her brother, engulfed in grief. Yet now she is rediscovering the meaning of life through the smiles of dozens of orphans. He then pointed towards the village. Go and see Jiraiya. He is ensnared by an intangible prophecy, lost in direction. But now, he has resolved to measure this world with his pen and feet, seeking the potential for understanding among people. They are all embracing life, experiencing it, and passing it on, despite the limitations of their existence. Su Yu finally looked at Orochimaru, enunciating each word with clarity. The essence of life does not lie in its length, but in its breadth and depth. You may have extended your life by 10,000 years through forbidden techniques, yet it pales in comparison to an ordinary person who has genuinely loved, hated, protected, and passed on within their limited lifespan. Orochimaru, you are not studying life. You are desecrating it. After delivering these words, Su Yu turned away, retreating to his dwelling. He understood that he had done all he could. The remainder lay in Orochimaru's hands. Would he continue down the dark path? Or would Su Yu's words today spark a flicker of doubt, leading him towards an unknown journey? Su Yu remained uncertain. He could only illuminate a few dim lights in this troubled world within his means. Orochimaru lingered in the courtyard for an extended period. The setting sun cast long shadows, rendering him solitary and forlorn. Ultimately, he uttered no further words, his form flickering before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Yet, after his departure, a shed snake skin in the corner of the courtyard quietly turned to ash in the evening breeze. Chapter 36. The distress signal from Whirlpool Village, the inquiries of the three ninjas reached a temporary conclusion. Jiraiya embarked on his lengthy journey and creative endeavors, while Tsunade remained entirely in the counseling room, becoming a maternal figure to the war orphans. Her fear of blood gradually improved through her interactions with the children. Although she was not yet ready to return to the operating table, she could calmly tend to minor injuries. As for Orochimaru, he disappeared. Unlike in the original narrative, he did not defect from the village. Instead, he submitted his resignation to the third Hokage, relinquishing all his positions, and then vanished from sight. Some claimed he set out to explore the world, while others suggested he found a secluded place to continue his research. Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Tsuyu regarding this matter. "Tsuyu, is Orochimaru truly all right?" The elder's face was etched with concern. "I do not know," Tsuyu replied bluntly. "The path he has chosen is his own. Whether it is good or bad is for him to bear alone. You are now the Hokage. Your responsibility lies with the entire village, not your three wayward disciples." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a bitter smile, but could not dispute Tsuyu's words. He was indeed correct. The war persisted, and the burdens of Konoha still rested upon his shoulders. On this day, Tsuyu found himself in the courtyard, observing Tsunade teaching the children to identify medicinal herbs. The despair and pain that once marred Tsunade's face had been replaced by a genuine sense of peace and kindness. Tsuyu mused that this version of Tsunade was far more endearing than the legendary high-stakes gambler of the past. At that moment, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in the courtyard. "Advisor Tsuyu, Lord Hokage requests your immediate presence at the Hokage building. There is an urgent matter." The urgency in the Umbu's tone was palpable, clearly indicating a grave situation had arisen. Tsuyu nodded, briefed Tsunade, and promptly followed the Umbu to the Hokage building, where the atmosphere within the office was palpably tense. Sarutobi Hizashi, along with Tsunade, Mito, and several high-ranking members of the Umbu, were all present. In their midst lay a scroll of intelligence. "Advisor Tsuyu, you have arrived," Sarutobi Hizashi called, gesturing for him to approach. "Take a look at this." Tsuyu picked up the scroll, unfurling it, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. It was a highly classified distress signal from the land of whirlpools, specifically from the village of Yuzushiogakure. The content was simple, yet laden with significance. For reasons unknown, the ninja forces from the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and even the Hidden Stone Village had allied to launch a sudden and violent assault on the land of whirlpools from all directions. Though Yuzushiogakure was the stronghold of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing techniques and formidable combat prowess, they stood no chance against the united onslaught of the three great ninja villages. The entire land of whirlpools was on the brink of annihilation. The village head, who was also the leader of the Uzumaki clan, concluded the letter with a plea for aid, written in blood, urgently requesting support from their ally, Konohagakure. How could this happen? Tsuyu furrowed his brow. He had anticipated the fall of Yuzushiogakure, but he had not foreseen the collaboration of the three great ninja villages. Such a scale of coordination was unprecedented. The reason is simple, Mito stated solemnly. It is due to the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, alongside their vast chakra reserves and indomitable vitality. This power has instilled fear in all ninja villages. Tsunade added, especially their physical technique, the adamantine sealing chains, which is perfectly suited to counter the tailed beasts. Both the Cloud and Stone villages possess tailed beasts, and they fear that the Uzumaki clan might ally with Konoha, granting us a decisive advantage in tailed beast combat. Therefore, they have chosen to strike first and eliminate this potential threat from existence. Sarutobi Hizashi slammed his fist on the table, his face a mask of fury and helplessness. "What shall we do? Should we send troops?" A captain of the Umbu questioned. The room fell silent. Everyone understood the gravity of the decision at hand. Konoha and Yuzushiogakure had been allies for generations. The wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, hailed from Yuzushiogakure. Out of loyalty, Konoha felt compelled to intervene. However, rationally speaking, deploying forces now posed immense risks. "We are currently locked in a stalemate with the Hidden Rain village on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, having committed substantial forces there," Mito analyzed. "If we open a second front to support the Land of Whirlpools, our supply lines will be stretched too thin. Moreover, this time it is the three great ninja villages united. If we deploy troops, we may find ourselves besieged from all sides. At that point, we would not only fail to save Yuzushiogakure, but also risk the annihilation of our own forces." Tsunade also expressed her dissent. This is a harsh reality. To gamble the elite forces of Konoha for an ally destined for destruction is unwise. The arithmetic simply does not add up. A pained expression crossed Sarutobi Hizashi's face. He was both the Hokage and a disciple of Uzumaki Mido. He wanted to save them, both for duty and personal reasons. Yet, he could not gamble the future of the entire village. He turned to Suyu, the man who often provided unexpected solutions. Advisor Suyu, what is your perspective? All eyes turned to Suyu. He remained silent for a long moment, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. To save or not to save? From a personal standpoint, it mattered little whether he intervened or not. The destruction of Yuzushiogakure was a foregone conclusion. Even if he saved some individuals, it would not alter the overarching fate, and might even place himself in peril. However, a vivid image of a girl with crimson hair, carefree and radiant like the sun, surfaced in his mind. Uzumaki Kushina, the future wife of the fourth Hokage and the mother of Naruto. If they did not act now, she might perish in the massacre. Even if she survived by some miracle, she could end up as a displaced orphan, captured by other villages to become a Jinchuriki. Would Naruto even exist in the future? Who would end the fourth great ninja war? Who would confront Kagaya Otsutsuki? Most importantly, who would wield the rebirth of the outer path to bring him back to life? No, this risk could not be taken. Kushina must survive. She must reach Konoha unharmed. Suyu's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. We must intervene, he declared resolutely. What? Tsunade and Mido exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by Suyu's uncharacteristic boldness. I said we must intervene, Suyu reiterated, his tone leaving no room for disagreement. He approached the map, examining the location of the land of whirlpools. However, it shall not be a full-scale war effort, but rather a precise rescue operation. What do you mean? Suyu traced a line on the map with his finger. Our objective is not to repel the enemy, but solely to rescue. I will personally lead a meticulously chosen elite team, no more than 10 individuals. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, we will infiltrate Yuzushiogakure directly. Our mission is not to confront the 3 great ninja villages head-on, but to locate the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, particularly the children and elders who possess core sealing techniques, and bring them back. We must return to Konoha with the seeds of the future. Suyu's plan left everyone present in stunned silence. To infiltrate a battlefield surrounded by the 3 great ninja villages alone? It was sheer madness. No, this is far too dangerous. Sarutobi Hizashi was the first to voice his opposition. Advisor Suyu, you cannot go. You are Konoha's advisor, not a combatant. I will not agree to you leading a team into enemy territory. Tsunade and Mido shook their heads in unison. Advisor Suyu, your plan is far too audacious. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is elusive, the enemy is a coalition of 3 great ninja villages, undoubtedly laying traps everywhere. If discovered, there will be no chance for escape. Indeed, risking the elite of Konoha for the sake of saving a few individuals is not worth the cost, they concurred. Their objections were not to the plan itself, but to the choice of leader. In their estimation, Suyu was Konoha's intellect, a strategist whose value far outweighed that of an elite team. For him to undertake such a perilous mission was a misallocation of resources. Yet Suyu shook his head. No, only I can ensure the success of this plan. He met their perplexed gazes with calm resolve. Firstly, I am a reincarnated body. I am not afraid of death. In the most perilous situations, I can serve as bait, creating an opportunity for others to retreat. This is an irreplaceable advantage. Secondly, my identity. As the Hokage's advisor, I am not a ninja. Even if captured, I can maneuver using the guise of humanitarian aid or as an envoy of the Hokage visiting an ally. The enemy must weigh the consequences of provoking Konoha to the point of fury before they decide to harm me, thus granting us precious time. Thirdly, and most crucially, Suyu's gaze swept over everyone present. This operation is not a military endeavor, but a psychological warfare. Our objective is to stealthily extract the very future the enemy wishes to obliterate, the Uzumaki clan. We must swiftly identify the core targets necessary for rescue amidst the chaos of battle and gain the trust of the survivors, convincing them to accompany us. All of this requires immense psychological insight and judgment. May I ask, who among you possesses greater skill in this than I? The office fell into a profound silence. Suyu's reasoning was impeccable. He transformed all his weaknesses into irreplaceable strengths for this mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly. He understood that Suyu was right. Yet he still found it difficult to make a decision. To send his advisor, a non-combatant, to undertake an S-class perilous mission. What would happen if word got out? What would become of his dignity as Hokage? Hiruzen, Tsuyu said, looking at him with a solemn tone. Do you remember Lord Mito's request? She entrusted you to take care of Konoha and her homeland. The Uzumaki clan is not just an ordinary ally. They are part of Konoha. Their blood flows within the Hokage's lineage. Their sealing techniques safeguard the peace of Konoha. Now, they are being slaughtered. If we turn a blind eye, how shall we face the first Hokage and Lord Mito in the future? We may not be able to save the entire land of whirlpools, but we must at least leave them with a final seed. This is Konoha's duty, and it is your duty as well. Tsuyu's words struck Hiruzen's heart like a heavy hammer. Yes, duty. As Hokage, he bore the responsibility to protect the village. As a disciple, he had the obligation to fulfill his mentor's wishes. If he shrank back today out of fear of risk, he would live a lifetime burdened by guilt. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, his gaze regaining its determination. I agree to your plan. He turned to the Umbu present, immediately selecting the village's most elite sensory ninjas, speed ninjas, and barrier ninjas to form a 10-man team, led by Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Sakumo, the white fang of Konoha. Sakumo had long since emerged from the shadows of the past. Tsuyu's psychological guidance had taught him how to coexist with his fears. He had reclaimed his short blade, achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield, and had become one of Konoha's top elite jonin. Having him as the captain was the best choice at present. Tsuyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Looking at Tsuyu with utmost seriousness, this operation is codenamed Seed. You will be the commander with the highest decision-making authority. Sakumo and the entire team will follow your orders. I have but one request. What is it? Return alive. You all must return alive. The night was as dark as ink. At the entrance of Konoha village, 11 figures gathered. At the forefront stood the cold-faced Hatake Sakumo, his white fang short blade at his back. Behind him were 9 of Konoha's most elite ninjas, each radiating a formidable aura. Tsuyu stood before them, still clad in his simple attire, seeming out of place in the grim atmosphere. Are you all ready? Tsuyu asked. Ready to depart at any time, advisor. Hatake Sakumo replied in a deep voice, filled with absolute trust and respect for Tsuyu. Tsuyu nodded, retrieving a scroll from his robes. This is the Flying Thunder God Technique's coordinates left by Lord Tobirama. One of them is located within the Hokage's residence in the land of whirlpools. Our first stop will be there. Upon arrival, all actions will follow my command. Remember, our objective is to save people, not to kill. Avoid combat unless absolutely necessary. Understood. The 10 responded in unison. Tsuyu took a deep breath, placing his hand on the scroll. In the next moment, a flash of yellow light engulfed them, and the 11 figures vanished from their original location. When Tsuyu opened his eyes again, a pungent smell of blood and charred remains assaulted him. The deafening sounds of explosions and wretched screams filled the air. They found themselves in a half-collapsed building, through the windows of which the sky was painted crimson by the raging flames. The entire land of whirlpools had become an inferno. Countless ninjas were engaged in a frenzied battle throughout the village. The situation was far worse than anticipated. Hatake Sakumo's expression turned grave. Sensory ninja, immediately locate the survivors. Prioritize those with large chakra signatures. Tsuyu commanded without hesitation. A ninja from the Yamashiro clan closed his eyes, and moments later, his eyes flew open, pale with shock. Advisor, there's an unimaginably massive chakra source in the direction of the shrine at the village's center. But it is extremely unstable, filled with resentment and ominous energy. Approximately 100 civilians, mostly women and children, are in the underground shelter. However, the entrance has been surrounded by mist ninjas. Additionally, in the western passage of the village, I sensed several faint yet pure chakra signatures being pursued. 3 directions, 3 choices. All eyes turned to Tsuyu. Time was of the essence, and they had to make a decision immediately. Tsuyu's mind raced. The enormous chakra at the shrine could be the Uzumaki clan's last resort or some uncontrollable sealing technique, posing a significant danger and should be approached with caution. The underground shelter had too many people, making the target too large. Once they began the rescue, they would undoubtedly fall into a protracted battle. Thus, only one choice remained. Sakumo, Tsuyu decisively said, you lead 5 to the western passage and rescue those being pursued. The rest follow me. Where to, advisor? Tsuyu's gaze shifted toward the direction of the underground shelter, determination flashing in his eyes. We will create a diversion. I want the enemy to believe that our target is the hundreds of civilians, thereby buying time for Sakumo and his team to rescue the true seeds. Chapter 38. Defeating the enemy without fighting. The entrance to the underground shelter in the land of whirlpools was already blocked by crumbling walls and burning beams, leaving only a narrow opening barely sufficient for a single person to pass. The air was thick with the stench of blood, char, and the salty sea breeze. A nauseating blend. A joint force of 20 mist and rock ninjas stood vigilantly at that entrance, like wolves waiting for their prey to emerge. Their mission was clear: breach the shelter, locate, and abduct all those with Uzumaki blood, especially the elders and children skilled in sealing techniques. However, just as they prepared to launch their assault, the appearance of another group froze the atmosphere instantly. 5 Konoha ninjas. Leading them was a man clad in Konoha advisor attire, who did not appear to be a ninja. He lacked the killing intent born from battle, resembling a scholar who had wandered into the wrong place. The commander of the surprise attack, an experienced Mist Jonin, was taken aback by the sight of Konoha's forehead protector, then a cruel smile spread across his face. Just 5 of you? Here to deliver yourselves to death? With a wave of his hand, 10 ninjas broke away from the siege of the shelter, encircling Suyu's group instead, their kunai and short blades glinting coldly in the firelight. Form seals. A Konoha Jonin behind Suyu shouted, hands already in motion. The atmosphere was tense. A bloodbath seemed imminent. Stop. A calm voice rang out, not loud, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. It was the Konoha advisor at the forefront. Suyu raised a hand, halting the actions of his subordinates. Then, he stepped forward, leaving the protective circle of his team, directly confronting the 10 menacing enemies. He surveyed the hostile faces around him, finally resting his gaze on the Mist team's leader. Thank you for your hard work. Suyu began, his tone akin to that of an old friend greeting another. However, you may have come for naught. The most valuable treasures of the land of whirlpools have already been reclaimed by us of Konoha. The Mist team captain was momentarily taken aback, then let out a derisive laugh. What nonsense are you spouting? Trying to stall for time with such childish tactics? No, I am merely stating a fact. Suyu's expression remained unchanged. Your mission, I surmise, is to seize the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and their accumulated wealth, is it not? Rather than simply engaging in slaughter. However, the location you are besieging is now left with only defenseless civilians, a group you deem to be of no value, mere burdens. This statement caused several ninjas to exchange glances. They had indeed received orders to prioritize valuable targets. Do you think we will believe you? One of the Iwagakure ninjas, clearly agitated, stepped forward and shouted angrily. Suyu did not even glance at him, continuing to fix his gaze on the Mist ninja captain, leisurely elaborating. Whether you believe or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether your commander has informed you of who has been dispatched by Konoha this time. Before the opponent could respond, Suyu answered his own question, his voice laced with a trace of barely perceptible pity. Kakashi Hitaki, known as Konoha's White Fang. That name should not be unfamiliar to you, correct? While we engage in this conversation, he is leading Konoha's Umbu elite, purging your scattered forces throughout the village. And I. Suyu gestured to himself, a wry smile gracing his face. I am merely bait, a lure to ensnare you clever ones. Konoha's White Fang. The name struck the enemy ninjas like a hammer, a weighty reminder of death and dread. On the battlefield, encountering Konoha's White Fang often left no opportunity for escape. An unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the encirclement. Suyu keenly detected their wavering, recognizing that his words had pierced through to their most vulnerable emotions like a fishhook. He intensified his tone, each word striking at their nerves. Consider this. Why are there only 5 of us here? Would Konoha dispatch merely 5 individuals for such a pivotal target? No, we are not the main force. The primary troops are currently harvesting your comrades who remain oblivious. Your commander is well aware of this. He is sacrificing your lives to buy himself time to flee with the actual spoils. Suspicion is the deadliest poison in the world of ninjas. Especially within a temporary alliance composed of various villages, trust is as fragile as gossamer. Suyu's words deftly tore through that thin veil. Why were they present here? Why were they unable to contact other squads? Why did Konoha's reinforcements appear so feeble? A myriad of questions erupted within their minds. Nonsense. The Iwagakure ninja could no longer contain himself, his hands clasping together. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. However, his technique did not manifest. A hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. It was the Mist captain. Captain, The Iwagakure ninja looked at him in confusion. The mist captain disregarded him, instead locking his eyes on his Tsuyu, filled with vigilance and scrutiny. He was far more cautious than the Iwagakure ninja, understanding that the more outlandish the claim, the closer it often is to the truth. Why should I trust you? He coldly inquired. How can you prove your words are not mere fabrications? Tsuyu smiled. This was the question he sought. He pointed towards the east, where a devastated marketplace blazed with fire. Quite simply, about 15 minutes ago. Did your reconnaissance team send eastward not go dark? Tsuyu's tone was unwavering. Beyond doubt, that was White Fang's handiwork. Considering the timing, he should have already finished clearing the periphery and is now en route to your commander's location. The mist captain's complexion paled. Tsuyu was correct. The reconnaissance squad, comprised of 3 mist and 2 IWA ninjas, had indeed lost contact 15 minutes prior. Initially, he had thought it was due to communication devices being damaged in the fray, not giving it much thought. Now a chill coursed through him. With information severed and communication disrupted, in this chaotic battlefield, Tsuyu's words became the sole explanation for the current state of affairs. Now, the choice lies with you. Tsuyu spread his hands, his demeanor as relaxed as if strolling through his own garden. Will you remain here, attacking an empty shell, only to await encirclement and annihilation by the main force led by White Fang, or will you hastily return to your command post to support your commander, who may already be fighting for his life? If fortune favors you, perhaps you might share in the accolades, or, at the very least, survive. His words acted as a key, unlocking the floodgates of fear and suspicion within them. To confront the legendary Konoha's White Fang for the sake of a group of worthless civilians? To sacrifice themselves for a commander who may have already forsaken them? No one was a fool. The expression on the mist captain's face fluctuated, a battle raging within. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overrode all else. He made a decision that left the Konoha ninjas behind Tsuyu astounded. He neither ordered an attack nor continued surveillance, but abruptly turned, barking at his subordinates. Retreat. Everyone. Return to the command post immediately to ascertain the situation. With that, he was the first to turn and swiftly vanish into the shadows of the ruins. The remaining 9 ninjas, including the irate Iwagakure ninja, after a brief hesitation, followed suit without delay. They fled with remarkable speed, as if a white specter were in pursuit. In an instant, the once tense encirclement crumbled to dust. The only sounds left in the air were the crackling of burning wooden structures. The 4 Konoha ninjas behind Tsuyu stood with mouths agape, expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. They had prepared for a fierce battle, even contemplating how to sacrifice their lives to create a sliver of an escape opportunity for Commander Tsuyu. Yet, what was the outcome? The battle had yet to commence, and it was already over. No, it hadn't even qualified as a battle. 20 enemy ninjas had been sent fleeing by mere words from Tsuyu, as if he wielded a jutsu of persuasion. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The legendary S-rank verbal jutsu? One Konoha ninja couldn't help but glance at Tsuyu, resonating in his voice. Is this it, Advisor Tsuyu? Indeed, for now. Tsuyu turned, his smile fading, replaced by his usual tranquility. We have gained at least half an hour for Shikamaru. That is sufficient. He glanced at the dark entrance of the refuge and stated, now, it is our turn. Let us see the true legacy the land of the whirlpools has left for Konoha. With that, he led the way towards the cave entrance. The remaining 4 elite Konoha Jonin looked at Tsuyu's retreating figure, a singular thought surging within them. Perhaps this esteemed advisor is even more formidable than the legendary Konoha's White Fang. The blade of White Fang takes lives, whereas this advisor's words pierce hearts. Chapter 39. The unexpected seed in the whirlpools on the western side of Uzumaki village, an exit to a concealed passageway shrouded by dense woods. A 5-man team led by Kakashi Hatake traversed the forest silently, like phantoms. Their objective was to locate the purest and weakest Uzumaki chakra as reported by the sensing ninja. Therein lies the key to this rescue mission, the true legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Soon, the sounds of clashing blades and an angry shout from a girl reached their ears. Kakashi signaled, and the 5-man team instantly dispersed, encircling from 5 different directions, their movements fluid and silent. Parting the final thicket, the sight before Kakashi caused his gaze to sharpen. A young girl, adorned with striking red hair, fiercely wielded several golden chains woven from chakra, steadfastly protecting the children and elderly behind her. Her face was streaked with sweat and grime, yet her eyes bore a resolute defiance, akin to a cornered young lion. The chakra chains, though still unrefined and flickering in and out of existence, formed a fragile barrier that effectively obstructed the advance of 3 pursuing mist ninjas. Little girl, surrender. Your adamantine seal is incomplete. Further struggle will only deplete your chakra. One of the mist ninjas sneered, his blade slashing against the chains, sending sparks flying. Hand over the elderly and the children, and we can grant you a quicker demise. Another echoed. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth, remaining silent as she poured more chakra into the chains, her crimson locks swirling wildly in the air. Attack! Shikumo's voice was cold and devoid of any warmth. In an instant, 5 white figures erupted from the forest like lightning. Shikumo himself was the swiftest, arriving ahead of the others, his short blade glinting in the moonlight as it traced a tragic arc. The 3 still taunting mist ninjas had scarcely a moment to react. The last image in their eyes was an unavoidable flash of white light. Thud, thud, thud. 3 soft sounds echoed as 3 heads soared into the air. Warm blood splattering on the ground, swiftly absorbed by the parched earth. The entire process unfolded in less than 3 seconds, the battle concluding in an almost overwhelming fashion. The red-haired girl, Kushina Uzumaki, was evidently taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The chakra chains in her hands dissipated with a crackle, and she stumbled slightly, nearly falling. She watched warily as the 5 ninjas who had appeared so suddenly dispatched their foes with such ferocity. Upon recognizing the familiar leaf symbol on their headbands, the tension in her body finally unraveled. Wah! Kushina cried out, releasing a torrent of tears, a deluge of fear, sorrow, anger, and despair that had built up over days now cascading forth. Yet, even in her weeping, her body instinctively opened its arms, holding the children behind her even tighter. Shikumo approached slowly, his demeanor unruffled by her cries. He patiently waited, his gaze sweeping over the crowd behind Kushina, 2 esteemed Uzumaki elders, and 5 trembling children. However, when his eyes landed on 3 other children, he paused in surprise. These 3 bore no resemblance to the Uzumaki clan. A boy with striking orange hair stood resolutely at the forefront, like a small leopard, his gaze fierce and vigilant despite the tremors of fear coursing through him, refusing to retreat. A girl with azure hair clutched the orange-haired boy's sleeve tightly, peeking out with wide eyes full of terror and unease. And then there was a boy with red hair, whose gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds longer. Unlike the other children, his eyes were hollow, as if he were indifferent to the chaos around him, emanating a faint yet unsettling chakra fluctuation. This chakra was peculiar. However, Shikumo did not delve deeper, believing it might be a distant branch of the Uzumaki bloodline, given the clan's diverse hair colors. His current mission was to fulfill Advisor Tsuyu's directive for rescue. We are ninjas from the leaf, sent by the 3rd Hokage to rescue you. Shikumo's voice was gentle and steady, attempting to soothe the frightened children. Kushina's sobs gradually subsided, and she lifted her tear-streaked face, her red eyes now tinged with hostility. Why? Why did you come only now? Our home in the village of the Whirlpool is already gone. Her voice was hoarse and trembling, piercing the hearts of every leaf ninja present. Yes, why had they come so late? Had the Leaf's support arrived even a day or half a day earlier, the village of the Whirlpool might not have been utterly decimated, and so many innocent clansmen might have been spared a tragic fate. Shikumo could not respond. He opened his mouth, but found that any explanation seemed feeble at that moment. He could only silently endure the weight of the girl's questions and fury. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the orange-haired boy suddenly spoke. Kushina, don't say that. He tugged at Kushina's sleeve, looking up at her with unwavering determination. They've come to save us. Now is not the time to assign blame. Living is more important than anything else. His words carried a calmness and maturity far beyond his years. Shikumo glanced at the boy named Yahiko with mild surprise. Kushina was momentarily taken aback by Yahiko's words, gazing down at her companion who had supported her throughout their flight. The hostility in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by overwhelming sorrow. She wiped her tears, inhaled deeply, and turned her gaze back to Shikumo, presenting her conditions. We can go with you. She indicated Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato beside her. But you must take them with us. They saved my life during the attack. No problem. Shikumo replied without hesitation. His mission was to rescue the seeds of hope, and in his eyes, any child who could retain kindness and courage amidst such a hellish ordeal was worth saving. A seed of hope for the future. Perhaps this was what advisor Suyu wished to see. With Shikumo's affirmative response, Kushina finally let down her guard. The team swiftly began counting the survivors. Besides Kushina, the pure chakra Jinchuriki, there were 2 elders well-versed in the Uzumaki clan's core sealing techniques, and 8 young children, including the trio from the Rain Village. This was the last hope of the village of the Whirlpool. Prepare to retreat, Shikumo commanded. One team member produced a special scroll inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, readying for transport. However, just then, a powerful and suffocating wave of water-style chakra erupted from the direction they had come, akin to a tsunami. A cold, menacing voice followed. Leaf Hounds, you run so fast. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. Leave the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to me. At the entrance of the secret path stood a man wielding a massive, decapitating blade, his face wrapped in bandages, blocking their retreat like a demon. The terrifying aura emanating from him sent a shiver of primal fear through all the children present. He was a member of the Mist Village, one of the candidates for the future 7 ninja swordsmen. Shikumo's expression darkened instantly. This is troublesome. Chapter 40. The demon of the mist, the bandaged mist ninja, stood silently at the entrance of the secret path, dragging his executioner's blade along the ground, carving a shallow trench. He did not immediately attack, instead observing his prey with keen interest through the wrappings concealing his eyes. The killing intent radiating from him was so thick it felt tangible, as if a crimson ocean threatened to engulf Shikumo and his companions completely. One jonin, for Chunin, and a gaggle of useless children and elders. The demon licked his lips, emitting a raspy laugh. Konoha's white fang, Kiki Shikumo. I didn't expect to encounter such a big fish here. Seems my luck is quite favorable today. Shikumo positioned Kushina and the others behind him. His short blade held defensively across his chest, his expression grave as never before. He recognized the man before him. In recent years, the formidable Pipa Shirzong, a genius hailing from the village of Kirigakure, has gained notoriety for his ruthless demeanor and audacious combat style, leaving a countless number of ninjas slain beneath his executioner's blade. Although he has yet to ascend to the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his prowess approaches that level. He is a true powerhouse, a quintessential warrior. Captain, we will hold him off. You take the children and escape. A leaf ninja whispered, already steeling himself for sacrifice. No. Shikumo immediately rejected the notion, understanding that his priority was the children. If I leave, you won't last 10 seconds. He was acutely aware that against an adversary of Pipa Shirzong's caliber, numerical superiority held little significance. The only viable strategy was for him, the strongest among them, to confront the enemy head-on. Protect the children. Shikumo issued his final command to his comrades. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Come on. Pipa Shirzong roared with excitement, swinging his massive executioner's blade with one hand, the air tearing apart with a deafening whoosh as he brought it down fiercely towards Shikumo's silhouette. Clang! A thunderous clash reverberated as the white Fong short sword met the executioner's blade, 2 weapons of vastly disproportionate size and weight colliding with resounding force. Sparks flew. Shikumo felt a tremendous force surge through the blade, his grip numbing as he was uncontrollably pushed back several meters, leaving deep impressions on the ground. Such immense power. Shikumo felt a shiver run down his spine. He was skilled in speed and technique, but in pure strength, it was evident that his opponent held the upper hand. Is that all you've got, Leaf White Fang? Pipa Shirzong pressed the attack, closing in as the executioner's blade seemed weightless in his grasp, transforming into a relentless web of blades that struck furiously at Shikumo. In that moment, the clearing before the secret passage was filled solely with the glint of blades and the jarring sounds of their collision. Shikumo darted through the onslaught, akin to a lone boat amidst a tempest, narrowly evading lethal strikes, while his short sword struck out like a viper's fangs, repeatedly targeting his opponent's vital points. His combat style was calm, efficient, and lethal, each movement purposeful, each strike aimed solely at dispatching the enemy. Conversely, Pipa Shirzong's approach was entirely different. He was wild, domineering, and somewhat mad. He scarcely acknowledged Shikumo's attacks, often opting to absorb non-critical blows in exchange for opportunities to inflict severe damage on his opponent. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In a fleeting moment between their exchanges, Pipa Shirzong formed hand seals, summoning a massive water dragon that surged forth, roaring towards Shikumo. Shikumo pivoted on his toes, retreating just in time to evade the dragon's onslaught. Boom. The water dragon crashed against the mountainside, producing a thunderous sound as debris scattered. Ha! Can you escape? Pipa Shirzong cackled, forming hand seals once more. Hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the battlefield in an instant, shrouding it in obscurity. Visibility plummeted to near zero. This was the quintessential battleground for the mist ninjas. Kushina and her companions huddled anxiously together, unable to see anything. Only hearing the continuous clang of weapons and the explosive sounds of chakra resonating through the mist, each sound tightening their hearts. Sister Kushina, will Lord Shikomo win? A young girl from the Uzumaki clan trembled as she asked. Kushina clutched her tightly, assuring her that he would, though her own palms were slick with cold sweat. Within the dense fog, Shikomo found himself in a precarious position. He could sense his opponent's murderous intent, yet could not pinpoint his location. Meanwhile, Pipa Shirzong thrived in the obscurity, his attacks growing increasingly erratic and lethal. Suddenly, Shikomo felt a deep cut across his left arm, blood instantly staining his sleeve. He stifled a groan, instinctively countering with a swift slash, forcing the ambushing enemy back. Did you feel that, White Fang? Pipa Shirzong's voice echoed from all directions, laced with mockery and cruelty. This is the fog of death. Your speed and technique are useless here. Slowly, your blood will drain, your strength will wane, and then your head will become a trophy for my executioner's blade. Shikomo's breath quickened. He recognized the truth in his words. He could not continue this way. He needed to find a way to dispel the fog, as he prepared to unleash a large-scale wind-style technique to clear the mist. Even at the cost of immense chakra, an unexpected surge of chakra, alien to both him and Pipa Shirzong, suddenly penetrated the fog. Pipa Shirzong's voice was laced with confusion. In the next moment, a calm voice pierced through the mist, resonating across the battlefield. Captain Kitaki, it seems you've encountered a bit of trouble. It was Advisor Tsuyu. The taut nerves of Shikomo relaxed miraculously upon hearing that voice. He did not know why, but despite Tsuyu's lack of combat prowess, his presence seemed to promise a resolution to any predicament. Who is it? Pipa Shirzong's tone grew wary. From the mist emerged 5 figures, the foremost being the man clad in the attire of a leaf advisor. Tsuyu's arrival was akin to a pause button pressed amidst a fierce symphony, abruptly interrupting the rhythm of the battlefield. The fog seemed to thin slightly due to this brief cessation. Pipa Shirzong's figure became visible not far off, hefting his executioner's blade as he squinted at the unexpected appearance of Tsuyu and his companions. When his gaze fell upon Tsuyu, a grin split his face. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the one who with a few words made my subordinates flee like cowards. He regarded Tsuyu with undisguised disdain. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Killing you will earn me far greater merit than capturing a few brats from the Uzumaki clan. A heavy aura of murderous intent enveloped the air once more, this time directed squarely at Tsuyu. Chapter 41. The true enemy confronted by Pipa Shirzong's unabashed and almost palpable murderous intent, the leaf ninjas behind Tsuyu instinctively tensed, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. Yet, Tsuyu merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to remain calm. He disregarded the executioner's blade that seemed capable of severing all, and the twisted face of Pipa Shirzong brimming with excitement. His gaze, serene, transcended Pipa Shirzong, surveying the crimson-stained sky above, marred by the chaos of battle. You and your men should depart now, and I assure you, the Leaf Village will not pursue today's events. So you spoke, his tone as unassuming as if discussing a trivial matter. If you withdraw from here, you may yet preserve your lives. Pipa Shirzong paused, disbelief etched across his features. He questioned whether his ears had deceived him. This unarmed, seemingly fragile individual was offering him clemency? Ha! After a brief moment of astonishment, Pipa Shirzong erupted into a thunderous laugh, doubled over, even causing his executioner's blade to hum in resonance. Are you jesting, wise one of the leaf? Have you been struck dumb by the battlefield? Look at your current predicament. Who do you think you are? The Hokage? Even if the third Hokage himself were here, he wouldn't dare utter such grandiose claims. His laughter echoed through the ruins, laden with scorn and derision. Kushina and the others shared in the disbelief, questioning Tsuyu's sanity for speaking such words in this dire moment, as if he were pouring oil onto the flames. Tsuyu disregarded his maniacal laughter, maintaining a calm tone as he continued. Your mission is to retrieve the bloodline of the Vortex clan. Yet, What you truly desire is the thrill of slaughter and the accolades that come with severing the heads of the strong, is it not? For instance, the head of Konoha's White Fang. The laughter of Pai Pa Shirzong abruptly ceased. Suyu's words struck precisely at the core of his being. Indeed, he relished combat, relished the sensation of overpowering the formidable. However, Suyu's tone shifted, laced with a hint of amusement. Have you ever pondered where your allies, the people of Awagakure, are while you exert yourself here for glory and pleasure? This question fell upon Pai Pa Shirzong like a bucket of ice water, freezing the smile on his face. Where were the people of Awagakure? This operation was ostensibly a coalition of the Hidden Mist, Hidden Cloud, and Hidden Stone villages. Yet, from the moment they landed in the land of whirlpools, it was always the ninjas of the Hidden Mist who led the charge, facing the fiercest resistances. The forces of Awagakure seemed perpetually en route to provide support or were engaged in clearing the periphery, rarely appearing on the main battlefield. Previously, he had been blinded by his thirst for battle, failing to reflect on these matters. Now, prodded by Suyu, a torrent of overlooked details surged forth in his mind. The Wagakure had never sought the bloodline of the Vortex clan. Suyu's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, insinuated into his ears, revealing their true intention: to bring the Hidden Mist village to a state of weakness through this war, to drain them of their vitality. They incited your village to take the lead, to aggressively assault the Vortex village, exhausting your living forces, while they preserved their strength, merely observing from the sidelines. When you, Pai Pa Shirzong of the Hidden Mist, and Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, engage in a mutual destruction, what do you think they will do? A cold smirk crept across Suyu's lips. They would emerge like a pack of hyenas, drawn by the scent of blood, easily cleaning up the aftermath. Subsequently, they would seize the interest that your Hidden Mist village had long coveted around the land of water. Boom. Each of Suyu's words struck like a heavy hammer upon Pai Pa Shirzong's convictions. His expression transformed from shock to confusion, then to astonishment, ultimately settling into a pallor of despair. He was not a fool. The scenario described by Suyu aligned perfectly with the Wagakure's cunning, greedy, and treacherous nature. This joint operation had, from the outset, been a grand conspiracy aimed squarely at the Hidden Mist village. They were fighting desperately, only to end up as pawns for a Wagakure. His proud combat prowess and achievements were seen by others merely as a laughable farce. No, this is impossible, he mumbled, his gaze becoming vacant as his inner resolve crumbled at an alarming rate. Now is the moment. Suyu cast a glance at Shikamaru. The ever-prepared Shikamaru sprang into action. Without a sound, without an aura of malice, and without even a whisper of wind. As Pai Pa Shirzong regained his senses from the overwhelming blow to his beliefs, a cold, radiant short blade, imbued with white chakra, had silently been positioned against his neck. The prickling sensation on his skin froze him in place. Cold sweat soaking his back. He hadn't even comprehended how his opponent had moved. Is this the true speed of Konoha's White Fang? Now, Suyu's voice resonated once more. Will you continue to serve a Wagakure? Pai Pa Shirzong stood paralyzed, afraid to move. He could feel the blade at his throat, poised to sever his life with the slightest twitch. Defeated so utterly, not in terms of swordsmanship, but in the realm of hearts and schemes. His once proud fighting spirit lay vulnerable before the words of this Konoha sage, easily shattered. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet found his throat dry, unable to produce a sound. Leave him. He may still be of use, Suyu instructed Shikamaru. Shikamaru nodded, his wrist flicking as the hilt struck Pai Pa Shirzong's nape with a heavy thud. The once mighty ghost of the Hidden Mist let out no sound, his eyes rolling back as he slumped down, unconscious. Thus, a battle that could have exacted a heavy toll on Konoha's elite squad was effortlessly diffused by Suyu. Kushina gaped, staring at the man who had stood there the entire time, not even lifting a finger. Behind her, Yahiko's eyes brimmed with shock and a hint of admiration. To subdue an enemy as formidable as a demon without relying on brute force, solely through words, was a power stronger than any ninjutsu. All right, the threat has been neutralized. Suyu clapped his hands, as if merely completing a trivial task. Let us take the captive and the survivors. It's time to return home. A Konoha ninja stepped forward, utilizing a specialized sealing technique to completely seal Pai Pa Shirzong's chakra, then dragged him away as if he were a lifeless dog. Another ninja unfurled the flying Thunder God scroll. In a flash of light, Everyone, along with the invaluable captive, vanished from the ruins of the Vortex Village, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a sky stained red, silently recounting the tragedies that had unfolded. Chapter 42: Triumph and Reckoning in the Hokage's Office. As the radiance of the Flying Thunder God technique faded, Tsuyu, Shikamaru, and a throng of shaken children and elders materialized in the center of the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet, gazing at the unscathed rescue team, the bound and unconscious hidden mist ninja, and the group of vortex orphans led by Kushina. Alongside the three peculiar children from the Rain Village, a complex wave of emotions surged within him: relief, heaviness, gratitude, and a deep-seated anxiety. You did it. You truly succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled as he hurried forward to support an elder of the Vortex clan, who was on the verge of falling. Lord Hokage, we have fulfilled our duty, Shikamaru knelt, reporting solemnly. The entire rescue team has returned, successfully bringing back 10 survivors of the Vortex clan, including 2 elders skilled in core sealing techniques, and 1 captive from the Hidden Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Kushina, her vibrant red hair and immense pure chakra unmistakably signaling her identity. The spark of the Vortex clan had been preserved. Konoha's future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had been found. Good, very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated the word good twice, his eyes glistening with moisture. He turned to Tsuyu, his expression filled with gratitude and admiration. Advisor Tsuyu, we owe you our thanks for this. He had already learned from the ninjas stationed at the shelter, through emergency communication scrolls, how Tsuyu had effortlessly dissuaded the first wave of enemies. Now it appeared that even a formidable adversary like Pai Pa Shirzong had fallen under his influence. The capabilities of this advisor had transcended his understanding. I merely spoke. The real efforts were from Shikamaru and the others. Tsuyu waved his hand dismissively, appearing disinterested in accolades. At this moment, what he yearned for most was a place to rest, rather than to bask in praise. Kushina and the others gazed at the legendary third Hokage with curiosity and reverence. This was Konoha, the most powerful allied village spoken of by their mother. Although they had arrived late, they had ultimately made it. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan felt somewhat uneasy. They were outsiders, unsure of what fate awaited them. Children, do not be afraid. From this day forth, Konoha shall be your home. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a gentle smile. Attempting to comfort the children who had just escaped the horrors of their past, he promptly ordered the medical team to examine and treat everyone, while also arranging the finest accommodations for their temporary respite. Soon, news of Konoha's elite team successfully rescuing the orphans of the Uzumaki clan from the assault of the 3 great ninja villages spread throughout the village like wildfire. In an instant, the villagers of Konoha were filled with exuberance. Amidst the stalemate of the ongoing war with Amigakure, this resounding victory served as a much-needed tonic for the village's morale. Surprisingly, the most talked-about figure in this triumph was not the formidable Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, who excelled on the battlefield, but rather the rarely seen special advisor, Tsuyu. Various rumors circulated in taverns and tea-houses. Some claimed that Tsuyu single-handedly faced hundreds of enemies, using his silver tongue to shame the enemy commander into taking his own life. Others suggested that he had anticipated all enemy movements, orchestrating a chain of events that led the ninjas of the 3 villages to turn on one another, allowing Konoha's team to reap the benefits. The most outrageous tales posited that Tsuyu was, in fact, the illegitimate child of the first Hokage, wielding the legendary sage art of word manipulation, able to control the hearts of men with his words. Regardless of the version, Tsuyu's image grew immensely large and enigmatic in the eyes of the villagers, a hero who conquers without the need for battle. This title, bestowed upon him by the villagers, reflected his newfound status. In no time, Tsuyu's reputation in Konoha soared to unprecedented heights, even hinting at the possibility of surpassing the legendary Sannin. The entire village basked in the joy of victory. However, in stark contrast to the festive atmosphere within the village, the base of Root remained shrouded in an icy silence. In Shimura Danzo's office, the air was thick with tension. He stared impassively at the scroll in his hand, which detailed the entirety of the rescue operation, including how Tsuyu had dissuaded the enemy and swayed the loyalty of Pai Pa Juzong. At the scroll's conclusion lay a meticulous record of the survivors: Uzumaki Kushina, the princess of the Uzumaki clan and the best vessel for the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails; Nagato, an orphan from Amigakure; of unknown origins, yet possessing a vast reservoir of chakra. With a swift motion, Danzo crumpled the scroll into fragments. "Foolish Hiruzen," he muttered through clenched teeth, his eyes glinting with malevolence. To him, what Hiruzen and Tsuyu had brought back were not allies, but two exceedingly dangerous liabilities, two potential catalysts for war that could ignite the entire ninja world. One was a future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the other, an enigmatic chakra beast. How could such entities be allowed to roam freely like ordinary children? They were weapons, the most crucial strategic resources for Konoha's future, especially Kushina, whose existence was vital for Konoha's control over the strongest tailed beast. Any misstep would be unacceptable, and she must never be allowed to develop her own thoughts and emotions. "Come in," Danzo coldly commanded. A root ninja silently appeared behind him. "Prepare immediately. I wish to see the Hokage." Rising from his seat, his aged face was etched with determination. These orphans must be safeguarded by Root. A glimmer of avarice and fervor danced in his eyes. He intended to incorporate these children, particularly the red-haired girl, into Root's training system, employing the most rigorous methods to eradicate their emotions and memories, transforming them into the perfect weapons that only obey commands. This, he believed, would be the greatest contribution to Konoha. As for that naive Tsuyu, a fleeting glint of malice crossed Danzo's eyes. He was using his ridiculous sunny disposition to corrode the very foundation of Konoha. Something must be done to eliminate him. Chapter 43. Danzo's fangs. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was stifling. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, wearily massaging his temples. The ashtray in front of him was overflowing with cigarette butts. The Uzumaki orphans had been temporarily settled in the ancestral home of the Senju clan, cared for personally by his wife, Uwako, and things were proceeding smoothly. Though Kushina still exhibited some wariness, she gradually began to smile under the deliberate attentions of her peers. Shoto and Tsunade. What truly troubled him was the figure seated on the sofa opposite him, Shimura Danzo. Since yesterday, Danzo had been applying pressure on him through various means, both overt and subtle, with a singular core demand to transfer guardianship of the Uzumaki orphans, particularly Uzumaki Kushina, to Root. "Hiruzen, you must understand, this is no trivial matter." Danzo's voice was hoarse yet forceful, akin to two pieces of sandpaper grinding against one another. "Kushina's identity is far too sensitive. She is the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Kyumo, Iwa, Hiri, and even certain families within our own ranks are watching her with keen eyes. Placing her in the open is akin to tossing a chunk of meat into a den of wolves. Disaster could strike at any moment." The two advisors seated beside him, Mito Minyen and Tofu Shikuro, nodded gravely in agreement. Danzo's assertions carried weight. "We must ensure her protection is of the highest caliber," Minyen mused. "Ordinary umbu may prove insufficient." Furthermore, Shikuro added, "Beyond safety, we must also consider loyalty. She did not grow up in Konoha. Her ties to the Uzumaki clan far exceed any allegiance to us. We must ensure that she will serve Konoha wholeheartedly in the future, rather than being consumed by hatred." Every word they spoke struck Hiruzen's heart like a hammer, adding weight to Danzo's proposal. Seizing the moment, Danzo pressed on, "Allowing Root to take charge is the best course of action. We possess the most stringent defenses to ensure her absolute safety. We also have the most professional methods of education to erase any unnecessary hatred and distractions from her heart, transforming her into the most loyal protector of the village." He hastily corrected himself, but the truth behind his words still deepened the furrows on Hiruzen's brow. He knew Danzo all too well. The so-called protection and education were merely a guise to imprison a living child within a dark, unseen cage, stripping her of all emotions through cruel methods, rendering her a thoughtless puppet that obeyed orders, much like the members of Root. He could not forget the hollow gazes of those children. He did not wish for Kushina, the girl who had just escaped hell with her radiant, sun-like red hair, to plunge into an even darker abyss. "No," Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished his cigarette, his tone resolute. "I cannot allow this." "Why?" Danzo erupted, rising to his feet, an inferno of fury igniting in his lone eye. "Hiruzen, when did you become so indecisive, so soft-hearted? Are you willing to gamble the safety of the entire village for the ephemeral happiness of a single child?" "This is not a gamble." Hiruzen stood as well, unwavering in his gaze. "Danzo, do you not understand? We are allies with the land of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan was annihilated for the sake of Konoha. What we must do now is make amends, to protect them, not treat their last bloodline as tools or prisoners. Allies. Danzo scoffed. The land of whirlpools no longer exists. Now, we have merely a group of refugees in need of Konoha's protection. We have taken them in, given them a chance to survive, and they should contribute everything to Konoha. That is only natural. You are speaking the language of a robber. I speak for the village. The atmosphere between them was taut as a drawn bowstring, the air in the office seemingly frozen. Menyen and Shikuro exchanged glances, both recognizing the dilemma reflected in each other's eyes. Logically, they leaned towards Danzo's plan, as it appeared to be the safest with the least risk. However, emotionally, they felt that the Hokage's words held merit. Such actions indeed seemed excessively cold-hearted. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He understood that arguing with Danzo was futile. The man's thoughts had become utterly warped. He resumed his seat, wearily waving his hand. I need to ponder this matter further. You may leave for now, Danzo. Danzo fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly attempting to compel him into submission with his eyes. Ultimately, he let out a cold snort and strode out. The office door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Hiruzen, are you truly going to reject Danzo's proposal? Mito Menyen inquired anxiously. This is a significant issue. We cannot act solely based on emotions. Tsunade Koharu added. Hiruzen did not respond, merely closing his eyes. The image of Tsuyu's always serene face surfacing in his mind. He suddenly realized that he had grown accustomed to seeking that person's counsel whenever faced with a dilemma. Umbu. He spoke. Yes. An Umbu member silently appeared in the office. Please summon Advisor Tsuyu. Understood. After the Umbu vanished, Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes, gazing out at the azure sky. He recognized that, from a Hokage's perspective, Danzo's proposal might be the most judicious. Yet deep within, the part of him that embodied a teacher and a human being was vehemently resisting. He needed someone to support him, to provide him with a reason to persevere. And that person could only be Tsuyu. He believed that Tsuyu would undoubtedly possess a more prudent solution, one that could ensure Kushina's safety and loyalty without casting her into the abyss. There must be one. Chapter 44. Home is not a prison. As Tsuyu strolled into the Hokage's office while yawning, he was met with Sarutobi Hiruzen's troubled countenance. Hokage, did you summon me in haste because the village can no longer issue pensions? Tsuyu jested, plopping down onto the sofa. Hiruzen offered a wry smile, gesturing for Mito Menyen and Tsunade Koharu to withdraw before pouring a cup of tea for Tsuyu. Tsuyu, I find myself in quite the predicament. He sighed, recounting Danzo's proposal in its entirety, from the safety of Kushina to the cultivation of loyalty, to Danzo's ruthless weaponization theory, leaving nothing concealed. Tsuyu listened quietly, his expression remaining unchanged. Only after Hiruzen finished did he lift the teacup and leisurely take a sip. So, Hokage, have you been swayed? Tsuyu inquired nonchalantly as he set the cup down. How could that be? Hiruzen immediately retorted, his emotions flaring. I will never agree to transform a child into an emotionless tool. Then why are you still so troubled? Tsuyu regarded him, suggesting that he simply refuse. You are the Hokage. You possess that authority. However, Danzo's words do hold some merit. Hiruzen's voice dropped, filled with inner turmoil. The safety of Kushina is indeed paramount. Moreover, I cannot guarantee her loyalty, nor can I assure that she will willingly bear the burden of the Nine Tails for Konoha in the future. He laid bare his worries. This was where his true conflict lay. He wished to safeguard Kushina's childhood, while fearing that his compassion might sow the seeds of disaster for the village. This contradiction was driving him to madness. Tsuyu remained silent for a moment. He understood that this indecisiveness was the greatest flaw in Hiruzen's inherently kind nature, an incessant desire to strike a balance, often leading to hesitation and missed opportunities. Hokage, Tsuyu finally spoke, his tone calm, yet assertive. Have you ever considered that Danzo's plan is fundamentally flawed? Flawed. Hiruzen looked at him in confusion. Yes, fundamentally erroneous. Tsuyu met his gaze directly, asserting that Danzo only perceived risk, failing to acknowledge potential benefits. He focused solely on control, neglecting the importance of guidance. Have you considered that if Konoha were to adopt Danzo's suggestion and confine the orphaned heirs of the Uzumaki clan, our allies' last lineage, within the confines of the route for so-called weaponization education, how would other villages in the ninja world perceive us? Tsuyu's voice was soft, yet each word struck Hiruzen's heart like a hammer. They would say, look, this is Konoha's reputation. This is the fate of those who ally with Konoha. Today it may be the land of whirlpools. Tomorrow, will it not be us? The ultimate fate of Konoha's allies will be to become mere tools and weapons in their hands. At that point, Konoha would lose all potential allies, becoming a true island unto itself. This, indeed, would pose the greatest threat to the village. Hiruzen's complexion turned pale. He had previously considered only internal village issues, entirely overlooking the catastrophic diplomatic repercussions this matter could incite. Suyu continued, Danzo's desire to exchange control for loyalty is the most foolish approach. For loyalty derived from fear and indoctrination is not loyalty at all, but enslavement. Would you dare entrust such a dangerous force as the Nine Tails to a subjugated soul? If she were to lose control, the first to be destroyed would be her prison, Konoha. True loyalty is never born of control, but rather of a sense of belonging. A sense of belonging? Hiruzen murmured, repeating the term. Precisely. Suyu nodded. Hokage, those children do not require a heavily fortified prison. They need a home where they can feel secure and warm. A home that allows them to rebuild trust, where they feel respected and cherished. Suyu's tone softened. When a child truly regards Konoha as their home and you as a trusted elder, will you still worry about their loyalty? When the village faces a crisis, they will step forward more courageously than anyone else, for they are protecting a home they hold dear. Hiruzen listened, entranced. Suyu's words illuminated the fog that had clouded his heart. Indeed, how had he become ensnared in such a narrow mindset? Control, indoctrination, weaponization, these were all Danzo's ways of thinking. As the third Hokage, inheritor of the first Hokage's will, how could he allow himself to be led astray by him? Love, trust, protection, these are the true cores of Konoha. I understand now. I completely understand. Hiruzen suddenly slammed his hand on the table, invigorated as if reborn. The indecision and struggle in his eyes replaced by an unprecedented resolve. Suyu, thank you. You have awakened me once more. He gazed at Suyu, his eyes filled with gratitude. Suyu merely waved his hand. Understanding is not enough. You need a concrete plan, one that can effectively silence Danzo while also pacifying the concerns of others in the village. Do you already have an idea? Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Naturally. Suyu smiled, having awaited this moment. He began to articulate his plan. First, we shall designate an area within Konoha to establish a new Uzumaki clan territory for the orphaned heirs. This will not only provide them with a home, but also declare to the entire ninja world that Konoha will forever uphold its alliance with the land of whirlpools, eternally safeguarding the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. This is a vital investment in our reputation and responsibility. Second, the management of the territory will be entrusted to the two Uzumaki elders themselves, with Konoha refraining from interference and only providing resources and protection. We must grant them enough respect and trust to educate their own children, passing down their sealing techniques. Thirdly, and most critically, Suyu gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke each word with deliberation. To demonstrate respect and value towards our allies, and to thoroughly dispel the covetous thoughts of certain individuals, the security of this new clan territory must be entrusted to the strongest forces within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly grasped Suyu's intention. You mean, under the direct jurisdiction of the Umbu? Suyu shook his head, revealing a smile that sent a shiver down Hiruzen's spine. My suggestion is to have the Uchiha clan's police force work in conjunction with the Hyuga clan's main family guards to jointly oversee the security. Chapter 45. The new neighbors of the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. The joint responsibility of the Uchiha and Hyuga? This proposal detonated like a bomb in his mind. He immediately comprehended the brilliance of Suyu's strategy. Assigning the Uchiha police force to oversee security conveyed immense goodwill and trust towards the Uchiha clan. Since the establishment of the police force by the Second Hokage, this unit had been marginalized from the core power circle of Konoha, relegated to the unenviable task of maintaining internal order. Now, entrusting them with the security of such a significant ally's territory was undoubtedly the highest affirmation of their capability and loyalty. This not only would greatly appease and draw in the Uchiha clan, but also elevate their prestige and status within the village to unprecedented heights. Moreover, involving the Hyuga clan was a masterstroke. As one of the oldest and most powerful clans in Konoha, the Hyuga had always looked down upon the proud Uchiha. Jointly overseeing security would serve to balance the Uchiha's influence, preventing the police force from monopolizing power. Additionally, It would compel these two prominent ocular clans to collaborate and communicate, breaking down the barriers that had long existed between them. Most importantly, with the two strongest ocular clans of Konoha participating in the protection of the Uzumaki's legacy. Who would dare to harbor ulterior motives? Who could question the strength of the security measures? Danzo's roots? He would have no excuses to interfere any longer. This maneuver effectively cut the issue at its source, achieving multiple objectives and transforming a hot potato into a link connecting the village's various factions. How astute! Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but thump the table in applause, his gaze towards Tsuyu shifting from admiration to profound awe. This man, no. This creature that had endured since the era of the first Hokage, had reached an unfathomable level of insight into human nature and political finesse. Let it be decided. Hiruzen declared decisively, I shall convene a high-level meeting immediately to announce this decision. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the Hokage building's conference room was solemn. All high-ranking officials of Konoha were present, including Danzo, the two advisors, and the clan heads of various ninja families. Hiruzen briefly reiterated the merits of rescuing the Uzumaki heirs before delving into the main topic, announcing the decision regarding their resettlement plan. Therefore, I have decided to allocate a parcel of land in the eastern district of the village to reconstruct the Uzumaki clan territory, thereby perpetuating the profound friendship between our village and the land of whirlpools. This decision was met with understanding and approval from most of the clan heads present. The reputation of Konoha was indeed paramount. However, Danzo's countenance darkened ominously, his expression threatening to spill over with ire as he prepared to stand and counter with his premeditated arguments. Yet, Hiruzen did not afford him the opportunity to speak, continuing. At the same time, to ensure the absolute safety of our allies, I have decided that the security of the new clan territory will be entirely entrusted to the Uchiha police force. As these words left his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the conference room. All eyes turned towards Uchiha Fugaku's father, Uchiha Ken, who sat in the corner. Uchiha Ken was taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a monumental opportunity would suddenly fall into his lap. In all the years since the police force's inception, when had they ever been assigned such a core and honorable task? He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Danzo, on the other hand, felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being freezing in shock. He had prepared a plethora of arguments regarding security risks, but now the Hokage had directly entrusted this critical task to the Uchiha police force, renowned for their combat prowess, rendering his words utterly impotent. Would he openly question the Uchiha clan's strength and loyalty? That would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Uchiha. I oppose this. Danzo's voice was hoarse and piercing. Hiruzen, you are playing with fire, entrusting such an important task solely to the Uchiha. What if? Is Elder Danzo concerned about the Uchiha clan's strength? A languid voice interjected from beside the Hokage. It was Tsuyu, who had also attended the meeting. All eyes shifted to him once more. Tsuyu smiled at the Hyuga clan's leader, the stern-faced elder, Hayashi Hyuga. Elder Hayashi, I believe the Hyuga clan, as the strongest shield of Konoha, would be quite willing to contribute to the protection of our allies' bloodline, wouldn't they? Tsuyu's tone brimmed with respect. The Hyuga clan leader paused for a moment before comprehending Tsuyu's intent. This was an opportunity to bestow credit upon the Hyuga clan and elevate their status. Should he refuse, it would paint the Hyuga clan as petty, disregarding the greater good. Furthermore, being able to collaborate with the Uchiha on such a task was, in itself, a matter of honor. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly rose and bowed to the Hokage, saying, Your words are most astute, Hokage. Protecting our allies is an undeniable responsibility for the Hyuga clan. We are willing to join the police force in safeguarding the tranquility of the Uzumaki clan territory. At this, Danzo's face turned pitch black. The Uchiha, in conjunction with the Hyuga, the strongest spear and the strongest shield of Konoha. This security arrangement was undeniably extravagant. He could no longer find any vulnerabilities to exploit. In that case, let it be decided. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, his gaze sweeping across the room. A special security team will be jointly formed by the Uchiha police force and the Hyuga main family guards to oversee all security matters concerning the Uzumaki clan territory. The specific details will be negotiated and determined by Uchiha Ken and the Hyuga clan leader. Yes, Uchiha Ken and the Hyuga clan leader responded in unison, their voices resounding. Uchiha Ken's face was unable to conceal his excitement and joy. He cast a grateful glance at Tsuyu. aware that all of this had been orchestrated by this advisor in the background. Outside the conference room, a figure quietly departed. It was Uchiha Kagami. Although he had retreated to the sidelines, he was still permitted to attend high-level meetings. Leaning against the corridor wall, he exhaled deeply, gazing out the window at the bright sunshine. He seemed to perceive an invisible net, woven by Tsuyu himself, slowly unfurling to envelop the Uchiha, the Hyuga, the Uzumaki, and even the entirety of Konoha. At the center of this net stood that man, perpetually adorned with a hint of a languid smile. This net bore no malice, no conspiracy. What it contained was merely the sunlight of a benevolent strategy and an inescapable trust and responsibility. Danzo, you have lost. Uchiha Kagami silently mused. You will never triumph over that man, for you only comprehend darkness, while he adeptly manipulates the light. Chapter 46. An invisible net. The meeting concluded. The clan heads departed in small groups, their faces reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Some were exhilarated, others contemplative, and some were anxious. Yet all understood that from this day forth, the internal dynamics of Konoha would undergo a seismic transformation. Uchiha Ken, the usually stern and somewhat rigid head of the Uchiha clan, today took the unprecedented step of approaching the Hyuga clan leader. Lord Hyuga, he inclined his body slightly, his demeanor imbued with unprecedented humility. Regarding the matter of the special security team, I would like to visit you later to discuss the details in depth. The stern visage of the Hyuga clan leader softened slightly as he nodded, indicating his readiness to receive them at any time. The two long-standing adversaries of the village, who had clashed for decades, now exhibited a semblance of mutual respect. Danzo was the last to exit the conference room, not greeting anyone or even casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsuyu. He departed with a sullen expression akin to a wounded lone wolf, vanishing at the corridor's end. Each step he took was heavy, as if he intended to shatter the floor beneath him. In the office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsuyu remained. Tsuyu, you have once again aided me in resolving a significant issue, Hiruzen remarked, filled with emotion. I merely offered a suggestion. The decision ultimately rests with you, Lord Hokage, Tsuyu replied, stretching nonchalantly. If there is nothing else, I shall return to catch up on my sleep. I sacrificed 2 hours for this matter. Hiruzen observed Tsuyu's demeanor, shaking his head with a resigned smile. That afternoon, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Uchiha Kagami personally brewed a pot of fine tea for Tsuyu. As a representative of the Uchiha clan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for today's events. Kagami stated earnestly. He understood more than anyone the significance of Tsuyu's proposal for the Uchiha clan, not merely a task, but an extraordinary opportunity to break their isolation and reintegrate into the core of Konoha. No need to thank me. Direct your gratitude towards the second Hokage, Tsuyu said casually, lifting his teacup. He would surely find solace in knowing that the Uchiha clan can shoulder such a crucial responsibility for the village. Once again, he subtly redirected the credit to the deceased Hokage. Kagami felt a deeper appreciation for Tsuyu's ability to make everyone feel at ease while ensuring he himself remained unscathed by scrutiny. By the way, Tsuyu set down his teacup and inquired seemingly nonchalantly. The police force's collaboration with the Hyuga clan is likely to encounter numerous challenges, given the stark differences in their operational styles. Kagami nodded, a hint of concern crossing his face. Indeed, some of the younger clan members are rather proud and may struggle to coexist peacefully with the Hyuga. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for them to grow? Tsuyu smiled. Let them argue, even fight if necessary. After all, one must engage to truly understand one another. As long as they ultimately fulfill the task, the process is inconsequential. It's a form of communication, far better than remaining estranged. He paused before continuing. Furthermore, you could utilize this chance to promote some of the more open-minded and cooperative young individuals within the police force, like your nephew Fugaku. He seems quite capable. Kagami's eyes brightened with understanding. He realized Tsuyu was subtly advising him on how to leverage this opportunity for a minor internal rejuvenation within the Uchiha clan, gradually transferring authority to a younger generation with a broader perspective. Such foresight was impressive. Meanwhile, at the base of Root, a teacup shattered violently on the floor, splintering into pieces. Tsuyu, Danzo seethed, his single eye ablaze with unprecedented fury and intent to kill. A Root ninja knelt, fearful of even breathing. What a clever maneuver. Tsuyu, what a brilliant scheme. Danzo growled, realizing that he had manipulated the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, binding them to his own agenda. That fool Hiruzen still followed his lead. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. All his cunning plots appeared ludicrous and impotent in the face of Tsuyu's straightforward strategy. He had aimed to control the Uzumaki orphan through root, but Tsuyu had summoned the formidable Uchiha and Hyuga clans, rendering him powerless. He intended to isolate the Uchiha, yet Tsuyu had provided them with an irresistible honor, an opportunity to integrate into the core. He sought to maintain the power balance within the village. But Tsuyu had shattered it, establishing a new alliance centered around himself. Danzo murmured to himself, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He was weaving an intricate web, one that would ensnare all of Konoha, and he was the first obstacle to be eliminated. "Sir, what should we do next?" the root ninja cautiously inquired. After a prolonged silence, Danzo's fury subsided, replaced by a chilling darkness. "If I cannot best him in the light, then I shall do so in the shadows," he said slowly. "How is the situation with Yamazaki going?" "Reporting, sir. Yamazaki has been complying with your orders, regularly visiting Tsuyu for treatment, and has successfully developed an interest in root secret techniques." "Not enough. Not nearly enough." Danzo snapped coldly. "Increase the efforts. Find a way to connect with that girl named Kushina Uzumaki. I want to know everything about her, her personality, her weaknesses, everyone she meets, every word she utters. If I cannot find an opportunity, make one for me." "Understood. Also, instruct our spies in the Mist Village to casually leak the information about our acquisition of the Uzumaki orphan and the capture of Pakin to the Rock Village." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Danzo's lips. "Tsuyu, if you wish to play the game of open schemes, then I shall ignite a fire beneath you. I am eager to see if your web can withstand the wrath of the 3 great ninja villages converging upon Konoha." Chapter 47. The strange new arrivals. The old residents of the Senju clan offered a serene environment, far removed from the village's clamor, temporarily serving as a refuge for the Uzumaki orphans. Konoha provided them with the finest clothing and sustenance, and Sarutobi Biwa treated them with utmost care, akin to a doting grandparent. Yet, the scars of war are not easily healed. "I won't eat this. It's too bland. I want something salty and spicy," Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at the table laden with insipid dishes. Her fiery red hair resembled a blazing inferno, brimming with vitality and aggression. "Kushina, don't be like that. Grandma Biwa is doing this for our own good," Yahiko quietly urged from the side, appearing much more mature than his peers as he endeavored to adapt to their new life. "What good is it? They don't understand the flavors of the land of whirlpools." Kushina pouted, plopping down in the corridor, sulking. It wasn't truly the food she despised. She simply missed home. She longed for the salty sea breeze of her homeland, the rich seafood dishes prepared by her kin, and the home she could never return to. Conan sat quietly nearby, awkwardly folding a piece of paper in her hands. She rarely spoke, her clear, large eyes silently observing everything in this unfamiliar environment. Nagato remained the most enigmatic presence, often isolating himself in a corner, silent and uncommunicative, his gaze hollow as he stared at the sky. It seemed as though his soul had been left behind in their war-torn homeland. Only when Yahiko spoke to him did a faint flicker of emotion appear in his eyes. "Hey, you red-haired weirdo, daydreaming again?" A somewhat brash voice interrupted Tsunade. She and her brother Nawaki had been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen under the pretense of accompanying new friends, but in reality, they sought to use the innocence of their peers to thaw the ice in the children's hearts. Tsunade possessed an innate elder sister aura. Upon noticing the taciturn Nagato, she found him particularly irksome. Nagato ignored her, continuing to gaze at the sky. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Tsunade's irritation mounted as she approached, intending to shove him playfully. "Don't touch him." Yahiko leapt forward like a protective beast, positioning himself in front of Nagato, watching Tsunade warily. "What's the matter? Do you want to fight?" Besides Tsunade, Shosuke immediately assumed a combative stance, clearly ready to engage at the slightest provocation. It appeared that a minor conflict among the children was on the verge of erupting. "Cease at once." A gentle voice interjected. Tsuyu, appearing in the courtyard, was without the formal attire of a consultant, instead dressed in simple homeware, carrying a food container in hand. "Lord Consultant Tsuyu." Yahiko recognized him, recalling the man who had, with just a few words on the battlefield, quelled the fierce spirit of their foe. He instinctively stepped back, his eyes filled with reverence. Kushina also ceased her sulking, gazing curiously at this legendary figure. "I am not a Lord Consultant. Simply call me Brother Suyu, he replied with a smile, placing the food container on the table and opening it. A rich, spicy aroma wafted through the air. It was a vibrant bowl of miso ramen, adorned with generous slices of char siu and bamboo shoots, the broth glistening with a tantalizing layer of red oil. Kushina's eyes widened, and saliva pooled in her mouth involuntarily. This flavor was reminiscent of her homeland. I surmised you might find Konoha's light flavors unappealing, so I had the ramen shop owner prepare a few bowls of Uzumaki-style ramen. Suyu arranged the bowls, encouraging them to taste and see if it suited their palates. Unable to contain herself any longer, Kushina seized her chopsticks and devoured the ramen with gusto. Delicious. This is the flavor, she exclaimed, her words muffled as tears brimmed in her eyes. Yahiko and Conan cautiously took their seats, eating carefully. The familiar taste eased their tense nerves considerably. Only Nagato remained in the corner, indifferent. Suyu did not urge him, but instead carried a bowl of ramen over, sitting beside him in silence as they gazed at the sky together. After a long while, Suyu spoke, as if conversing with himself. I heard from Yahiko that your parents perished at the hands of the Rain Village's ninjas while trying to protect you during your escape. Nagato's body trembled imperceptibly. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in his hollow eyes. You must be in great pain. Suyu's voice was soft, recognizing the anguish of watching loved ones perish before one's eyes while feeling utterly powerless. Nagato remained silent, yet his fists clenched tightly. Pain is something that cannot be erased. It will linger like a scar in the heart forever, Suyu continued. However, we can choose whether to let that scar fester and consume us or to allow it to heal, becoming a part of us that reminds us of what we have lost and what we ought to cherish. He gently pushed the bowl of ramen in front of Nagato. I know you may not have an appetite right now, but one must eat to survive. Only by living can one seize the opportunity to choose. Yahiko and Conan need you. With that, Suyu stood up, choosing not to disturb him further, and returned to converse with Tsunade and the others. Nagato lowered his head, staring at the steaming bowl of ramen before him, glancing at Yahiko and Conan, who were watching him with concern. In his vacant gaze, a ripple seemed to finally stir. Slowly, he extended a trembling hand and picked up the chopsticks. Suyu caught sight of this moment out of the corner of his eye and felt a slight relief wash over him. He understood that addressing these children, deeply scarred within, required more than mere preaching or coercion. What they needed was understanding, respect, and a chance to feel alive again. A bowl of ramen might just be that opportunity. However, Suyu did not notice that at the instant he turned away, a circle of purple, wave-like patterns flickered in Nagato's once empty eyes. Chapter 48. A scroll. A new dawn. The sky over Konoha seemed to shine brighter than in recent days. Since the high-level meeting that determined the fate of the Uzumaki orphans concluded, a subtle yet positive atmosphere enveloped the village. The most apparent change emanated from the two prominent clans within the village. Members of the Uchiha clan's law enforcement were standing taller during their patrols. They were no longer a marginalized department relegated to trivial matters. Now, they were tasked with safeguarding the Uzumaki clan territory, a site directly ordered by the Hokage, symbolizing Konoha's honor and alliances. More importantly, they were collaborating with the Hyuga clan on joint missions. Previously, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans often eyed each other with disdain. Yet now they were required to meet daily for duty handovers and cooperation. Initially awkward, the leaders of both clans, Uchiha Itachi and the Hyuga clan head, were astute individuals who personally led the way, ensuring their subordinates followed suit. Over time, the long-standing antagonism between them began to wane through the daily grind of working together. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, gazing out the window, his spirits buoyed. That old curmudgeon Danzo had not shown his face in days, likely seething with anger. The thought of Danzo's grim visage brought a smile to Hiruzen's face. Consultant Suyu, your stratagem is indeed more potent than any jutsu, Hiruzen mused, setting down his pipe with genuine admiration. Suyu, seated across from him and idly perusing a list of ninja tool purchases, replied without lifting his gaze, Lord Hokage. This is not a cunning scheme. It is merely a rational allocation of resources. Professionals should handle their respective areas of expertise. The Uchiha excel in vigilance, while the Hyuga are adept at reconnaissance. Placing them in their optimal roles ensures they contribute maximally to the village's welfare. Haha, you always make sense, Hiruzen chuckled heartily. By the way, the Uzumaki clan territory has been settled. Biwa Lake is overseeing it, and the children's spirits have improved significantly. Would you like to go check on them? That is precisely my intention, Suyu replied, setting down the list and rising. I shall visit those little ones and conclude some matters. Hiruzen did not press for further details. He trusted Suyu completely. The newly established Uzumaki territory, located near the former residence of the Senju clan, was serene and picturesque. As Suyu approached, he could hear the lively sounds emanating from within. Minato, you fool. I told you to add chili peppers, not soy sauce. A vibrant, lively female voice exclaimed, laced with mild reproach. I'm sorry, Kushina. I'll go swap it right away, came the response of a gentle, yet flustered young boy. Stepping into the courtyard, Suyu witnessed the red-haired Kushina, hands on her hips, lecturing a blonde boy, Minato Namikaze, who would later be known as the Yellow Flash. In that moment, he appeared to be just a clumsy adolescent, flustered in front of the girl he admired. Seeing the mixture of lingering sorrow for her homeland and vibrant vitality on Kushina's face, Suyu felt a wave of relief. Home should be bustling with such lively chaos. His plan had taken its first successful step. His gaze swept across the courtyard, not searching for anyone in the crowd, but instead heading straight to the most secluded corner of the yard. There, in the shadow of a large tree, a red-haired boy sat motionless on the ground, hugging his knees and staring blankly at the earth. Beside him, Konan, with her blue-purple hair, quietly kept him company, holding a paper-folded lily, hesitant to offer it. Meanwhile, Yahiko, with his orange hair, paced back and forth like an anxious lion, his face etched with worry and uncertainty. Tsunade and Shosuke were not far off, attempting to approach, but Yahiko immediately displayed a wary expression, preventing them from advancing further. Suyu's footsteps caught Yahiko's attention. You again. Mayahiko gazed at Suyu, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. He felt gratitude for the man who had saved them. Yet a flicker of trepidation arose from Suyu's calm demeanor, which seemed to penetrate the very essence of existence. Unperturbed, Suyu directed his attention towards Nagato, who was lost in his own world. His eyes had witnessed the specter of death far too often. In a hushed tone, Suyu remarked, You need to take him to witness something new. Something new? Mayahiko was taken aback, bewildered by the ambiguity of the statement. Where should they go? What should they see? Suyu refrained from providing a direct response. Instead, he produced a scroll from his robes and extended it towards Mayahiko. The cover bore the inscription Fundamentals of Medical Ninjutsu, adorned with a small emblem of the Senju clan in the lower right corner. Mayahiko's pupils constricted. This was the foundational medical knowledge of Konoha, meticulously compiled by Princess Tsunade. Suyu's tone was as unremarkable as a casual comment about the weather. You have lost many loved ones and comrades in this war. That is an immutable past. However, you can still save others like yourselves, preventing them from experiencing the same losses. Assisting others is, in essence, aiding yourselves. He did not attempt to counsel Nagato, nor did he pry into the secrets of his eyes. Suyu understood that for Nagato in his current state, words would be ineffectual. Only through action, through the tangible creation and guarding of life, could he be pulled from the abyss. Mayahiko stared blankly at the scroll in his hands. The word rescue struck him like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the clouds of vengeance and confusion that had shrouded his mind. Indeed, they had lost their homeland, yet they could forge homes for others. They had lost family, yet they could become family for others. Was this not a more meaningful pursuit than avenging those enemies whose faces had long faded from memory? He lifted his gaze, a radiant light igniting within his eyes for the first time, a light that signified the discovery of his path in life. I understand. Mayahiko tightened his grip on the scroll, as if seizing the future itself. No longer hesitating, he turned to Nagato and grasped his hand, pulling Konan along as well. Nagato, Konan, let us go? Nagato rose passively, a flicker of emotion stirring within his hollow gaze. Konan looked at Mayahiko with surprise, grasping the hands of his companions. Mayahiko approached Suyu and bowed deeply. Though he spoke few words of thanks, the sincerity of his gesture conveyed more than 1,000 expressions could. Then, without a trace of reluctance, they turned and walked towards the gate. They rejected Hiruzen Sarutobi's pleas to remain in Konoha and turned down the comfortable life offered by the village. With the scroll in hand and a new hope in their hearts, they returned to their war-torn homeland. Suyu watched their receding figures, his heart a tumult of emotions. This is troublesome. He sighed inwardly. Initially, he had intended to let Nagato be misled, orchestrating a pain invasion. and ultimately used the rebirth technique to secure a spot for himself in resurrection, achieving a permanent resolution. But now, he had inadvertently curtailed the dark path of Akatsuki. If these 3 children truly became angels of peace, where would he find a way to revive himself? His cursed profession as a psychologist led him to feel a twinge of regret for meddling in affairs that were not his own. As he pondered the uncertain future of his ramen freedom, a cold, raspy voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. "You seem quite interested in those eyes. That child's eyes are extraordinary." The timing and manner of the voice's arrival would send shivers down the spine of any seasoned jonin. Yet, Tsuyu, being an ordinary man devoid of chakra, did not turn around. Instead, he replied calmly, "My interest lies not in the eyes themselves, but in the lost heart that lies behind them." He paused, then shifted the conversation, a hint of mirth lacing his words. "Orochimaru, has your heart found its direction?" Behind him stood a man clad in jonin attire, characterized by long black hair and golden slit pupils. The signature, sinister smile that graced his face suddenly froze. Chapter 49. The Dawn of Amigakure. Months later, in the land of rain, Amigakure. The unending rain was the eternal theme of this land. The cold droplets washed away the remnants of war, casting an oppressive gloom over the world. Yet, amidst the despair of this forsaken land, a faint glimmer of light emerged from an inconspicuous abandoned village. Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan ultimately returned to this place. They declined Hiruzen Sarutobi's kind offer to remain in Konoha and rejected the bountiful resources provided by the village. They took only the medical scroll gifted by Tsuyu and a few essential supplies. They did not seek vengeance, nor did they wallow in sorrow. Instead, they found this war-torn village, cleared out a relatively intact house, and began to shelter orphans who, like themselves, had lost everything to the ravages of war. At the village entrance hung a simple wooden sign, inscribed with the word Akatsuki. Mayahiko stood at the village's threshold, watching the children, under Konan's guidance, carefully cultivate a small patch of vegetables with their newly learned chakra control techniques. The rain dampened his orange hair, yet his smile radiated brighter than ever. He had changed. No longer the impulsive youth whose only means of protecting his friends was through brute strength. The words he had heard from Tsuyu had taken root in his heart like a seed. Everyone can understand one another. Initially, he deemed this a fanciful notion. However, when he used his medical knowledge to bandage the arm of a Reinin who bore hostility towards him after being wounded by a shuriken, he sensed a transformation in the other's gaze, from suspicion to astonishment and then to gratitude. It seemed he truly began to comprehend something. Gradually, this peculiar organization began to spread among the lower-level ninjas and civilians of Amigakure. They did not accept war missions, nor did they engage in any power struggles. They focused solely on one task, saving lives. Whether it was civilians affected by the war or ninjas injured during missions, anyone who sought them out could receive free treatment and a warm bowl of soup. Mayahiko's innate leadership qualities flourished during this time. His passion and sincerity easily captivated those around him. An increasing number of Reinin, weary and desperate from the endless warfare, were drawn to his ideals, choosing to leave their original organizations to join this family known as Akatsuki. The organization's emblem, designed by Konan, took the form of a red cloud. Mayahiko declared that it did not represent the bloodshed of war, but rather symbolized the clouds illuminated by the rising sun after a rainstorm. It signified dawn. Nagato, too, had transformed. He remained quiet and reserved, yet the once hollow depths of his eyes began to reflect the colors of the world anew. Encouraged and guided by Mayahiko and Konan, he started to experiment with controlling the eyes he had viewed as a curse. Mayahiko relayed Tsuyu's words to him verbatim. "You need to witness something new." Though he did not comprehend what new life entailed, he chose to trust Mayahiko. When a mother, driven to madness by the loss of her child, had her painful memories read and soothed through Nagato's power of the human path, and tears of relief streamed down her face, he felt a fissure crack open in his frozen heart. When a ninja, on the brink of losing control due to an overload of chaotic natural energy, was stabilized through Nagato's ability of the hungry ghost path, preserving his life, Nagato experienced his first inkling that perhaps this power was not solely for destruction. Even on a rainy afternoon, he instinctively employed the outer path's power upon discovering several kittens crushed under a fallen wall. As those few rigid little lives became warm and soft once more in his palm, emitting faint meows, The surrounding orphans erupted into joyous cheers. In that moment, Nagato gazed at his hand, and for the first time, tears of warmth flowed from his violet Rinnegan eyes. It seemed as if he truly beheld the dawn of a new life. This nascent Akatsuki, akin to a refreshing stream, stirred ripples of increasing magnitude in the stagnant waters of Amigakure. Their reputation, particularly among the common folk and lower-ranked ninjas, grew exponentially. This development, of course, caught the attention of Amigakure's absolute ruler, Hanzo of the Salamander. Atop the towering metallic edifice, Hanzo, adorned with his iconic breathing mask, surveyed the rain-soaked village below. Akatsuki? The first time he heard this name was from a subordinate's report, a trivial matter concerning a group of children at play. Numerous small organizations sprang to life in Amigakure daily, only to fade into obscurity, hardly worthy of notice. Yet soon, the intelligence began to accumulate. The leader, it appeared, was drawing many ninjas from the village into this organization named Akatsuki. They preached ideals of peace and mutual aid, claiming that war could come to an end. Many commoners began to adhere to their beliefs, even referring to a boy named Yahiko as the harbinger of dawn. Hanzo's brow furrowed increasingly. How did he, Hanzo of the Salamander, maintain control over Amigakure? Through absolute force and iron-fisted methods, instilling fear in all, thereby quelling any rebellion against him. His reign was founded upon terror. Yet, this Akatsuki espoused peace and hope. Was this not an excavation of his very foundation? What troubled him further was the familiar scent he detected in Akatsuki's methods. Their approach, which relied not on brute strength, but on ideology and the hearts of the people to expand their influence, bore a striking resemblance to that of the legendary Sannin from Konoha, who had once brought him considerable distress. No, more precisely, it mirrored that of the Konoha advisor, Sujetsu, who had once left him ensnared with but a few words. The gaze of Hanzo darkened with danger, just as his suspicions grew. An encrypted letter from Konoha arrived at his desk via the most clandestine channels. The letter was anonymous, yet the chakra residue unmistakably pointed to one individual, Shimura Danzo. Hanzo opened the letter, and its contents rendered him breathless. The missive detailed Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan's rescue by Konoha in the land of whirlpools, including their subsequent stay in the Hidden Leaf Village. It emphasized, benevolently, that the trio had engaged in several in-depth discussions with the advisor, Sujetsu. The letter concluded with an irrefutable assertion. Akatsuki, named Dawn, was in fact a pawn inserted into Amigakure by Konoha. Its leader, Yahiko, had long been manipulated by Sujetsu's words, with the ultimate aim of subverting your rule and rendering Amigakure a vassal of Konoha. Boom. The string of suspicion in Hanzo's mind ignited completely. Of course, everything made sense. Why did these children choose peace over revenge? Why was their ideology spreading so swiftly? Why did their modus operandi so closely resemble that of Konoha's sage? It was all a conspiracy from the very beginning. A scheme by Konoha targeting him, Hanzo of the Salamander, and the entire Amigakure. He would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than allow even a single potential threat to his dominion to escape. Konoha's pawn must be removed. Hanzo gazed out at the overcast sky, his expression chillingly resolute. He turned to his trusted confidant lurking in the shadows and, in a tone devoid of emotion, issued his command. Go, invite the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, to discuss matters with me. He placed particular emphasis on the word invite. Should they refuse or exhibit any sign of treachery, Hanzo paused, his voice icy. Then it would prove they harbored ill intentions. Execute them without exception. A bloody conspiracy against the nascent Akatsuki had already commenced. Chapter 50. A salutation from the Three Shadows. Konoha successfully rescued the remnants of the Uzumaki clan and captured one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Pipa Juzo. This news struck the calm surface of the ninja world like a boulder, instantly unleashing tumultuous waves. The villages of the Mist, Rock, and Cloud were the first to receive the news and reacted most vehemently. In the Mist Village, the current clan leader of the Terumi clan, who was also one of the influential figures in the village, crushed a crystal cup in rage upon receiving the frontline reports. Unbelievable humiliation. This is an utter disgrace. His roar reverberated through the Mizukage's office. One of our elite, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, has been captured alive by Konoha, and our coalition forces were repelled at the entrance to the land of whirlpools by a defenseless advisor? Who are they humiliating? The other high-ranking elders in the office wore grim expressions, remaining silent. Mist had been one of the main forces in this operation, expecting to reap the rewards of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, only to end up losing a jonin and suffering a blow to their reputation across the ninja world. In the rock village, at the Tsuchikage's building, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in midair, clutching the official notice from Konoha. The announcement was earnest, stating that Konoha, out of camaraderie, took in the homeless remnants of the Uzumaki clan and mourned the loss of ninjas from various villages who perished in the land of whirlpools. Humph. Such sweet words. Anoki crumpled the information into a ball, his aged face darkened with anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fox. This is not merely a display of strength. It is a bid for the moral high ground. Now the entire ninja world knows that Konoha acted to protect its allies, while we appear to be the opportunistic invaders. What shall we do, Lord Tsuchikage? Inquired the gravelly voice of the elder beside him. What to do? Anoki snorted coldly. If Konoha dares to make the first move, they should not blame us for retaliating. This matter is far from over. In the Cloud Village, the atmosphere was the most explosive. The third Hokage, known for his unparalleled strength, resembled a furious lion at that moment. He slammed his fist onto a table crafted from special metal, leaving a clear dent in its surface. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! His roars shook the entire building. We, the three great ninja villages, were outwitted by Konoha. They stole the most crucial spoils right under our noses. Is Sarutobi declaring war on all of us? His son, the future fourth Hokage, also named A and equally imposing, stood beside him, his face a mask of fury. Father, we must teach Konoha a lesson. Let them know that the Cloud Village is not to be trifled with. Indeed, the third Hokage's lightning chakra surged uncontrollably, crackling ominously. We must deliver a lesson. Soon. An invitation to a secret conference initiated by the three great ninja villages arrived at the desks of the three Kages. Given the current tense situation, they needed to reach a consensus immediately and discuss how to respond to Konoha's aggressive actions. Through a special technique utilizing chakra for remote communication, the three Kages projections appeared in a hidden chamber. What are your thoughts, Anoki? The most hot-headed of the three, the third Hokage, asked first. Suspended in midair, Anoki stroked his red nose, speaking with an air of age. What else is there to consider? We have all been played by that advisor from Konoha, Sujetsu. According to the intelligence, both the retreat of our frontline forces and the defection of Pipa Juzo were orchestrated by this man, the representative of the Mist. The leader of the Terumi clan coldly interjected, indeed. My compatriot's report reveals that Tsuyu did not resort to any ninjutsu, with merely a few words. He caused our troops' morale to crumble, leading to their retreat without battle. Such a person is exceedingly perilous. A defenseless individual poses no threat, scoffed the third Hokage. If I encounter him again, I could easily dispatch him with a mere finger. Perhaps it is not so simple, Anoki replied, shaking his head with a grave expression. Physical annihilation is straightforward when dealing with ninjas. However, Tsuyu attacks the human heart. This strategy of psychological warfare is far more elusive than any S-rank ninjutsu. If he remains, Konoha will always hold the advantage in future conflicts. He could become a far greater threat than the legendary Konoha White Fang. Anoki's words rendered both the Hokage and the representative from Kirigakure silent. Indeed, while one could find and exploit the weaknesses of a formidable ninja, how does one defend against a sage who perceives the human heart and manipulates schemes? You may never know when he will ensnare you in a trap. Do you mean we should find a way to eliminate him? The representative from Kirigakure inquired. Yes, he must be removed. The Hokage concurred immediately. How do we eliminate him? Anoki retorted. He is now a hero in Konoha, favored by the Hokage, securely situated within Konoha's heart, where assassination is more challenging than targeting the Hokage. Moreover, do not forget the crucial piece of information. He is a product of the first Hokage's forbidden techniques, an immortal reincarnation. Physical destruction holds no significance for him. This harsh reality fell upon them like a bucket of cold water. How can we proceed if we cannot kill him or even approach him? The chamber fell into a prolonged silence. The three titans of the ninja world felt the gravity of the situation for the first time. As the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, the third Hokage, who had been silently contemplating, suddenly spoke. If assassination is unfeasible, then we shall employ open strategies. His voice was deep and powerful, capturing the attention of the other two. What do you mean? Anoki asked. A menacing smile crossed the Hokage's face. We cannot physically eliminate him, but we can destroy his reputation and undermine the foundation of his wisdom. He enunciated each word deliberately. I shall publicly announce to the entire ninja world that I, the third Hokage, will personally travel to Konoha to engage this eternal sage in a public debate. This proposal left both Anoki and the representative from Kirigakure momentarily stunned. A debate? A Hokage, renowned for his martial prowess, wishes to engage a sage in discourse? What manner of strategy is this? The Hokage, perceiving their confusion, elaborated. Does he not claim to be eloquent and insightful? Then, before all factions of the ninja world, I shall question him. What right does Konoha have to meddle in our domestic affairs? What right do they have to seize what rightfully belongs to us? What gives them the audacity to proclaim themselves as champions of justice? His voice grew louder, imbued with an undeniable authority. If he cannot win the debate, his reputation as a sage will become a farce, and Konoha will be left in disgrace. Should he refuse to face me, he will be branded a coward, his reputation equally tarnished. In that case, Konoha must either surrender the Uzumaki orphan and Kiba Tenzu, or allow their so-called wise man to become a complete fool before the entire ninja world. This plan is indeed feasible. It completely circumvents Su Yu's immortal nature, thrusting him into the spotlight and compelling him to confront one of the strongest forces in the ninja realm with his most potent weapon, his words. This is a lopsided battle. Should Su Yu emerge victorious, the Hokage will merely lose face, claiming his lack of eloquence. However, should Su Yu falter or avoid the confrontation, the entire reputation and authority he has built will collapse in an instant. A glimmer of insight flickered in Anoki's murky eyes. Very well. A splendid scheme. Hokage-sama, from Awagakure, support your endeavor. The representative from Kirigakure promptly declared, our village also stands behind Hokage-sama's actions. Thus, an unprecedented plan to hold Su Yu accountable was set into motion. Days later, a strongly worded official diplomatic document from Kumogakure arrived at Konoha by the swiftest means. Placed before the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the entire upper echelon of Konoha was profoundly shaken. Chapter 51, The Hokage Challenge, Su Yu's tea in the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was so tense it felt palpable. This is outrageous. This is sheer audacity. Sarutobi slammed his palm on the table, causing the document from Kumogakure to bounce. His face turned crimson with rage, his beard quivering. What does the third Hokage take Konoha for? To come and go as he pleases? And now he demands a public debate? This is not a debate. It is a blatant provocation, a flagrant threat of war. Nearby, his advisors, Mito Kazumi and Uzumaki Koharu, wore solemn expressions. Hokage-sama, the Hokage's intentions are malicious, Mito declared gravely. He is placing advisor Su Yu under immense pressure. Whether we accept the challenge or not, we will fall into his trap. Uzumaki adjusted her glasses, adding, indeed. Should we accept? How can a mere scholar like advisor Su Yu contend with someone as brutish and domineering as the Hokage? If he loses, where will Konoha's dignity lie? If we refuse, it only solidifies our guilt and opens the door for Kumogakure to demand the Uzumaki orphan. This scoundrel, Sarutobi seethed, picking up his pipe, taking a deep drag, only to be met with a cough from the smoke. Amidst this stifling atmosphere, one figure stood out as particularly incongruous, Shimura Danzo. He lingered in the shadows of the corner, his expression inscrutable, but a flicker of barely concealed delight shimmered in his solitary eye. Excellent. Truly excellent. He had been vexed, seeking an opportunity to deal with Su Yu, and now the third Hokage had unwittingly delivered such a splendid gift. Su Yu, who excels at lurking in the shadows and manipulating the hearts of men, was now thrust into the limelight, compelled to confront the scrutiny of the entire ninja realm. How would he manage to navigate this perilous situation with mere words? Danzo could already envision Su Yu, rendered speechless and disgraceful under the Hokage's interrogation. Once Su Yu's reputation tarnished, his influence within the village would plummet, and it would then be a simple matter for Danzo to eliminate him. Ideally, the Hokage, in a fit of rage, would directly assault Konoha, reducing Su Yu's immortal form to mere fragments, leaving him unable to recover for decades. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, nearly unable to suppress a smile. Hokage, this matter is of great importance. We must devise a countermeasure immediately. Mito interrupted Sarutobi's fury, redirecting their focus to the pressing issue. Countermeasure? What countermeasure can there be? Sarutobi paced agitatedly in the office. Are we truly considering sending Su Yu? No. That is far too dangerous. That Reikage is not one to reason with. But if we do not allow him to go, how shall we justify ourselves to the ninja world? Uzumaki retorted. In that moment, the Hokage's office fell into a profound silence. Everyone found themselves ensnared in this dilemma. Just then, a knock echoed on the door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal the very epicenter of this tempest, Tsuyu. He entered leisurely, carrying a tea tray with a pot of freshly brewed tea and 2 cups, strolling in unhurriedly. Hokage-sama, you all look so troubled. What vexing matters have arisen? Tsuyu placed the tray on the table, pouring a cup for himself and Sarutobi, the fragrant steam dispersing a portion of the office's tension. Tsuyu. Sarutobi stared at him, taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you not aware? Uzumaki interjected, unable to restrain herself. The third Reikage of Kumogakure has specifically called for you to engage in a debate in Konoha. This is nothing short of a trap. Oh, that matter. Tsuyu lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the steam, his face betraying no emotion. I understand now, he said. You know, everyone was taken aback. Yes. I heard about it on the way here. Tsuyu took a sip of tea and sighed contentedly. The news travels quite fast. Rijan, observing him, felt a surge of urgency. What are your thoughts? Danzo's gaze was fixed on Tsuyu, eager to see the expression of panic on the face of the man who always seemed composed in times of crisis. However, he was met with disappointment. Tsuyu's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of even a hint of seriousness, maintaining his languid demeanor. He set down the teacup and, noticing Rijan's anxious countenance, suddenly smiled. Lord Hokage, why are you so tense? How can I not be tense? Rijan's frustration boiled over. This concerns your safety and the reputation of Konoha. Safety is not an issue. My physique is resilient enough to withstand the Reikage smite. Tsuyu shrugged nonchalantly. As for reputation, if others extend their faces for us to strike, why should we refrain? As soon as he uttered these words, the entire office fell into a state of bewilderment. What did he mean by others extending their faces for us to strike? The Reikage was clearly storming in to demand accountability, yet in his words, it seemed Konoha was the one taking advantage. Danzo chuckled coldly within, thinking, keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. Ignoring the astonished reactions around him, Tsuyu leisurely poured himself another cup of tea and then made a statement that nearly dropped everyone's jaws. If he wishes to come, then let him come. He paused, lifting his gaze to sweep across everyone present before settling back on Rijan, a knowing smile playing at his lips. In fact, I have some questions for the third Reikage that I would like to pose in front of the entire ninja world. His calm tone made it sound like he was discussing a trivial matter. Yet, inexplicably, the temperature in the office seemed to plummet at that moment. Sarutobi Rijan gazed into Tsuyu's placid eyes, and miraculously, his agitation and anger began to subside. He knew that Tsuyu never undertook actions without certainty. Thus, if he spoke so confidently, he must possess a contingency plan. Meanwhile, Danzo felt a chill creeping up from his feet. Tsuyu's reaction had completely exceeded his expectations. He was not afraid. Instead, he seemed to be anticipating something. What did he intend? A sense of foreboding rapidly spread in Danzo's heart. Chapter 52. The gaze of the entire ninja world. Konoha was on the brink of transformation. This news spread faster than any S-rank mission report. When the Hokage's office officially announced its agreement for the third Reikage of the Cloud Village to visit Konoha and accept his request for a public debate, the entire village erupted in chaos. Have you heard? The Reikage from the Cloud Village is coming to our village. Not just coming, but looking for trouble. He specifically wants to debate with Consultant Tsuyu. What? With Consultant Tsuyu? That unarmed Consultant Tsuyu? Has the Reikage lost his mind? He could easily pin Tsuyu to the ground with a single finger. What do you know? This isn't a fight. It's a debate. It's about reasoning. The Reikage is upset that we saved the Uzumaki clan and has come to demand accountability. Can Consultant Tsuyu handle it? The Reikage's mere presence is intimidating. It's hard to say, but I heard that Consultant Tsuyu managed to talk down even the elite forces of the Mist Village. Perhaps he really has a way. In no time, the streets and alleys of Konoha, tea houses, and taverns buzzed with discussions about this event. The villagers' emotions were mixed. There was anger at the Cloud Village's domineering behavior, curiosity about this unprecedented debate, and, above all, concern for Consultant Tsuyu. To the ordinary villagers, Tsuyu was a mysterious and powerful sage, a hero of Konoha. Yet the Reikage's reputation was equally formidable, a titan standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The image of a civilian official confronting a martial deity felt precarious. The ninjas in the village sensed the impending storm. The Uchiha police force and the Hyuga clan's special guard increased their patrols throughout the village. Uchiha Kagami and the Hyuga clan leader took command, unleashing the elite of the two ocular clans. The brilliance of Byakugan and Sharingan flickered in every corner, ensuring that no suspicious chakra fluctuations went unnoticed. The Hokage's direct Umbu operatives entered a heightened state of alert. Kakashi Hitaki, the white fang of Konoha, stood atop the Hokage building, his white hair billowing in the wind. His gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning the bustling village below. Have all the arrangements been made? Sarutobi Rijan's voice came from behind. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied without turning, his tone steady. All key positions have been secured, and we can respond swiftly should the Raikage make any moves. Rijan nodded and stepped beside him, both surveying the village. I hope we 1T need these preparations. He sighed, worry etched on his face. To be honest, I still feel uneasy. Tsuyu is too reckless. Kakashi paused for a moment before responding. Hokage-sama, I have witnessed firsthand how Consultant Tsuyu can dismantle enemies without bloodshed. His weapon is not a blade, nor is it ninjutsu. I have faith in him. His tone conveyed an unwavering trust, forged from witnessing miracles on the battlefield of the land of whirlpools. Upon hearing this, Rijan's concerns eased slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. Meanwhile, news of the impending debate spread through the ninja world at an astonishing pace. In Sunagakure, the young fourth Kazekage, Raza, furrowed his brow as he perused the intelligence reports. Beside him, Chiyo exhibited a glimmer of interest. The Raikage is going to Konoha to debate a consultant? How intriguing. Chiyo mused. What kind of person is this Tsuyu to provoke the third Raikage so? Sister, this is clearly a show of pressure from the Cloud Village, Izo interjected. They want to use this opportunity to force Konoha to concede on the issue of the land of whirlpools. Of course, I know that, Chiyo rolled her eyes. I'm just curious why Konoha would agree. Sarutobi Rijan is no fool. If he allows Tsuyu to step forward, it means he has confidence in Tsuyu's capability. This spectacle is likely to be far more riveting than we imagine. In Iwagakure, Inoki was laughing uproariously. Ha ha ha, the Raikage is swift indeed. Excellent, splendid. I've already sent word out that this debate will determine the future landscape of the ninja world, touching upon morality and justice. Now, all nations and ninja villages are focusing their attention on Konoha. But father, Kuratsuchi interjected anxiously, if we fan the flames like this, what if Tsuyu actually wins? Wins? Inoki chuckled as if he had heard the greatest joke. What can he win? Convincing the Raikage to admit he was wrong with mere words? Don't be absurd. The Raikage's mind is harder than my stones. Tsuyu lost the moment this debate began. We just need to sit back and enjoy the show. In Kirigakure, the leader of the Yagura clan received similar news, his emotions complex. On one hand, he relished the thought of Konoha and Tsuyu facing setbacks. On the other, he sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. Could a man who could demoralize his elite forces with just a few words truly be so easily toppled? After much contemplation, he ordered his trusted aides, send our best intelligence officers to Konoha. I want to know every word, every detail of this debate. In an instant, the entire ninja world was ablaze with fervor. Countless gazes and scouts converged from all directions towards the whirlpool that is Konohagakure. And what was Tsuyu? The very epicenter of this maelstrom, engaged in at that moment? He was in his courtyard, directing several Leaf Village genin in the construction of an open-air tea room. Oh, yes, move that table a little to the left. Perfect, we need sunlight, but not too much heat. And that flag, hang it higher. It must read friendship through tea, persuasion through reason, in large, flowing characters. Also, go order 100 takeout bowls from Ichiraku Ramen, after the debate. Let the curious neighbors enjoy a meal. The cost can be reimbursed by Lord Hokage. Just say it was my request. The genin assisting him exchanged bewildered glances. Drenched in sweat. What time was it? With the Raikage's army looming, the entire village was on edge. Yet this esteemed advisor was behaving as if he were preparing for a tea party, ordering ramen, nonetheless. Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived upon hearing the news, and upon witnessing this scene. They were left speechless. Tsuyu, what on earth are you doing? Tsunade demanded with her hands on her hips, bewildered. Do you have any idea what is happening outside? You're here fiddling with these things. Indeed, Tsuyu, Jiraiya added, his expression grave. That is the third Raikage. I fought him once, he is a monster. Engaging in reason with him is no more fruitful than discussing poetry with a frog. Suyu directed the last cushion into place with satisfaction and clapped his hands before turning to them with a cheerful smile. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you've arrived just in time. Come, sample the new tea I acquired, pre-rain Longjing. It is said to calm the mind and clarify thoughts. He handed them each a cup. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at his unfazed face, swallowing their frustrations. They suddenly felt like the fools, anxious while he remained so composed. Tsunade, can you tell me? What are your chances of success? Tsunade couldn't help but inquire. Suyu lifted his teacup, basking in the sunlight as he observed the tea leaves swirling within. This isn't tea merely a matter of probability, he replied leisurely. This is a lesson. A mysterious smile graced Suyu's lips. And I intend to deliver it before the entire ninja world. I shall elucidate what it means to adhere to protocol. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the Raikage. The mightiest spear 3 days later, at the southern gate of Konohagakure, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Led by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the advisors Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mido Kato, along with the heads of various prominent clans, including Uchiha Kagami, Hyuga clan leader, and the leaders of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, all stood solemnly. Behind them stood hundreds of vigilant Leaf Jonin and Umbu operatives, with Kakashi Hitaki at the forefront, poised like a drawn blade. The scene resembled more of a war front than a welcoming. All eyes were fixed on the end of the main road leading into the village. At last, a line of figures appeared on the horizon. Leading them was an extraordinarily tall and robust man, bare-chested, revealing a bronze physique resembling forged steel, marred with scars that narrated tales of brutal battles. A large character for thunder was tattooed upon his shoulder. He walked without releasing any chakra, yet the terrifying aura emanating from him felt capable of toppling mountains, leaving many young ninjas breathless. He was none other than the third Raikage of Kumogakure, heralded as the strongest Raikage in history. Trailing behind him was his son, the equally towering future fourth Raikage, along with elite guards from Kumogakure, each exuding a fierce and formidable presence. He has arrived, said Sarutobi Hiruzen softly, tightening his grip on his pipe unconsciously. Indeed, he has come. The man known as the strongest spear and shield had truly arrived. The third Raikage halted before the gates of Konohagakure, his sharp gaze scanning the assembled crowd, briefly lingering on Kakashi before finally resting on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it's been a while, the Raikage boomed, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. Your welcoming display hardly seems fitting for a friend. Lord Raikage has traveled a long way. Naturally, we must extend the highest courtesy, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, unwavering yet equally firm. However, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? He deliberately tossed the question back. The Raikage let forth a cold laugh, a sound that reverberated through the air. What purpose, you ask? Hiruzen, are you feigning ignorance? Your village has interfered in foreign conflicts, seizing what rightfully belongs to us, and even abducting ninjas from the hidden mist. And you dare inquire about my purpose? With each word, he took a step forward, the oppressive aura causing the frontline Leaf ninjas to instinctively retreat. Kakashi's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his blade, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Lord Raikage, I must ask you to temper your words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. We received the orphan of an ally, fulfilling our pact with the land of whirlpools. Where lies the accusation of theft? As for Kiba Tezuka, he was the one who invaded our ally's territory first. We merely invited him back as a guest. Invited him back as a guest? The Raikage's anger turned to mockery. Hiruzen, I'm not here to engage in a battle of wits. Where is your advisor, Suyu? Bring him forth to meet me. He called out bluntly, without a hint of courtesy. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards the rear. However, Suyu was absent from the welcoming party. What is this? Is he afraid to show himself? The Raikage's expression shifted to one of disdain. I thought the eternal sage of the Leaf was a figure of great renown, yet it appears he is merely a coward hiding behind others. Lord Raikage. Advisor Suyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to explain, but just then, a leisurely voice rang out from behind the crowd. Who is speaking ill of me from behind? That is not a good habit, Lord Raikage. The crowd parted instinctively, revealing Suyu, dressed in loose casual attire, holding a steaming cup of tea, strolling leisurely towards them. His warm smile and relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere, resembling a neighbor who had just finished his morning exercise and decided to witness the commotion. The Raikage's gaze locked on his Suyu, scrutinizing him closely, his brow furrowed. You are Suyu? His voice thundered in everyone's ears. Holding his ever-familiar cup of hot tea, Suyu nodded lightly and even raised his cup towards the Raikage as a gesture of greeting. Indeed, I am. Did Lord Raikage journey all this way for a cup of tea, or do you intend to dismantle our village? This half-joking remark slightly alleviated the taut atmosphere, though it brimmed with unmistakable provocation. Young A bristled instantly, veins bulging on his forehead, ready to erupt, but his father's large hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, restraining him. The third Raikage fixed his steely gaze upon Suyu, stating in a low yet powerful tone, the tea can wait. However, some matters must be clarified in front of the entire ninja world. Konohagakure must provide an account to Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. The so-called debate was ultimately decided to take place at the largest training ground in the Leaf Village. The venue was sufficiently spacious, accommodating not only the villagers and ninjas of Konoha who had come in response to the news, but also providing ample room for the intelligence agents from various ninja villages to witness the proceedings. Everyone was aware that every word and deed occurring here today would swiftly reverberate throughout the entire ninja world. In the center of the training ground, a makeshift platform had been erected. Suyu sat leisurely behind his own tea table, while the third Raikage stood opposite him like an iron tower, creating a stark contrast between the two. Without any preamble, the Raikage launched directly into his accusations, his voice booming like a great bell, resonating in the ears of all present. Suyu, I ask you, the land of whirlpools is a common target of action for our three nations, Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri. By what right do you, Konoha, interfere midway and seize what rightfully belongs to us? This is an open provocation to our three nations, tantamount to declaring war. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the villagers of Konoha, with many displaying expressions of anger. Meanwhile, the foreign spies scribbled furiously, documenting the Raikage's tyrannical opening remarks. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a lump rise in his throat. The question was too pointed, effectively placing Konoha at odds with all major powers. Yet, Suyu on the platform merely blew gently at the steam rising from his teacup before raising his head, a faint smile gracing his face. Lord Raikage, before you address my question, may I pose one to you? The Raikage's brow furrowed. Speak. Suyu set down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and gazed into the Raikage's eyes, articulating each word with precision. May I ask, did the land of whirlpools declare war on your village, or did they invade your territory? The question left the Raikage momentarily stunned. How could he respond? To say no would imply that their coalition of three nations had committed an act of blatant aggression against a sovereign state. The hesitation of those few seconds was witnessed by countless eyes. They possessed sealing techniques powerful enough to threaten the tailed beasts. The Raikage sidestepped the crux of the issue and forcefully stated, their very existence poses a potential threat to us and to the entire ninja world. Oh, so that is your reasoning. Suyu nodded in realization, then raised his voice to ensure that every individual present, every spy in every corner, could clearly hear his ensuing words. I understand now. Merely on the basis of a perceived threat, you justify the union of three great nations to annihilate a peaceful country, slaughter its civilians, and then regard the surviving orphans and widows as spoils of war. As he spoke, Suyu surveyed the diverse expressions of those below, ultimately locking his gaze back onto the Raikage, his smile now laden with meaning. Thus, Lord Raikage, may I interpret your assertion that your village possesses the powerful Eight Tails, and that you yourself wield strength capable of contending with tailed beasts, as an even greater, more direct threat to the entire ninja world? Therefore, might we in Konoha also unite with Suna, Iwa, and even invite Kiri to visit your village, to claim your tailed beasts and Jinchuriki? After all, this is also to eliminate a potential threat, is it not? Suyu's words struck like a resounding slap, harshly rebuking the third Raikage. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. All were awestruck by Suyu's audacious logic, which had effectively stripped the Raikage's rationale bare and hurled it back at him. The Raikage's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. He could be domineering and unreasonable, but he could not admit before the entire ninja world that his rationale was merely the brute logic of might makes right. Acknowledging such a stance would grant all other nations a legitimate pretext to attack Kumo. You speak nonsense. The young A could no longer contain his anger, pointing at Suyu and shouting, the Eight Tails is a power passed down through generations in our village, a deterrent for protecting our village. How can you conflate it with your claims? Well said. Suyu seized upon his words, even casting an appreciative glance at A. That was excellently articulated. Now, the question arises, why can the sealing techniques, passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan, not serve as their means of safeguarding their homeland? Instead of being defined by you as a so-called threat, Suyu's voice rose once more, imbued with an interrogative tone. What are the criteria for defining a threat versus a deterrent? Is it truly determined by the size of one's fist? This series of probing questions ignited a fervor throughout the training ground. The villagers of Konoha erupted in cheers, astonished by the prospect of retaliating in such a manner. The spies from various nations, however, exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting as they whispered to one another. They realized a chilling truth. If the logic of Kumo held today, then tomorrow, any village with powerful secret techniques or bloodline limits could just as easily become the next land of whirlpools. Suyu was not merely defending Konoha. He was publicly judging the aggressive actions of Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri before the entire ninja world. Chapter 54. The Entitlement of Konoha. In the name of alliance, the third Raikage's expression could hardly be described as merely ashen. It was a blend of fury, astonishment, and a hint of embarrassment at being exposed. He glared fiercely at Suyu, feeling ensnared in a meticulously crafted trap. With each struggle, the ropes tightened around him. His pride in his dominance and power felt utterly feeble in the face of Suyu's calm rhetoric. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his rising ire. He recognized that further entanglement over the legitimacy of their actions would only exacerbate the embarrassment for himself and Kumo. He needed to pivot the conversation, to tear away Konoha's facade from another angle. Very well. Well said. The Raikage's voice rolled forth like distant thunder. Even if our cause lacks a formal declaration, that is a matter between our three nations and the land of whirlpools. What does it have to do with you, Konoha? What right do you, an unrelated outsider, have to meddle in our war? This question cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere once more. Indeed, even if Kumo's reasoning was flawed, it was still a matter between them and the land of whirlpools. Konoha's involvement, from the perspective of international relations, was undeniably an interference in another nation's internal affairs. This was a hurdle that could not be overlooked. All eyes turned once more to Suyu, eager to see how he would respond. Slowly, Suyu rose from his seat. The nonchalance and ease that had characterized him moments before faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. Entitlement? He gently echoed the term, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the training ground. You inquire about Konoha's entitlement? His gaze swept over every face of the Konoha ninjas, from Sarutobi Hiruzen to Tsunade, and lingering on the young ninjas whose expressions were a mix of tension and hope, finally honing in on the third Raikage with a piercing stare. My entitlement stems from the profound alliance, passed down through generations, between the land of whirlpools and Konoha. My entitlement arises from our first Hokage's wife, the illustrious Uzumaki Mido, whose bloodline flows through the veins of the Uzumaki clan. My entitlement is derived from the desperate plea, soaked in blood and despair, that the land of whirlpools sent to us in its final moments of existence. His voice crescendoed with each proclamation, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. He did not pause. Instead, he abruptly turned to face the entire audience. To those spies from distant lands, and with arms outstretched, summoned all his strength to proclaim, I pose a question to everyone present. When your allies, your former kin, are confronted with the annihilation of their very existence, when they reach out to you, bloodied and desperate for salvation, do you choose to stand idly by, to watch as they are torn apart by invaders and their remains divided? Or do you choose to rise, to honor the sacred pact etched into your very bones, to rescue those innocent lives, to protect those comrades who rightfully deserve our shield? Konoha has chosen the latter. If upholding our covenant is a sin, if saving our comrades is a fault, then we of Konoha willingly accept all such burdens. His words resonated powerfully, filled with a profound moral force. The entire training ground fell into a hushed silence. The ninjas of Konoha, especially the young Genin and Chunin, felt a surge of passion, as if a fire were igniting within their chests. They had always passively accepted and executed missions. They had taken lives and had their own lives taken. Never before had they so clearly perceived that their village's actions, and their own as Konoha ninjas, stood firmly on the side of justice and ethics. This was an indescribable sense of pride and belonging. Even the steadfast Jiraiya's gaze was filled with tumultuous emotion. He seemed to envision the village depicted by the first and second Hokage, a village that protected its comrades and upheld the will of fire, coming vividly to life before him. Tsunade looked upon Tsuyu with a complex expression, recalling her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, and the deep bond between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Tsuyu's words served not only to defend Konoha, but also to console the souls of the departed. Uzumaki Kushina, who had been invited to witness the event, was already in tears. She clenched her fists tightly, gazing at the figures standing on the stage, vindicating her homeland, filled with boundless gratitude. The third Raikage was utterly paralyzed. He realized he had fallen into a state of complete and utter passivity. Legally, he had lost. Morally, he had also lost. The tyranny he prided himself on was shattered against the high walls of justice constructed by Tsuyu. He could sense the shift in the gazes of the spies from other villages, now filled with disdain, vigilance, and even a trace of mockery. He, the third Raikage, one of the strongest men in the shinobi world, had become a culpable aggressor, a treacherous brigand under the scrutiny of Konoha and the entire shinobi world. This humiliation was more unbearable than any injury inflicted by ninjutsu. His chest heaved violently, his heavy breaths akin to a dilapidated bellows. The chakra within him began to surge uncontrollably, blue arcs of electricity leaping across his skin. He recognized that with words, he could no longer surpass the man before him. Thus, just as everyone believed the debate had reached a conclusion, the third Raikage executed an unexpected maneuver. With a ripping sound, he violently tore open his garment, a symbol of his high status in the Cloud Village, revealing his bronze, scar-riddled physique. A ferocious surge of lightning chakra erupted, enveloping him in a tempest of blue fury. "You speak more eloquently than you fight," the third Raikage roared, his voice shaking the entire training ground. In the world of ninjas, there is little room for hypocritical discourse. Ultimately, it is strength that prevails. With eyes flickering with lightning, he locked his gaze on his Tsuyu. "In this debate, I concede defeat, but I refuse to accept it. Tsuyu, do you dare to withstand my strike? If you manage to survive my blow, I shall cease all claims regarding the Land of Waves and never mention it again." He intended to overturn all unfavorable public opinion against him through the purest and most absolute violence, to crush the man before him who had brought him such disgrace. Chapter 55. Losing the debate. Then a duel. The third Raikage's roar fell like a bucket of ice water upon the previously fervent training ground. Instantly, silence reigned. Everyone was taken aback. To challenge an unarmed advisor, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, with the strongest physical attack in the shinobi world, this wasn't a duel. It was a public assassination before all of the shinobi world. "Raikage, how dare you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to react. Roaring as he appeared in front of Tsuyu, his Hokage robes billowing despite the absence of wind, a formidable aura rising to the heavens, firmly locking onto the third Raikage. "You are declaring war on Konoha." Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Itachi, and hundreds of Konoha's elite shinobi and umbu simultaneously drew their weapons, their murderous intent flooding towards the Raikage and his companions like a tidal wave. The atmosphere was charged, on the brink of eruption. Young A and Killer B immediately assumed battle stances, guarding the third Raikage, vigilantly observing the surrounding Konoha ninjas. "Ha! Declare war? Very well." The third Raikage advanced defiantly, his lightning glow intensifying. "Today, I will first slay this sanctimonious advisor of yours, and then we shall settle the score." He was utterly cornered, his dignity trampled, his logic shattered. Now, he sought to reclaim everything that belonged to him through the very violence he excelled at. Tobirama Senju, lurking among the crowd, bore a nearly imperceptible, cruel smile. "Excellent. Just like that. Let it begin." If the Raikage kills Tsuyu, not only will he eliminate this persistent threat, but he will also ignite an all-out war between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Just then, at this critical juncture, a calm yet somewhat unsettling voice emerged from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, step aside." Tsuyu gently patted Hiruzen's shoulder. "Let me handle this." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face. "Tsuyu, are you mad? He seeks your life." "I am aware," Tsuyu replied, his expression remaining serene as he stepped around Hiruzen, deliberately walking towards the center of the arena, approaching the man enveloped in destructive lightning. "I accept your challenge, Raikage." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone believed Tsuyu had lost his mind. Tsuyu-sensei, Tsuyukuin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the young ninjas who had benefited from his guidance all gasped in shock. Kushina, her face pale with fear, covered her mouth tightly. An ordinary person accepting the full force of the third Raikage-S strike? Was this not akin to seeking death? All right, you have guts. A flicker of surprise crossed the Raikage's eyes, quickly replaced by a more ferocious battle spirit. He grinned menacingly. You asked for this. No one else to blame. His lightning chakra surged to its peak, enveloping him in a thick layer of blue electric armor, his hair standing on end, transforming him into a deity emerging from the storm. He slowly extended his right hand, aligning his index, middle, and ring fingers. As endless chakra began to concentrate at his fingertips, compressing, the air crackled with the sound of electricity. The energy coalescing at his fingertips exuding an aura capable of penetrating anything. Hell's piercing 3 fingers. This was his most formidable lance. A strike so powerful that even the resilient Eight Tails could not withstand it. Tsuyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was consumed by anxiety, yearning to rush forward. Yet he found his feet seemingly nailed to the ground. He caught a glimpse of Tsuyu's gaze as he turned back. That look held no fear, no bravado. Only an unfathomable, absolute confidence and composure. It was as if those eyes were imploring him to trust him. Hiruzen's rational mind warned him that this was impossible, a certain death trap. Yet, the miracles Tsuyu had conjured in the past ignited a flicker of hope within him, a hope he scarcely dared to believe. Ultimately, he remained immobile, all eyes in the arena focused on the slender figure standing alone against Raikage. Tsuyu stood there quietly, hands clasped behind his back, unflinching and unguarded, as if awaiting a tardy friend rather than facing a life-and-death duel. Die! Raikage bellowed, his figure vanishing in an instant. He transformed into a streak of blue lightning, too swift for the naked eye to perceive, slicing through the air with a deafening shriek, charging straight for Tsuyu. The speed was staggering, so rapid that most of the elite shinobi present could only discern a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, that lightning unceremoniously pierced through Tsuyu's chest. A muffled sound reverberated. The immense force hurled Tsuyu's body backward, Raikage's finger carving a terrifying chasm into the ground behind him, stretching several dozen meters deep. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Tsunade and Kushina screamed in disbelief, tears streaming down their faces. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's pupils contracted, their hearts shaking with shock. Hiruzen swayed, nearly losing his balance, the color draining from his face. It was over. Everything was over. Danzo's face finally broke into an unrestrained, ecstatic grin. What a splendid death. A splendid death indeed. However, in the next heartbeat, an unforgettable scene unfolded. One that would forever change the perceptions of everyone present, including the third Raikage himself. Tsuyu, who should have perished from the heart piercing, exhibited no trace of pain on his face. He even had the leisure to glance down at the finger that had penetrated his chest, still crackling with energy. Then, he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with the third Raikage, whose expression was filled with horror and disbelief. Is this the strongest spear? Under countless terrified gazes, Tsuyu's body, now with a gaping hole, began to transform in a bizarre manner. Numerous sheets of paper materialized out of thin air, whirling and fluttering, reconstructing his form. The terrifying cavity in his chest healed at a visible pace, restoring him to wholeness. Within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, he appeared unscathed, as if the cataclysmic strike had merely been an illusion. He even reached out to smooth the wrinkles in his shirt, then turned to the Agape Raikage and, in an exceedingly earnest tone, offered his assessment. To be honest, it tickles a bit. Chapter 56. The strongest spear? A bit of a tickle. When that word slipped from Tsuyu's lips, the entire training ground fell into a silence more terrifying than death itself. Everyone seemed frozen in place, mouths agape, eyes wide, their minds blank. Tickle? The third Raikage's hellish thrust, capable of piercing the 8 tails and leveling mountains, was deemed merely a tickle? What did this signify? This notion transcended the comprehension of everyone present, including the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Raikage himself felt as if struck by lightning. He abruptly withdrew his hand, stumbling back 2 steps before barely regaining his footing. He glanced at his fingers, still dusted with debris and paper scraps, fingers that had once pierced countless formidable foes. Symbols of Kumogakure's might, and sources of his pride as the strongest spear. Yet now, Those fingers only emanated a chilling sensation from the depths of his soul. He lifted his gaze to the man who stood there, unblemished, even the wrinkles in his attire smoothed out. That man stood calmly, his eyes devoid of provocation or mockery. Only an innocent curiosity, as if observing an intriguing creature. Immortal and indestructible, Reikage had certainly heard the rumors surrounding the mysterious advisor from Konoha. They had discussed this matter during the three-village conference. But hearing of it and witnessing it firsthand were two vastly different experiences, a shock of incomparable magnitude. His most powerful attack, the strike on which he staked all his dignity and strength, not only failed to vanquish his opponent, but also could not inflict even the slightest pain upon him. What sort of feeling was this? It was akin to a mortal exerting all their might in a punch aimed at the heavens. No echo, no feedback, only an endless void and insignificance. For the first time, his once unbreakable fighting spirit trembled violently. "Shall I come again, Reikage?" Suyu's voice echoed once more, as casual as if inquiring about dinner. Yet this nonchalance bore an unparalleled, suffocating pressure. Come again? What? To give him another tickle. The third Reikage's face flushed red and pale. He could envision that if he charged forward once more, his opponent would remain unscathed, and he, the third Reikage, along with Kumogakure, would become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world, unable to kill, to knock down, or even to inflict any effective damage upon his foe. This utter helplessness was more humiliating and terrifying than any brutal defeat. He had lost. Logically, he had been utterly refuted. Morally, he was nailed to the pillar of shame as an invader. Ultimately, he had been decisively defeated by the very power he held most dear and prided himself on. In this moment, he finally understood why Inoki of Iwagakure and Chojuro of Kirigakure held such trepidation towards this man. He was not a ninja that could be measured by common sense. He was a monster, an existence akin to a bug that could not be eradicated by physical means. The young A watched his father, who had never appeared so lost, with an overwhelming shock. In his eyes, his father was synonymous with invincibility, the strongest man in the world. Yet today, that undefeated idol was shattered before him by a mere casual remark from a man named Suyu. Killer B also retracted his usual carefree demeanor, his expression grave as he regarded Suyu, the habitual rap on his lips coming to an abrupt halt. He sensed that the man before him possessed an enigma far deeper than even the tailed beasts. With a long exhale, the third Reikage expelled a breath laden with despair, as if it carried away all his vitality. He knew that continuing this confrontation held no meaning. It would yield nothing but further embarrassment for Kumogakure and himself. The orphan of the whirlpool from Konoha was beyond their grasp. The lost dignity could not be reclaimed. This vehement inquiry had ultimately devolved into a self-inflicted humiliation. Let us depart. The third Reikage cast a deep, lingering glance at Suyu, a gaze mingled with unmistakable trepidation, profound confusion, and a hint of fear he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. He refrained from uttering another harsh word, for any such remarks now seemed utterly pale and ridiculous. Turning away, he picked up the torn remnants of his shirt from the ground, draping it over his shoulder, and, accompanied by his equally despondent son and partner, he strode away from Konoha's gates without looking back. The figure recedes, no longer exuding the arrogance and bravado of its arrival, leaving behind a profound sense of desolation and disarray. Gazing upon the departing silhouettes of the Yunin trio, the entire training ground remains enveloped in an eerie silence. The ninjas and villagers of Konoha, still immersed in the shocking spectacle that had just unfolded, are momentarily lost in thought, until a hesitant voice breaks the stillness. Did we win? A soft murmur resonates. We won. We triumphed. Advisor Suyu has emerged victorious. The shout of exuberance ignites the crowd like a fuse to a powder keg. In the next instant, a thunderous cheer erupts, reverberating throughout the entirety of Konoha. Oh, long live Lord Suyu. Incredible. He is like a god. The ninjas and villagers of Konoha are utterly exhilarated. They have witnessed firsthand how their eternal sage deftly silenced the mightiest spear with mere words, and then, in an astonishing display, withstood an overwhelming onslaught without shedding blood, ultimately forcing the adversary to retreat in disgrace. The visual and spiritual impact of this moment is unparalleled. At this instant, Suyu's reputation within Konoha reaches an unprecedented, almost mythical zenith. Chapter 57. The Birth of a Legend. A retreat in disgrace. The cheers surge like waves, one after another. nearly threatening to lift the very roof of the training ground. The young ninjas of Konoha gaze at Tsuyu with transformed eyes. If previously, their feelings towards him were a blend of respect, curiosity, and a tinge of fear towards the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, now what remains in their gaze is pure fervor and adoration. In their eyes, Tsuyu transcends the role of a mere advisor or talisman. He embodies a symbol, an invincible emblem of Konoha, a miraculous figure capable of repelling a powerhouse like the Raikage with nothing but words and an undying form. Tsunade watches Tsuyu, who is surrounded by adoring crowds yet maintains his composure, her heart swelling with an unquenchable astonishment. She murmurs to herself, "Is this the forbidden technique left by my grandfather?" For the first time, she perceives that this technique, once deemed a failure by her second grandfather Tobirama, may possess a power that transcends the boundaries of life and death. A power she cannot fully comprehend. Jiraiya, flushed with excitement, shakes Orochimaru's shoulder vigorously. "Did you see that, Orochimaru? Did you see? Now that's what a true man looks like." Without lifting his sword, he scared off the Raikage. "I must write this story into my novel. The title will be The Tale of the Heroic Tsuyu." Orochimaru pushes him away disdainfully, yet his golden snake-like eyes shimmer with an unprecedented fervor. He fixates on Tsuyu, who is being tossed into the air by the jubilant crowd, and his own yearning for immortality is ignited like never before. This is not simply the Edo Tensei of his soul. Tsuyu's existence diverges entirely from what is recorded in the scrolls. There must be a greater secret at play. Sarutobi Hiruzen observes the fervent scene before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. He feels immense pride and comfort in Konoha's possession of such a figure as Tsuyu, yet an undercurrent of unease tugs at him. The influence Tsuyu demonstrated today has far surpassed that of a mere advisor. With sheer will, he has redefined Konoha's image in the shinobi world and established a legendary stature within the village. This influence now begins to elude the control of the Hokage. Is this a blessing or a curse for Konoha? Sarutobi does not know. He can only sigh silently within, soon overwhelmed by a wave of joy. Regardless, today, Konoha has triumphed resoundingly. On the fringes of the jubilant crowd, Shimura Danzo's expression darkens, as if drenched in shadows. Silently, he turns to leave the training ground, his eyes hidden in the shadows, brimming with resentment and bitterness. He has failed. His plan to suppress or even eliminate Tsuyu through the Yunin has utterly collapsed. Moreover, it has failed in the most undesirable manner. Not only is Tsuyu alive, but his reputation has soared to heights he may never hope to reach. The term immortal echoes repeatedly in Danzo's mind, his teeth grinding in frustration. He realizes that attempting to suppress Tsuyu through external physical means is no longer feasible. The Raikage's mightiest strike was but a mere tickle. What physical assault could possibly harm him? He must uncover his weakness, a method to truly vanquish him. Danzo quickens his pace, bypassing his office and heading straight to the village's depths, to the secret base that belongs to him. His gaze fixes upon the innermost chamber, where countless forbidden technique scrolls are stored. Techniques like the corpse sealing and various soul-related jutsu flash through his mind. He refuses to believe that in this world, a truly perfect existence can exist. For every technique, there must be a counter. Tsuyu, wait for me. The debate and duel that transpired in Konoha's training ground quickly spread across the shinobi world, as if sprouting wings. Upon receiving the report, the higher-ups of various ninja villages were universally plunged into prolonged silence and shock. In Sunagakure, the Kazekage, Raza, stared at the information in his hand, rendered speechless. Beside him, Chiyo observed the descriptions of Tsuyu's immortality with her solitary eye, a grave expression emerging on her aged face for the first time. An immortal sage, Konoha has truly drawn a trump card this time. In a Wagakure, Tsuchikage Inoki crushed the teacup in his hand in anger after hearing the report. He had intended to watch Konoha and Yunin tear each other apart and reap the benefits, but was astounded to find that Konoha not only emerged unscathed, but had showcased their astonishing new weapon through the Raikage as a stepping stone. Immortal? Nonsense. Inoki scoffed outwardly, yet within, a storm brewed. He immediately dispatched someone to investigate. I want to know everything about this Tsuyu, his past, his origins, all information regarding this technique. In Kirigakure, the situation is even more complex. They are not only participants in the recent events in the land of Whirlpool, but have also captured one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pibra Jizong, from Konoha. Tsuyu's challenge to the Raikage resonates like a slap to their faces. Monitor Konoha closely, commands the leader of the Terumi clan, the future Mizukage, to the intelligence minister, raising Suyu's threat level to the highest. Until they discover a means to counteract his immortality, they must avoid any direct confrontation. In a flash, Suyu's name becomes intricately linked with concepts of immortality, invincibility, and mystery. He is no longer just a strategist or advisor to Konoha. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the various ninja villages, he has been perceived as an extraordinary, strategic-level deterrent weapon beyond the realms of ordinary judgment. Meanwhile, the architect of all this, Suyu, after relishing a few days of adoration from the villagers and a lifetime's worth of free ramen from the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, returns to his languid daily life. For him, defeating the Raikage was merely a matter of convenience. What truly occupies his mind is another concern. The flames of the Second Shinobi World War continue to blaze across every corner of the Shinobi continent. Konoha and Iwagakure are locked in a grueling tug-of-war on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. On this day, an S-rank mission scroll is delivered to the Hokage's office, laid before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The mission's content: infiltrate enemy territory and sever a critical supply line of Iwagakure within the Land of Grass. The selection of the captain for the mission undoubtedly fell upon Konoha's sharpest blade, Kakashi Hatake. Upon receiving this news, Suyu's gaze sharpened slightly. Here it comes, the fateful mission that led to Kakashi's disgrace and ultimately drove him to end his life in solitude amidst endless accusations. Chapter 58, The White Fang Unsheathed. A fateful journey in the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the S-rank mission scroll before Kakashi and said in a grave tone, "Kakashi, this mission is of utmost importance. The supply line from Iwagakure is the key to our potential breakthrough on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The danger is exceptionally high, and the enemy is on high alert. Hence, you are the only one who can undertake it." Kakashi picked up the scroll, his expression unchanged, merely nodding calmly. "Yes, Lord Hokage, I assure you the mission will be completed." His silvery short hair glistened in the sunlight, and he appeared as a drawn blade, sharp and composed. "Select a few capable subordinates and prepare to depart tonight," Sarutobi instructed. "Exercise caution." Understood. Kakashi accepted the mission and turned to leave. As he exited the Hokage building, preparing to return home for final preparations, a familiar figure leaned against a column below, cradling a cup of hot tea, as if waiting for a considerable time. "Advisor Suyu," Kakashi paused, nodding slightly in greeting. He held great respect for this mysterious advisor, who had single-handedly repelled the Raikage and now enjoyed immense prestige within the village. "Heading out on a mission?" Suyu asked with a cheerful smile, sipping his tea. "Yes," Kakashi replied succinctly. "S-rank?" Suyu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Kakashi did not answer, but simply acknowledged the implication. The mission details were classified, and he could not elaborate further. Suyu did not press for more information. Instead, he placed a small wooden box, sealed with a sealing technique, into Kakashi's hands. "What is this?" Kakashi asked, somewhat puzzled. "Just a little trinket," Suyu replied nonchalantly, lifting his teacup leisurely. "I lack any combat prowess and cannot assist you directly. Consider it a token of my moral support as your advisor." Kakashi weighed the box in his hands. It was light and seemed to contain nothing of substance. He looked at Suyu, awaiting further explanation. Suyu met his calm gaze and said slowly, "Kakashi, what do you think rules are meant for?" This question took Kakashi by surprise, and he paused for a moment before responding earnestly. "Rules are meant to be followed, especially on the battlefield. Discipline and rules are fundamental to completing missions and ensuring a ninja's survival." "Indeed," Suyu nodded. "But have you ever considered what to do when the rules themselves place you in a dilemma?" Kakashi fell silent. It was a question all ninjas might face, yet few dared to contemplate deeply. "I hear your son, Kakashi, is a little fellow who places rules above all else." Suyu shifted the topic to casual conversation. "That is a good thing. It reflects your excellent teaching. Yet sometimes, a true hero, one whose name is etched in the memories of all, is precisely the one who dares to break the rules at a critical moment." Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, not fully grasping the depth of Suyu's words. Suyu chuckled softly, pointing to the box in Kakashi's hand. "Don't think too much. Keep this on you. Only open it when you feel that every choice you make is wrong, when you face a hopeless dilemma with no way out. Remember, it should only be opened at that moment." With that, Suyu ceased speaking, leisurely sipping his tea as he strolled away, leaving Kakashi alone, holding the mysterious box. Lost in thought, Despite his confusion, Kakashi, trusting Tsuyu, carefully tucked the box away. That night, under a moonless sky, Kakashi, leading his carefully selected four subordinates, departed from Konoha like phantoms, vanishing into the vast night. Days later, at the border of the Land of Grass, the initial phase of the mission proceeded remarkably smoothly. Kakashi, true to his reputation as the White Fang of Konoha, utilized his vast experience and stealthy skills to successfully evade the layers of sentries and traps set by Iwagakure along the border, guiding his team deep into enemy territory. They successfully located the critical node of the supply line, a secret warehouse hidden within a deep gorge. Destroying it would leave Iwagakure's forces at the front in the Land of Rain and dire straits for at least 2 weeks due to a lack of supplies. Captain, we've gathered all the intel, one team member reported quietly after returning from reconnaissance. There are 3 patrol squads and 1 hidden lookout surrounding the warehouse, with an estimated total of around 30 personnel. Inside the warehouse, there's an unknown guard force. Kakashi crouched on the cliff, observing the gorge below through binoculars, calmly analyzing the situation. Prepare to act, he commanded. As per our plan, Team A will eliminate the perimeter patrols and hidden lookout, while Team B will accompany me to breach the warehouse and install the explosive tags. Move out. Yes. However, just as they were about to initiate their actions, an unforeseen event occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of explosive tags erupted around their concealed position without warning. The violent explosions instantly shattered the cliff where they had been hiding, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. Not good. It's a trap. We've been compromised. Kakashi's expression changed as he reacted swiftly. Enemies. Amidst the swirling dust, numerous figures surged from all directions, surrounding the 5 of them. A quick glance revealed their numbers to be at least 3 times that of Kakashi's team. The White Fang of Konoha, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. A tall Iwagakure Jonin emerged from the encirclement, a smug smirk plastered across his face. Kakashi's heart sank to the depths. Their movements had been exposed from the very beginning. This was not a surprise attack. It was a meticulously orchestrated encirclement targeting him. Kakashi Hitaki, break through. Kakashi decisively commanded, drawing his White Fang short sword from his back. At this point, completing the mission was impossible. Preserving their lives and returning to the village was the wisest choice. However, as the battle commenced, an even more dire situation unfolded. To cover the main team's escape, 2 young ninjas assigned as rear guards inadvertently fell into a pre-laid Earth-style trap, swiftly subdued by several Iwagakure ninjas and taken captive. Captain, don't worry about us. Run. The captured Konoha ninjas shouted desperately. Kakashi's retreat came to an abrupt halt. He gazed at his comrades, held at knife point by the enemy. Their faces contorted with reluctance and determination, then looked at the warehouse in the distance, now impossible to destroy. He found himself torn between conflicting thoughts. Chapter 59, Mission and Comrades, a Desperate Choice. Haha. Kakashi Hitaki, you've stopped. The Iwagakure commander, the tall Jonin, laughed triumphantly upon seeing Kakashi halt. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to cease their attacks temporarily. The encirclement tightened slowly, and the mocking gazes of the Iwagakure ninjas pierced Kakashi and the 2 remaining team members like knives. As expected of the White Fang of Konoha, you truly value the lives of your comrades, the Iwagakure commander called out, his voice echoing in the gorge. Now, I present you with a choice. He pointed at the captured Konoha ninjas and then at Kakashi. Surrender, and use your life, Kakashi Hitaki, to exchange for the safety of your 2 subordinates. What do you say? This is quite the bargain, isn't it? Trading a legendary White Fang for the lives of 2 nameless rookies, Konoha stands to gain immensely. As soon as those words were uttered, the 2 captured Leaf ninjas began to struggle with fervor. Captain, do not heed his words. He seeks to humiliate you, to disgrace the Leaf. We are ninjas. We have long been prepared to sacrifice ourselves for our village. You must flee. Complete the mission. Their voices were filled with urgency and resolve. They would rather face death than witness their captain suffer such humiliation because of them, nor would they allow the mission to fail as a result. Shikumo's heart felt as though it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing him immense pain and rendering him breathless. Flee. How could he? Would he merely watch his comrades be executed before him, only to return to the village like a lost dog? Was that still the essence of Hitaki Shikumo? What face would he have to show his son Kakashi upon his return? Yet to remain, to stay was to embrace death. Not only would he perish, But the two surviving teammates would also meet their demise, leading to the total annihilation of their squad. The paramount mission would be utterly thwarted. To abandon the mission and save his comrades would mean betraying the ninja principle of prioritizing the mission above all, marking him as a sinner in the eyes of the village, subject to blame and scorn. Conversely, to adhere to the mission and forsake his comrades would mean he would thrust his subordinates into the abyss of death, carrying an insurmountable guilt and inner torment for the rest of his life. He felt utterly abandoned by the world. The profound solitude and despair threatened to consume him whole. The commander of Awagakure observed his anguished expression, his smile widening with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. While killing Hitaki Shikomo would be a significant accomplishment, utterly breaking this hero of the leaf mentally would be an even greater victory. So what will it be? Have you made up your mind? My patience is waning. He languidly raised a hand. I will count to 3, and if you do not make a decision, I shall execute one of them to spur your enthusiasm. 1. The cold number struck Shikomo's heart like a death knell. His hand gripped tightly onto his white-fanged short blade, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His mind raced. Yet he could find no path that would yield a satisfactory outcome. 2. The Awagakure commander's voice rang out again, laced with mockery, holding one of the leaf ninjas. He had already drawn a kunai across the skin of his neck, a trickle of blood beginning to flow. Despair. Utter despair. In that critical moment, just as the immense pressure threatened to crush him, Shikomo's hand inadvertently brushed against the hard little wooden box in his bosom. The words of advisor Suyu flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Only when you believe that every choice is wrong, when faced with an impossible dilemma, should you open it. Was this not that moment? Seizing what felt like the last lifeline, Shikomo swiftly retrieved the small box from his chest, tearing off the sealing talisman atop it. The box sprang open. Inside, there were no legendary weapons or powerful secret scrolls, only a neatly folded piece of paper. Trembling, Shikomo unfolded the note. It bore but a single line, inscribed in an unremarkable hand. Return to the village and tell everyone that you have brought back the flame of the leaf. The value of the mission is defined by the Hokage, not the enemy. Boom. The proclamation echoed in Shikomo's mind like a thunderclap, dispelling all the fog and turmoil within his heart. The value of the mission is defined by the Hokage, not the enemy. Indeed, why had he confined himself to the choices dictated by the enemy? What did the enemy wish for him? They wanted him to forsake his comrades for the mission, to bear the brunt of their scorn, or to abandon the mission for the sake of his comrades, thus becoming a sinner. No matter the choice, he would lose, playing directly into the enemy's hands. But advisor Suyu's words transcended that trap. The value of the mission was not dictated by the enemy's use of hostages. Nor was it for him, Hitaki Shikomo, to define. It was to be determined by the village's highest authority, the Hokage. What he needed to do was not to agonize over which was more important, the mission or his comrades, but to make the choice he deemed most correct, and then return to the village to accept the Hokage's judgment. And what, then, was the flame of the leaf? Was it the cold warehouse filled with lifeless supplies? Or was it these two living, breathing young comrades, willing to lay down their lives for the village? The answer was clear. In that instant, the confusion, pain, and struggle in Shikomo's eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and determination. He realized that advisor Suyu had not provided him a solution but rather a permission, a license to follow his heart and break the rules. 3. The Awagakure commander's last count had barely escaped his lips as he prepared to issue the execution order. Shikomo moved. He did not choose to surrender, nor did he choose to flee. Instead, he issued the command to attack to his remaining 2 teammates. Earth release, earth flow wall. The 2 teammates instantly understood, forming hand signs and slamming their hands onto the ground. 2 thick earthen walls erupted, momentarily obstructing the enemy's line of sight and attacks. Shikomo himself infused chakra into his feet, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, not towards the enemy commander, nor towards the warehouse, but at an unusual angle towards the position of the 2 hostages. His goal from the very beginning was not to complete the mission, nor to perish alongside the enemy. His goal was to save lives. Stop him. The Awagakure commander's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Shikomo would dare to launch a counterattack. A chaotic rescue battle commenced. Ultimately, through intricate tactical feints and Shikomo's masterful swordsmanship, they paid a price, but successfully rescued the 2 comrades from the encirclement of dozens of Awagakure ninjas. However, They thus missed the optimal moment to sabotage the supply line. The mission had failed. Chapter 60. The Hero's Return. The greatest meritorious deed. When Hatake Shikumo reappeared at the gates of the Leaf Village with his battle-worn team, the sky had already begun to darken. The setting sun cast elongated shadows, and each face bore a complex expression difficult to articulate. There was relief in surviving a calamity, frustration at the mission's failure, and anxiety over the uncertainties of the future. Especially among the two young ninjas who had been rescued, they had scarcely spoken throughout the journey. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude for their captain, yet more so, they felt guilt. Because of them, the mission had failed. Because of them, the illustrious white fang of the leaf might bear a significant blemish. Shikumo walked at the forefront, his expression calm, yet inside he was far from composed. He had prepared himself to face all accusations and punishments. Whether stripped of his captaincy or brought before the ninja court, he would accept it. For the note from advisor Suyu had led him to make a choice, yet it did not reveal the consequences of that choice. He had rescued his comrades. Yet he had also betrayed the trust of the village. The guard ninjas at the village gate, upon seeing the disheveled appearance of Shikumo's team, were taken aback. When they learned of the mission's failure, their expressions shifted. Lord White Fang, the mission failed? One of the guards inquired cautiously. Yes, Shikumo replied coolly, leading his teammates silently into the village. He intended to first take them to the Leaf Hospital to tend to their wounds, and then he would proceed to the Hokage's office to submit the mission report and face judgment. However, they had scarcely stepped through the door when two figures came into view at the end of the street, quietly awaiting their arrival. One was the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the robes of the Hokage, while the other was Suyu, holding a cup of steaming tea with a gentle smile gracing his face. Shikumo's footsteps abruptly halted, and the members of his team, who had been following closely behind, froze in place, their hearts suddenly filled with trepidation. The Hokage and advisor Suyu were personally here to greet them? Were they about to publicly announce their punishment? In an instant, the villagers and ninjas passing by were drawn to the scene, halting to watch with curiosity. Shikumo took a deep breath, stepping forward to bow deeply before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, we have failed the mission, and I am willing to accept any punishment. His voice was calm, offering no defense for himself. The Hokage regarded him, and then glanced at the anxious young team members behind him, his expression devoid of anger or reproach. He approached, and to the astonishment of all present, he placed a firm hand upon Shikumo's shoulder. No, Sarutobi's voice resonated, powerful and clear, reaching the ears of everyone gathered. Although the mission's objective was not achieved, you have accomplished a far more significant task. He surveyed the onlookers before returning his gaze to Shikumo. Enunciating each word with conviction, you emerged from the encirclement of foes thrice your number without abandoning a single comrade, bringing them all safely back to the village. Welcome home, Shikumo. What you have returned with is not a report of failure, but the future of Konoha, the most vital spark of our village. This is the highest honor. His words struck the hearts of those present like a thunderous explosion. What? They had failed the mission, yet instead of punishment, the Hokage lauded them as heroes? Shikumo was utterly taken aback. He lifted his gaze, incredulous, towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, then glanced at Suyu, who nodded and smiled encouragingly. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The 4 team members behind him, their eyes quickly glistening with tears, were particularly affected. The 2 ninjas he had rescued had initially believed themselves to be burdens, dragging down their captain. But now they were hailed by the Hokage as the future and the spark of Konoha. A torrent of emotions, immense grievance, gratitude, and exhilaration overwhelmed them, prompting tears to flow freely. The surrounding villagers and ninjas erupted into fervent discussions. Good heavens, did I hear correctly? Saving comrades is deemed greater than completing an S-rank mission? Is this truly what the Hokage means? That's incredibly impressive. This is the essence of Konoha. Suyu stood to the side, savoring a sip of tea as he observed the unfolding spectacle. In his heart, he mused, perfect. To alter a deeply entrenched belief, mere rhetoric is insufficient. A substantial event and a worthy hero must emerge, ultimately validated by the highest authority in front of all. This is not merely about rescuing Hatake Shikumo. It is about inoculating the next generation of Konoha against the mindset of tools represented by Danzo. From this day forth, the term comrade will carry a profoundly different weight in Konoha. A tragedy potent enough to obliterate a top hero and distort the character of a child, Kakashi, was thus deftly averted by Suyu, who skillfully transformed it into a magnificent public lesson advocating for Konoha's new values. The Hokage's public commendation of Hatake Shikomo, despite the mission's failure, reverberated throughout the village like a gust of wind, reaching every corner of Konoha within a mere half-day. The following morning, two anticipated yet significant figures appeared at Hatake Shikomo's doorstep. One was the current head of the Hyuga clan, while the other was the leader of the Akimichi clan. They were the fathers of the two young ninjas whom Shikomo had rescued from the brink of death. Lord Shikomo, please allow us to pay our respects. The two esteemed clan leaders, revered in Konoha, performed a profound bow before Shikomo. Last night, my son relayed the events in full. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving act, which safeguarded the future of our family, declared the Hyuga leader solemnly. Indeed, what trivial mission could possibly outweigh my son's life? Echoed the Akimichi leader, his boisterous voice ringing out. From now on, you, Hatake Shikomo, shall be the most esteemed friend of our Akimichi clan. Anyone who dares speak ill of you will face my wrath. Their visit was not solely an expression of gratitude. It was also a declaration of allegiance. Their public appearance and unreserved statements were swiftly disseminated by those with keen interest, undoubtedly sending a strong signal to the entire village, the two great clans of secret techniques. The Hyuga and Akimichi fully supported the Hokage's decision and stood firmly by Hatake Shikomo's side. In a moment, the tide of public opinion within the village shifted decisively in favor of Shikomo. Those traditionalist ninjas who had previously harbored doubts about the notion of comradeship being paramount over missions began to waver. After all, who among them did not have children undertaking missions? Who would not wish for their children to be rescued at any cost during times of peril? The belief that the lives of comrades supersede mission success, long nurtured by Suyu's psychological guidance, and now invigorated by this incident, for the first time transformed from a merely appealing slogan into a concrete value, publicly acknowledged and rewarded by the Hokage, bolstered by the support of mainstream clans. Hatake Shikomo had not become a pariah. Rather, he emerged as a new hero. The white chakra short blade in his hand now symbolized not just violence and sharpness, but also radiated a warm glow of protection for his comrades. The renown of Konoha's white fang thus reached an unprecedented height, transcending even its intrinsic might. Yet, with joy came ire. Chapter 61, A New Will. Black Zetsu's vigilance in the Konoha Elder Council Chamber. Absurd. Utterly preposterous. Shimura Danzo slammed his palm against the table, his entire being trembling with rage. Sarutobi, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? You sacrificed an S-rank mission capable of influencing the entire war effort for the sake of two Chunin. And you dare commend him in front of the entire village? You are undermining the very foundation upon which our Konoha shinobi stand. You are encouraging all ninjas to disregard missions and discipline for the sake of so-called comradeship. Today, it may be one Hatake Shikomo. Tomorrow, there could be countless others like him. How can we win this war then? Danzo's voice echoed throughout the chamber, each word laced with cold, ironclad logic. In the past, even if his words did not garner universal agreement, they at least resonated with his old companions, Nara Shikaku and Mido Kamen. However, this time, after his tirade, he was met with an eerie silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply puffed his pipe calmly, observing him without uttering a word. Nara Shikaku and Mido Kamen exchanged glances, lowering their heads to study the table as if it bore some fascinating pattern. They neither concurred nor opposed his stance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami and the recently arrived head of the Hyuga clan unabashedly voiced their positions. Elder Danzo, such words cannot be uttered, began Uchiha Kagami slowly. I believe the Hokage's actions were entirely justified. A village that can so easily abandon its comrades possesses no soul and cannot earn true loyalty. Indeed, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan coldly remarked, if we cannot protect even the living, what significance does our safeguarding of the village hold? Are we merely to defend a collection of cold structures and regulations? Danzo's expression darkened instantly. He turned sharply to his two old comrades. Koharu, Hamura, do you share the same sentiment? Do you believe Sarutobi is correct? Koharu adjusted her glasses and, in a bureaucratic tone, replied, Danzo, the Hokage has already made a decision, which has garnered widespread support from the villagers and clans such as the Hyuga and Akimichi. From a political standpoint, it is settled. Further debate is futile. Hamura sighed as well. Indeed, Danzo, Shikaku rescued living souls. For both emotional and rational reasons, we cannot press him further. In that moment, Danzo felt a chill in his heart. He glanced around, realizing he had been isolated. In the power core of Konoha, within this elder council where he once wielded influence, he felt for the first time the bitter taste of abandonment. His gaze shifted past the others and landed on Tsuyu, who sat in the corner, an outsider silently observing the heated debate. Tsuyu leisurely sipped tea, seemingly detached from the fervent discussion. Yet Danzo understood that this man was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. He realized that Tsuyu was not vying for the Hokage's power nor the control of Root. Instead, he sought to dismantle the very foundation of the ironclad order that Danzo had relied upon for survival, eroding it at its core, philosophically and ideologically. Tsuyu was not seizing power. He was transforming hearts. This insidious approach was far more terrifying than any political struggle, instilling a profound fear within Danzo. His defeat was not to Sarutobi, but to the most uncontrollable force in the world, the human heart. The incident involving Shikaku had stirred ripples in Konoha far deeper than anyone had anticipated. Its most immediate outcome was the near-absolute loyalty of the Nara clan to Tsuyu. Subsequently, Shikaku personally visited Tsuyu to pay homage, performing a gesture akin to a master-disciple tribute, solemnly declaring, "Advisor Tsuyu, from this day forth, should there be any task, I, Shikaku Nara, and the entire Nara clan, will serve without hesitation." Tsuyu simply smiled and helped him up, suggesting he express his gratitude to the Hokage, as he had merely offered a modest recommendation. Yet, Shikaku understood who had genuinely rescued him from the abyss. Moreover, more significant than gaining the loyalty of a formidable clan was Tsuyu's mastery over the ultimate interpretation of the will of fire. Henceforth, among the younger generation of Konoha ninjas, the protection of comrades would no longer remain an empty slogan, but would be imbued with equal, if not greater, value than the completion of missions. Unbeknownst to him, Tsuyu had become the spiritual mentor of the new generation of Konoha ninjas, subtly shaping the village's soul towards a more compassionate and resilient future. This transformation also indirectly influenced a young child. In the courtyard of the Hitaki family, a boy with silver short hair and a mask observed as countless villagers and ninjas respectfully greeted his father. In his eyes, which should have appeared cold due to premature maturity, there flickered a glimmer of pride he could not quite articulate. He witnessed that his father was not blamed for failure. Rather, he was celebrated as a greater hero for his act of protection. This seed would one day take root and blossom into something entirely different when he faced similar choices. From this moment, Kakashi Hitaki's fate began to quietly deviate from its original path. Far away in the Rain Village, perpetually shrouded in rain, Yahiko excitedly waved a piece of intelligence acquired from the black market. His face flushed as he said to Nagato and Konan, "Look, look, the latest news from Konoha." Nagato set down his book, and Konan leaned in closer. Konoha's white fang, Shikaku Nara, failed his mission but was publicly commended by the third Hokage for saving all his comrades. The village is abuzz with the notion that the lives of comrades surpass all else. Yahiko's voice brimmed with excitement and aspiration. "I knew it. I knew my path was the right one." He pumped his fist, proclaiming, "Teacher Tsuyu was right. True strength is not defined by cold rules and ruthless killings, but by the protection of comrades and mutual understanding." Previously, though Tsuyu had provided him direction, his promotion of the Akatsuki in the Rain Village was met with skepticism and challenges. Many deemed his ideas too naive and idealistic. However, now, the foremost ninja village, Konoha, had openly endorsed his philosophy through such a sensational case. This revelation filled Yahiko with immense confidence and encouragement. He looked at Nagato and Konan, resolutely declaring, "We must quicken our pace. We shall illuminate the entire Rain Village with the brilliance of the Akatsuki. Let everyone understand that peace and humanity are the true sources of strength." Nagato gazed at his friend's radiant profile, silently nodding. A flicker of agreement passed through his eyes, which possessed the Rinnegan. Perhaps the world Yahiko envisioned was indeed achievable. Meanwhile, in the darker, hidden corners of the ninja world, in a damp underground cavern, white spore clones slowly emerged from the ground, coalescing into a half-black, half-white, grotesque figure, Black Zetsu. Kneeling, it reverently reported to the figure deep within the cave. Connected to the outer path statue, its body riddled with tubes and resembling a candle flickering in the wind. "Madara-sama, unexpected variables have arisen from Konoha." Speak. Madara Uchiha's voice was old and hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in centuries. The will of fire in Konoha is undergoing mutation. Black Zetsu, with its distinctive tone as if countless voices merged, continued, a being named Tsuyu, a reincarnated entity, is altering the very foundation of Konoha's ideology. He saved Shikaku Nara, who was destined to perish due to mission failure, and has made the notion that comradeship surpasses missions the new mainstream value in Konoha. Upon hearing these keywords, Madara's eyes, which had remained tightly shut, gradually opened a sliver. What a sight it was! His crimson pupils, with 3 spinning tomo, exuded a chilling aura of malevolence. Tsuyu. For the first time, he uttered this name with a tone of scrutiny, one that he had previously dismissed as a trivial player in Konoha's mundane political struggles, now evoked a genuine interest from the ultimate antagonist of the ninja world. Chapter 62. The aftermath of the Raikage and the coming storm. In the days following the Raikage retreat, Konoha remained enveloped in a fervent atmosphere. In the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns, nearly every conversation revolved around the advisor Tsuyu, who had single-handedly repelled the strongest spear. When the villagers spoke of him, their tone was imbued with reverence and admiration, as if they were discussing a deity walking among mortals. The ninjas, especially the younger generation, regarded Tsuyu as the embodiment of Konoha's invincibility. His calm demeanor, slightly tinged with mischief, became a mantra eagerly imitated by countless genin and chunin. This fervor caused a flicker of unease in Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Within the confines of his office, the smoke from his pipe swirled incessantly, partially obscuring his wrinkled visage. He could acutely sense that Tsuyu's influence was permeating every corner of the village at an unprecedented pace, even beginning to reshape the very essence of the will of fire. From a certain perspective, this was a positive development. Konoha had acquired an unparalleled strategic deterrent, a spiritual totem capable of uniting the hearts of its people. Yet, on the flip side, this entirely uncontrollable power, along with the cult of personality it engendered, posed an implicit challenge to the authority of the Hokage. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, his emotions tangled. He trusted Tsuyu, yet he was also apprehensive of the unknowns that Tsuyu represented. This unease was ignited and exploded by Shimura Danzo during today's elders' meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Hiruzen, you must confront this issue. Danzo's voice was cold and piercing, his unbandaged eye fixed intently on Sarutobi. What is the state of the village now? Everyone is singing Tsuyu's praises, even elevating him to the status of a god. Where is the dignity of the Hokage? Where is the order of Konoha? Uchiha Koharu and Mido Kazumi exchanged glances, both opting for silence. They too felt the changes brought about by this tide, harboring their own concerns. But Tsuyu's achievement in repelling the Raikage was so monumental that they found no grounds for reproach. Sarutobi set down his pipe and spoke gravely. Danzo, Advisor Tsuyu has rendered unparalleled contributions to the village. The people's admiration is well-deserved. We should take pride in this. Pride? Oof, all I see is danger. Danzo slammed his hand on the table. His influence had already transcended the role of an advisor. The incident with Kakashi was merely the beginning. He is subverting the principles we have long upheld. Now, he has become an invincible myth. If this continues, will the ninjas of the village obey the Hokage's commands, or heed Tsuyu's divine edicts? Such words were heavy, directly elevating the issue to one of loyalty and power. Mido Kazumi couldn't restrain himself. Danzo, that's not how it should be. Advisor Tsuyu has never sought power for himself. Everything he does is for Konoha. For Konoha? Danzo scoffed. You are only seeing the surface. I see a being who cannot be killed, cannot be controlled, whose thoughts are incompatible with ours, gradually eroding the very foundations upon which we rely. We know nothing about him. His origins, his intentions, his weaknesses, nothing. That is what is truly terrifying. The conference room fell into a profound silence once more. Danzo's words struck a chord of fear deep within everyone present. Indeed, they knew nothing about Tsuyu. At that moment, a languid voice floated in from the doorway. Oh dear, it's not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs, Elder Danzo. Tsuyu had somehow appeared at the entrance, hands tucked in his sleeves, wearing his trademark expression of indifference, as if the preceding heated debate had been nothing more than a tedious farce. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned somewhat awkward. Danzo's pupils constricted. Then he coldly retorted, I speak nothing but the truth. There is nothing I cannot say to your face. Oh, is that so? Suyu sauntered in leisurely, pulling out a chair to sit down, his movements casual as though he were in his own backyard. You say I am uncontrollable, that my thoughts are incompatible with yours, and that I am a monster. Well, you are essentially correct. His candid admission left Danzo momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Suyu's unexpected demeanor. How is this man so unconventional? Suyu, disregarding Danzo's astonishment, continued. However, I have little interest in your power struggles. Being Hokage is exhausting, with endless meetings and paperwork. Basking in the sun is far more pleasant. His words eased the tension for Sarutobi and the others, yet Danzo remained unconvinced. Well said. Who knows what you are truly thinking? Danzo pressed on. For the safety of the village, I propose that we must implement stricter surveillance and scrutiny over you. All information regarding you, including your actions within the village, interactions with others, and the dissemination of these so-called myths, should be collected and managed by a specialized department. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Danzo, this is going too far. This was tantamount to treating Suyu as a prisoner. I do this for Konoha. Danzo was unyielding. I propose that my root take charge of this matter. The ninjas of Root are nameless and emotionless, best suited for executing such confidential tasks, ensuring no information leaks, and objectively assessing your impact on the village. The true intent behind Danzo's proposal was to cloak his ulterior motives under the guise of protecting Konoha, seeking to extend his reach towards Suyu in order to uncover the secrets and vulnerabilities of his seemingly immortal existence. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to a freezing point. All eyes turned to Suyu, eager to witness his reaction. They anticipated that anyone subjected to such scrutiny would erupt in fury. Yet, once again, Suyu's response defied all expectations. He paused briefly. Then his eyes sparkled as if he had received splendid news. Oh, Root will be responsible for gathering my information? That is quite a splendid proposal. The room erupted in shock. Sarutobi thought he had misheard. Advisor Suyu. Danzo, too, was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Suyu's line of reasoning. He was voluntarily offering himself up for scrutiny. There had to be a trick. Suyu, however, regarded Danzo earnestly, explaining, You see, I am quite a lonely person. Having lived for so long, the people around me have changed time and again. It's hard to find someone I can truly converse with. As for you, all of you are afraid of me, keeping your distance. The ninjas of Root are perfect, nameless, emotionless, like wooden stakes. They can stay by my side quietly, providing me with some much-needed companionship. No one believed his ludicrous words. Suyu then shifted his gaze to Danzo, offering a remarkably benevolent smile. Moreover, Elder Danzo, your selfless dedication moves me. Since you wish to study me, I can't just sit back and do nothing, can I? Coincidentally, I have been delving into a field called psychology, acquiring insights into human spirit and emotions. He paused, leisurely presenting his terms. How about this? I agree to your proposal. You may dispatch Root ninjas to accompany me around the clock. In return, I would like to contribute to the village. I will assist Root in conducting regular psychological health assessments and guidance for your subordinates. How does that sound? What? Danzo nearly leaped from his chair. Psychological assessments? Guidance? For the Root ninjas? The ninjas of Root required absolute loyalty and obedience. They were tools molded by curse marks and harsh training to obliterate emotions. He wanted to conduct psychological guidance for my tools. What was he trying to do? Undermine my root from within. Seemingly unfazed by Danzo's ashen face, Suyu continued in a tone of faux sympathy. The ninjas of Root live in darkness, executing the most brutal tasks. The psychological pressure must be immense. If someone were to fall into despair or suffer a mental breakdown, it would pose a significant risk to the village as well. If I help them with some psychological fortification, enabling them to serve Konoha better, wouldn't that be for the village's benefit? Hokage-sama, what do you say? His final question was directed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the expression on Danzo's face, akin to one who had just ingested a fly, and then glanced at Suyu, whose face radiated sincere concern for his well-being. In that instant, any lingering apprehension within him was swiftly supplanted by a bemusement that bordered on laughter. How remarkable! Danzo attempted to ensnare Suyu with lofty ideals, only to have Suyu deftly counter with an even grander moral argument. Did you not assert that your intentions were for the safety of the village in studying me? Very well, I shall allow you to conduct your research. Yet, in the name of safeguarding the village, I too wish to investigate the roots of your precious subordinates. Should you acquiesce, It would amount to inviting a wolf into your home, thereby exposing your most clandestine secrets to Tsuyu. Conversely, should you refuse, your earlier declarations of sacrificing for Konoha would be rendered a mere farce. Is it permissible for you to study others while denying assistance in optimizing your own ranks? Your selfishness is glaringly apparent. In an instant, the dynamics of offense and defense shifted dramatically. Danzo was caught off guard by Tsuyu's retort. He stood there, his chest heaving violently, his complexion shifting from green to purple, rendered speechless. He fixed an unwavering gaze upon Tsuyu, feeling a chill emanating from the depths of his soul. This man was not merely concerned with power. He was manipulating the rules and the hearts of men in a manner that Danzo could not comprehend. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkward silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively proclaimed, "Ahem, I believe Advisor Tsuyu's proposal is commendable. Danzo, since you concur, we shall proceed as such. Select a capable subordinate to serve as Advisor Tsuyu's liaison." With that, he did not spare Danzo a glance, directly announcing the adjournment of the meeting. Danzo remained rooted to the spot, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. He realized that he had suffered yet another defeat, and this time, it was even more comprehensive than before. Not only had he failed to restrain Tsuyu, but he had inadvertently handed him a dagger capable of piercing his own heart. Chapter 63, Danzo's Pawn, Yamanaka-fu. The base of root was dark and damp, the air thick with a peculiar blend of disinfectant and earth. Shimura Danzo sat upon a stone seat, his bandaged face appearing particularly grotesque in the dim candlelight. Before him knelt a ninja clad in a white mask, with long, light golden hair cascading down his shoulders. This was Yamanaka-fu. Danzo's voice was hoarse and low. "You should already be aware of your mission," he continued. "Starting tomorrow, you shall act as my representative, fully responsible for liaising with Advisor Tsuyu. Your sole task is to ascertain everything about him, especially the secret of his immortality." "Yes, Lord Danzo," Yamanaka-fu replied succinctly. Danzo regarded one of his most trusted subordinates with a complex gaze. Yamanaka-fu was an elite of the Yamanaka clan, adept in various mental techniques, excelling in both intelligence gathering and psychological manipulation. More importantly, he had been marked with the seal of absolute loyalty, ensuring he would divulge none of Root's secrets. Sending him was Danzo's calculated choice, deemed the most prudent and likely to succeed. "Remember, Tsuyu is no ordinary individual," Danzo cautioned. "He excels at manipulating emotions, and his words can be profoundly deceptive. Do not be swayed by anything he says. Your focus must remain solely on your mission." "Understood. He is not merely an ordinary reincarnated body. You have seen Orochimaru's report. The Second Hokage's jutsu does not affect him. I suspect his immortality involves a deeper mystery, likely a form of advanced genjutsu or forbidden techniques based on mental or spiritual realms. Your task is to locate the core that sustains his existence and destroy it." "I will carry out my orders." Yamanaka-fu's figure shifted slightly before vanishing into the shadows. Danzo gazed into the emptiness ahead, his solitary eye gleaming with a cold light. "Tsuyu, do you believe you have triumphed? Your request to engage with Root has unwittingly provided me an opportunity. Yamanaka-fu, this pawn, is a probe I have inserted into your very being. I shall extract all your secrets, piece by piece." The following day dawned bright and sunny. Tsuyu reclined in a lounge chair on his porch, basking in the warmth of the sun, savoring this rare moment of leisure. To him, the tumult of the ninja world and its myriad conspiracies paled in comparison to the tangible pleasure of sunbathing. Alas, it was regrettable that he could not feel the warmth. This accursed body of reincarnation was truly his greatest misfortune. Inwardly, Tsuyu lamented, "Once Nagato matures, I must insist he use the Rinne rebirth to restore me. The first order of business will be to indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, with 3 hefty slices of chashu." As he pondered these thoughts, a figure silently appeared in his yard. It was none other than Yamanaka-fu, who had removed his mask, revealing a handsome yet expressionless face. He stood there quietly, like a statue, his presence entirely subdued, as though he had melded into the surrounding environment. Tsuyu, without lifting an eyelid, lazily remarked, "Ah, you've arrived? Find a place to sit. Don't just stand there blocking my sunlight." Yamanaka-fu hesitated for a moment. He had envisioned numerous scenarios for their meeting, some wary, some probing, others masked, but he had not anticipated this nearly dismissive, casual encounter. He did not sit, but instead bowed respectfully. "Advisor Tsuyu, I am Yamanaka-fu." Sent by Lord Danzo to serve as your liaison. Liaison? Such a flattering title. Suyu finally opened one eye to glance at him. You're merely here to monitor me. Enough with the formalities. I prefer straightforwardness. If your boss sent you here, just ask what he wants to know. Yamanaka Fu found himself momentarily thrown off balance by Suyu's forthrightness. The carefully prepared probing dialogue he had rehearsed was rendered useless at that moment. After a brief silence, he resolved to follow Suyu's lead. Lord Danzo is very curious about your immortality, he stated. Curious? He seeks a way to eliminate me, does he? Suyu incisively pierced through the subtext, then closed his eyes once more. Save your breath. If the second Hokage could not achieve it, what makes Danzo think he can? The derisive tone caused Yamanaka Fu's brow to furrow imperceptibly. In his mind, Danzo was an absolute authority. However, Suyu seemed to perceive his thoughts, leisurely continuing. Since you're here, don't waste time. I have a question that puzzles me. Help me analyze it. Yamanaka Fu maintained his silence, awaiting further elaboration. You say that root exists to protect the great tree of Konoha from the darkness, correct? Suyu inquired. Indeed, that is the purpose of root's existence. Then, to safeguard the great tree, is it permissible to indiscriminately sever branches or even sacrifice parts of the roots? For instance, to accomplish an S-ranked mission, could one justify the loss of several comrades' lives? Suyu's inquiry sharpened, striking directly at the core of the conflict between Root's ideology and the prevailing values of Konoha. Yamanaka Fu's heart raced. This question pierced the very essence of the contradiction at the heart of Root and Konoha's current values. He replied, for the greater good. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. This was the doctrine he had been indoctrinated with. Oh, the greater good? Who defines this greater? Suyu pressed further. Is it determined by an S-ranked label on a mission scroll? Or by the superior issuing the orders? What if that superior misjudges? What if the mission itself is a trap? To you, those ninja who are deemed necessary sacrifices, are their lives merely a series of cold numbers? Yamanaka Fu's breathing became slightly erratic. Suyu's words sliced through the carefully constructed facade he had long avoided contemplating. They were ninjas, from the day they became ninjas. They accepted the possibility of sacrificing for the village. He recited almost mechanically, they have the resolve to sacrifice for the village. Resolve? A commendable term, Suyu chuckled lightly. Now let me ask you, Yamanaka Fu, who are you? You are not merely a tool of Root. You are also a ninja of the Yamanaka clan. And your name is Yamanaka Fu. Do you execute your duties to protect Konoha, or merely to obey Danzo's commands? If one day, Danzo's orders conflict with the true interests of safeguarding Konoha, what choice will you make? Danzo's will is to protect Konoha. Yamakawa's voice involuntarily rose, tinged with a hint of defensiveness. Is that so? Suyu's tone was laced with amusement. Back then, when the land of whirlpools sent a distress signal to Konoha, choosing to turn a blind eye and allowing our ally to be annihilated, was that also an act of safeguarding Konoha? Is it acceptable to abandon the pact established by the first Hokage and the Uzumaki clan in the name of preserving strength? Yamakawa fell silent. These matters were taboo within the Roots and were forbidden to be discussed. Suyu sat up, finally looking him in the eye, as if his clear gaze could penetrate the depths of one's heart. I did not summon you to monitor me. I brought you here to enlighten you on what constitutes the true will of fire. Is it the protection of living comrades or the adherence to cold, unyielding rules? Is it the safeguarding of every smile within this village or the pursuit of someone's ambition? Suyu stood and patted Yamakawa's shoulder. Do not be so tense. This will be all for today. Go back and inform Danzo that I am in good spirits and had a philosophical discussion with him. Oh, and relay this message for me. Yamakawa instinctively raised his head. Suyu leaned closer, whispering in a tone only the two of them could hear. Tell him to stop fixating on other secrets. Perhaps he should pay more attention to the mental well-being of his subordinates. After all, being marked by the curse of tongue does not mean that one's capacity for thought has been stripped away. With that, Suyu turned and returned indoors, leaving Yamakawa frozen in the courtyard, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. How could he know about the curse of tongue? That is a core secret of the Roots. Fear, unprecedented fear, surged from the depths of Yamakawa's heart. He felt as though he had not come to execute a task today, but to face a judgment. All his disguises, all his secrets, felt utterly transparent before this man. How should he report back to Danzo? Should he speak the truth or bury that most lethal warning deep within? The mere thought startled Yamakawa. He found himself wavering regarding Danzo's commands. Chapter 64. Scholar and ambitious man, the training grounds of Konoha have always been a place where sweat and youth are poured forth. Yet today, the atmosphere in one corner seemed rather peculiar. Tsuyu languidly leaned against a great tree, observing Tsunade train with the ropes in the distance. Across from him, Orochimaru gazed at him with an intense fervor, his eyes not resembling those of a senior or advisor, but rather akin to a researcher studying an unprecedented, flawless specimen. Tsuyu, your physical structure is truly the greatest miracle of the ninja world. Orochimaru began, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, his voice hoarse yet exhilarated. I have studied all the scrolls left by the Second Hokage regarding the reanimation jutsu, and not a single phenomenon can explain your condition. You are unbound, unable to be sent back, and even the composition of your body differs from that of ordinary reanimated corpses. Tsuyu yawned, responding lazily. So what? You wish to dissect me for research? If possible, I would be more than willing. Orochimaru unabashedly revealed his thoughts, his eyes glimmering with the light of inquiry. Even a speck of dust holds the ultimate secret of immortality for me. Immortality, Tsuyu echoed the term, his gaze somewhat distant. It sounds wonderful, yet in reality, it is profoundly dull. You cannot eat, sleep, feel warmth or cold, and even basking in the sun becomes mere psychological comfort. Would you desire such immortality? Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tsuyu's reaction. To him, eternal life meant eternal time to explore all truths of the world. The ultimate dream of every researcher. Time is the most precious wealth, Orochimaru stated solemnly. With eternal life, one possesses infinite time to study all ninjutsu and uncover all secrets. What you speak of are merely trivial costs. Costs? No, that is not a cost. That is life itself. Tsuyu shook his head, deciding to impart a philosophical lesson to this future snake sage. Orochimaru, I shall pose a question to you. Tsuyu sat upright, his expression unusually serious. If a ship, during its voyage, has a plank that deteriorates, and people replace it with a new one, over time, if every plank on that ship is replaced, is it still the same ship? Orochimaru's golden slit pupils flashed with confusion. This question transcended the realm of ninjutsu, entering a territory he had never ventured into. After pondering for a moment, he replied, physically, it is no longer the original ship. However, conceptually and functionally, it remains that very ship. Excellent. Tsuyu nodded approvingly. Now, let us alter this question. If a person can have their body, cells, memories, and even soul replaced and transferred, then when they transition into a new body, are they still the original self? Is the so-called immortality truly my immortality, or the immortality of my consciousness? Or is it merely a new existence inheriting my memories and knowledge? Orochimaru's breath became rapid. Tsuyu's words struck like lightning, cleaving through the chaos in his mind regarding immortality. What he had always pursued, the reanimation of the dead, was fundamentally about transferring one's spiritual energy or soul into a new vessel to achieve the continuation of life. He had long believed that as long as memories and knowledge persisted, he too remained. Yet, the paradox of Theseusship presented by Tsuyu caused him to question the very foundation of this belief. Is the self that transitions into a new vessel truly the original self, or merely a replica endowed with Orochimaru's memories? Has the true Orochimaru, with each rebirth, been diminished bit by bit? The thought sent chills down his spine. What truly is the soul? Orochimaru murmured, for the first time feeling lost regarding something he had long sought to control. This is precisely the question I wish to guide you to ponder. Tsuyu observed the contemplative Orochimaru, silently approving. Very well, the fish has taken the bait. As long as he delves into the intricacies of the soul, he will plunge headlong into various forbidden jutsu studies, such as the reanimation of the dead or the impure world reincarnation. This way, it aligns with his original narrative while ensuring he is too preoccupied to investigate the differences in my anomalous soul. Tsuyu mused inwardly. The life of the flesh is finite. This is the law of the world. Tsuyu continued in a tone rich with allure. You have seen? No matter how powerful a ninja, they ultimately return to dust. The first Hokage, as well as Uchiha Madara, are no exceptions. Pursuing physical immortality is akin to attempting to construct an everlasting castle upon the sands. It defies the laws of nature. And what of your existence? Orochimaru suddenly lifted his head, staring intently at Tsuyu. Me? Tsuyu chuckled. I am merely an exception, a glitch outside the rules. My existence holds no reference value. However, perhaps my existence can offer you a hint. What hint? Orochimaru pressed, clutching at the last straw like a drowning man. Suyu gestured to his own head. True immortality may not lie within the body but rather here, in the mind, in the soul, in the legacy of will. Look, although the second Hokage has long passed, the ninjutsu he developed and the systems he established continue to influence Konoha to this day. In a certain sense, is he not still alive? No, that is not the same, Orochimaru fervently retorted, asserting that it was merely his legacy, not his essence. What I desire is to witness all the truths of this world with my own eyes, to be Orochimaru. Thus, your research direction may have been flawed from the outset. Suyu, revealing his true intentions, provocatively suggested that instead of merely changing the garments of a fragile soul, why not explore how to render the soul itself immortal? The notion of making the soul itself eternal struck Orochimaru as if struck by lightning. He froze in astonishment. Indeed, why had he been so obsessed with changing vessels instead of fortifying the essence within them? If the soul could be strengthened to withstand wear and the ravages of time, would that not be the true essence of immortality? This fresh perspective opened a doorway to a new realm for him, behind which beckoned the endless allure of forbidden knowledge and mad experiments. Enlightenment dawned upon him, igniting a flame in Orochimaru's eyes, fiercer than before. He cast a deep gaze at Suyu, and in that look, beyond fervor, there flickered a trace of genuine reverence. Thank you for your guidance, Consultant Suyu, Orochimaru said, bowing deeply before turning away, leaving without a backward glance. He needed to return to his laboratory immediately. There were myriad new ideas awaiting validation. Observing Orochimaru's hasty departure, Suyu reclined beneath the tree, exhaling a sigh of relief. Task accomplished. This fervent scholar would surely be kept busy now. I hope he doesn't lose himself in his research on the soul, inadvertently becoming the subject of his own studies. Nearby, Jiraiya, who had been eavesdropping, scratched his head in confusion and asked Tsunade, "Hey, Tsunade, did you understand what they were talking about? What ship, what soul?" I couldn't comprehend a single word. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed on Suyu's retreating figure, her expression complex. This man not only managed to repel the Raikage and transform the will of fire, but also, with a few well-chosen words, directed the research path of a genius like Orochimaru. What manner of being is he? Chapter 65. The web of intelligence. The atmosphere in the elders' meeting room was more oppressive than the last. Sunlight failed to penetrate the room. Only a lamp at the center of the table illuminated the grave expressions of the gathered Konoha leadership. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed incessantly on his cigarette, the smoke swallowing him whole. Scattered across the table were several encrypted intelligence scrolls from various sources, each one weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. According to reports from Sunagakure, following the disappearance of the third Kazekage, hardliners within the village had risen, repeatedly causing friction at the borders, their demands for war growing ever stronger. An Umbu ninja was delivering the report. In Iwagakure, Inoki had, under the pretext of exercises, deployed 3 elite ninja units to the border with the Land of Fire. Our intelligence operatives have discovered that they are secretly constructing numerous material transfer stations. The situation in Kirigakure is the most enigmatic. Since the last incident in the Land of Whirlpools, they have sealed off information. However, our spies in the Land of Water have reported that Kirigakure is conducting large-scale ninja recruitments, with indications of secret contacts with Iwagakure. As for the report from Kumogakure, the Umbu ninja paused, his tone becoming graver. After the third Raikage returned, he superficially eased relations with us, even sending envoys to discuss trade agreements. Yet, in reality, the training intensity of the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails has tripled, and they have begun stockpiling war materials within the Land of Lightning. As each piece of intelligence was reported, a profound silence enveloped the meeting room. All clues pointed to a disturbing conclusion. War is imminent, and this time, Konoha may face assaults from multiple directions. Those bastards. Mitarashi Anko slammed her fist on the table in anger. How long has it been since the last war? Do they wish to provoke another? Tokashino's countenance was equally grim. The situation is dire. Signs indicate an alliance between Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Sunagakure is restless, and Kumogakure is lurking with treachery. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, his voice hoarse. The issue is, we do not know when they will strike or who will be the first to act. Our forces are limited. We cannot deploy heavy troops along all borders. A misjudgment could lead to catastrophic consequences. This uncertainty is the most perilous aspect. The unknown enemy, the unpredictable timing of attacks, the ambiguous directions of their strikes. Konoha felt as though it stood in a darkened room, aware that enemies surrounded it, yet ignorant of who would deliver the first blow. In the midst of the collective despair, a languid voice broke the tension. "What are you all frowning about? The sky hasn't fallen." Suyu had somehow taken a seat in the corner, cradling a cup of hot tea, savoring it leisurely. "Consultant Suyu, this is no time for jokes." Danzo's voice was cold. Although he had been outmaneuvered by Suyu, he maintained a unified front in the face of external threats. "Who was joking?" Suyu set down his teacup, casting a sidelong glance at him. "I've reviewed the intelligence. In my view, isn't the situation rather clear?" "Clear?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him in confusion. "Of course." Suyu rose and approached the map, picking up a pointer with the demeanor of an instructor directing a grand strategy. "First, let us consider Sunigakure." He pointed at the location of the Land of Wind. With the third Kazekage missing, they are leaderless and unstable. Their current provocations are more about bluster, attempting to divert internal discord while testing our reactions. They wouldn't dare to strike first. They cannot afford to lose. Thus, Sunigakure is like a barking dog, fierce in sound but unlikely to bite for now. Next, the pointer moved to the Land of Water. As for Kirigakure, they are geographically isolated and traditionally insular. Their contact with a Wagakure seems more opportunistic. Should a Wagakure breach our defenses, they would gladly partake in the spoils. However, leading the charge across the sea would be too costly and risky. Therefore, Kirigakure is akin to a vulture, waiting for the prey to weaken before swooping in. The pointer then directed toward the Land of Lightning. Humogakure, still reeling from their previous losses against us, finds their pride bruised. Their secretive preparations and stockpiling of supplies seem to reflect a vindictive spirit. They wish to retaliate, but fear our resilience. Hence, Humogakure resembles a wolf lurking at a distance, biding its time to see if others will strike before deciding whether to pounce. The assembly was momentarily taken aback by Suyu's vivid animal analogies, yet upon reflection, they found them strikingly apparent. Finally, Suyu's pointer heavily landed on the location of the Land of Earth. Thus, the first to strike, armed with motive, capability, and preparation, will undoubtedly be a Wagakure. Suyu's voice rang with conviction. Anoki is ambitious and holds grudges. He has not forgotten the debts from the last war. Now, with my presence enhancing Konoha's reputation, he is more anxious than anyone. The Land of Grass serves as his springboard, and those material transfer stations are preparations for a blitzkrieg. He intends to catch us off guard. After this analysis, the previously chaotic situation became startlingly clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen studied the map, then turned to Suyu. His eyes filled with awe. They had all seen this intelligence, yet only Suyu could sift through the complex information, piercing through the surface to identify the core issues. Such strategic insight was truly formidable. "What should we do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively asked, his tone tinged with a hint of seeking counsel. "What to do? Quite simple." Suyu put away the command baton, returned to his seat, and lifted his teacup. Firstly, regarding the sand-hidden village. He decided to maintain pressure while privately reaching out to their moderate elders, promising some economic assistance to create divisions among them. The carrot and the stick would cause them to fall into disarray. Secondly, for the mist-hidden village. He planned to discreetly leak information about their contacts with the rock-hidden village to the cloud-hidden village, instigating suspicion and headaches for the Raikage. Let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario while we merely observe. Thirdly, concerning the cloud-hidden village, he intended to continue trade discussions, making them believe we are easily deceived. Simultaneously, he would deploy our most elite forces, the White Fang unit led by Kakashi Hitaki, to the borders of the Land of Water, creating a defensive posture against the cloud-hidden village, allowing them to perceive us as their foremost adversary. Finally, after taking a sip of tea, Suyu slowly remarked that their true mobile forces would secretly assemble near the Kikyo Mountain, close to the Land of Grass. When the Great Wildwood believed we were fully constrained and relaxed their vigilance, he would raise his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within, and deliver a decisive blow, severing their outstretched claws with a single strike. The entire plan was intricately interwoven, with elements of illusion and reality, clarity and obscurity, employing diplomacy, division, military camouflage, and strategic deception to their utmost potential. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Everyone regarded Suyu with the gaze reserved for a monster. Even Danzo, who usually opposed him, found himself at a loss for words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lingering doubts were entirely supplanted by admiration. He finally understood that Tsuyu was not a threat to Konoha, but rather its greatest guarantee. Let us proceed as the advisor Tsuyu suggests. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared decisively, his tone imbued with unprecedented conviction. However, it was at this moment that Tsuyu spoke again. Yet, this plan has a prerequisite. What prerequisite? Our intelligence system is woefully outdated, Tsuyu bluntly criticized. Each department operates independently, leading to low efficiency in information transmission and concerning analytical capabilities. Today I am here. But what if one day I were to doze off in the sun? What will you do then? The crowd wore expressions of embarrassment. Thus I propose. Tsuyu finally revealed his ultimate objective, to establish a directly supervised intelligence analysis group, led by myself, composed of elites drawn from various clans and the Umbu. This group would be responsible for integrating and analyzing all external intelligence, reporting directly to the Hokage. Only in this manner can we ensure that we make the most accurate judgments in a rapidly changing situation. This time, no one objected. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately nodded. Very well. I agree. You shall personally select the personnel. Tsuyu smiled with satisfaction. Having his own intelligence team was equivalent to possessing eyes and ears. No longer needing to rely on Danzo's filtered secondhand information, he contemplated which individuals to recruit into his small team. Chapter 66. The Force of Unity. Uchiha and Hyuga, the former ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan, had been designated by Konoha as a special security zone. This area not only housed Kushina and the surviving Uzumaki clansmen, but also symbolized the unbreakable alliance between Konoha and the Land of Waves, carrying significant political weight. Consequently, the security of this locale was entrusted to Konoha's two most formidable eye-technique clans, the Uchiha and the Hyuga. This decision was advocated by Tsuyu and approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The intent was not solely to leverage the reconnaissance capabilities of the Sharingan and Byakugan, but also to forcibly encourage collaboration between these two historically discordant clans, resolving internal conflicts and uniting against external threats. While the intention was noble, reality often proved to be fraught with complications. At this moment, in the temporary command post on the outskirts of the Uzumaki clan's territory, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Hyuga Ichiyo, I will repeat myself. The east side's third watchtower has a blind spot, and I require your Hyuga personnel to conduct 3 indiscriminate visual sweeps of that area daily using Byakugan. A hot-headed Uchiha clansman, Uchiha Ken, was loudly reprimanding a Hyuga ninja. The Hyuga ninja, named Hyuga Ichiyo, wore a displeased expression as he coldly retorted, Uchiha Ken, I have made it abundantly clear. The utilization of Byakugan consumes a significant amount of chakra. Our people are not machines. Why can't you Uchiha assign a couple more individuals to the watchtower to compensate for the blind spot with dynamic vision? Are you questioning our Uchiha's arrangements? Uchiha Ken bristled. Our responsibility is external vigilance in response to sudden combat. Yours is internal infiltration and long-range reconnaissance. Our duties differ, do you understand? How convenient. Hyuga Ichiyo shot back. It seems you merely wish to offload all the burdens onto us, Hyuga. What did you say? Just as the two were on the brink of escalating their argument into physical confrontation, a steady cough interrupted them. Uchiha Kagami and the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Takuma, entered together. Ken, be quiet. Uchiha Kagami admonished. Hyuga Takuma frowned and added, Ichiyo, mind your language. The two young men, though reluctant, took a step back and fell silent. Uchiha Kagami sighed and offered a wry smile to Hyuga Takuma. My apologies for the display, Takuma. The youth in our clan are rather hot-tempered. Hyuga Takuma maintained a serious demeanor, yet his tone remained courteous. You are too kind, Kagami. However, after collaborating for these days, such issues have indeed arisen frequently. The differences in our clan's operational styles and ninjutsu systems are too vast. Forcing a merger inevitably leads to friction. This statement was already quite diplomatic. In truth, during this period, the Uchiha's aggressiveness and the Hyuga's conservatism, the Sharingan's insight and the Byakugan's perspective. Two contrasting styles encountered obstacles at every turn. From minor matters like patrolling routes to major issues such as the construction of the defense system. Both sides insisted their methods were superior, and neither could persuade the other. If it weren't for Tsuyu's advisement and the Hokage's orders, it was likely that the two clans would have come to blows long ago. Just as the two clan leaders began to feel a headache, a familiar figure reappeared. Oh, quite the lively gathering here. Are we having a debate? Suyu strolled in casually, followed by a resigned Yamashiro Aoi. Advisor Suyu. Both Uchiha Kagami and Hyuga Takuma quickly bowed in greeting. Suyu waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those present, all bearing expressions that suggested their inability to work together, and his heart understood all too well. Ah, the feuds of noble families are indeed the same everywhere. These individuals possess egos greater than the heavens themselves. Convincing them to genuinely collaborate is more difficult than persuading Danzo to treat me to a meal. He cleared his throat and spoke. I am aware of your trivial disputes. I am here today to resolve your issues. Approaching the command post's sand table, he scrutinized the densely packed defensive markers and shook his head. What sort of defenses are these? Uchiha responsible for odd days, Hyuga for even days? It resembles children playing house. True defense should be a cohesive whole, not merely a simplistic division of regions. Uchiha Ken could not help but mumble under his breath. Then what do you suggest we do? Suyu shot him a glance, disregarding him, and addressed the two clan leaders, Kagami, Takuma. I understand that both your clans possess their pride. It is impossible to expect you to fully heed each other. Therefore, let us change the approach. Change the approach? Both men displayed curiosity. Indeed, Suyu picked up a pen and inscribed several large characters on a nearby wooden board. Konoha Honor Task Point System. From today forth, the security tasks of the Uzumaki clan's territory will no longer be mere collaborative efforts. Instead, they will be competitive. Suyu's voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I will subdivide the security tasks into hundreds of smaller items. For instance, spotting a suspicious individual earns 5 points. Foiling an infiltration attempt earns 20 points. Capturing a living spy earns 50 points. Providing an A-class piece of intelligence earns 100 points. Each month, we will tally and publicly announce the points for both clans. The clan with the highest points not only receives personal commendations from the Hokage, but also gains access to additional resources and priority in task selection. Conversely, if any clan's negligence leads to security breaches and subsequent losses, points will be deducted. Should their score fall into the negative, a public apology is required, and the entire family's resource allocation will be diminished. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the command center fell into a profound silence. In that moment, the eyes of Uchiha Ken and Hyuga Iya ignited with an intense fervor for competition. Competition? Points? This was precisely to their liking. Neither clan would concede to the other. Would they? Very well. Let the merits and points speak for themselves. Those who score higher are esteemed, while those with lower scores are deemed useless. In the Uchiha clan's lexicon, the concept of defeat does not exist. The Hyuga clan would never admit to being inferior to the Uchihas. The underlying tension was deftly transformed by Suyu into a driving force for competition. Uchiha Q and Hyuga Takuma exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and a hint of excitement. This approach was nothing short of genius. It did not force either party into submission. Rather, it harnessed the honor and competitiveness inherent in both families, redirecting them from mutual blame to striving to outperform one another and accumulate more points. To achieve high scores, individual efforts alone would not suffice. At times, the Byakugan's reconnaissance was essential for locating enemies, while the Sharingan's wielder would execute precise captures. Unbeknownst to them, collaboration became an inevitable choice. Advisor Suyu. This method is truly remarkable. Uchiha Q exclaimed in genuine admiration. I have no objections. Hyuga Takuma nodded in agreement. Very well, since there are no dissenters, we shall proceed as such. Suyu clapped his hands. I shall have Yamashiro send you the specific scoring rules. Remember, our enemies are not one another, but those lurking in the shadows. Do not squabble amongst ourselves. Instead, let our skills shine forth, so that the entire village may witness the true strength of Konohagakure's two greatest ocular clans. With that, Suyu turned to depart, his achievements concealed in modesty. Behind him, Yamashiro observed the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who moments ago were at each other's throats, now gathering together to strategize on point accumulation, feeling a profound impact on his heart. This man seems to possess an uncanny ability to resolve the most intricate problems with the simplest and most unexpected solutions. Is this what he refers to as psychology? Chapter 67. The healing of emotions and the growth of the three ninjas on the rooftop of the Konoha hospital. Tsunade found herself once again intoxicated beyond measure. The fading sunlight cast a melancholic hue upon her golden locks, while empty bottles lay strewn around her. She hugged her knees, burying her head in her arms. her shoulders trembling slightly. Since the death of her brother, Nawaki, such scenes had become frequent. By day, she was a decisive medical ninja, a heroine saving countless lives on the battlefield. Yet, as night fell, the anguish of losing a loved one overwhelmed her like a relentless tide. Recently, compounded by the sacrifice of her beloved, Dan Kato, this pain had multiplied exponentially. She began to fear the sight of blood, to dread the sight of those whom she could not save. Each time a ninja perished on her operating table, she would see the shadows of Nawaki and Dan, the feelings of helplessness and guilt threatening to crush her. Hey, drinking alone isn't a good habit. A voice came from behind her. Tsunade did not lift her head but muttered incoherently, "Go away, Jiraiya, I don't want to see you." "Unfortunately, I am not Jiraiya." Tsunade shot up, her bleary eyes landing on the familiar form of Tsuyu. He was not holding any alcohol, but instead carried a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen. "What do you want? Here to see my misfortune?" Tsunade's tone was laced with hostility and wariness. Tsuyu did not respond. He merely placed the ramen beside her and took a seat, gazing into the distance at the Hokage rock. "I heard you've been applying to transfer out of the medical department," Tsuyu stated flatly. Tsunade's body stiffened. Then she sneered, "So what? I don't want to see dead bodies anymore. I don't want to smell blood. Is that reason not enough?" Her emotions flared, her voice rising sharply. "Not enough?" Tsuyu shook his head. "You are avoiding it." "I am not." Tsunade erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What do you know? You monster! You have no idea what it's like to lose a loved one. Where were you when Nawaki died? Where were you when Dan died?" She yelled, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had appeared at the entrance to the rooftop at some point, watching the scene with concern, hesitating to intervene. Tsuyu remained calm, his demeanor unaffected by Tsunade's accusations. He simply waited patiently for her to vent all her pent-up emotions. After a considerable time, Tsunade's cries gradually subsided into muffled sobs. Tsuyu finally spoke. "I truly do not understand. I am a reincarnated being, devoid of relatives and true life. Therefore, I cannot empathize with you." His honesty left Tsunade momentarily speechless. However, Tsuyu continued, "Yet I comprehend psychology. I recognize that you are currently experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder. Your fear does not stem from blood, but from your own sense of powerlessness. Each unsuccessful rescue deepens the painful memories of losing Nawaki and Dan. You perceive the saving of each injured individual as a means of atonement for the past. Hence, each failure leads you to feel that you have once again caused their deaths." Tsunade stared blankly at Tsuyu, momentarily forgetting her tears. Every word he uttered sliced through the deepest wounds within her, laying bare the weaknesses and fears she was unwilling to acknowledge. "How could you?" "I mentioned, I understand psychology." Tsuyu's tone was gentle, akin to that of a patient teacher. "Tsunade, you are an exceptional medical ninja, but you are not a deity. You cannot save everyone. Life and death are the laws of this world. Even the first Hokage could not defy them. Your suffering arises from the heavy shackles you have placed upon yourself. You aspire to save everyone, yet that is an impossible task." Tsuyu pushed the now somewhat cold ramen toward her. "I know you lack an appetite right now, but I must tell you, your medical ninjutsu is not a tool for compensating for personal regrets. It is a beacon of hope. When a ninja lies gravely injured on the battlefield, and their comrades carry them back to Konoha, what do they think? It is that as long as Tsunade is present, there is still hope. Your existence itself is a form of hope, sustaining countless ninjas in their darkest moments. You may grieve, you may suffer, but you must not give up. For in giving up, you relinquish not only your own responsibilities, but also the hope that resides within countless hearts, that hope named Tsunade." Tsunade stared at the bowl of ramen, Tsuyu's words flowing into her nearly desolate heart like a warm stream. She had always believed that her medical ninjutsu had brought her suffering, yet she had never considered what her existence meant to others. "But I cannot," she whispered. "When I see blood, my hands tremble." "That is because your heart trembles," Tsuyu replied. "You have conflated physical wounds with emotional scars. What you need is not surrender, but the ability to distinguish between the two. I suggest you temporarily step away from the operating table and take on the role of teaching medical ninjas. Share your skills with more individuals. When you witness your students saving one comrade after another on the battlefield, you will come to understand that your value lies not solely in the number of surgeries you perform. Simultaneously, I will regularly check in with you. I call it psychological therapy. Together, we shall gradually untangle the knots within your heart." Tsuyu stood up, preparing to depart. "Remember, Tsunade, True strength does not lie in the absence of injury, but in the courage to rise again after being wounded. Your brother and your lover surely wish to see a strong version of you, one who can instill hope in others, rather than a coward hiding in a corner, drowning in sorrow. With that, he left the rooftop. Tsunade remained seated, motionless for a long time. The last rays of the setting sun vanished, and night fell. Slowly, she extended her hand and picked up the bowl of ramen. Though it had grown cold, she diligently consumed it, bite by bite. The noodles were cold upon her tongue, yet the warmth that flowed into her heart was a long-lost comfort. At the entrance of the rooftop, Jiraiya and Orochimaru watched this scene unfold, lost in profound silence. Orochimaru, why does it feel to me that Tsuyu embodies more of a legend than our so-called Sannin? Jiraiya murmured. Orochimaru offered no reply. A peculiar light flickered in his golden vertical pupils. The power Tsuyu displayed, the ability to sway human hearts, enchanted him more than any forbidden jutsu. Chapter 68. The Will of Fire. The radiance of White Fan Kakashi Hataki's reputation in the Hidden Leaf Village has soared to unprecedented heights recently. He is no longer merely the fearsome White Fang of Konoha. He has become the embodiment of the will of fire in the hearts of the new generation of ninja. The creed that comrades take precedence over missions, proposed by Tsuyu and personally endorsed by the third Hokage, has been vividly demonstrated through Kakashi's actions, and it has now deeply resonated within the community, particularly in the Ninja Academy. The booklet The Will of Fire, the Comrades Edition, personally authored by Tsuyu and with Kakashi serving as the honorary advisor, has become an essential read, comparable in significance to the quotations of the first Hokage. Young Kakashi's greatest joy each day is listening to his classmates discuss his father with admiration. Hey, did you hear? Lord Tsukumo completed another A-rank mission yesterday. That is nothing. My brother said that last week, Lord Tsukumo's team was ambushed at the border, and he fought through 3 times the enemy force to save an injured Chunin. Wow. What about the mission? Well, it failed. But the Hokage didn't punish him. Instead, he publicly commended Lord Tsukumo for bringing back the spark of Konoha. Hearing these discussions, Kakashi would proudly puff out his small chest, feigning indifference while his heart brimmed with joy. His father is a hero, not for the number of missions completed or enemies vanquished, but for the comrades he protected. This belief took root in Kakashi's young heart like a sturdy seed. However, this ethos, to some, was seen as a subversive doctrine that threatened the very foundations of the village. During the elders' meeting, Danzo's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Hiruzen, look at what our village has become. His voice was thick with suppressed fury. Ninja are duty-bound to complete missions. This has been an unyielding tenet since ancient times. And now, are we to abandon our missions for the sake of so-called comrades? What will become of Konoha's discipline? How can we compete with other ninja villages? Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly puffed on his pipe. Danzo, times have changed. The hearts of the people are the village's fundamental strength. A ninja willing to sacrifice for their comrades is far more trustworthy than a cold, unfeeling mission machine. How naive, Danzo retorted. On the battlefield, a moment's hesitation can lead to total defeat. You are gambling the lives of ninjas on the whims of the human heart. That is not a whim. Tsuyu's languid voice interjected as he leaned back in his chair, idly toying with the booklet The Will of Fire, the Comrades Edition. Danzo, I ask you, why do ninjas fight? Danzo scoffed. Of course, for the village. And what is the village? Tsuyu pressed. Is it the land? The buildings? Or the faces carved into Hokage rock? Without waiting for Danzo's response, he continued. None of those. The village is the people, the lives lived here. It is the ramen shop owner, the flower shop girl, the noisy children at the Ninja Academy, and the comrades beside you and me. Protecting the village ultimately means safeguarding these individuals. If we can recklessly abandon the very people that constitute our village for the sake of a mission, then what is it that we are truly protecting? A collection of cold structures? Tsuyu's words plunged Shizune and Mito into contemplation. Yet Danzo remained obstinate. Debate all you want. Without strict discipline, we cannot even safeguard these buildings. I never said to abolish discipline, Tsuyu countered, tossing the booklet onto the table. I am merely redefining the priority of missions. In Konoha, protecting the lives of comrades is, in itself, an S-rank mission of the highest priority. This is indisputable. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Hiruzen immediately nodded in agreement. What advisor Tsuyu says is correct. This matter is settled. Seeing his ideology thoroughly suppressed, a glint of madness flashed in Danzo's eyes. He realized that further debate was futile. Suyu and Hiruzen had completely seized the narrative control. He needed to reclaim his influence from the very root. Fine. Since you all believe so, I have no words left. Danzo abruptly shifted his tone. However, the education and transmission of thought concerning our village's future cannot be treated lightly. He pointed at the booklet, his voice sharp. Relying solely on a small booklet and a few slogans will not cultivate true ninjas. I propose that, to better transmit the will of fire, we should establish a dedicated institution. Hiruzen was taken aback. A dedicated institution? Precisely. Danzo's voice rang with conviction. An organization called the Will of Fire Transmission Committee, comprising esteemed veterans and accomplished ninjas from the village as advisors, responsible for systematically training the next generation of ninjas in ideology and practical guidance. This is the only way to fundamentally eliminate confusion in thought. His rhetoric was noble, as though genuinely concerned for the village's future. Yet both Hiruzen and Suyu discerned the underlying motive in his words. Danzo aimed to seize control over ideological education through the establishment of an official institution. If he could dominate this committee, he would have ample means to instill his iron-fisted order into the minds of the young ninjas. What a cunning strategy. Just as Hiruzen was about to counter, Suyu interjected with a smile. What a splendid suggestion. How could I not have thought of it? Suyu clapped his hands in approval, his face beaming. Elder Danzo is indeed far-sighted and selflessly devoted. I am in awe. Danzo was taken aback. Suyu agreed. The carefully prepared arguments once again lodged in his throat. Yet Suyu, undeterred, enthusiastically addressed Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I believe this committee must be established immediately. Moreover, I have an excellent recommendation regarding personnel. Oh, the honorary chair of the committee should undoubtedly be none other than Hokage-sama yourself. However, for the specific executive advisor, I believe no one is more suitable than him. Suyu's gaze swept across the room, and he enunciated deliberately, the white fang of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki. He, the living hero who has demonstrated through his actions that comrades take precedence over missions, should serve as the chief advisor of the committee, imparting his experiences to the children. Is this not far more impactful than any hollow preachings? As for the other members of the committee, I believe Lord Uchiha Kagami and clan head Hyuga Hayashi could also be included. Oh, and I would like to contribute my humble efforts toward the growth of the children as well. Suyu took a deep breath and recited a list of names, each one a staunch supporter of the will of fire. At last, he turned to Danzo, his expression earnest as he inquired, Elder Danzo, what do you think of my arrangement? As the proposer, would you like to add your name and guide our efforts? Danzo felt a surge of blood rush to his throat, nearly causing him to choke. After painstakingly attempting to construct a stage for himself, Suyu had effortlessly seized control of it, relegating him to a mere background character. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was as if he had been pressed to the ground, subjected to relentless humiliation. Danzo pointed at Suyu, trembling with rage, unable to utter a single word. Very well. It is settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed a chuckle and decisively proclaimed the establishment of the Will of Fire Inheritance Committee, with Kakashi Hitaki as the chief advisor. Adjourned. As the meeting concluded, Danzo walked out of the Hokage building, lost in despair. He gazed up at the blinding sun, yet all he felt was an overwhelming darkness. He had lost, utterly and completely. In this battle of ideology and will, he had been thoroughly crushed by Suyu. Chapter 69. The temptation of cuisine. The atmosphere in the Uzumaki clan village had grown somewhat somber, particularly for Kushina Uzumaki, the once vibrant red-haired girl who resembled a little sun. These days she often sat alone under the eaves, lost in thought. The food in Konoha did not suit her palate, and the local dialect felt awkward to her ears. Although Konoha had provided them with the best accommodations, and Tsunade and Minato frequently visited, the loneliness of being far from home enveloped her like a damp fog. She longed for home, the salty sea breeze of the land of whirlpools, the hearty laughter of her kin, and, most of all, the spicy, fragrant ramen her mother used to make. Kushina sighed deeply, her small face scrunching up in dismay. Just then, an overpowering yet familiar aroma suddenly wafted into her nostrils. It was a rich blend of tonkatsu, spiced with special chili and a medley of fragrant spices. This scent, Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment, and she leapt up from her spot, following the delightful smell. At the stone table in the courtyard, an unexpected figure smiled warmly at her. It was Advisor Suyu. Before him lay 2 steaming bowls of ramen, The vibrant broth, the toppings, and the spicy aroma were identical to the ramen her mother used to make. Advisor Suyu? Kushina could hardly believe her eyes. Come try it before it gets cold. Suyu gestured to the seat across from him. Kushina gulped, hesitating before taking a seat. As she looked at the ramen before her, her eyes welled with tears. How did you make this? Her voice trembled slightly. I heard from Minato that you haven't had much of an appetite lately, Suyu replied casually. During my travels, I once visited the land of whirlpools and learned a few things from a ramen master. I thought I'd give it a try. I wasn't too sure if it would taste like what you remember. Of course, it was not merely learned. The recipe was meticulously crafted by Suyu. Drawing from his understanding of the narrative, modern culinary insights, and the psychological theory of taste memory, specifically tailored for Kushina, he realized that for a child far from home, nothing could soothe her spirit more than the flavors of her homeland. Kushina picked up her chopsticks, carefully lifting a strand of noodles to her mouth. Spicy, scalding, and rich. The familiar taste exploded on her palate, unleashing the flood of repressed homesickness within her like a breached dam. This is the taste. This is it. She could no longer contain herself, devouring the noodles while tears streamed down her cheeks, falling into the steaming broth. She was not just eating ramen. She was consuming her home, her unreachable past, and the family she could no longer see. Suyu refrained from offering words of comfort, merely observing her as she ate, occasionally handing her a tissue. He understood that at this moment, any words would be inadequate. His role was to allow her to pour out all her grievances and longing into this bowl of noodles. Soon, the bowl was empty, every drop of broth consumed. She let out a long, satisfied burp, wiping her tear-stained eyes, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Thank you, Advisor Suyu, her voice was still hoarse. But the previous gloom had dissipated. No need for thanks, Suyu smiled, as long as you enjoyed it. Yes, it was absolutely delicious. Kushina nodded vigorously, then curiously asked, but weren't you supposed to lack taste? Indeed, Suyu shrugged, so I rely on my feelings and memories to create. Knowing you found it delicious puts my mind at ease. Hearing this, an indescribable warmth surged within Kushina. A person who could not taste had gone to great lengths to recreate a dish from her homeland just for her. This kindness moved her more than any comforting words could. Advisor Suyu, Kushina looked earnestly at him. From now on, I won't let you worry anymore. Konoha is my home, and I will live here well. The girl's face blossomed with a radiant smile once again. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. A future host of the Nine Tails and the future wife of the fourth Hokage must prioritize mental well-being. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of two teams of patrolling ninjas not far off. One was Uchiha, and the other was Hyuga. Although they were not walking together, the distance between them was maintained with great precision, their patrol routes forming a perfect crossfire network that safeguarded the Uzumaki clan village. Occasionally, the leaders of the two teams exchanged simple gestures. Despite their serious expressions, the initial hostility had faded, replaced by a newfound understanding. The point system seems effective. Suyu silently commended himself. By the way, Kushina, Suyu suddenly recalled, has that blonde kid been coming to see you lately? Kushina's face flushed bright red, stammering. Are you talking about Minato? He has just been delivering things. Oh, just delivering things, is it? Suyu elongated his tone, wearing an expression of understanding. It's not what you think, Kushina exclaimed, stamping her foot, her face as red as a ripe apple. Seeing the girl's adorable fluster, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. Though the clouds of war loomed over Konoha, witnessing the vibrant next generation, he felt a glimmer of hope for the village. As long as this hope was not extinguished along the way, all would be well. Chapter 70, Vessel of the Soul, the immutable ladder in the depths of Konoha. An odd amalgamation of formaldehyde and earth permeated the air, cold and damp, as if it could seep into the very bones. This was one of Konoha's deepest secrets, Orochimaru's private laboratory. Unlike the pristine official laboratory above, designed to appease the Hokage's inspections, this space truly reflected Orochimaru's essence. The walls were adorned with grotesque anatomical diagrams, shelves filled with glass jars soaked in various organs and tissues, and scattered scrolls recorded dense arrays of forbidden jutsu runes, each character radiating an ominous aura. In the center of the laboratory, Orochimaru stood before a massive incubation tank, his gaze fervent and focused. His complexion appeared even more pallid beneath the dim candlelight, and within his elongated golden pupils, the image of a twitching creature in the cultivation tank was reflected. It was a modified experimental subject, Orochimaru was attempting to forcibly implant the soul of a feeble being into a more robust vessel. Not enough, not enough. He whispered in his raspy yet magnetic voice, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips. The repulsion between soul and body was too intense, akin to the impossibility of water and oil merging perfectly. His mind drifted back to a conversation with consultant Tsuyu from a few days prior. The philosophical paradox of Theseus's ship pierced deep into Orochimaru's understanding of immortality. Was his relentless pursuit of the undead reincarnation, through the continual replacement of vessels, truly still himself? If the soul is merely a collection of consciousness, then upon changing the body and the brain, the very foundation of that consciousness, does the essence remain the same? Tsuyu's words had opened a new door for him, a passage leading both to hell and to heaven. Perhaps true immortality resided in rendering the soul itself eternal. This statement echoed in his ears like a devil's whisper, day and night. The soul, an elusive entity, which even a genius like Senju Tobirama could only bind temporarily through forbidden techniques. Could it truly achieve immortality? A frenzied gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He suspected that consultant Tsuyu held some profound knowledge. That man was the very embodiment of a mortal essence. He was not a living person but a soul summoned through forbidden arts, possessing an independent will, unbound and indelible. He represented the perfect form of immortality. This secret must be unraveled. Orochimaru extended his pale hand and pressed a switch beside the cultivation tank. A powerful current surged in, and the experimental subject emitted a piercing wail, convulsing violently as its bodily tissue began to disintegrate and melt at a visible pace. Failure. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, yet Orochimaru remained unfazed. He fixated on the monitoring device, displaying a soul fluctuation curve that had plummeted to zero. Rather than disappointment, a morbid exhilaration surfaced on his face. Although it had failed, in that fleeting moment before collapse, he had witnessed it. A fusion at 0.01 seconds. The soul and the new body exhibited a faint synchronization. This signified that the direction was correct. As long as he could resolve the repulsion, as long as he could find the right adhesive, the transplantation of souls was not an impossibility. He, Orochimaru, would become the first true master of the mysteries of the soul. He would surpass the first Hokage, surpass the second Hokage, and become the true god of the ninja world. Just as he reveled in this fervent excitement, a miniature sensing rune at the entrance of the laboratory suddenly flickered. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. It was the Umbu. He had anticipated that his research into forbidden techniques would attract the village's attention, particularly from Sarutobi Sensei and that accursed Danzo. However, he had long been prepared for this eventuality. Calmly, he moved to the other side of the laboratory and opened a concealed door disguised as a wall. Inside was a much smaller room, equipped with standard medical ninjutsu research apparatus and reports on herbal modifications. He quickly donned a lab coat, masking the lingering aura of forbidden techniques with a special potion, and activated the purification and camouflage systems of the main laboratory. The terrifying vials and anatomical diagrams were swiftly hidden, replaced by neat rows of medicinal herbs and ordinary experimental records. Once all was completed, he leisurely ascended the steps leading to the surface. Knock, knock, knock. A voice devoid of emotion from an Umbu ninja called from outside. Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage requests your presence. Understood. Orochimaru opened the door, wearing a perfectly measured expression of fatigue and focus, as if he had just been interrupted from a significant academic pursuit. Is it regarding the development of new medical agents? I happen to have some fresh ideas to report to the Hokage. The Umbu ninja said nothing further, merely nodded and turned to lead the way. Orochimaru followed, a flicker of disdain crossing his golden pupils. Sarutobi Sensei. Oh Sarutobi Sensei, do you think this will keep me in check? You can never fathom the world I am pursuing, one that you cannot begin to comprehend. Days later, in a tea house within Konoha village, Tsuyu sat leisurely by the window, observing the bustling street outside. Kushina's emotions had stabilized, and Minato was increasingly embodying the potential of the future Hokage. Everything in Konoha was progressing in a positive direction. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he felt quite at ease. Just then, a familiar figure turned the corner. It was Orochimaru. He seemed to have just concluded a task or research, wandering aimlessly with a somewhat dazed expression, as if pondering some profoundly intricate issue. Tsuyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. The fish has taken the bait. He refrained from initiating conversation, instead lifting his teacup to take a gentle sip. Orochimaru seemed to sense something, instinctively glancing into the tea house. Locking eyes with Tsuyu's calm and unwavering gaze, he paused momentarily before entering and taking a seat directly across from Tsuyu. Consultant Tsuyu, what a coincidence. Orochimaru's voice remained as raspy as ever. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Tsuyu replied with a smile. You seem troubled. Have you encountered a dilemma? It must be a significant issue if it has managed to perplex Konoha's genius, Orochimaru. Orochimaru scrutinized Tsuyu for a moment. He always felt that this man could see through everything. After a brief hesitation, he decided to probe. I was merely contemplating a question regarding information and its carrier. Orochimaru carefully chose his words. For example, a scroll that contains powerful forbidden techniques. If I were to burn the scroll but retained every word in my mind, has the technique vanished, or does it exist in another form? Tsuyu set down his teacup, watching him with keen interest. An intriguing question, he replied leisurely. Now, let me rephrase it. If your brain is that scroll, and your memories and consciousness are the text upon it, what if we employed a technique to perfectly duplicate all the information in your brain to a completely new, blank brain? Would the new entity possessing those memories still be you? Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. This was precisely the crux of his current research. Tsuyu had so simply articulated his greatest confusion. In that moment, Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words. You see, the question circles back, Tsuyu chuckled softly. If that new being is you, what then of the original you? If he is not you, who is he? Ultimately, is our defined self the hardware that carries information? Or the information itself, the software? Hardware and software. Orochimaru mulled over these unfamiliar terms, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. Consultant Tsuyu, your thoughts always reveal an entirely new world. Orochimaru's voice trembled slightly, a manifestation of intense excitement. Just a passing thought, Tsuyu waved dismissively, adopting an unconcerned demeanor. As a dead man, I have little to do other than indulge in fanciful musings. By the way, I recently perused the forbidden technique scrolls left by the Second Hokage and discovered a rather intriguing phenomenon. Orochimaru's breath hitched. He knew the pivotal moment had arrived. It seems the Second Hokage encountered a bottleneck while developing the Edo Tensei. Tsuyu spoke leisurely, as if engaging in casual conversation, revealing his ability to summon souls from the Pure Land and use the bodies of sacrifices as vessels. However, this process proved to be exceedingly unstable, with a formidable repulsion between the soul and its container. Through the extensive use of runes and seals, he barely managed to bind the soul within the body, akin to forcefully tethering an unwilling spirit to a vessel that was not its own. As he lifted his teacup, he observed the leaves swirling in the water. He pondered whether, instead of using such a crude method of binding, it might be possible to encourage the soul to willingly reside within. Or perhaps, if the vessel itself could generate an attraction towards the soul, what might be the outcome? Orochimaru's mind was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily blank. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with resolving the repulsion, yet had never considered the possibility of leveraging attraction. If the physical body could actively adapt to the soul, even yearning for it, would not the so-called repulsion dissolve effortlessly? How enlightening! Orochimaru abruptly rose, his eyes brimming with an uncontainable fervor and reverence. Thank you for your guidance, Tsuyu, he exclaimed, disregarding etiquette as he hurriedly departed. As if he could not afford even a moment's delay, he needed to rush back to the laboratory to validate this groundbreaking notion, one that could potentially revolutionize the entire ninja world. Observing Orochimaru's vanishing figure around the corner, Tsuyu's smile gradually faded, his gaze deepening. He recognized that he had once again successfully steered Orochimaru's research direction, transitioning him from mere body swapping to a more intrinsic exploration of the fusion between soul and flesh. This path would ultimately lead to the reanimation of the dead and grant Orochimaru a profound understanding of the impure world reincarnation technique in the future. This was precisely what Tsuyu desired. He needed Orochimaru to delve deeper into his studies, for at some point in the future, Orochimaru's research on impure world reincarnation might assist him in discovering a genuine escape from this immortal prison. Of course, Tsuyu also had a contingency plan. His previous remarks, seemingly guiding, were in fact laced with a trap. He had deliberately mentioned the original research on impure world reincarnation, in pursuit of a method to attract souls. Orochimaru would inevitably delve into the manuscripts left by the Second Hokage, which contained insights on how to crack and control the impure world reincarnation technique. This effectively planted a seed in Orochimaru's mind, one that could counteract the impure world reincarnation. Tsuyu gently tapped the table, his gaze drifting into the distance. The pieces had been set in motion. Now, it remained to be seen how the players would perform. His attention shifted in another direction, towards the Roots domain. Another piece was ready to move. Chapter 71. Shadows Within Shadows. Danzo's chessboard. The Root base was as foreboding and oppressive as ever. The cold stone walls bore no unnecessary embellishments, only the flickering torches casting distorted shadows upon the walls, reminiscent of countless struggling souls. The air was thick with the mingled scent of disinfectant and blood, instilling a profound chill in every individual who entered. Shimura Danzo sat in the main seat, his right eye, shrouded in bandages, concealing unfathomable malice beneath. His remaining left eye, sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently upon his kneeling subordinate, Yamashiro Wind. Wind, recount to me every detail of your encounter with Tsuyu. Without omission, Danzo's voice rasped, low and gravelly, akin to two pieces of sandpaper scraping against one another. Yes, Lord Danzo, Yamashiro Wind replied, lowering his head as he meticulously recounted his meeting with Tsuyu. He deliberately omitted the psychological probing he had endured, focusing instead on Tsuyu's demeanor and the critical information conveyed. He reported that there were traitors within Konoha, covertly colluding with Iwagakure, which led to the failure of Hatake Sakumo's mission and the ambush on White Fang. His tone remained flat, as if reciting a report, yet internally, he was far from calm. Tsuyu's eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, the inquiries regarding the essence of root and the value of sacrifice, and the final admonition to be mindful of his subordinate's mental health, haunted him like a nightmare. He could even sense the cursed mark of treachery on the back of his neck warming slightly at the mention of Tsuyu. This man was terrifying. He was no ninja, yet he was more dangerous than any ninja. Danzo listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. Traitors, Iwagakure, he narrowed his eyes. The failure of Hatake Sakumo's mission was initially a cause for celebration, as it undermined Sarutobi's prestige and validated his own ideology of mission supremacy. Yet now, due to Tsuyu's manipulation, Sakumo had emerged as a hero, and the notion of prioritizing comrades was spreading through the village like a plague. This evoked an unprecedented sense of crisis within Danzo. He was losing the ideological battle. Now, Tsuyu had presented him with information about an internal traitor. Danzo's first instinct was skepticism. Could Tsuyu truly be so benevolent? But upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Tsuyu's standing in Konoha was at its zenith. He required a stable, powerful village, one guided by his ideology. Any internal traitor that could destabilize Konoha would also pose a threat to him. Moreover, Hatake Sakumo was now effectively Tsuyu's ally. Seeking justice for Sakumo and unearthing the traitor responsible for his mission's failure would further solidify Tsuyu's authority. It seems you still possess some utility, Danzo scoffed coldly, already convinced to a significant extent. For him, Tsuyu's motives were inconsequential. What mattered was whether the information itself held value. The answer was unequivocally yes. The term traitor was splendidly enticing. It signified that he could legitimately orchestrate a thorough purge within the village. He could use this pretext to label the disobedient, the wavering, and all potential threats as traitors, employing Root's methods to erase them from existence. This not only allowed him to eliminate adversaries, but also instilled fear throughout the village, compelling everyone to silence themselves in dread, thus re-establishing his iron-fisted order. This was a remarkable opportunity to achieve two objectives with one action. Wind, did Tsuyu mention which clan the traitor belongs to? A glimmer of greed and cruelty sparkled in Danzo's eyes. Yamashiro Wind's heart sank. He realized that Danzo had taken the bait, and he was the one who had offered it. He recalled Tsuyu's final words to him. Lord Danzo needs an enemy. Provide him one. One that is neither too large nor too small, but sufficient to capture his full attention. Reporting back to Lord Danzo, Yamashiro Wind lowered his head further. Tsuyu did not explicitly state, but he hinted that the clan in question is responsible for material and commercial circulation in Konoha and maintains close relations with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This phrase had been taught to him by Tsuyu. Each word struck with lethal precision, targeting Danzo's most sensitive nerves. Responsibility for material and commercial circulation implied immense wealth and significant influence. Close ties with the daimyo suggested an additional layer of protection beyond Konoha's hierarchy. Such a clan, affluent and complex in its connections, was not one that even Danzo would dare to provoke lightly. However, with the label of traitor now affixed, everything became justifiable. Moreover, the bounty from purging such a clan would elevate Root's power to unprecedented heights. I understand. A cold smile curved Danzo's lips. A name materialized in his mind, the Senju clan. The Senju clan, while not a formidable ninja family, commands nearly 30% of the commercial channels within Konohagakure and maintains a notably close relationship with the feudal lords. Most significantly, the current clan leader has subtly endorsed the conciliatory policies of Sarutobi and Tsuyu during several elder meetings. Indeed, it must be them. Feng, you have performed exceptionally well. Danzo praised infrequently. From this moment forth, you shall continue to serve as the liaison with Tsuyu. Every action he takes must be reported to me. However, do not let him perceive your true intentions. Understood. Yamashiro Feng replied solemnly, though his heart felt like a block of ice. He knew there was no turning back. He had become a mere pawn, a piece that could be sacrificed at any moment, placed by Tsuyu beside Danzo. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his weary brow, gazing at the mountain of documents piled on his desk with a long sigh. The clouds of war loomed ever larger, and the atmosphere in the village grew tenser by the day. What troubled him most, however, was Danzo. Hokage-sama, here is the latest report from the Umbu. An Umbu ninja knelt, presenting a scroll. Sarutobi opened it, and his brow furrowed even deeper. Absurd. Utterly absurd. He slammed his palm on the table. What on earth is Danzo trying to achieve? He dispatches Root operatives to secretly monitor the Senju clan without any evidence, and he has frozen several of their business accounts. Is he attempting to incite internal strife? Hokage-sama, please calm your anger. Tsuyu's voice came from the doorway as he entered leisurely, holding a cup of hot tea. Tsuyu, your timing is impeccable, Sarutobi noted, his anger slightly assuaged upon seeing him. Look at the chaos Danzo has sown. The Senju clan leader has already inquired 3 times. I have no idea how to explain this to them. Tsuyu took the scroll and glanced over it, his expression revealing no shock. It seems Danzo has found his scapegoat, he said, placing the teacup before Sarutobi. What scapegoat? This is sheer nonsense. Sarutobi retorted, angered. The Senju clan is fiercely loyal to Konohagakure. How could they possibly be traitors? You trust them, I trust them, but Danzo does not, Tsuyu replied, taking a seat. Or rather, he requires a reason to distrust them. Hokage-sama, if you attempt to stop him now, it will only solidify his belief that his judgment is correct. And he may even think you are shielding a traitor. What then should we do? I cannot simply watch as he wreaks havoc. Sarutobi was at a loss. Why not? Tsuyu countered. What? Sarutobi was taken aback. Let him investigate. Tsuyu's gaze was deep and calm. If Danzo believes the Senju clan to be traitors, then let him produce evidence. He can utilize Root's power to dig deep into the Senju clan. If, hypothetically, nothing is found in the end, what then? Sarutobi's eyes lit up with understanding. He grasped Tsuyu's point. If Danzo were to conduct a sweeping purge only to find it was a monumental error, he would not only alienate the Senju clan and their allies, but would also lose considerable credibility before all of Konohagakure. At that point, without Sarutobi's intervention, those families he had wronged would unite against him. And as Hokage, Sarutobi would merely need to step forward to administer justice and soothe the populace, thereby reclaiming some of Danzo's power, perhaps even disbanding Root entirely. It was a masterstroke. Yet, what if the Senju clan truly were traitors? Sarutobi still harbored some concern. Do you think that is likely? Tsuyu smiled. A commercial family capable of connecting with the feudal lord of the Fire Nation. Would their leader be foolish enough to conspire with the very village that stands the least chance of victory? Their lives and fortunes are tied to Konohagakure and the Fire Nation. Sarutobi suddenly understood and felt a profound admiration for Tsuyu's cunning, even a slight chill. This man seemed to exist eternally outside the chessboard, yet could deftly manipulate the movement of all the pieces. Danzo fancied himself the hunter. Unaware he had already fallen into the trap set by his prey. I comprehend, Sarutobi nodded, resuming his seat and lifting the tea Tsuyu had brewed. I shall inform the Senju clan leader, requesting his cooperation with Root's investigation, despite any grievances this may cause. I will ensure he is compensated for this injustice in due course. A wise decision, Hokage-sama, Tsuyu smiled. He gazed out the window. observing Danzo's root ninjas flitting like shadows through the city's darker corners. Go ahead, let the uproar grow. The greater the tumult, the harsher the fall. And I shall remain here, quietly watching the spectacle unfold, while adding further fuel to the flames of Konohagakure's future. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the Ninja Academy, where a golden-haired youth was flourishing. Chapter 72, Golden Glimmer. The seeds of the future in the third training ground of Konohagakure. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the grass. The air was thick with the fervent energy of youth as they poured their sweat into training. Huh, Minato Namikaze exclaimed, forcefully pressing a blue chakra sphere against a thick wooden post. Boom. The loud sound reverberated as the post vibrated violently, a dent forming where he struck. Countless fine cracks spiderwebbing outwards. Breathing heavily, Minato surveyed his handiwork, yet his expression was devoid of joy, instead filled with frustration. No, it's still not right. He raked a hand through his radiant golden hair, vexed. The power was sufficient, but the destructive force was too dispersed, failing to create effective penetrating damage. Moreover, the time taken to gather chakra was excessively long. In real combat, an enemy would never grant him such preparation time. Nearby, Jiraiya leaned against a large tree, pen and notebook in hand, seemingly engrossed in his writing. Hearing Minato's complaints, he looked up without lifting his head. Enough, Minato. How old are you? To have achieved this level of shape transformation with formless chakra already marks you as a true prodigy. Do not be too hard on yourself. But, Sensei, I feel this technique should be even stronger. It should be more than this. Minato protested, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. One must eat rice grain by grain and walk the road step by step, Jiraiya yawned. Your talent is the best I've ever seen, but sometimes fixating on every little detail is not beneficial. Rest for a while. Today's training ends here. Minato let out a disappointed "oh," plopping down on the ground, staring at his palm lost in thought. He understood his teacher's words were wise, yet he could not shake the feeling of discontent. He felt he was mere inches away from achieving that perfect form. Yet no matter what he did, he could not break through. At that moment, two figures approached from outside the training ground, chatting and laughing. Advisor Tsuyu, Sister Kushina. Minato's eyes brightened upon seeing them, and he quickly stood up. Well, if it isn't our future great hero, Minato Namikaze, Tsuyu said with a warm smile. While Kushina waved her hand cheerfully. Minato, still undergoing that hellish training, I see. Kushina remarked, hands on her hips, eyeing his dusty appearance. Jiraiya-sensei, how can you push him so hard? Ahem. Jiraiya peeked out from behind the tree, looking quite embarrassed. Kushina, please do not misrepresent me. I teach according to the individual. This lad insists on extra training. Advisor Tsuyu, what brings you here? Minato asked, a bit shyly. Just accompanying Kushina for a stroll, and thought I would check on you. Tsuyu replied, his gaze landing on the post that Minato had attacked, pondering for a moment. A commendable technique, he remarked. Maintaining chakra in a high-speed rotational state to form a stable sphere to generate immense destructive power is truly a brilliant idea. Upon hearing the praise from Tsuyu, Minato's face flushed, and he felt even more embarrassed. However, he remarked, but its completion is still quite low, with many flaws. Oh, do elaborate, Tsuyu inquired with keen interest. Minato proceeded to articulate the bottlenecks he encountered, specifically the prolonged condensation time and insufficient concentrated destructive power. Jiraiya, having approached, was equally invested in the techniques developed by his disciple and sought to glean insights from Tsuyu, the omniscient advisor. After listening, Tsuyu did not respond directly to Minato's concerns. Instead, he turned his attention to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, may I pose a question? Tsuyu smiled. If you were to shatter a stone with your fist, would you choose to exert all your strength in a single blow to pulverize it? Or would you opt for a lesser force, concentrating all your power at a single point to penetrate it instantaneously? Jiraiya paused, instinctively answering, naturally, the latter. The more concentrated the force, the greater the penetrative power, and it is also more efficient. This is fundamental logic. Indeed, it is the most basic principle, Tsuyu nodded. Then turned back to Minato. Minato, your technique currently resembles the former approach, grand in scale, yet overly dispersed in power. You have been contemplating how to make this fist larger and more potent, but have you considered an alternative perspective? Minato's eyes widened as if he had grasped something profound. Tsuyu continued, guiding him at a measured pace. Why not experiment with enhancing its speed? Extreme velocity inherently brings about immense destructive capability. Alternatively, elevate its rotation to a limit that the naked eye cannot perceive. When the rotation surpasses the material's threshold, the destructive force will naturally concentrate. Speed and rotation, Minato murmured, his mind racing as Suyu's words unlocked a previously sealed door in his psyche. Yes, I have been preoccupied with power while neglecting the essence of the form itself. The nature of the Rasengan is rotation. If I elevate that rotation to its utmost, the power will surely undergo a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, Suyu seemingly added casually, currently, this technique requires you to apply your hand to activate it, which is overly limiting in combat. Have you considered enabling it to function independently of your hand? Or, in other words, making yourself faster than your technique? This statement struck like a thunderclap, resonating in both Minato's and Jiraiya's minds. Jiraiya stared at Suyu in shock, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. To reach the battlefield faster than the technique. What does this imply? Is it not akin to the legendary flying thunder god technique of the Second Hokage? How could Suyu know of this? Is he hinting at Minato's potential to learn it? Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. This Suyu was indeed unfathomable. He seemed capable of perceiving everyone's potential and, in the most unassuming manner, planting the seeds of growth, waiting for them to take root and flourish. Meanwhile, Minato was utterly transfixed. Each of Suyu's words struck against the barriers of his thoughts, illuminating his understanding. The concept of releasing the technique from his hand was the embryonic form of his future development of the Rasen Shuriken. As for surpassing the technique, Flying Thunder God, this S-rank space-time ninjutsu, previously known only through scrolls and classified as top secret, vividly crystallized in his mind. If he could master the Flying Thunder God and combine it with the still-evolving Rasengan, a brand new combat system, one he had never dared to envision, unfurled before him. I understand, Minato exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Suyu. Thank you. He bowed deeply to Suyu, an expression of genuine admiration and gratitude. Suyu had not imparted any hand seals or chakra manipulation tips, yet he had illuminated a path to greatness. Do not thank me. This is all your own insight. Suyu chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. I am merely a dead man who enjoys rambling. Kushina, let us depart and not disturb the young ones in their training. Oh, all right. Kushina, still somewhat bewildered, could not comprehend why Suyu's seemingly cryptic remarks had elicited such profound reactions from Minato and Jiraiya. Yet she sensed that Minato had indeed become more formidable. Watching Suyu and Kushina depart, Jiraiya exhaled deeply, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he gazed at his disciple. Minato, remember, Jiraiya said gravely, not a word of what Suyu said today should be shared with outsiders. Yes, sensei, I understand, Minato nodded earnestly. It seemed he, too, must strive harder. Jiraiya murmured to himself, otherwise, I may lose the right to be your teacher. He observed the rekindled flame of determination in Minato's eyes, brighter than ever before. Feeling a blend of pride and contemplation, the future of Konoha might indeed be ushered into a new era under this golden light. Behind it all stood that seemingly innocuous man, capable of stirring the winds of change throughout the ninja world. That evening, Minato unprecedentedly refrained from training and instead borrowed all the materials regarding the Second Hokage's deeds from Jiraiya, secluding himself in his room. He retrieved from a hidden compartment beneath his bed a partially transcribed scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique he had covertly copied. Gazing at the complex symbols that made his scalp tingle, he felt not fear, but an unprecedented resolve. I will not let you down, Suyu. A seed named Golden Flash, under the unintentional nurturing of Suyu, finally broke through the soil, beginning to greet the future sun and storms. Chapter 73, The Looming Shadow of War. The winds of Kikyo Mountain. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was stifling, as if time itself had frozen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the helm, puffing on his pipe, the swirling smoke failing to obscure the gravity etched on his face. Below him, advisors such as Torian Kamaru and Mito Minyin, along with the clan heads of Uchiha, Hyuga, Akimichi, and several others, sat rigidly, each countenance revealing the weight of impending turmoil. Among them, the only one at ease was Suyu. He held a steaming cup of tea, seemingly treating this pivotal meeting concerning Konoha's fate as a mere social gathering. The situation is as follows. A gravelly voiced Umbu ninja concluded his report. According to the final intelligence relayed by our spies in various nations, Iwagakure, Humogakure, and Kirigakure have secretly forged a tripartite alliance. Their singular objective, the Land of Fire. Their forces have begun to amass at the borders, cloaked under the guise of military exercises. Yet the scale far exceeds that of mere drills. Concurrently, the three nations have commenced a public campaign, vociferously accusing the Land of Fire of threatening peace within the ninja realm, fabricating justifications for war. Once the report concluded, the Umbu ninja vanished in an instant. The office fell into a chilling silence, the gravity of the situation sinking into everyone's hearts. The worst had indeed come to pass. Konoha was about to face an onslaught from three major ninja villages, a challenge unlike any since the village's inception. How dare they? Mito Minyan's voice was hoarse. Have they forgotten how the first Hokage quelled the chaos of his time? The first Hokage is no longer with us. Minyan, Torian Kamaru sighed, his expression a portrait of concern. While Konoha remains the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, we no longer possess that absolute dominance. In recent years, the other villages have been recuperating and rapidly growing in strength, and with that growth, their ambitions have swelled. Immediate communication to the daimyo is imperative, requesting an increase in military funding and samurai support. It is futile. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. By the time the daimyo's assistance arrives, the war will have already ignited. What then shall we do? A three-front battle leaves us with no chance of victory. Our forces will be stretched thin, ultimately falling one by one. Panic, like a virus, spread throughout the conference room. Even the usually composed Hyuga clan leader furrowed his brow tightly. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, halting the disputes among the crowd. Although he too felt a sense of dread, as Hokage, he had to maintain his composure. His gaze fell upon the silent figure of Tsuyu, who had not spoken a word throughout the discourse. Tsuyu, what are your thoughts? All eyes instantly turned to him. Unbeknownst to them, this enigmatic reincarnated being had become a stabilizing force for the higher echelons of Konoha in times of dire crisis. Tsuyu slowly set down his teacup, the gentle clink against the table resonating clearly, calming the anxious hearts of those present. Panic will not resolve our issues. Tsuyu rose and approached the vast map of the ninja world, speaking in a calm tone, before the enemy even strikes. We have already thrown our own ranks into disarray. That is the most ridiculous of all. His words flushed the faces of several clan leaders with embarrassment. The alliance of the three nations sounds formidable, but have you all considered whether this alliance is truly unbreakable? Tsuyu traced his finger lightly across the map. The village hidden in the clouds is aggressive and greedy. The village hidden in the mist is reclusive and enigmatic. The village hidden in the stones is obstinate and vengeful. Which of these villages appears to be genuinely inclined towards cooperation? They have only come together out of a mutual desire for gain, each hoping to carve a piece from the bountiful Land of Fire. Yet, should the spoils be unequally divided or if they perceive the cost to be too great, this so-called alliance will be more fragile than paper. Tsuyu's remarks allowed the tension in the room to ease slightly. Indeed, they were all shrewd ninjas. They understood this truth. Yet the news of the three-nation siege had frightened them. Advisor Tsuyu, while your reasoning is sound, once war breaks out, we will inevitably confront the pressure of a three-front battle. Uchiha clan leader spoke solemnly. Who says we must engage in a three-front battle? Tsuyu countered. He picked up a red pen and decisively circled several points on the map. The village hidden in the clouds is like a wolf, ferocious but cautious. They will not commit their main forces without absolute certainty. Thus, our strategy regarding them should be deterrence and delay. We must strengthen our border defenses, displaying a posture of steadfastness while discreetly negotiating trade to entice them, illustrating that peace is more profitable than war. The village hidden in the mist is akin to a vulture, relishing in opportunism and treachery. To counter them, we must employ tactics of division, subtly leaking information about their clandestine dealings with the village hidden in the stones to the village hidden in the clouds. Wolves do not appreciate vultures circling behind them. At this point, Tsuyu's pen finally landed on a location slightly west of the center of the map, the village hidden in the stones. Lastly, we have the village hidden in the stones, characterized by their simple-mindedness, stubbornness, and strong desire for revenge. Tsuyu's tone became resolute. Although the last mission of White Fang ended in failure, it thoroughly enraged them. Coupled with the desolation of the land of Earth, their thirst for war is most urgent. Thus, they will undoubtedly be the first to strike. Our strategy is not one of defense, but rather to lure the enemy in, gathering them for annihilation. Tsuyu marked a large cross on the map at a location named Kikyo Mountain. We must relinquish some inconsequential border strongholds, feigning weakness to draw the main forces of the village hidden in the stones toward Kikyo Mountain. The terrain there is complex, easy to defend yet difficult to assault, making it our preordained battlefield. Our objective is to assemble Konoha's elite forces at Kikyo Mountain and achieve victory in one decisive battle. If we can severely weaken the mightiest bull of the village hidden in the stones, the wolf from the village hidden in the clouds will hesitate, and the vulture from the village hidden in the mist will retreat. The alliance of the three nations will collapse under its own weight. An eerie silence enveloped the Hokage's office. Everyone was taken aback by Tsuyu's clear, calm, and audacious strategic analysis. What initially seemed a chaotic deadlock had been dissected with clarity, presenting a risky yet feasible path forward. A strategy to lure the enemy into our depths and annihilate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, rising in excitement. Forgetting his pipe, "Let us proceed, as you suggest, Tsuyu." His gaze was filled with trust and admiration. With such a person among us, how could Konoha not thrive? An order. From this moment forth, the village shall enter a state of heightened readiness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice regained the authority and decisiveness befitting the Hokage. All combat plans will be wholly entrusted to advisor Tsuyu. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, and Inazuka clans all must cooperate fully without error. Understood. The clan leaders responded in unison, their voices infused with a rekindled fighting spirit. Panic and confusion were swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of unity. After the meeting concluded, Tsuyu remained. "Hokage, our psychological warfare and strategic deployments are in place. But there is one matter requiring your immediate command," Tsuyu stated. "Speak." "War is not merely a matter for ninjas. It concerns the entire village. We must initiate war mobilization, reassure the populace, and simultaneously manage and allocate resources. I have prepared a detailed wartime readiness report encompassing psychological preparations, logistical support, and reforms to the medical system. Please review it." Tsuyu presented a thick scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted it, glancing over it briefly, once again impressed by Tsuyu's foresight. This report meticulously detailed the distribution of rations during wartime and psychological support strategies for every civilian. This was not merely the work of an advisor. He was a born commander of war. "I shall attend to this immediately," Sarutobi Hiruzen declared solemnly, clutching the scroll. Just then, an Umbu agent appeared once more in the office. "Report, Hokage. The Kikyo Mountain defense line has provided the latest intelligence. Our patrol teams have discovered a large force from the village hidden in the stones advancing rapidly toward our borders. Their marching route is directed straight towards Kikyo Mountain." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsuyu exchanged glances, each seeing a mutual understanding reflected in the other's eyes. Everything was unfolding precisely as Tsuyu had anticipated. The winds had begun to blow from Kikyo Mountain. A battle that would determine the future landscape of the ninja world was about to commence. Chapter 74. The challenge has arrived, Konoha's resolve. The morning sun still shone warmly. However, today, the village of Konoha was shrouded in an unprecedented atmosphere of foreboding. On the streets, the laughter and play of children were conspicuously absent. The hurried faces of villagers were marked with unmistakable worry and tension. In the vast square beneath the Hokage rock, thousands of Konoha ninjas had assembled, a dark mass of silence. From freshly graduated genin to seasoned chunin and jonin, along with the elite of various clans, nearly all of Konoha's living forces were gathered here. Each face bore a look of determination and resolve. Just half an hour earlier, a shocking announcement had spread throughout the village hidden in the stones, the village hidden in the clouds, and the village hidden in the mist had jointly issued a declaration of war against Konoha. The Second Great Ninja War had officially begun. Atop the high podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes and wearing his conical hat, gazed solemnly at the young and mature faces below. Behind him stood two elder advisors and Tsuyu. "Fellow villagers of Konoha, my kin." The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated throughout the square, amplified by chakra, clear and commanding. "Surely, you are aware of the wolves that covet our homeland, baring their fangs once more. They wield despicable lies as their pretext, raising their blades against us, seeking to obliterate the peace forged through the blood and lives of generations. They believe that with the combined might of three nations, they can compel Konoha to yield. They think that the terror of war will instill fear in us, the inheritors of the will of fire." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose in intensity, filled with conviction. I ask you, are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. Thousands of ninjas roared in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. The overwhelming battle spirit seemed poised to tear apart the very clouds above. Among the crowd, Shikaku Nara gripped the hilt of his sword, his white hair billowing in the wind, eyes sharp as blades. Beside him stood the young Kakashi, his small frame standing resolutely, fists clenched tightly. Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood shoulder to shoulder, each bearing distinct expressions. Tsunade's eyes betrayed an unmistakable sorrow and disdain, yet more so, a sense of responsibility as a medical ninja. Jiraiya had shed his usual jovial demeanor, now somber and serious. Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden pupils glimmering with indifference towards war and life, tinged with a barely perceptible thrill. Minato Namikaze and Kushina stood together, their golden and red hair strikingly visible amidst the crowd. Minato's countenance exuded a maturity and determination beyond his years. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Remember your vows today. Remember the families you must protect. Remember that this land beneath our feet is the hard-won home of the first and second Hokage, purchased with their lives. Now, in the name of the third Hokage, I declare, the Hidden Leaf Village is on the highest state of alert. We shall respond to all invaders with unwavering and decisive counterattacks. For the will of fire. For Konoha. Oh. All the ninjas raised their arms high, unleashing a thunderous roar. Their grief, resolve, and unwavering commitment to defend their home coalesced into a force potent enough to shake the very mountains. As the speech concluded, the ninjas began to move in an orderly fashion to their designated defense zones under the leadership of their respective jonin. The entire Leaf Village operated like a finely tuned war machine, gearing up for action. Yet, within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Sarutobi, now is not the time for sentimentality. Danzo, leaning on his cane, spoke with agitation. The war has begun. We must immediately implement martial law. Anyone harboring doubts about the war should be regarded as a traitor, to be eliminated on the spot. Especially the Uchiha clan. They must be detained at once. We cannot allow them to disrupt us from behind. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Danzo's eyes. He had waited too long for this day. War was the perfect stage for him to seize power. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, about to refute him, when Tsuyu stepped forward first. Elder Danzo, I have a question. Tsuyu's tone was calm. Speak. Danzo replied impatiently. What will we rely on to win this war? Tsuyu inquired. Of course, our formidable ninjas. Danzo answered without hesitation. And what do these ninjas rely on for support? Tsuyu continued. What do you mean? Danzo narrowed his eyes. Who forges the weapons for our ninjas? Who supplies their food? When they are injured, who manufactures and transports the medicines? When they fall in battle, who provides for their families? Tsuyu's barrage of questions left Danzo speechless. War has never merely been about the thousands of ninjas on the battlefield. Tsuyu's voice, though soft, reverberated clearly in the office. It represented the entire village. Tens of thousands of villagers sustaining the front lines with their sweat, toil, and even lives. The iron-fisted methods you advocate, treating everyone as a potential traitor to intimidate and threaten, do not constitute discipline. They amount to self-sabotage. Danzo trembled with rage. What we need is a stable rear, not a breeding ground of fear and suspicion. Tsuyu turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, slightly bowing. Hokage-sama, Elder Danzo speaks truthfully. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. However, we do not need an iron fist, but a steady hand. I propose we establish a wartime special committee to coordinate all village resources in response to the war. This committee's purpose should not be to hunt for traitors, but to stabilize the hearts of the people and ensure logistics. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately grasped Tsuyu's intention. This was a move to entirely sideline Danzo under the guise of war. I concur. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively declared, let it be composed of myself, Monzen, Koharu, and Advisor Tsuyu. Tsuyu, I hereby appoint you as the wartime special advisor of Konoha, with the highest advisory authority over all tactical deployments and the allocation of logistical resources. Sarutobi, you. Danzo's face flushed a deep crimson. This was not merely the establishment of a committee, it was a clear power grab. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in collusion with Tsuyu, had effectively excluded him from the highest decision-making body regarding the war. His power, his roots, in the very war he had longed for, had rendered him a mere inconsequential figure. I oppose. Danzo bellowed. Objection overruled. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze hardened like never before. This is the Hokage's decision. Danzo, if you still consider yourself a part of Konoha, tend to your roots and do not cause trouble in the village. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, he turned away, not sparing Danzo another glance. Danzo remained rooted in place, his chest heaving violently, the bandaged eye beneath him glinting with murderous intent. It was Tsuyu again, that cursed specter, time and again thwarting his plans, step by step stripping away his power, dismantling his foundation. He fixed a seething glare at Tsuyu's calm visage, wishing he could rush forward and tear him to shreds. Yet he ultimately restrained himself, knowing the time was not right. Humph! Danzo snorted coldly, abruptly flicking his sleeve, and, leaning on his cane, exited the Hokage's office without a backward glance. Watching him depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief. Tsuyu, thank you. It is my duty, Hokage-sama, Tsuyu replied nonchalantly. Just then, a messenger ninja rushed in, panic etched on his face. Report to Hokage-sama. Urgent news from the border. Our third outpost at the border of the Land of Rain has gone silent. According to the last transmitted intelligence, they were subjected to a fierce assault by the vanguard of a Wagakure, and they have likely been completely annihilated. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to a freezing point. The war had cruelly declared its commencement. The first blood had been shed. Chapter 75. The Voice of the Rain. Hanzo's Suspicion in the Land of Rain. The sky was perpetually overcast, with cold rain relentlessly washing over the nation. Steel towers loomed through the curtain of rain, resembling silent behemoths, casting an oppressive chill over the entire village. This was the realm of Hanzo of the Salamander. At the pinnacle of the highest steel tower, Hanzo stood before a vast window, surveying his village. Clad in his signature breathing mask, only his keen and suspicious eyes were visible. Akatsuki, he murmured the name, a hint of barely perceptible annoyance lacing his tone. Recently, this organization, comprised of a group of young individuals, had proliferated within his territory like weeds after a rainstorm. They preached absurd notions of peace and understanding, gathering the displaced and aiding the injured, gaining popularity among the populace at an alarming rate. This posed a threat to Hanzo. He was the god of Amigakure, a demigod in the world of shinobi. His reign is predicated upon absolute power and unyielding fear. He requires no second voice nor alternative faith to contest his authority. Peace. What a naive jest. Hanzo scoffed. In this merciless world of shinobi, peace is merely a concession bestowed by the strong upon the weak. To attain peace, one must possess a power that instills fear in all. Those young fools. What do they understand? He had always regarded the Akatsuki as a band of inconsequential idealists, unworthy of his attention. Yet recently, circumstances appeared to shift. The Akatsuki's expansion was alarmingly swift, and his informants within the organization reported that the leader, Yahiko, possessed remarkable charisma and organizational prowess, successfully uniting a disparate group into a cohesive force. What troubled him further was an anonymous missive. The letter suggested that a shadow of Konoha loomed behind the Akatsuki. They were purportedly pawns cultivated by Konoha to establish influence in the Land of Rain and undermine his dominion. Hanzo believed 7/10 of the letter's content, for the Land of Rain lay nestled between the three great nations of fire, wind, and earth, making it a natural battleground. It was entirely reasonable for Konoha to seek to foster a force sympathetic to its interests here. A glint of cold light flickered in Hanzo's eyes. Did they think he was still the minor character who once relied on their favor? His current strength and influence were incomparable to those bygone days. He was confident that even against the legendary Sannin of Konoha, he could remain undefeated. It seemed time to teach these presumptuous younglings a lesson. Hanzo turned and commanded a subordinate hidden in the shadows, "Relay my orders, assemble the troops, and prepare for a purge of the Akatsuki stronghold." At once, Lord Hanzo. The subordinate responded with respect before vanishing into the shadows. Hanzo redirected his gaze to the window. The rain appeared to take on a crimson hue in his eyes. He would ensure that all in Amigakure understood that here, there was but one god. Simultaneously, in Konoha, within the direct intelligence analysis group of the advisors. This was Tsuyu's domain, operating at high speed since its inception, akin to a vast neural hub, continuously receiving and processing a plethora of information from across the shinobi world. A masked Umbu, adorned with a fox mask, respectfully placed a sealed scroll on Tsuyu's desk. "Advisor Tsuyu, this is the latest intelligence from the Rain Swallow. The Rain Swallow is a codename for Suyu's highest-level spy embedded within Amigakure. Suyu unfurled the scroll and swiftly scanned its contents. The Akatsuki's reputation is on the rise. The populace is rallying to Hanzo, who has gathered troops with unclear intentions. Yet their sights are set squarely on the Akatsuki stronghold. Yahiko refuses contact with Iwagakure and Sunagakure, insisting on neutrality and peace. Suyu's fingers lightly tapped the desk as his mind raced through analysis. Hanzo, it seems, can no longer remain idle. Suyu muttered to himself. He understood Hanzo all too well, suspicious, arrogant, and profoundly insecure. His might served as both armor and prison. He would not tolerate any existence that might threaten his semi-divine status. The Akatsuki's ideal of peace reflected the hypocrisy and brutality of his rule like a mirror. Thus, he would inevitably shatter that mirror. As for the so-called anonymous letter, Suyu could easily deduce its origin. A glint of coldness passed through Suyu's eyes. This old coot, suppressed domestically, now extends his reach abroad. He intends to use Hanzo's blade to eliminate the Akatsuki, which has ties to Konoha, while simultaneously pushing Amigakure into direct opposition to Konoha, thus disrupting the situation to create opportunities for himself. A clever two birds with one stone strategy. Unfortunately for him, he faces me. Order the Rain Swallow to continue lurking, closely monitoring Hanzo and the Akatsuki's every move, with particular attention to a boy named Nagato and a girl named Konan. Remember, observe only, do not intervene. Suyu commanded the Umbu. Understood. Once the Umbu disappeared, Suyu rose and moved to the window. He knew the tragedy of Amigakure was about to unfold. This was a critical juncture for Nagato's descent into darkness, an unavoidable fate from the original narrative. He could not, nor did he wish to, forcibly intervene at this moment. For he required a darkened Nagato, one endowed with the Rinnegan and filled with hatred for the world. Only then would the future pain, after obliterating Konoha, be persuaded by Naruto's words to activate the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, resurrecting all who perished in battle. And he, Suyu, could escape this wretched reincarnated form and truly live. This was his sole and greatest obsession. Therefore, Yahiko must perish. This thought flashed through Suyu's mind, sending a chill down his spine. He sighed, feeling a tangle of emotions. Though reason dictated that this was the most optimal solution, as a former psychologist, witnessing a group of idealistic youth march toward their doom was emotionally difficult to accept. Alas, there was little more I could do. Suyu retrieved a scroll from his drawer, an official dispatch from Konoha detailing the heroic deeds of Hatake Tsukumo, celebrated for protecting his comrades. He placed this scroll, along with some standard supplies, into a secure package. Ensure this reaches Lord Jiraiya, Suyu instructed another Umbu, informing him that Amigakure might soon become quite intriguing and advised him to keep a close eye on the young dreamers. He knew Jiraiya was likely nearby, scouring the land of rain for material for his novel. This letter would serve as a stone cast into the lake of fate. It might not change Yahiko's ending, but at the very least, it could create an intersection between Jiraiya and those three children. Perhaps this was Suyu's last vestige of humanity, preserved beyond reason and calculation. He hoped Jiraiya's arrival might bring even the faintest glimmer of light to the three children on the brink of falling into the abyss. Having completed all this, Suyu returned to his seat, redirecting his attention to another document on the defensive layout of the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. The storm brewing in Amigakure was merely a trivial interlude. At present, the battle at Kikyo Mountain, which would determine Konoha's fate, was the chess game to which he needed to devote his full attention. Chapter 76. The Prophesied Child, Jiraiya's Choice in the Land of Rain, a border town. Jiraiya sat in a dilapidated tavern, lamenting his woes while drowning his sorrows in drink. Curse that despicable editor for deeming my Paradise of Affection series unhealthy and demanding I write something more uplifting. What nonsense. My works, as Lord Jiraiya, embody art. As he grumbled, he scribbled notes in a small notebook, devising his next magnum opus. Eureka! I'll pen a tale of a heroic youth embarking on an adventure with three beautiful companions in search of a legendary treasure. Ha ha ha. Just as Jiraiya was lost in his musings, a traveling merchant wearing a conical hat silently took a seat across from him. My good sir, drinking alone is rather dreary. Allow me to treat you, the merchant whispered. Jiraiya cast a wary glance at him. Though he appeared carefree, as one of the Sannin, vigilance was ingrained in his very being. Who are you? I don't recognize you. The merchant said nothing, merely producing a package from his bosom and gently pushing it forward. The package bore a subtly concealed Konoha symbol. Jiraiya's expression shifted instantly. This was the method of communication employed by Konoha's Umbu. He discreetly accepted the package, weighing it in his hands. "Thank you." The merchant nodded, rose, and melted into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Jiraiya promptly settled his bill and sought out a secluded corner to unveil the contents of his package. Inside lay a collection of standard military rations and explosive tags, alongside an official communique. What could this possibly be? His curiosity piqued. Jiraiya unfurled the scroll. It proclaimed that Kakashi Hatake had renounced an S-rank mission to rescue a comrade, earning the esteemed title of a hero under the new definition of the will of fire, as lauded by the Hokage. The more he read, the more his heart sank. Has Konoha truly transformed? The notion of prioritizing comrades over missions had once been unthinkable, a concept that would land one on the pillar of shame. Yet now, it was celebrated as an act of heroism. The first figure that sprang to Jiraiya's mind was that of one man, Su. No one else could wield such influence, altering the fundamental values of Konoha in such a short span of time. What on earth was he planning? Jiraiya murmured to himself, a chill creeping down his spine. He continued reading, and at the scroll's conclusion, he discovered a line written in code. In Amigakure, there are young dreamers. They may be quite intriguing. Please pay attention. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Young dreamers? Intriguing? What was the connection here? Initially, he had intended to vacate the rain country, a dismal place plagued by incessant rain and a stifling atmosphere that stifled his creativity. However, the message relayed through the Umbu bore a weighty significance. Perhaps he could treat this as an opportunity for inspiration for a new novel. Ruffling his unruly white hair, he resolved to discover who this young individual, deemed intriguing even by Su, truly was. With a sense of curiosity ignited, Jiraiya altered his course and delved deeper into the heart of the rain country. The further he ventured, the more the scars of war became painfully evident. Ruined villages, displaced civilians, and orphans who had lost their parents to the ravages of conflict. Their eyes void of hope. Jiraiya's heart grew heavy. He had witnessed countless tragedies that reminded him of his struggles alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade in similarly chaotic times. His yearning for peace surged within him, stronger than ever. He had to find the prophesied child, and end this wretched turmoil. Days later, following a series of subtle clues, he finally stumbled upon the rumored traces of the Akatsuki organization. Rather than confronting them recklessly, he chose to observe from the shadows. And then he saw them. He witnessed a boy with flamboyant orange hair standing atop a rise, passionately addressing the gathered crowd with a vision of peace. He saw a serene girl with blue hair tenderly bandaging the wounds of injured civilians, resembling an angel amidst the rain. He also noticed a frail boy with red hair, silently trailing behind the others, his gaze betraying a maturity beyond his years, tinged with melancholy. Jiraiya's heart was profoundly stirred. Was this what Su referred to as young dreamers? From these three children, he perceived a glimmer, an almost impossible light in the despair of Amigakure. It was a pure longing for peace, a genuine respect for life. Was this not precisely what he and his late mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had always sought? Could the prophesied child be not a singular individual, but rather a collective? A bold idea unfurled in Jiraiya's mind. He resolved to approach these three children. However, just as he prepared to reveal himself, calamity struck. Bad news. Lord Yahiko, Hanzo's forces are approaching, cried a panicked member of the Akatsuki. In the distance, a formidable legion of Amigakure ninjas closed in, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Leading them was Hanzo's most elite unit. Damn it, has it come to this? The orange-haired boy, Yahiko, flashed a look of anger and defiance. Prepare for battle. A conflict of overwhelming disparity loomed on the horizon. Jiraiya concealed himself, his brow furrowed. He sensed the impending danger. These children stood no chance against such formidable foes. This was troubling. Clenching his fists, he realized it was time to intervene. Just as he prepared to act, he observed the frail red-haired boy, his eyes gleaming with a resolute determination, seemingly ready to take drastic action. Jiraiya instinctively sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from the boy. This power was too immense. He could not control it. Without a moment to spare, Jiraiya executed a body flicker technique, appearing in the center of the battlefield, interposing himself before Yahiko and his companions. Hey, you Amigakure fellows, he said, casually picking his nose, adopting a nonchalant tone. It's rather disgraceful to gang up on a bunch of children. The leading Amigakure Jonin's pupils constricted at the sudden appearance of Jiraiya. Who are you to meddle in our village's affairs? Me? Jiraiya grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he began forming hand seals. I am Jiraiya, the great sage of Mount Myaboku, also known as the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. A searing conflagration, infused with toad oil, surged forth like a roaring dragon, engulfing the Amigakure forces. The leading Jonin's expression shifted drastically as recognition dawned upon him. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya. What is he doing here? Quick. Water style, water barrier. Several Amigakure ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, erecting a massive wall of water to counter the devastating flames. With a hiss, fire met water, creating a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the battlefield. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood frozen, awestruck by the imposing figure before them. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Yahiko murmured, the name having only graced his ears in legends. He was a peer of the demigod Hanzo, a titan in the world of shinobi. Why would he come to our aid? Hey, you three brats, what are you dawdling for? Get moving. Jiraiya shouted over his shoulder without looking back. Yet Yahiko hesitated. He was reluctant to abandon his comrades. No ifs or buts. Staying here will only be a hindrance. Jiraiya's tone brooked no argument. Protecting your comrades is what a leader should be doing right now. Those words struck Yahiko like a hammer, resonating deeply within him. Indeed, bravado would serve no purpose if it meant perishing alongside his friends. Living held the promise of hope. Nagato, Konan, let us go, Yahiko declared, decisively taking hold of his stunned companions and issuing a rapid retreat order. Trying to escape? Not so fast. The Amigakure Jonin bellowed, maneuvering around Jiraiya in pursuit. Your opponent is me. Jiraiya's figure materialized before the Jonin like a specter, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. Tell Hanzo. Jiraiya dusted off his hands, surveying the now fearful Amigakure ninjas with a grin. These three kids are under my protection. In the makeshift refuge established by the Akatsuki, the atmosphere was tense. Although most of their members had successfully evacuated with Jiraiya's assistance, their base lay in ruins, and many civilians who had followed them were lost in the chaos, morale plummeting. Why? Why does Hanzo treat us this way? A young member cried, anguish spilling forth. All we wanted was to put an end to the bloodshed and war. Is that truly a crime? It is not we who are in the wrong, but this world. Yahiko's voice, though hoarse, remained resolute. He gazed at his dejected comrades, his heart heavy with pain and guilt. He had believed that by steadfastly adhering to his ideals and acting with conviction, understanding would eventually follow. Yet reality dealt him a most brutal blow. Hanzo offered them no opportunity for reason. In his eyes, any force beyond his control was an enemy. Was it truly as the others claimed, that to attain peace one must possess greater strength? For the first time, Yahiko felt his resolve waver. He recalled the scroll conveyed by the advisor Suyu through Jiraiya. The bond of comrades surpassed that of mere tasks. Kakashi Hitaki, the White Fang of Konoha, an S-rank ninja, had forsaken missions to save his comrades, ultimately earning the title of hero. The profound implications of this notion plunged Yahiko into deep contemplation. Suyu, the legendary figure of Konoha, known only by name, what truly lay behind his doctrine of the will of fire? Yahiko, Konan approached, offering him a piece of rations and a flask of water. Her face reflected weariness and concern. What shall we do next? Yahiko remained silent, his gaze drifting to Nagato in the corner. Since returning, Nagato had been hugging his knees, mute. His crimson hair obscured his face, rendering his expression a mystery. Yet Yahiko sensed the fear radiating from him. He feared the uncontrollable, terrifying power within him. In the moment before Jiraiya's arrival, Yahiko had distinctly seen the legendary Rinnegan, the eye of creation and destruction, manifest in Nagato's gaze. The power that erupted in that instant shook the very earth. In Nagato, Yahiko sat beside him. Nagato shuddered slightly, but did not lift his head. I almost killed them. His voice trembled, laden with anguish and dread. I cannot control it. I am a monster. You are not a monster. Yahiko placed a reassuring hand on Nagato's shoulder. You are our comrade, our family. That power is not a curse, but a divine gift, bestowed upon us to protect and realize our dreams. But there are no buts. Yahiko interrupted. Listen, Nagato. I once believed that goodwill alone could change the world. Now I understand my folly. In this dark and chaotic era, goodwill is insufficient. We must possess the strength to safeguard that goodwill. Rising, he surveyed all present comrades, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. Hanzo may compel our submission through force, but we shall demonstrate to him the error of his ways. From this day forth, the Akatsuki's mission shall transcend merely proclaiming peace. We shall become a force that cannot be ignored. With our hands, we shall forge a true world devoid of war, where understanding reigns. We shall rescue more lives and unite greater powers. The dawn of Akatsuki will illuminate the entire Rain Village, even the entire shinobi world. In Yahiko's eyes burned a fierce flame, a fire of ideals that, having endured the cruel blows of reality, blazed ever more brightly. The previously despondent members of Akatsuki were inspired by Yahiko's words, hope rekindling in their eyes. Nagato slowly lifted his head, gazing at the impassioned Yahiko. Feeling the powerful magnetism of his words, his internal fears seemed to dissipate considerably. He looked at his own hands, his expression growing complex. Perhaps Yahiko was right. This power should not invoke fear. If it could be wielded to protect Yahiko, Konan, and everyone else, to fulfill Yahiko's dream, then even if it meant becoming a monster, so be it. At that moment, Jiraiya entered, lifting the tent flap. "Oh, it seems you are all well," he remarked, observing the rejuvenated group with satisfaction. "Kid, that speech was commendable." "Lord Jiraiya," Yahiko exclaimed, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your life-saving grace." It was but a trifling matter. Jiraiya waved dismissively, then sat cross-legged, his demeanor turning grave. "However, have you considered that while I was able to save you this time, what of next? Hanzo will not relent. He will inevitably come for you again." Yahiko fell silent. This was precisely his greatest concern. "Thus, you need strength." Jiraiya looked at the three of them, enunciating each word carefully. "Strength to protect yourselves, your comrades, and your dreams. I have made my decision." A newfound brilliance sparkled in Jiraiya's eyes. "Before seeking the child of prophecy to bring change to this world, I intend to stay and impart some knowledge to you. From this day forth, I shall be your teacher." Chapter 78. The Eye of Rebirth. Nagato's wrath. Hanzo's fury was more fierce than the unceasing rains of the Rain Village. "Jiraiya." He slammed his fist onto the ironclad table, leaving a deep imprint in its surface. "How dare he interfere in my affairs? What does he think of our Rain Village?" Konoha's backyard. The Rain Village's jonin, kneeling below, trembled in fear, not daring to lift their heads. "My Lord Hanzo, please calm your anger. Jiraiya is one of the legendary three. His strength is formidable. We. Incompetence." Hanzo roared, cutting him off. "I am not asking for your excuses. I am asking why you allowed those brats to escape. It is my fault for being incompetent." Hanzo's chest heaved violently as he forced himself to regain composure. He knew this was not the time to engage in open warfare with Konoha. The Second Shinobi World War had already erupted, and Konoha was besieged by the three great shinobi villages, preoccupied with their own survival. Jiraiya's appearance here was likely a personal endeavor. However, this incident had undeniably dealt him a harsh blow. Hanzo, the salamander, had allowed a Konoha ninja to rescue his targets on his own territory. If this were to leak out, what would become of his reputation? Even more concerning was another report. "You say there is a red-haired brat in the Akatsuki who defeated an elite squad with just a glance?" Hanzo's voice was laced with disbelief and gravity. "Why yes, my Lord Hanzo. The ninja who managed to escape, even now, trembles at the thought. It was not ninjutsu. It was an incomprehensible power, like divine punishment. Our men were flung away in an instant, either dead or severely injured." And his eyes, the ninja gulped, they were purple, with rippling patterns akin to the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Hanzo's pupils constricted to pinpricks. The name, a relic of the most ancient myths, weighed heavily upon his heart. How could this be? How could the eyes that belonged only to the progenitor of ninjas appear in an orphan from the Rain Village? Cold sweat drenched Hanzo's back as he finally comprehended why the Akatsuki had developed so swiftly, why that boy Yahiko dared to openly challenge his authority. It turned out they were backed by a being with divine power. Fear, unprecedented fear, seized Hanzo's heart. His title as a demigod was but a joke before the true eyes of a god. No, he must not be allowed to grow. Once he fully mastered the power of the Rinnegan, the first to perish would be himself. "Relay my orders." A glint of madness and resolve flickered in Hanzo's eyes. At any cost, locate the Akatsuki's hideout. I shall take matters into my own hands. He aimed to crush this monster while it was still weak, to snuff it out in its cradle. Jiraiya? The legendary three? None of that mattered now. Compared to the threat posed by the Rinnegan, offending Jiraiya was a trivial concern. A campaign against the Akatsuki, more frenzied and brutal than any before, was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in Konoha, in the confidential chamber of the intelligence analysis team, an instrument connected to a vast network of miniature sensory devices scattered throughout the ninja world suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. A dark ninja responsible for monitoring the situation turned pale and promptly reported to Tsuyu. Advisor Tsuyu, in the Rain A03 area, we have detected an extraordinarily abnormal chakra fluctuation. The energy level has surpassed the measurement limits. Tsuyu was seated before a sand table, contemplating various scenarios of the Kikyo mountain battle. Upon hearing the report, he slowly raised his head, his expression devoid of surprise. He approached the instrument, gazing at the nearly explosive red curve on the screen, his eyes deepening with intensity. Document the nature of this chakra and classify it as top secret. Shinra, Tsuyu commanded calmly. Understood. Although the dark ninja was filled with shock and confusion, he dutifully executed the order. He had never encountered such terrifying chakra fluctuations. It felt as though, from a great distance in time and space, one was facing a natural disaster. Tsuyu waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Alone in the chamber, he extended his hand, gently caressing the curve on the instrument that represented Nagato's power, as if handling a piece of art. Has it finally awakened? A complex smile graced Tsuyu's lips, a blend of anticipation, calculation, and a hint of compassion that even he had not recognized. Nagato, oh Nagato, do you feel it? This power, capable of altering the world, brings you not joy, but endless suffering and curses. Your pain will nourish Yahiko, solidifying his resolve. And Yahiko's death will ignite the final flame of your hatred, plunging you into the path of Ashura, transforming you into pain. A perfect closed loop. Tsuyu closed his eyes, vividly envisioning the future. Pain, the puppet formed from Yahiko's body, would proclaim anguish to the world in a cold, unfeeling voice. As for him, he would, like others, turn to dust in the cataclysm of the Shinra Tensei that obliterated Konoha, only to be reborn in Nagato's final cycle of life. At this thought, a tremor of excitement coursed through Tsuyu's heart. He had schemed and waited too long for this day. It is almost here. He opened his eyes, the complex emotions replaced by absolute calm and rationality. He understood that from this moment onward, the chess game in Amigakure would enter its most critical and bloody phase. Hanzo's fear would drive him to desperate measures. Jiraiya's involvement would offer hope to the Akatsuki organization, but would also become a part of Hanzo's plan. And Danzo, that serpent lurking in the shadows, would not miss this opportunity to stir the waters. Countless conspiracies and strategies would intertwine and clash on the small stage of Amigakure. The final outcome would be singular: the death of Yahiko and the birth of pain. Now, let us observe your performance. Tsuyu turned, redirecting his focus back to the sand table depicting Kikyo Mountain. Compared to the tragic script already written for Amigakure, this impending battle for the survival of Konoha was the true chapter he needed to inscribe. He picked up a piece representing the Konoha white fan, Kakashi Hitaki, and placed it in a position on the sand table that was both exceptionally cunning and crucial. The gears of war had begun to turn slowly. Chapter 79, The Toad Sage and the Master-Disciple Bond outside Amigakure. At an abandoned shrine, a new temporary base for the Akatsuki was established. Jiraiya's arrival acted as a tonic, granting the previously anxious group a sense of stability. At this moment, Jiraiya sat cross-legged in the center of the shrine's main hall, his expression serious as he regarded Yahiko. Nagato and Konan, before I begin teaching you ninjutsu, I must clarify one matter. Jiraiya's gaze settled upon Nagato. Nagato, do you understand the power you wielded that day? Nagato stiffened at the question, instinctively lowering his head, fear and resistance flooding his eyes. Konan immediately stepped in front of him, warily watching Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, Nagato didn't mean it. I do not intend to blame him, Jiraiya interjected, raising a hand to temper his tone. I merely wish to convey that possessing great power is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is being enslaved by that power. The more you fear it and evade it, the more likely it is to spiral out of control. Yahiko stepped forward, patting Nagato's shoulder, offering him an encouraging glance. Nagato, trust in Lord Jiraiya, and trust in us. Bolstered by the support of his companions, Nagato finally summoned the courage to lift his head. I do not know what it is. His voice was soft and tremulous. I only know that whenever I am most enraged or terrified, it emerges on its own, leading to dreadful consequences. He recalled the moment he awakened the Rinnegan, witnessing his parents' deaths at the hands of Konoha ninjas, when, consumed by unending fury and sorrow, he had instantaneously eliminated two Chunin. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Nagato. This is a meditation technique taught to us by our master when I was young, which can assist you in better controlling your emotions and chakra. Practice it daily. It may prove beneficial. The scroll had been specifically entrusted to him by Suyu through the intelligence network. It contained basic psychological guidance and emotional control techniques, perfectly suited for Nagato, whose unstable powers were born from profound trauma. As for your training, Jiraiya cleared his throat, regaining his authoritative demeanor. We shall start with the fundamentals: chakra control, climbing trees, walking on water. Climbing trees? Yahiko was taken aback, having expected a master of Jiraiya's caliber to teach earth-shattering jutsu. Do not underestimate these basics, Jiraiya exclaimed, playfully smacking Yahiko on the head. A skyscraper rises from the ground. Only by solidifying your foundation can you bear greater power. Otherwise, it is a house of cards, easily toppled. Thus, amidst the incessant reign of Amigakure, a unique scene of master and disciples unfolded. Jiraiya, shedding his usual frivolity, embodied the strictest of mentors. Yahiko, your chakra output is too intense. It must be balanced. Feel the texture of the bark with your feet. Konan, your control is excellent, but your chakra volume is insufficient. Gather more. Nagato, do not lose focus. Concentrate and feel the flow of chakra within you. Yahiko, with his resilient spirit, despite his complaints, never gave up, repeatedly falling from the tree only to climb back up again. Konan, gentle and considerate, displayed remarkable talent, mastering techniques before the others and often assisting them. Encouraged by Jiraiya and his companions, Nagato gradually lowered his defenses. Though still taciturn, the fear in his eyes was slowly replaced by determination. He diligently controlled the immense chakra within him, cautiously as if taming a wild beast. Jiraiya observed these three diligent children with a sense of fulfillment. He could almost see the reflection of his younger self, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Perhaps he could indeed nurture the prophesied child capable of transforming this chaotic world. Apart from ninjutsu training, Jiraiya also shared stories of the outside world, tales of Konoha, and his understanding of the will of fire. So, this advisor named Suyu, with just a few words, not only spared Lord White Fang from punishment, but made him a hero of all Konoha. Yahiko listened in awe, as if he were hearing a myth. Indeed, Jiraiya's mention of Suyu elicited a complex expression. That individual is truly a monster, not in terms of strength, but in intellect. He possesses the uncanny ability to peer into the depths of human hearts and, through his words, alter an individual's destiny, even reshaping the very values of a village. The lives of comrades hold greater significance than cold, detached missions. Nagato softly echoed this sentiment, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. If only those two Konoha ninja had possessed such resolve back then, perhaps his parents would not have perished. The seeds of hatred seemed to be inadvertently covered by a warmer essence, a thin layer of soil. As days passed, the prowess of the three children, under Jiraiya's tutelage, flourished remarkably. Their bonds deepened, with Yahiko's leadership, Nagato's protective spirit, and Konan's gentle resilience complementing one another, forming an unbreakable triangle. The Akatsuki organization, under Jiraiya's discreet protection, thrived and expanded its influence in a more grounded manner. They no longer merely shouted slogans. They undertook tangible actions to assist those suffering in the ravages of war. Everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. However, unbeknownst to them, a web woven from fear, conspiracy, and ambition was slowly tightening in the unseen shadows. In a hidden cave, a bizarre creature, enveloped in a white substance with only half of its black face visible, was slowly emerging from the earth. It was Kaguya. Opposite it sat Uchiha Madara, connected to the outer path's golem, clinging to life. Madara, Kaguya's voice resembled the rustling of leaves. Our plans have encountered a minor setback. Speak, Madara replied, his voice aged and frail as he kept his eyes closed. That little brat Nagato's Rinnegan has indeed awakened. However, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, has appeared in Amigakure and taken them as his disciples. Madara's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a flash of crimson light. Jiraiya, the disciple of Sarutobi? How troublesome. Indeed. Under his guidance, Nagato's emotions seem to have stabilized considerably, and that boy Yahiko possesses considerable charisma, steering the Akatsuki toward a path unfavorable to us. If this continues, it will be difficult for Nagato to serve as the pawn of hatred in our plans, Kagaya stated. Fear not, Madara replied, closing his eyes once more. Once the seeds of hatred are sown, they will never vanish. They will merely lie dormant, awaiting a greater suffering to awaken them. Jiraiya's presence is, in fact, fortuitous. He will strengthen Nagato, and when the time comes to reap, we shall possess a far more exquisite weapon. For now, we require but a single opportunity. A sinister smile crept across Madara's lips, envisioning a moment of despair that would allow Nagato to witness everything he cherished turn to ashes before his eyes. Kagaya nodded, his body gradually sinking into the ground. I will make the arrangements, Madara. The cave fell silent once more, save for the ominous, heartbeat-like sounds emanating from the pipes connected to the golem. A malicious conspiracy targeting the Akatsuki, Jiraiya, and the fragile heart of Nagato had begun to brew. The peace of Amigakure was but the final calm before the storm. Chapter 80. Danzo's Invitation, the Temptation of Interests in the Underground of Konoha. The air was damp and frigid, with water droplets seeping from the stone walls, trickling down the crevices and creating a monotonous, oppressive ticking sound. This was the base of Root, a realm hidden from the sunlight. Shimura Danzo sat firmly in his seat, his bandaged right eye tightly shut, while his remaining left eye flickered with a sinister gleam. Before him lay a document detailing the latest intelligence from Amigakure. That fool Jiraiya has truly remained in Amigakure. Even taking those children under his wing, Danzo rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper. Hanzo is a failure. He cannot even deal with a few children and Jiraiya, allowing them to grow strong on his own territory. Standing before him, Yamashiro Aoi kept his head bowed, maintaining respectful silence. He understood that Danzo required not agreement, but an outlet for his fury and a solution to the problem at hand. The Hokage's attitude towards this matter is far too lenient. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, causing the scrolls to tremble. He dares to condone Jiraiya's actions. Does he not perceive the monumental threat that the so-called Akatsuki will pose once they obtain the legendary power of the Rinnegan? The chaos in Amigakure will ultimately affect the Land of Fire. Aoi was aware that while Danzo professed concern for Konoha, he was primarily focused on how to leverage this situation to undermine the Hokage's authority and seize greater power for himself. Danzo, Aoi finally spoke, his voice quiet yet clear. Though Hanzo is hailed as a demigod, he is not without flaws. His rule is not universally accepted by all Amigakure shinobi. This statement acted as a key, instantly unlocking a new avenue of thought for Danzo. His solitary eye narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Aoi. Elaborate. According to our informants placed within the Land of Rain, Hanzo has purged a number of families and shinobi who refuse to comply with his rule in an effort to solidify his power. Although the surface appears calm, the seeds of hatred have already been sown. The survivors remain dormant out of fear of Hanzo's might. Aoi continued, his tone measured, employing the subtle rhetoric that Tsuyu had instructed him in, leading others to their own conclusions rather than providing direct answers. You mean? Danzo's breathing quickened. Hanzo's enemies are our allies, Aoi whispered. Amigakure is not a monolith. We require merely the right opportunity, a small temptation, to fracture this ironclad unity from within. A cold smile finally graced Danzo's lips as he recognized the implications. Rather than rely on Hanzo's ineptitude, it would be better to take control of the situation in Amigakure himself. A child possessing the Rinnegan. A legendary Sannin like Jiraiya, if he could cultivate a puppet to command them all. Excellent. Aoi, Danzo commended with a nod. You have done well. Immediately begin filtering through the list to identify those harboring the deepest grievances against Hanzo, who also possess sufficient strength and status. Inform them that Konoha can offer them everything they desire, power, wealth, and even the means to exact their revenge. Yes, Lord Danzo, Aoi acknowledged, preparing to depart. Wait. Danzo called out. This matter must remain absolutely confidential. Not a whisper of it should reach the Hokage's ears. This is a root operation. Understood, Aoi affirmed. Vanishing into the darkness, Danzo sat alone in the cold stone chamber, his eyes alight with the flames of ambition. Sarutobi, you are far too naive. War and politics cannot be won through ideals and kindness. Only absolute power can forge absolute peace. And I, Shimura Danzo, will stop at nothing to obtain that power. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Hokage advisor's office, Tsuyu languidly perused a report concerning the distribution of logistical supplies for the village. As a special wartime advisor, these monotonous figures piled high on his desk daily. To him, this reanimated body felt no fatigue, yet the mental tedium was palpably real. He longed for the days when he could savor ramen and grilled meat. Ah, Nagato, you must exert yourself more. My tongue is nearly forgetting the taste of food. Tsuyu mused inwardly. At that moment, a small, dark spider crawled through the windowsill and swiftly made its way to Tsuyu's side, where it transformed into a cloud of ink and dissipated. This was the message conveyed by the secretive ninja he had planted within the roots. Tsuyu closed his eyes, and the content of the message vividly surfaced in his mind. Oh, Danzo has finally lost his composure. The situation in the mountains has been well managed, and the guidance has been quite successful. A hint of amusement graced Tsuyu's face. Danzo believed himself to be the player, oblivious to the fact that every one of his moves was part of someone else's grand design. He aimed to exploit the internal strife of the Rain Village to control Nagato and Jiraiya, inadvertently fueling Tsuyu's own plans. The pressure from Hanzo, coupled with the turmoil within the Rain Village, would render the environment for the Akatsuki organization increasingly dire. Moreover, Yahiko, the idealistic leader, would find his vision of peace shattered in the face of such brutal reality. This was a necessary prelude to the tragic demise of Yahiko. It was truly ironic. Tsuyu felt no turmoil within, for Danzo, in pursuit of his own ambition, was paving the way for Nagato's descent into darkness. Ultimately, all of this would serve as the cornerstone for my resurrection. He rose and approached the window, gazing toward the Hokage Rock. In the distant land of rain, Jiraiya might be sensing an unusual atmosphere. He could detect the undercurrents within the Rain Village, but he would never imagine that the one stirring this murky water was the dark root within his own Konoha village. The internal chaos ignited by Danzo would ultimately consume whom and elevate whom. Only Tsuyu, the solitary observer, knew the truth. A conspiracy against the Rain Village had quietly begun, while a high-ranking official within the Rain Village was about to welcome a guest from Konoha, along with a temptation potent enough to betray everything. Chapter 81. Strategic adjustments. Under the shadow of war, the flames of the Second Shinobi World War had finally reached the borders of the Land of Fire. The urgent alarm shattered the tranquility of Konoha's morning as ninja, with solemn expressions, hurried to their respective posts. The shadow of war loomed overhead like dark clouds, the air thick with tension and hostility. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was gravely tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the ceremonial Hokage robe, furrowed his brow as dozens of red markers indicating enemy movements dotted the map before him. Report, Lord Hokage. A kneeling Umbu ninja exclaimed urgently. The allied forces of Iwagakure and Kirigakure have breached our third defense line on the eastern border. Our defending troops have suffered heavy casualties, requesting tactical guidance and support. Damn it. Elder Mito came and slammed his fist on the table. How could their offensive be so swift? Kurenai Yuhi's expression was equally grim. Did our intelligence not indicate that their alliance was unstable? Why are they coordinating so seamlessly? Only Tsuyu remained seated in the corner, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. He listened quietly, not uttering a word. Sarutobi took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He turned his gaze to Tsuyu. This immortal advisor had become his most trusted strategist. What is your perspective, Tsuyu? Tsuyu slowly lifted his head, his gaze calm and unwavering, as if the looming crisis had long been anticipated. Lord Hokage, there is no need for alarm. The enemy's rapid offensive at the onset of war is a common occurrence. They aim to break through our defenses with a lightning strike, instilling panic and undermining our will to fight. What should we do now? Should we immediately send reinforcements? Mito came and asked anxiously. No, Tsuyu shook his head. A full-scale reinforcement would play directly into the enemy's hands. Our forces are already at a disadvantage. If we allow the enemy to dictate our movements and spread our troops thin along the lengthy border, we will quickly be picked off one by one, drained of our strength. Are you suggesting we abandon the border? Danzo's cold voice emerged from the doorway, having arrived unnoticed, his eyes glinting with derision. Are you resorting to your usual theory of luring the enemy in, Tsuyu? Danzo stepped forward without reservation. War is not merely a theoretical exercise. Each withdrawal you suggest equates to the blood and lives of our Konoha ninja. He turned to Sarutobi, his voice rising sharply. Lord Hokage, I propose immediate martial law within the village, with all resources unified. Additionally, dispatch assassination squads to infiltrate behind enemy lines and eliminate their commanders at all costs. Only with such thunderous measures can we intimidate the enemy. Danzo's proposal was drenched in blood and extremism, yet under the pressure of war, it bore a certain allure. Sarutobi's gaze wavered as he looked towards Tsuyu, awaiting his response. Tsuyu rose and approached the expansive map. He did not glance at Danzo but traced several lines on the map with his finger. While I commend Lord Danzo's courage, war is not a matter of brute force. Tsuyu stated calmly. Assassinating the enemy commander? Do you believe a Wagakure and Kirigakure would remain unprepared? Such assassination squads would face near certain death, and even if they succeeded, a new commander would be appointed immediately. This tactic of adding fuel to the fire serves only to sacrifice our elite shinobi without purpose. He paused, his voice growing resolute. As for martial law, now is not the time. The war has just begun. Creating chaos within our own ranks will only instill panic among the villagers. If the rear is unstable, how can we expect the front lines to fight with confidence? Tsuyu's finger pointed to several critical locations on the map. My suggestion is to establish a regional defense with focused breakthroughs. What does that mean? Sarutobi was immediately intrigued by this new term. It means we will consolidate our defenses. Tsuyu explained. We will abandon some inconsequential border posts and concentrate our forces in a few strategically significant locations that are easy to defend yet challenging to attack, thus forming a robust regional defense network. For example, here, and here. He indicated several mountain ranges and fortresses on the map. In doing so, we can limit the enemy's avenues of attack. They will either have to contend with the formidable defenses we establish or take a longer route, extending their supply lines. Regardless of their choice, their advantage in a lightning strike will evaporate, and we can exploit our defensive advantage to exhaust the enemy to the fullest. Once their vigor is diminished and fatigue sets in, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Tsuyu's eyes. We will concentrate our elite forces and launch a decisive strike from this point, Kikyo Mountain. This is what we call a focused breakthrough. A profound silence enveloped the office as all present were captivated by Tsuyu's grand and lucid strategic vision. This was no mere tactic, but a comprehensive calculation of enemy psychology, logistics, and troop deployment, viewed from the overarching lens of the war's entirety. Regional defense with focused breakthroughs. Sarutobi's eyes ignited with newfound vigor, as if he had glimpsed a pathway to victory. Let us proceed as you suggest. He turned to Danzo, his tone resolute and unwavering. Danzo, the resolutions of the Wartime Special Committee represent Konoha's highest directive. During this time of war, I expect you to set aside personal grievances and prioritize the village's interests. Danzo's expression darkened with a tinge of bitterness. He fixed his gaze on Tsuyu, as if attempting to pierce him with his stare. Once again, he felt a sense of helplessness. His meticulously prepared rhetoric for seizing power rendered laughable by Tsuyu's casual remarks. This immortal being's intellect was unfathomable. I understand, Lord Hokage. Danzo managed to utter through clenched teeth before silently departing, his back filled with resentment and bitterness. Tsuyu watched Danzo's retreating figure, his heart as tranquil as water. The machinations of Danzo were of little concern to him. He now contemplates how the progression of war will influence the fates of those pivotal figures within Konoha's strategic framework. To which battlefield will the legendary Sannin be dispatched? Where shall the illustrious name of Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang, shine anew? And he himself, as Konoha's immortal sage, shall undoubtedly see his renown and influence reach unprecedented heights amidst this tempest of warfare engulfing the entire shinobi world. This presents both a boon and a restraint for him. He requires this influence to ensure the smooth execution of his plans. Yet he must tread carefully to avoid excessive interference that could divert the course of history from the path he has come to know. After all, his ultimate aim is not to emerge as a hero of war, but rather to quietly await a death that would grant him a rebirth. Chapter 82. The Ideals of Akatsuki. The difficult expansion in Amigakure, where sunlight is but a distant memory, the incessant cold rain pours like ceaseless tears, washing over the steel jungle. Within a derelict building, a campfire flickers, dispelling a modicum of dampness. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, along with a dozen young ninjas who follow them, sit in a circle. Here lies the new stronghold of the Akatsuki, humble yet brimming with hope. Thanks to the teachings of Master Jiraiya, we have swiftly regained our footing. Yahiko gazes at his resolute companions, the orange of his hair glowing warmly in the firelight. Indeed, the control of chakra, the fundamentals of taijutsu and ninjutsu, these were our most significant shortcomings. A young ninja reflects. Now, we finally possess the strength to protect ourselves and others. Under Jiraiya's meticulous guidance, this group of war orphans has experienced a qualitative leap in their abilities. They are no longer mere weaklings espousing hollow ideals of peace. They have transformed into warriors capable of instigating change. Nagato sits quietly to the side, sensing the power within him that once filled him with dread. With the aid of Jiraiya and Yahiko, he has begun to master the Rinnegan, no longer succumbing to emotional outbursts. He observes Yahiko's infectious smile and Konin's serene profile, and within him, the hatred seems to meld away in the warmth of the firelight. The will of fire. As spoken by Master Jiraiya, this bond that exists to protect comrades has granted him a more tangible understanding of peace for the first time. Perhaps, peace does not entail the eradication of all hatred, but rather the embracing and resolution of hatred through a more profound love and connection. Listen to me. Yahiko rises, capturing everyone's attention. Recently, the number of war refugees we have rescued has been steadily increasing. Our ideals have garnered broader recognition. His voice resonates with passion. But that is not sufficient. Hanzo's reign looms like a dark cloud over Amigakure. As long as he exists, true peace will remain elusive. We must grow stronger. Strong enough that even Hanzo cannot disregard our voices. We will let the dawn of Akatsuki illuminate all of Amigakure. Cheers erupted from the companions, their faces radiant with visions of the future. However, this idealistic fervor was swiftly doused by the cold reality. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted as the stronghold's door was blasted open by a formidable ninjutsu, debris and dust scattering in all directions. Dozens of Amigakure ninjas, donning gas masks, surged in, led by Hanzo's most trusted subordinates. The rats of Akatsuki, your good days are over, sneered the leading Amigakure jonin. Lord Hanzo has commanded the eradication of all dissenters, leaving none alive. How could they have found this place? Yahiko's expression shifted as he immediately positioned himself in front of his companions. Prepare for battle. Combat erupted in an instant. Although the members of Akatsuki had significantly enhanced their prowess, they appeared somewhat juvenile against the well-trained and cohesive Amigakure regular forces. Water release, water chaos waves. Wind release, great breakthrough. The cacophony of ninjutsu clashing, the clang of weaponry, and the cries of the wounded reverberated throughout the stronghold. Yahiko! Konin shouted anxiously as she repelled an enemy with her paper shuriken. Nagato! Yahiko turned to Nagato, recognizing that only his power could shift the tide of battle. In Nagato's eyes, the ripples of the purple Rinnegan shimmered. He witnessed his comrades bleeding and falling, and the familiar fury and hatred surged within his heart once more. Shinra Tensei! Stop it, Nagato! A booming voice thundered like a clap of thunder, followed by a massive toad descending from the heavens, positioning itself before the Akatsuki members. Fire release, toad oil fireball. Jiraiya stood atop the toad Fukasaku, unleashing a torrent of searing flames mixed with toad oil, instantly engulfing the foremost Amigakure ninjas and forcing them to retreat in disarray. Master Jiraiya. The Amigakure jonin's expression soured upon seeing him. I am one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the sage of toads, Jiraiya. He towered over them, emanating a commanding presence. Your opponent is me. If you wish to live, flee at once. The Amigakure ninjas exchanged glances, and before the legendary Sannin, an insurmountable fear welled within them. The leading jonin gritted his teeth and reluctantly waved his hand. Retreat. The crisis was temporarily averted. Jiraiya leaped down from Fukasaku's head, surveying the wreckage of the stronghold and the injured comrades, his brow furrowing with concern. Master. Yahiko and the others approached, their faces a mixture of gratitude and shame. Hanzo's oppression is becoming increasingly frequent, Jiraiya stated gravely, a determination settling within him to eradicate their plight entirely. He sensed a disquieting atmosphere enveloping Amigakure, with Hanzo's actions growing more aggressive and ruthless. He harbored a nagging suspicion that some unseen force was propelling this turmoil. We are not afraid, Yahiko proclaimed resolutely. For the sake of peace, sacrifices are inevitable. Jiraiya gazed at Yahiko's face, radiant with idealism, and felt a pang in his heart. This child reminded him so much of his younger self. Yet, in this brutal world of shinobi, could such pure ideals truly endure? He recalled Suigetsu, the enigmatic man who had once told him of the dreamers in Amigakure. Now he understood that Suigetsu referred to Yahiko and his companions. But did Suigetsu foresee the heavy price that this dream would demand? Meanwhile, in an unknown subterranean depth, Kaguya relayed the recent events in Amigakure to Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya's intervention has diverted Nagato's growth from our anticipated trajectory. Kaguya's voice was devoid of emotion, as the hatred within him was being diluted by the boy named Yahiko and Jiraiya's will of fire. Is that so? Madara's voice was aged and hoarse, yet bore a commanding authority. This may not necessarily be a bad thing. Oh, a flower that blooms in a greenhouse, no matter how beautiful, cannot withstand the storm. Only through enduring the deepest despair can one unleash the strongest power, Madara mused. Jiraiya's teachings and Yahiko's ideals merely serve to accumulate emotional energy within Nagato. The greater the hope they bestow, the deeper the despair when that hope is shattered. Allow Danzo's plans to proceed. Intensify Hanzo's oppression, Madara commanded. I require an opportunity, an occasion that will lead Nagato to entirely abandon all fantasies and plunge into the path of a demonic realm. I understand. Kaguya's figure silently melded into the darkness. A colossal conspiracy targeting Akatsuki and Nagato's psyche was accelerating towards fruition, while Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and their teacher Jiraiya remained blissfully unaware, laboriously safeguarding their fragile ideal known as peace amid the harsh realities that surrounded them.